The sky was ablaze, and countless bone dragons plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently into the earth. Millions of warriors fought a frenzied battle outside the city walls. The knight's lance pierced the behemoth's chest, and the forbidden spell unleashed by the mage tower tore through the clouds. The entire battlefield was stained crimson with blood, flames, and roars. At the very center of the battlefield, a territory poised to ascend to the divine realm was rapidly collapsing. Lin Sheng stood on the shattered royal city platform, his cloak already soaked with blood. He watched as the legion he had nurtured for 12 years was gradually swallowed up by the chaotic black tide. The soldiers who followed him all the way up from the first-level territory had helped him fend off beast tides, conquer the undead castle, and survive countless desperate situations with him. But now, they were being swallowed by the black tide, falling one after another. Why? Lin Sheng gripped his broken sword tightly, his gaze piercing through the burning battlefield, looking at the familiar figure standing beside the core of the divine realm. That was his most trusted friend, the one who had accompanied him through the ruins and shared the spoils of war, and the one with whom he had entrusted his back in countless life-or-death battles. But at this moment, the other party stood in the center of the enemy army and personally tore open his territory's defense line. Lin Sheng, don't blame me. The man's voice came through the flames of war, his tone eerily calm. There is only one spot to advance to the God realm. And you are blocking my way. Boom! The distant magic tower exploded completely, and a black pillar of fire shot into the sky, tearing through the night. The core of Lin Sheng's territory, which he had painstakingly built up over many years, collapsed in an instant. Warehouses, barracks, city walls, and hero altars all turned to ashes in the chaotic black tide. 12 years of effort, 12 years of planning, and he was just one step away from the realm of gods. But in the end, the one who destroyed it all was not his enemy, but his closest friend. The black tide swept in like a tsunami, engulfing the land and sealing off Lin Sheng's last escape route. He was covered in blood, but he still did not kneel down. I'm not reconciled. Lin Sheng slowly raised his head, his eyes burning with an almost tangible hatred, and finally he could only let out a roar filled with resentment. The next second, the black tide engulfed his body, and the world fell into dead silence. Welcome, lords! Please select your class and talents. After selection, you will be born in a different main city based on your class. A gentle female voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Lin Sheng abruptly opened his eyes. Before him was no longer a burning battlefield, no longer a collapsing royal city, and no longer the chaotic black tide that devoured everything. Instead, it was an endless white space, with countless class cards floating in midair. Warrior, mage, priest, archer, knight, thief. Lin Sheng stared in disbelief at what was happening before him, his mouth agape. The familiar scene made his breath catch in his throat. This was the scene 12 years ago, when he transmigrated to another world and became a lord. On that day, tens of millions of people were summoned by the goddess Asha to become lords in another world and lead their armies against the chaotic black tide that had invaded the world. The people of this other world call them the chosen lords. And this gentle female voice is none other than the voice of the creator goddess, Asha. But wasn't he already dead? Lin Sheng raised his hand blankly and pinched his arm hard. Ouch! It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Fate had truly given him a second chance. Lin Sheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, venting all the resentment and frustration in his heart. In this life, he will use the memories of his past life to choose a divine profession, seize various divine artifacts and treasures, and rise to power quickly. Next, subdue those beautiful female bosses who are at the peak of combat power in the later stages, create the perfect territory, upgrade your troops, conquer the entire continent, and become the strongest lord. As for the person who betrayed him, he will personally send them to hell to complete his revenge and completely reverse his tragic fate from his previous life. Just then, a gentle female voice rang out again in the white space, urging Lin Sheng to make a choice as soon as possible. Please choose your profession and talent as soon as possible. Lin Sheng took a deep breath, forcibly calmed his emotions, and reached out to swipe through the professional cards one by one, finally choosing the most inconspicuous one. Initial class thief, confirm? Yes. Lin Sheng decisively clicked confirm. In his previous life, he was ignorant and chose the archer, believing that ranged combat was always safer than melee, since he only had one life. To his surprise, everyone had almost the same idea, leading to an overabundance of ranged professions and skyrocketing prices for early game materials. To avoid falling behind, he had no choice but to change professions, nearly emptying his entire savings. In this life, he chose to be a thief. Not only because thieves possess greater speed and stronger survival skills in the wild, but also because he remembered a hidden quest line, a path that could elevate a thief to a godlike status. Thieves not only develop quickly, but they can also learn the class-specific skill steal. After activating the skill, they can randomly steal some items from enemies. With enough luck, you can even completely wipe out your enemies. In the later stages of the game, resources can easily amount to tens of thousands, and a few successful thefts are enough to make you rich quickly. Class confirmed. Please select initial skills. Thieves have 3 initial skills: throat slit, throwing knife, and stealth. Lin Sheng chose stealth without hesitation. Stealth offers the best value in the early game, and skill books for it are the hardest to obtain, with prices remaining consistently high. Please select your initial talent. Note that each person can only have one talent, and once selected, it cannot be changed. Lin Sheng took a deep breath and looked at the 3 talent cards in front of him. Talent is the embodiment of one's potential. Everyone's potential is different, and the talents they awaken are also different. In all these years, Lin Sheng has never seen a talent that is exactly the same for everyone. Having been reborn, he didn't know if his talents would change. He flipped open the first talent card, and a blue light caught his eye. Rare level talent, Born Battle Berserker. You and your troops are more skilled in combat, and can gain more experience in battle. Your troops have high morale and are less likely to panic when attacked. Exactly the same as in the previous life. So the second one, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should be the purple epic talent, Resource Calculator. When looting, you have a chance to discover hidden loot. Your troop logistics costs are reduced. In his previous life, Lin Sheng relied on this talent to accumulate enough resources to carve out a bloody path through the cracks of the major guilds and almost become the 10th lord to advance to the god realm. Unfortunately, he was betrayed in the end, and his efforts were in vain. As for the third talent card, it should be the blank talent from his previous life, which was better than nothing. Lin Sheng casually flipped open the third card. Golden Legend. Wait. This isn't right. How can it be completely different from my previous life? Could it be because of my rebirth? Epic level talent is already considered exceptional, but Lin Sheng has only ever seen legendary level talent in legendary heroes. These individuals are all capable of changing the world. Lin Sheng hurriedly looked at the talent description. Talent. Hero Lord. When a hero under your command reaches 100 loyalty, you can copy that hero's talent, with no limit on the number of copies. Amazing skill! Without a doubt, this is absolutely amazing. As a lord, once you have enough resources in the later stages, recruiting 3 or 5 heroes is no problem at all. If he can get all of them to a loyalty level of 100, he can replicate multiple talents at the same time, making one person equivalent to several others. Why bother choosing the logistics talent? The plan has changed. Lin Sheng chose this talent without hesitation, and the card instantly transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into his body. Talent selection complete. Teleportation is about to begin. Please prepare yourself and do not extend your torso outside the teleportation tunnel. If you don't touch the teleportation portal, you'll eventually be teleported to the main city, where you can complete quests, earn money, and accumulate initial resources step by step. Its advantage is stability and sufficient safety. However, touching the teleportation channel will randomly transport you to another location. While the danger is greater, the opportunities are equally numerous. Lin Sheng had one place he absolutely had to go to, the Forbidden Magic Valley. The place where Serenia, the Abyss Queen and one of the later world-destroying bosses, was first recorded to appear in his life. This empress's family was destroyed when she was young, forcing her to wander and evade the pursuit of the Mage Tower. Early in her transmigration, in a small town near the Forbidden Magic Valley, a lord encountered Serenia. Her adversaries coveted her family heirloom and took advantage of her misfortune, relentlessly pursuing her. Serenia ultimately struggled to survive. The seeds of hatred were sown in her heart from that moment. She vowed to kill all the chosen lords and take revenge on the entire world. She relentlessly pursued this goal, eventually becoming the Abyss Queen, a figure feared by countless people. According to incomplete statistics, she destroyed at least 8 or 10,000 large forces, and countless chosen lords died at her hands. In his previous life, Lin Sheng would have avoided her at the mere mention of her name. The reason this empress is so powerful is because she possesses a legendary talent, the anti-magic domain. When the domain is activated, all units except her are unable to cast spells, including heroes. This is a true strategic talent. If released at the right time, it can turn all enemy spellcasting units into fragile, useless units, making it a true mage killer. This is also why the mage tower forces are relentlessly hunting her down. They want to nip her in the bud before she can grow any stronger. What Lin Sheng needed to do was find Serenia before anything happened, recruit her into his ranks, and then ruthlessly boost her loyalty to 100, replicating her legendary talent. Teleportation initiation, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Lin Sheng's vision blurred, and he appeared out of thin air in a teleportation tunnel. Countless scenes flashed by around the passage: the arena of the gods, the tower of stars, the frozen throne, the eternal forge volcano. These are all famous locations in the later stages of the game, with incredibly rich resources on the map, and you can even recruit special troops, which makes Lin Sheng extremely envious. But entering a high-risk map at his current level would be suicide. Any random monster would be enough to kill him. Lin Sheng cautiously curled up, intently observing the images flashing around the teleportation portal. The teleportation process only takes 3 minutes. The Forbidden Valley must appear. Time ticked by, and the end of the teleportation tunnel gradually appeared, revealing a bustling main city teeming with people. Lin Sheng's mood sank to the bottom. Damn it, is it still impossible to change her fate? The next second, a picture of a dark valley flashed before his eyes. He saw it. It was the Forbidden Demon Valley. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he decisively reached out to touch the image. As his vision blurred again, he was sucked into the image, and the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. This is a deep valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains are densely covered with primeval forests, overgrown with thorns, making it almost impossible to move an inch. There is a gap on the south side of the valley, and a path leads directly to the outside of the valley. A dilapidated and desolate ancient castle is blocking that gap and path. There was no sign of any living person around. The difficulty of this starting point was truly dire. But the more dangerous the place, the more hidden the rewards, which also meant greater gains. The only thing that surprised Lin Sheng was that he turned his gaze to the person beside him. The other person was also a chosen lord, wearing simple armor and a one-handed sword at his waist. A warrior. A blond white man. Another chosen lord? Sensing the other's malicious gaze, Lin Sheng took a half-step back, his right hand resting on the dagger at his waist. As a thief, his initial equipment consisted of only a simple set of leather armor and a crude dagger. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Could this guy be planning to kill Lin Sheng first, and then monopolize all the resources of the valley? Chapter 2: The Valley for Two. The Forbidden Valley is only a few hundred meters in circumference, and you can see its end at a glance. Apart from the vast, impassable dense forest, the only truly valuable place left is that ancient castle. This place was originally just a low-level map, but after the Abyss Queen ascended the throne here, the Forbidden Magic Valley was upgraded to a high-level area. Whatever is hidden in this valley that was chosen by the Queen is definitely not simple. Lin Sheng must obtain the resources from the castle. Only then will he have a chance to repel the forces hunting Serenia and save her. There is only 1 week left. In 1 week, Serenia will appear in the town outside the valley and be exposed to the pursuit of the Mage Tower. The only trouble now is another chosen lord who has also descended here. Lin Sheng looked at the redneck white man and said calmly, "Hello, it's fate that we met here. How about we team up so we can look out for each other?" With the goddess's blessing, There was no language barrier, and communication was smooth. The white man, with one hand on the hilt of his sword, spoke with a very unfriendly attitude. "Yellow-skinned? Are you from that great eastern country?" Lin Sheng was slightly taken aback and asked him how he recognized him. The white man said irritably that he used to be a soldier stationed in the United States. If it were someone from South Korea or Japan, they would have lowered their heads and avoided eye contact with him, their faces full of awe. The people of that great eastern country were different. When they saw American soldiers, they would often look them over directly, even with a curious and eager expression. Lin Sheng took a half-step back, creating some distance, and said calmly, "Your analysis is quite good. So, shall we cooperate? It's not surprising that foreigners are among the lords the goddess is selecting from around the world." But Lin Sheng also knew that Lao Mei's pirate-like practices were notorious in his previous life. He had heard far too many stories of the Angus people betraying their allies and seizing resources. Even if they agreed to cooperate, he still had to be wary. The white man glanced up and down at Lin Sheng's simple leather armor and sneered. "Cooperation? I don't like helping the weak." Lin Sheng was speechless. He didn't need the other party's help, just mutual support in the unknown environment. Assassins weren't as good as warriors in attack and defense, but their ability to solo in the wild wasn't bad. The white man glanced furtively at the castle, his eyes filled with greed. The gods had brought him here, so everything here should belong to him. The next second, he drew his one-handed sword with a clang, the tip pointing diagonally at Lin Sheng's throat, his tone contemptuous. "I don't cooperate with the weak, nor do I like to share spoils. Get out of here! That castle is my territory, and everything inside is mine. If you dare come near, I'll kill you!" Lin Sheng's face darkened, and he flicked out a dagger from his hand, holding it horizontally in front of him. His body tensed, and his gaze locked onto the other person's shoulder. The shoulder is often a precursor to arm movements. By focusing on this area, you can anticipate the opponent's intention to strike. What you fear most is what happens. After being transported to another world, there are quite a few people like this pale-skinned man. They consider themselves superior, bully the weak and seize resources everywhere, and will not hesitate to take away anything good they find. The white man glanced at the castle again and urged in a cold voice, "Get out of here and stay away from the castle, or don't blame me for taking action." In melee combat, armor is a huge advantage. In addition, a one-handed sword is longer than a dagger, giving it an advantage in attack range. If it really comes down to a head-on fight, even if Lin Sheng wins, it will be difficult to guarantee that he will be unharmed. The white man brandished his long sword and shouted threats. Lin Sheng glanced at him coldly, but ultimately did not make a move. Instead, he silently retreated and disappeared into the dense forest. 12 years of combat experience gave Lin Sheng the confidence to kill his opponent, but not the confidence to avoid injury. This place is in the middle of nowhere, with no medical supplies. If the wound gets infected and causes complications, how will he complete his mission a week later to rescue Serenia? A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. Things change, though. Having offended a stealthy assassin, hopefully he'll keep one eye open while sleeping tonight. Seeing Lin Sheng retreat, the white man raised his head as if he had won a battle and mocked. "You're smart, kid. Get lost, it won't be so easy next time you run into me." He was even more determined that once he obtained the castle's treasures, he would return immediately to kill Lin Sheng. Everything should be his. With that, he turned and walked towards the castle. Lin Sheng emerged from behind the tree, watching the white man disappear into the distance, then looked around. The valley wasn't large, with no resource points nearby, not even any wild animals. The castle was occupied, seemingly unable to be upgraded, as if they would be trapped here forever. But Lin Sheng quickly sensed something was wrong. The two had made quite a racket talking, yet not a single bird had been startled. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Not only were there no animals, but not even insects, yet the plants were growing extremely lushly. Something was strange here. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng didn't participate in the battle against the Abyss Queen in his previous life, nor had he ever been to the Forbidden Demon Valley, so he didn't know what secrets it held. However, it wasn't a big problem. With his 12 years of experience, The intricacies of a basic map wouldn't be a problem for him. Lin Sheng turned and walked into the mountains. The cliffs were rugged and difficult to traverse, with no roads. The higher he went, the denser the forest became. Thorny bushes were everywhere, making it almost impossible for an ordinary person to move an inch. Fortunately, Lin Sheng was a thief, whose agility and flexibility were enhanced, making it easy for him to move through the dense forest. Along the way, he gathered quite a few berries and wild vegetables. When the chosen lord is sent down, in addition to the initial equipment, he also receives 100 gold coins. Normally, this amount of money is enough for the first month's food, clothing, and shelter, and it's also enough for him to calm down, face reality, and then work for the goddess Asha in this world. The problem is, food has to be bought in the main city. In this desolate wilderness, even if you have money, there's nowhere to spend it, and you can't expect a hidden merchant to fall from the sky. So these wild vegetables and berries are the only food source for now. As for the white man, he was so eager to challenge the castle that he didn't even leave himself a way out. Lin Sheng could only wish him good luck. Reaching the mountainside, Lin Sheng climbed onto a tree branch to rest. Using his enhanced vision from his profession, he gazed towards the castle in the distance. One after another, fleshy zombies poured out of the castle, slowly swarming towards the white man. Their bodies gleamed with a bronze sheen, their muscles incredibly tough. Even a full-force sword strike from the white man could only barely leave a gash. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed. Heroic soul soldiers? There are boss-level enemies in this castle. On this continent, people usually recruit heroic soul soldiers to form armies for combat. Heroic soul soldiers retain basic intelligence but lack much autonomy and personal emotion. They are more like summoned creatures, only obeying orders. The bronze-skinned zombies before him were Tier 1, Level 2 undead units, a defensively enhanced version of the regular zombies. They had high defense, slow speed, and some physical damage reduction. The white man was having a tough time defeating them, often needing to strike more than a dozen times before he could barely take one down. There were quite a few zombies in the castle's front yard. He had only killed 2 when he was already panting heavily, and his movements had noticeably slowed down. A level 1 warrior's attack power was inherently limited, and further weakened by the zombies' high defense and copper-skinned nature. Hacking at them was no different than chopping down a tree with a knife. He dared not be completely surrounded by zombies, so he could only fight and retreat, using his iron armor to withstand a few claw attacks before making a hasty retreat out of the castle's perimeter. The copper-skinned zombies were the castle's guards and wouldn't go too far, which gave him a chance to catch his breath. Lin Sheng shook his head repeatedly. That equipment was a complete waste. The opponent was clumsy and attracted too much aggro during combat, fighting haphazardly. If this guy had cooperated and followed Lin Sheng's commands, the 2 of them could have cleared out the bronze-skinned zombies in the front yard in a single day. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was good for him. At this rate, it might take a week to break through the castle. That's assuming the upgrade increases strength and defense, making monster killing faster. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng suddenly paused. 1 week later, outside the valley, in a small town, the Abyss Queen Serenia. Could this white man be the one who provoked her in his past life? Lin Sheng recalled his greedy ways, his eyes growing increasingly suspicious. Given this guy's character, he'd probably grovel before the mage tower and then turn around and hunt down Serenia. Lin Sheng mentally added him to his list. After resting for a while, Lin Sheng continued up the mountain. The bushes ahead grew denser and denser, piling up layer upon layer, almost completely blocking the path. He was about to climb a tree and jump over from above when a thought suddenly struck him, and he stopped. Something's wrong, 9/10 wrong. These plants are growing far too densely, completely defying the laws of nature. Even in this other world, biological behavior should still have basic logic. There's something wrong with this shrubbery. Lin Sheng took out a wild fruit and tentatively tossed it into the bushes. Whoosh! A strange wriggling sound immediately came from deep within the bushes, and the branches and leaves swayed. Something was definitely strange. The thing inside was quite large, and it wasn't an animal. Lin Sheng didn't smell any wild animal scent. Having spent 12 years wandering the world in his previous life, he had seen countless monsters and animals. he could distinguish them even with his eyes closed. Since it wasn't an animal, it could only be a plant-based monster. Plant-based creatures are known for their unpredictable and troublesome nature. They often sacrifice mobility for various special abilities. It seems the real surprise of the Forbidden Magic Valley lies here. Chapter 3: Plant-Based Units. Lin Sheng gripped his dagger in reverse and cautiously slashed horizontally at the bushes in front of him. With a ripping sound, branches and leaves scattered, and the enemy hidden inside finally revealed itself. It turned out to be a thorny plant. The thing was about half a meter in diameter, withered and yellow all over, with tangled branches and thorns covering its entire body, not a single green leaf in sight. After being attacked, it suddenly spread out its branches and lashed at Lin Sheng like tentacles. Its movements weren't particularly fast. Lin Sheng dodged to the side, then swung his sword down, severing a branch. The plant-type monster felt no pain, and its remaining tentacles continued to lash wildly. The barbs struck nearby tree trunks, tearing off large chunks of bark and wood. If they had landed on a person, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Sheng didn't fight head-on. Instead, he quickly retreated, positioning himself at the limit of the tentacle's length. No matter how far the branches stretched, there was a limit. He used this distance to counterattack, cutting off the outstretched branches one by one, and then steadily closing in. After a flurry of hacking and slashing, the thorny plant resembled an octopus with its claws severed, its bare trunk still writhing. Even like that, it was still alive. Plant-type monsters were indeed troublesome. A flash of cold light, and Lin Sheng aimed and slashed down at the roots. The weak point struck, a fatal blow. The thorny grass twitched a few times on the ground, then transformed into specks of light and entered Lin Sheng's body. Ding! 23 experience points gained. That's a high amount of experience. Based on this value, this thorny grass is roughly a level 3, tier 1 monster. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng hadn't learned the scouting skill yet, so he couldn't see its detailed attributes. Plant-based units are known for their unpredictability, but their weakness is poor mobility, making them easy prey for highly agile thieves. Lin Sheng's ability to easily defeat it doesn't mean it's weak. If combined with other unit types on the battlefield, its power would be absolutely astonishing. Su Jiqing, who was a nature guardian in her previous life, was known as the Azure Sky Tree Master, and no one dared to trespass on her territory. Her main force consisted of 6-tier, first-level man-eating giant trees, which possessed the characteristics of carnivorous plants. Once small units were swallowed by the tree trunk, they would be instantly killed regardless of their health. After being killed, they could also recover their own health proportionally, making them both tanky and powerful. An unprepared army rushing in will only become its food. In addition, there are other unit types such as Illusion Flower, Burst Fruit Thrower, and Flame Dandelion, which combine control, ranged attack, and defense, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. The only problem is that plant-based units are extremely rare, mostly hidden in remote corners of the continent, and incredibly difficult to find. The only ones that can be traced openly are the Elven Treant system, but those are already tier 6 units, which can only be recruited in the very late game. Lin Sheng gripped his dagger tightly, pondering how to acquire this type of unit. Even if he didn't need it for the time being, he could sell it for an astronomical price. Units were a unique product of the world of Asha. Only lords and hero units could control them. They possess no personal emotions, retain only basic intelligence, and are absolutely obedient to orders. Compared to mortal armies, these special forces are better suited for warfare. They are fearless and will fight to the last moment according to their lord's will. Therefore, the armies of the world of Asha are basically composed of lords controlling large numbers of troops in battle. To reliably acquire a certain type of unit, you need the corresponding unit building. For example, a guard tower can produce 14 tier 1, level 1 spearmen per week, and recruiting one spearman costs 100 gold coins and 1 unit of iron ore. Lin Sheng remembers that the Abyss Queen, Serenia, possesses a special unit building. Afterward, Lin Sheng continued searching in the woods. He hadn't gone far when he found another thorny plant. He immediately activated stealth, his figure fading into the background, almost blending into the forest, his steps light and silent. Approaching the dormant thorn plant, he aimed at its roots and slashed down. Steady, precise, and ruthless. The thorn plant didn't even have time to struggle before it died instantly, its body transforming into experience that surged into Lin Sheng's body. The thorn plant's weakness was precisely its roots. Once severed, it died immediately. Having grasped the pattern, Lin Sheng, dagger in hand, searched his way through, gaining a large amount of experience with each plant he destroyed. The plants were slow-moving, making them impossible to touch, and their unique abilities were rendered useless. In this pleasant leveling-up process, time passed quickly until the sun was high in the sky. After a period of hard work and harvesting, Lin Sheng finally leveled up. An invisible force surged from within him, instantly sweeping away his fatigue. He summoned the Lord Interface to check his information. Congratulations on your Lord level increase. You are currently level 2. You have gained 1 free attribute point, and your physique has been enhanced. You have accumulated 30 glorious victories, increasing your command value by 100 points. Finally, I've obtained command points. Before obtaining command points, the chosen Lord cannot lead troops and can only accumulate experience through quests. With command points, you can spend money and resources to recruit troops and fight with heroic spirits. The stronger the troop type, the more command points it consumes. Command points mainly come from battle victories, official ranks, and mission rewards. They decrease upon defeat. Lin Sheng clicked his tongue as he looked at the panel. Unfortunately, this was the middle of nowhere, with no place to recruit troops, so he could only continue soloing. For Serenia's sake, a difficult start was acceptable. He allocated his free attribute points to offense and immediately felt a surge of power coursing through his limbs. Boosting attack power early on is never a bad idea, otherwise you'll be unable to break through the defenses of high-level monsters and will only be able to scratch them. As long as he reaches level 5 first, the attribute bonuses will make up for the equipment gap. Then, he can finally settle accounts with that guy. He wanted to show that bandit Angus what it meant to be ruthless and efficient, to open his eyes to something new. Next, Lin Sheng moved from one thicket to another, using his quick and precise methods to continuously harvest the thorny grass. Before they knew it, darkness fell, and the crimson sunset hung on the horizon. A chaotic black tide would arrive that night, making it impossible to continue fighting in the wilderness. Lin Sheng quickened his pace, preparing to deal with the last large thorn bush before setting up his tent to rest. With a flurry of dagger strikes, the thick root system was easily severed, and a surge of experience points flowed into his body, allowing Lin Sheng to smoothly level up to level 3. He continued to allocate his attribute points to attack, and just as he was about to sheath his sword, a glimpse of a figure caught his eye out of the corner of his eye. There was a figure there. Even more strangely, he hadn't sensed the other party's presence at all. Lin Sheng instantly drew his dagger, fully alert. Night was approaching. He desperately wanted to avoid any troublesome monsters. Without the protection of the light of order, encountering the black tide would be certain death. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes, the figure under the tree remaining motionless. Lin Sheng took out a wild fruit and cautiously tossed it over. The fruit knocked off the man's hat, revealing his true form beneath. It was a mummified corpse, long dead. The mummified corpse was dressed in explorer's attire, with a backpack slung over its back. Anyone who could venture into such a place was definitely not ordinary. The bag likely contained valuable items. Lin Sheng felt a surge of excitement, but then forced himself to calm down and cautiously approach the corpse. The monsters in Asha's world are incredibly diverse, ranging from mimicry monsters disguised as treasure chests to humanoid monsters that can easily kill you if you're not careful. Only after confirming that the mummified corpse hadn't been corrupted by chaos into a monster did he carefully search his backpack. The first thing found was a delicate dagger. An adventurer's dagger increases damage and attack speed by 1 point. Unfortunately, it wasn't a treasure, just an ordinary piece of equipment. In the world of Asha, items are divided into equipment and treasures. Equipment only improves the user's personal attributes, while treasures buff the entire legion. If this dagger were a treasure-level item, capable of increasing the entire army's attack by 1, its value would be immeasurable. However, compared to the miscellaneous grade dagger in Lin Sheng's hand, it was already far superior. Lin Sheng switched to the adventurer's dagger, twirled it, and sheathed it, a satisfied smile on his face. For the early game, This was already quite good equipment. But the real treasure was yet to come. He continued rummaging through his backpack and found a book at the bottom. This was a skill book? Powerful individuals could materialize their mastered skills from their memories, transforming them into a book. The recipient could simply open it and master the corresponding skill. This was definitely a valuable item. Lin Sheng suppressed his excitement and continued rummaging through the bag. Inside were rotten emergency rations, a tattered adventure logbook, a wilderness tent, and a monocular telescope. The D-grade alchemical treasure explorer's telescope has two special effects. 1. Increases the hero's field of vision when equipped. 2. Has a chance to discover hidden items. The higher the level of the hidden item, the lower the discovery probability. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. This was a treasure with two special effects. Unlike ordinary equipment, treasures can often influence the outcome of a battle. Increased vision means seeing further than the enemy. When you spot the enemy, they may be completely unaware. This allows you to gain the upper hand whether you choose to ambush or bypass them in advance. Discovering hidden items isn't just for treasure hunting, it can also be used to break traps and detect stealth units. It's practically an early game godsend. Lin Sheng was in high spirits, humming a tune as he dragged his backpack over and cleaned off the dust. He silently thanked the elder for his bequest and decided to make do with the deceased for the night, then find a more auspicious burial site the next day. Lin Sheng had originally planned to cut some branches and build a makeshift shelter in the tree fortress for the night. Now, with the tent, he could finally rest comfortably and recover his energy. He found a flat, open spot and began to pitch his tent. The sun would soon set, and the chaotic black tide was about to descend. In the world of Asha, the sun was regarded as the embodiment of a god, shining upon the continent every day. Once the sun set, darkness would envelop the earth, and the chaotic black tide would surge forth from the darkness, sweeping across the entire world. Only in areas covered by the light of order, such as major cities or towns, can people move freely at night. Otherwise, once corrupted by the black tide, the consequences are far more terrifying than a zombie virus. Ordinary people who touch the black tide will die instantly. If they are lucky, they might retain a complete corpse but become mindless monsters. Even the gods in the heavens dare not remain in the black tide for long. The Lord's initial inventory includes a small order flame, barely enough to illuminate a 3 or 4 meter radius for nighttime self-defense. Lin Sheng hung up the order flame, confirmed the surroundings were safe, and excitedly rubbed his hands together, his gaze falling on the skill book. What kind of skill would this be? Chapter 4. The legendary adventurer died here. The order flame is a stable, orange-yellow flame, warm to the touch. It needs no fuel, will not go out, and will not ignite anything. It is like a small sun, continuously dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lin Sheng hung the tinder on the top of the tent as a lamp, then took out the skill book and carefully examined the words on the cover. Azeroth Scouting. This is a strategic skill book, not restricted to any class, level 1 required. Skill books bearing a name are usually not ordinary. They are unique skills modified by powerful individuals. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had only seen a handful of similar books at top auction houses, each crafted by a powerful figure and incredibly valuable. After seeing the name, his gaze sharpened slightly. Azuri? Could it be the most famous adventurer on the continent of Azuri? In my previous life, I heard that he disappeared during an expedition, but I never expected that he would die here, in this nameless valley. Lin Sheng was no stranger to this legendary figure. In the tavern, bards had been singing his story for years. He broke into the land of fallen gods and brought out the Divine Treasure Legion warp device. He sailed a single sailboat across the Silent Sea, not only removing the crown of the Mermaid Queen, but also opening up a new continental sea route. He traversed the shifting sands, unearthing the ruins of the extinct Titans, bringing back light to the underground cities of a quarter of the continent, and rekindling the Titan flame. He even infiltrated the Radiant Pool, the sacred ground of the Light Elves, to spy on the Elf Queen bathing, only to be pursued by the Queen who demanded he marry her. How could such an adventurer, skilled in mechanics, cartography, and ancient history, and seemingly blessed by fate, have died silently here? Lin Sheng realized that the secrets of this valley were probably deeper than he had imagined. He suppressed his distracting thoughts and continued to examine the skill book. The book records Azuri's understanding of scouting. Ordinary scouting increases a hero's vision, identifies unit types, and even reveals enemy levels and abilities, but its range is limited to within line of sight. Azuri, however, transformed it into a long-range scouting skill, capable of detecting intelligence from kilometers away. This is even better than a druid summoning a falcon and sharing vision, because the reconnaissance spell has no physical form, cannot be shot down by the enemy, and is almost impossible to defend against. Lin Sheng's heart stirred. This was simply a divine skill. Once mastered, the enemy's deployment, troop movements, and actions would all be under his watchful eye, and the enemy wouldn't even know they had been exposed. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. The skill book transformed into a stream of light and disappeared directly into his body. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained the hidden skill. Remote reconnaissance eagle eye vision activated, tactical vision activated, full map cheat loaded. Lin Sheng pulled back the tent flap, looked out into the dense darkness, and activated a skill towards the castle. After consuming a small amount of magic power, the reconnaissance spell swept across the area rapidly, clearly capturing the scenery along the way, finally hovering above the White Lord's head. The man was resting in a tree hollow, a flame of order hanging beside him, his hand gripping a long sword tightly. He shuddered occasionally at the howls of zombies emanating from the ancient castle. During their journey, the goddess Asha had instilled in everyone the basic common sense of this world, including the dangers of the night. Under the reconnaissance spell, Lin Sheng could see everything clearly inside the tree hollow. The slightly damaged armor, the chipped blade of the one-handed sword, and even the opponent's attributes: class, warrior. Level 2, status, exhausted, hungry. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This skill was indeed useful, allowing him to see almost everything about his opponent. He'd been busy all day just to level up once, a complete waste of his early game warrior class. In contrast, Lin Sheng had already reached level 3. The white man, who'd been so arrogant during the day, had long since lost his fierceness and could only cower in the tree hollow, his stomach growling in protest. This guy was so caught up in the castle's allure that he completely neglected to prepare food. His mind was consumed by looting and killing. He lacked even the most basic survival skills, yet he still dared to dream of ruling this other world. 5 seconds later, the surveillance disappeared. Lin Sheng withdrew his gaze, already having made up his mind. Once he reached level 5, he would settle the score with this guy. He then opened the adventure log, wanting to see what this legendary adventurer had encountered back then. On July 21st, a scholar approached me, saying he had invented a device that could convert the black tide into pure magic, and invited me to witness it. This is incredible. The black tide is full of unknowns and chaos. How did he manage to do it? I couldn't resist my curiosity and went with him to the experimental base. On July 30th, we finally arrived. The experimental base was in this nameless valley. The scholars said the experiment might be dangerous, so they deliberately chose this remote place. Well, that does make sense. On July 31st, I visited his machine. Please forgive me for calling that pitch-black heart a machine. It looks eerie and unsettling. But it is indeed absorbing the black tide and transforming it into magic. If this is true, the black tide that has threatened the world for tens of thousands of years might be completely neutralized. This is an invention that could change the world. On August 1st, I wandered around the valley and discovered that a special thorn grass unit lives here. There is also a large mother grass on the cliff top. If I defeat it, I should be able to obtain the unit building. Unfortunately, I am not good at leading troops and I am not interested in the unit. I will write it down first and send the information to Xinglan later. The elves like these strange flowers and plants. Upon seeing the name Xinglan, Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Xinglan Estelle? The queen of the light elves, whose figure was more perfect than a supermodel's and whose beauty was hailed as the greatest in the world? So the one Azuri had spied on while bathing was this queen. Lin Sheng could only sigh, truly worthy of being called a great explorer. He continued reading. On August 15th, the scholar's mental state seemed to be deteriorating. I sensed something was wrong with him and subtly inquired about it. He only said that the recent experiments were not progressing well, so he was feeling down. Is that really the case? On August 21st, after secretly investigating, I finally discovered his secret. He was actually experimenting on himself. He used the so-called pure magic extracted from the black tide on himself. He's insane! On August 23rd, the scholar was promoted. He completed the hero's path and ignited the hero's flame in a single day. How is that possible? The legendary hero who completed the hero's path the fastest took a full month. He couldn't have been that fast. There must be something wrong with him. On August 24th, the scholar noticed my doubts. He explained with a smile that the hero's fire was a reward from the goddess Asha for his research on the black tide. I remained skeptical because he had a sickly smile on his face when he said this. I immediately returned to my bedroom and prayed to Minor, the goddess of fortune, seeking guidance from fate. The answer I received was only 2 words: run away. Chapter 5 Thorngrass Boss. Before running away, let's take one last look at the situation. Wait, he prayed to the black tide, and the black tide actually responded to him? How is that possible? The handwriting on the log became hurried and chaotic at this point. I must tell everyone this. Once the Chaos Dark Tide gains human followers, coupled with human intelligence, it will be a nightmare. It's too late, he's about to succeed. I can't escape, only I can stop him now. The handwriting at the end was almost completely twisted, and the page was stained with large patches of blood. Clearly, this legendary explorer had been through a fierce battle and was badly injured. I was badly wounded, but he didn't fare any better. I destroyed the demonic heart that could destroy the world, and he could no longer continue his dangerous experiments. I fled into the territory of the thorny bushes. Thanks to the plant affinity potion Xinglan gave me, they didn't attack me. Instead, they became a protective barrier. That person was also seriously injured and hurriedly left the valley. I no longer had the strength to stand up. Whoever comes after you, please give this logbook to the Imperial Princess. Tell her to be wary of that scholar named Scar. He has become a puppet of the black tide. As payment, take my treasure map. All my treasures will be open to you. No pain, no gain. Every adventure has an imperfect ending. The log ended there. Tucked into the last page was a treasure map. Lin Sheng had just picked up the map when a system notification popped up. Obtain Azeroth's treasure map, miscellaneous, a mythic item. This cheap papyrus scroll marks all the treasure locations in Azeroth. Azeroth has a habit of burying treasures they no longer need in dangerous places they've traversed, as rewards for later explorers. Lin Sheng clutched the treasure map, his emotions churning. This was the entire treasure trove of Azeroth, not just one place, but the whole treasury. It might contain S-rank treasures, god-tier artifacts, or even divine blueprints, enough to drive any lord mad. In his previous life, a lord from Pharonxi opened a treasure vault and obtained the A-grade treasure, the Necklace of the Sea God. With its immunity to storms and whirlpools and its ability to never lose its way, it opened up sea routes and became the overlord of the seas within a few years. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had struggled for 12 years, and his strongest item was only a B-grade treasure. Now, with the treasure map in hand, it was as if countless treasures were beckoning to him, and even divine artifacts were within his grasp. He suppressed his excitement, and carefully placed the logbook and treasure map into his backpack. We must speed things up and reach level 5 before that white man does. The log mentions the castle is not simple. We absolutely cannot give it up easily. If he discovers clues and realizes he obtained the legendary explorer's relics, there will definitely be endless trouble. Lin Sheng ate some simple wild vegetables and fruits, then opened the system chat panel. This was the communication interface bestowed upon the lords by the goddess Asha, allowing for barrier-free communication regardless of distance. It was already buzzing with activity. Some wondered if they were dreaming, some asked if this was still Earth, and others complained that they had just been in bed when they were suddenly transported to another world. A flood of useless information rushed past, which Lin Sheng filtered out. What he wanted to see were the progress of the normally starting lords. Soon, he found several valuable pieces of information. The natives of the main city called them the Chosen of Asha and knew they came from another world, The title of chosen could absolve them of their sins, but it required paying a ransom. The barracks outside the city could recruit soldiers, and as long as their command value was high enough, they could lead troops to farm resource points. Others pointed out that the natives of this world are not NPCs and can also deceive players. Judging from these posts, most people have begun to adapt. They are trying to take on quests, earn gold coins, and even recruit troops from the main city's barracks to lead teams out of the city to farm in the wild. The top spot also features an early game survival guide detailing the purchasing power of gold coins, ways for ordinary players to earn money, recommended places to live, and which areas of the main city are worth visiting and which are best avoided. Countless ordinary lords have given it a thumbs up. After reviewing the information, Lin Sheng confirmed that his progress was still far ahead. No one had yet reached level 2 or higher, nor had anyone obtained any treasures, not even the lowest level alchemical treasures. More importantly, a hidden unit awaited him. The Azeroth log recorded the existence of the Thorngrass boss, and the first kill of the boss would guarantee a blueprint for a building of the same type. Lin Sheng closed the interface, crawled into his sleeping bag, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed in, and the chaotic black tide quickly receded. Lin Sheng packed up his tent, shouldered his pack, and continued his journey. According to the logbook, the Thorngrass mother plant boss was located on the western cliff top. He couldn't miss it. In his previous life, the first lord to discover a new troop building didn't appear until a month later. Now, with the opportunity presented to him, ignoring it would be a disservice. Lin Sheng used ranged reconnaissance to scout ahead, specifically choosing routes with the densest thorns to climb, thus facilitating both travel and leveling up. Ordinary thorn grass is no match for him. In reconnaissance, this unit is listed as a Tier 1, Level 3 enchanted thorn grass, possessing 3 properties: nutrient absorption, paralyzing poison, and capture. 3 properties. It's definitely a super unit. Lin Sheng became even more determined to get his hands on it. The term, rank, represents innate rank. Wild boars are rank 1, while black dragons are rank 7 from birth. Level, represents acquired strength. For example, an ordinary wild boar is rank 1, level 1. Covered in mud, it's rank 1, level 2, and learning magic makes it rank 1, level 3. On the other side, the white man, his hair disheveled, crawled out of the tree hollow. He had barely slept all night, huddled in the narrow hollow, his body aching and terribly hungry. Looking at the distant castle, he felt incredibly agitated. Those zombies were too troublesome. If he had cooperated with that scumbag yesterday, perhaps they could have taken the front yard. But the thought was quickly suppressed by a sneer. That piece of trash didn't even have armor. How could he possibly have survived? Everything here should be his. No one can take it away. The white man searched for food along the way and soon found a fruit tree. He struggled to climb it and gnawed on the sour fruit, feeling as if he had come back to life. As he ate, he thought maliciously that Lin Sheng was probably in a worse situation than him, perhaps starving to death. If he were willing to bow down and become his slave, he might consider giving him some leftovers. As for Lin Sheng living a more comfortable life than him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In his self-proclaimed superior logic, he should always win. If he doesn't win one day, it must be due to external reasons, someone else's sabotage, or his opponent not playing the rules. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng leveled up by defeating monsters along the way, and after reaching level 4, he finally climbed the cliff. A fierce wind swept through the mountains, whistling sharply, accompanied by the clanging sound of metal scraping against metal. At the precipitous cliff top, jagged rock stood, and a giant thorny plant took root in the rock. Its root system was half a meter thick, covered with a yellowish-brown shell. Its thick branches swayed in the wind, and its sharp thorns gleamed with an iron-like color, even sparking when they collided. Lin Sheng's intuition, honed over a decade of battles, told him that this boss was extremely dangerous. Those spikes were as sharp as steel daggers. If they were to strike, they could probably cut a person in half at the waist. And the roots, which were supposed to be a weak point, were protected by an enchanted carapace. His small dagger might not be able to penetrate their defenses. This was a tricky situation. Lin Sheng stood at a distance, calmly observing the arena, and casually cast a ranged reconnaissance spell. The Thorn Grass King was level 6. Attack 10, defense 10, slow attack speed, and unable to move. Its special abilities remained nutrient absorption, paralysis poison, and capture. Its abilities were extremely troublesome. It was crucial to avoid being hit. What's more troublesome is that this terrain is too advantageous for it. The mountain paths are rugged, making it impossible for large forces to ascend. The surrounding boulders also block most ranged attacks. The entire hilltop can only accommodate 4 or 5 people at most. Without later game air units, it would be very difficult for an ordinary lord to kill it. But just because others couldn't do it didn't mean Lin Sheng couldn't. He took off his backpack and leather armor, going into battle lightly equipped. The mountain wind rushed into his collar, but it couldn't extinguish the burning passion in his heart. This was the first boss-level unit he had faced since his rebirth. Lin Sheng strode firmly as he slowly stepped onto the cliff top. The roots of the Thorn King trembled slightly, sensing the intruder. The next second, several thick branches lashed out without warning, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, striking Lin Sheng from all directions. Lin Sheng bent over and rolled, narrowly escaping beneath the branches, feeling the cold wind whipped up by the thorns on the back of his neck. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the boss. Thorns pursued relentlessly, lashing the ground just short of his clothes, sending pebbles flying. Speed is the key to victory. Lin Sheng was always one step ahead. A dozen branches attacked like venomous snakes, but he dodged with complete concentration, as if dancing on a knife's edge, inching closer to the boss. In pursuit of speed, he removed his leather armor. Now, he could not withstand any blow. The slightest misstep would be fatal. The distance was closing, and the pebbles that flew up while dodging were already landing near the roots of the Thorn King. Sensing danger, the boss unleashed a torrent of branches. Now was the time. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng turned and ran, darting through the cracks between the boulders atop the mountain. The branches chased after him relentlessly, following him into the crevices. Lin Sheng followed the route in his mind, circling and drawing them deeper and deeper. Soon, the branches unknowingly became entangled in the rocks, growing increasingly tangled until they formed a knot that could not be moved. The second flaw of plants is their lack of intelligence. They can only act on instinct. With the slightest inducement, they will fall into a trap. The jagged rocks all around it serve as both its shield and its tombstone. The tangled branches twist and writhe wildly, but the more they struggle, the tighter the knot becomes. Chapter 6: Hidden Unit Buildings. Using terrain to defeat bosses has a special name in this world: terrain-based killing. Although magic exists here, basic physical laws still apply. Many transmigrated lords, through continuous research, have managed to make many originally difficult-to-kill bosses ultimately die helplessly due to the terrain. The same was true of the Thorny King before him. Having lost its branches, it had almost no means of attack. Only its roots remained, stuck in the rock, making it a helpless prey. Lin Sheng approached with his dagger, prying open the outer layer of rock around the roots, and cutting them away bit by bit. Just then, the King of Thorns suddenly trembled, its sharp thorns glowing white, and a strong sense of crisis instantly surged into his heart. Something's wrong, danger! Without thinking, Lin Sheng immediately rolled and scrambled into a crevice under the rocks. The next second, magic erupted, and countless spikes shot out like bullets, transforming into a metallic storm that swept across the cliff. A series of clanging sounds rang out as Lin Sheng, huddled in a crevice, narrowly escaped the deadly barrage of spikes. Years of experience fighting bosses had taught him to be on guard against this move. How could he possibly fail here? Once it quieted down outside, the Thorn King was completely withered. Its branches were dry, and its root system was dull and lifeless. That attack had clearly exhausted its last bit of strength. Taking advantage of its weakened state, Lin Sheng immediately rushed forward and began hacking away at the roots. The weak point of plant-type monsters lies in their roots. Attacking vital areas will cause greater damage. Although the roots were as thick as a large tree and couldn't be cut down in a short time, he wasn't in a hurry. The first lord to achieve the first kill of the boss in my previous life didn't appear until a full month later. Now, it's only the second day since I transmigrated. Most people are still figuring things out, and even elite lords are only around level 5. There's no way anyone would steal monsters in this place. In the continent of Asha, whoever lands the final blow takes all the loot. Later on, some lords would specifically target weakened bosses, which was quite annoying. But now, Lin Sheng doesn't have to worry about any of that. A full hour later, the Thorn King's roots were finally severed. Its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking even the cliff face. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations, Lord, for achieving the world's first boss kill. Would you like to announce your name to all lords? Lin Sheng chose to remain hidden without hesitation. He knew that fame was a double-edged sword, and he didn't want to be targeted so early. Quietly making his fortune was the best strategy. The Thorn King's corpse transformed into white light and surged into his body, instantly filling his experience bar and allowing Lin Sheng to successfully level up to level 5. Immediately afterward, a world announcement resounded across all Lord panels. Congratulations, Lord Name Hidden, on your first kill of the boss Thorngrass King. This event is recorded in the world's glorious history. Congratulations, Lord Name Hidden, on your first kill of the boss Thorngrass King. You have gained 100 reputation points. In gratitude for your contribution to the continent of Asha, you are hereby rewarded with a random treasure. The announcement kept flashing, stunning all the transmigrators. The chat interface instantly exploded, with countless posts popping up, all discussing this mysterious, anonymous lord. Some suspected a system error, while others countered that it was a panel bestowed by the goddess of creation and couldn't possibly malfunction. Some were devastated, saying they were terrified even farming basic resource points with only level 4 troops and a few tier 1 units, so how could someone kill the boss on the second day? Others offered a more rational analysis, saying that people really do die in this world, and killing the boss requires courage, strength, and wisdom. Many more immediately begged to befriend a powerful figure, with some even directly proclaiming themselves as adoptive fathers. Meanwhile, the white man slaying zombies inside the castle froze upon hearing the announcement, only to be caught and bitten several times by the zombies. He scrambled out of their pursuit, his first thought being of Lin Sheng. But he quickly dismissed it. How could that trash possibly kill the boss? Once he conquered the castle and made it onto the world stage, he would never hide his name like that cowardly fellow. Just as the white man was dreaming of becoming world famous, Lin Sheng was already standing in front of the boss treasure chest, exhaling a breath and rubbing his hands together. Red hand or black hand, it all depends on this. The treasure chest opened, and notifications popped up one after another. You obtained 10 units of wood. You obtained 100 gold coins. You obtained special equipment, thorn grass poison bottle. This item can enchant weapons, giving them a chance to paralyze enemies upon attack. It takes 1 day to recharge. Later, it also dropped a demonized thorngrass seed and a blueprint for a level 1 hidden unit building, Thorn Garden. Building a thorn garden requires plantable dirt tiles, 1,000 gold coins, 5 wood, 5 stone, and enchanted thorngrass seeds. Once completed, it can cultivate the hidden unit, enchanted thorn grass. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he had obtained a troop building, and it was even a hidden troop. With the blueprint, he could construct the troop building in his territory. Even without territory initially, he could apply to the kingdom to build it within its borders first, and then move it back to his own land later. With troop buildings, there's no need to queue in the main city for hiring slots, and recruitment costs are lower. More importantly, hidden troops are so rare that even money can't buy them, and even if you don't use them yourself, you can sell them, making it a continuous treasure trove. Lin Sheng opened the unit information. Demonized Thorn Grass, Tier 1, Level 3, Attack 6, Defense 4, Slow Attack Speed, Movement Speed 0. Its traits are Nutrient Absorption, Paralyzing Toxin, and Capture. Nutrient Absorption restores health after killing an enemy unit. Paralyzing Toxin has a chance to paralyze flesh and blood targets, and Capture can bind enemies. Its attributes are almost identical to Wild Thorn Grass, the only drawback being that it cannot be moved, but it's perfectly adequate for positional warfare. Looking at what he'd gotten, Lin Sheng was generally satisfied, but aside from the guaranteed troop and building drop on the first kill, the only truly valuable item was a poison bottle. The drop rate was really bad. He hadn't even gotten a single piece of ordinary equipment. Lacking the resource-based talents of his previous life, Lin Sheng felt the cruelty of fate for the first time. He had to find a way to increase his luck stat, because it not only affected his lucky strikes in battle, but also the quantity and quality of loot. However, there were also random treasures as system rewards. Lin Sheng opened his Lord's space backpack, where a golden treasure compass lay quietly. The compass contained 12 silhouettes of treasures, but Lin Sheng couldn't make out the specific items. Aside from a few clearly mechanical alchemical treasures, only 3 truly resembled treasures: a hat, a book, and a pen. He rubbed his hands together again, and with a reverent mind clicked. Use. A pleasant ringing sound rang out, the pointer spun rapidly, and after a few seconds slowly stopped on the silhouette of a book. Lin Sheng was delighted. The probability of getting a top-quality book-type treasure was very high. Even if the system reward was bad, it wouldn't be too outrageous. After all, she was backed by the goddess Asha. She wouldn't dare offer anything low-end. He took a deep breath and clicked to claim. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining a C-grade treasure! Lin Sheng's spirits immediately lifted. A magic book was a valuable item. Each profession had fixed skill restrictions. Aside from a few universal skills, one couldn't freely learn skills from other professions. But the spellbook is different. It can record any class skill, and can be used unconditionally as long as it consumes mana. This is equivalent to an unlimited extra skill slot, and its value is self-evident. Lin Sheng quickly opened the spellbook. Inside, besides the intricate patterns, there were only 3 pages, representing 3 slots. One page already contained the basic mage skill arcane missiles, leaving only 2 blank pages. He was a little disappointed. A perfectly good magic book had taken up a basic skills slot. However, getting a C-grade treasure was already a huge win. Lin Sheng packed up all his belongings, picked up his pack from the ground, and turned to head down the mountain. The Lord's backpack could only hold supplies recognized by the system. Ordinary miscellaneous items couldn't fit inside. Otherwise, those 10 units of wood alone would have been enough to exhaust him. The early game advantages of thieves are their speed and high perception, making them suitable for solo play in the wild, a perfect fit for highly skilled individuals like Lin Sheng. However, thieves are weaker than warriors in both offense and defense, requiring close-quarters combat, where even a slight mistake can result in injury or death. Many lords who choose the thief class become hesitant to engage in monster hunting due to fear of death, leading to slower development. In the later stages, without money or troops, they can only become cannon fodder for scouting, or even simply stay in the main city and live a life of mediocrity. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, thieves have almost become a useless profession. But Lin Sheng, who has lived a second life, knows very well how terrifying thieves can be on the battlefield in the later stages if they are paired with certain special troop types. He would never forget the night his territory was breached. Countless troops descended from the shadows, silently reaping lives like the Grim Reaper, and he, as the Lord, couldn't even find where the enemy was. Chapter 7: The Ghost of the Castle. Lin Sheng returned to the open space where he had pitched his tent the night before, carrying Azri's remains on his back, and trudged down the mountain, his steps uneven. He was only able to defeat that kind of boss thanks to the log and dagger left behind by the powerful figure. In return, he couldn't let this legendary figure lie exposed in the wilderness. He at least needed to find a proper place to bury him. Going up the mountain is easy, but going down is hard. Lin Sheng carefully made his way along the ridge, occasionally casting a remote reconnaissance spell to scout ahead and confirm that there were no ambushes nearby. This was an instinct left over from his previous life. When traveling in unsafe areas, one must scout the environment in advance. Wild monsters can also ambush, and lords of later generations all know the saying. If you don't use reconnaissance while walking, you'll die a miserable and unjust death. Having finally reached the foot of the mountain, Lin Sheng stopped to rest. Although his profession enhanced his body, it wasn't an unlimited stamina trait. Traveling and fighting the boss had depleted his stamina and mana considerably. With 0 knowledge points, mana recovery was very slow. Taking advantage of the rest, Lin Sheng munched on sweet wild berries while taking out his treasured telescope and looking towards the castle. He wondered how the white man was doing. At that moment, the White Lord was resting in the castle's front courtyard, a gleaming battle axe in his hand. Most of the bronze-skinned zombies had been cleared, forcing a path through the area. The white man stroked the axe blade with obvious pride. He'd had a lucky day. He'd found a treasure chest in the front yard bushes and gotten a fine-grade battle axe. This axe had increased attack power by 1 and also had an armor-piercing effect, perfect for countering the copper-skinned zombie's physical defense. Combined with the power boost from the upgrade, he could kill a zombie in just 2 or 3 swings. After several hours, most of the zombies in the front yard had fallen to his axe, leaving only a few in the secluded corners, which he was too lazy to clean up anymore. He sat down in front of the castle to recover his strength, preparing to explore the castle after he finished resting. If even an ordinary treasure chest in the front yard could yield excellent weapons, the treasures inside the castle would surely be even stronger. He had just been browsing the chat, and saw someone showing off a rare weapon, with a bunch of people praising it wildly, and some even offering high prices to buy it. The white man sneered inwardly, thinking that the person had just gotten incredibly lucky. He vowed that once he stormed the castle, obtained the treasure inside, and then posted it online to dazzle everyone. As for Lin Sheng wanting to share the resources with him? Dream on. The entire castle should belong to him. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng found a suitable place to bury Azuri, and placed a few bouquets of wildflowers as a memorial. He silently wished the big boss a good rest, and said he would make good use of the treasure he left behind. Now, it was time for him to set off. The infant form of the Abyss Queen Serenia is still waiting for him to rescue her outside the valley. Due to the influence of the experimental subject, the Dark Heart, no monsters or resource points spawn in the valley, so he won't encounter skeletons guarding piles of wood blocking his way, which saves him time. Lin Sheng set off at full speed, heading straight for the castle along the path. This was the only way out of the valley, and he needed to obtain the items inside to strengthen himself. In the castle's front courtyard, the white man, having finished resting, rose, pushed open the oak door, and slowly stepped into the foyer. The eerie castle was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. All the windows were sealed shut with rubble, offering no light whatsoever. He pulled out his order flame, barely managing to illuminate the interior. Spider webs hung from the ceiling, their strands cascading down. A cold wind, carrying a chilling stench, swept in from somewhere, brushing against his neck and sending a shiver down his spine. The walls were damp and moldy, and the wooden furniture had long since rotted into dust. A dozen or so bronze-skinned zombies huddled in the corridor, wandering aimlessly. Seeing that it was the same kind of zombies, the white man grinned confidently, brandishing his axe and charging forward. He quickly cleared the corridor. There were several doors on both sides, but they were all locked. He tried turning the handles but couldn't open them, so he simply swung his axe and chopped them down. Reality wasn't a game. If he couldn't open the door, he'd just smash it. After the door was chopped open, there was only a guest room inside, with nothing of value except for rotten and messy furniture. The white man, utterly disappointed, turned to leave, only to be choked by the musty smell and dust, and sneezed. Achoo! The loud sound echoed through the corridor, reaching deep into the castle. The next second, the shadows in the depths suddenly stirred, coalescing into twisted human figures that rustled and crawled all over the entire corridor. Those shadows hovered 3 inches above the ground, their edges tinged with a sickly, eerie green. Their forms were hazy and transparent, yet they drifted towards them with incredible speed. Ghosts. Second-tier undead units, possessing extremely high physical damage reduction. Their only weakness is magic. Upon spotting their target, the ghosts shrieked in unison, the piercing sound waves flooding the white man's mind, making his limbs feel incredibly heavy. A malicious wail, reducing the enemy's maximum damage by 1 point. The white man's scalp tingled with fear, and he froze on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the ghosts were already beside him, their claws slashing viciously at his arm. With a screech, the claws scraped against the iron armor, producing a piercing sound and leaving deep scratches. Frost spread along the armor plates, its chill penetrating to the bone. The frost claw strike reduced the enemy's movement speed by 1 point upon impact. Help! The white man was terrified, too scared to even fight back. He dropped his battle axe and scrambled towards the gate, clutching his head. The ghost chased after him until he burst through the castle gates, then stopped. They seemed afraid of the sunlight outside, refusing to step out and merely pacing back and forth in front of the gate. The white man stood in the sunlight, still shaken, but finally regaining his composure. Through the ghost's translucent body, he saw the battle axe he had left in the corridor and cursed angrily. "It's utter garbage!" He never imagined there would be such a thing in the castle. Aren't ghosts only found in horror movies? What kind of ghost world is this? He took a few breaths, then looked back at the castle with resentment. No, he couldn't give up on the treasures inside. Now that he had transmigrated here, he was determined to rise above others. But the thought of the ghosts made him hesitant to approach. Zombies at least had physical forms, and swords could kill them, but ghosts were ethereal and unpredictable. He wasn't sure if ordinary weapons would be effective. If he could find a living creature, he could test the ghost's damage first. But he hadn't seen a single animal in this valley. Soon, he thought of Lin Sheng. That trashy thief, wouldn't he be perfect to capture and use as a scouting tank? There were no other monsters in the valley, so that guy was probably still level 1. He, on the other hand, had already reached level 4. Dealing with a mere thief would be a piece of cake. The white man switched back to his original one-handed sword, glared resentfully at the ghost in the castle, turned, and left to find Lin Sheng. But as soon as he stepped out of the front yard, he saw Lin Sheng rushing towards him in the distance. Perfect timing. This piece of trash dared to ignore his warnings and approach his castle, saving him no excuse to cause trouble. The white man squinted, noticing Lin Sheng's tattered clothes and dusty appearance, and immediately a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He himself hadn't been this disheveled even after fighting those dangerous zombies. This guy had only been wandering around the mountains for a short while, and he was already in this state. In his opinion, Lin Sheng probably couldn't survive and had come to him for help. Trash is just weak. He had already planned it out. First, he'd make Lin Sheng kneel down and lick his shoes, then he'd lure him into the castle to act as a human shield. So the white man crossed his arms, raised his chin high, and waited for Lin Sheng to approach before striking first. "You piece of trash, you're still alive? Didn't I warn you not to come near here? If you want my help, kneel down and lick my shoes first." Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow and replied with a half-smile. "Even a dog knows that when you're running away in a panic, you should tuck your tail between your legs instead of barking loudly. Why don't you understand?" He paused, then looked at the white man's empty hands. "Speaking of which, where's your axe? Did you leave it in the castle in your fright?" The white man's expression changed drastically. How did this piece of trash know? He gritted his teeth and roared. "You damn trash, how dare you spy on me?" Having been caught in such an embarrassing moment by someone he looked down upon, the white man trembled with rage. Just as he was about to explode, his gaze suddenly fell on something behind Lin Sheng. It was a tent. In the wilderness, the importance of a tent is self-evident. The white man had huddled in a tree hollow last night, barely sleeping a wink. With a tent, he could have a peaceful night's rest. Greed surged within him instantly, and his eyes turned red. Damn thief, this tent should have been his. Everything in the valley should have belonged to him. But he quickly suppressed his murderous intent. Lin Sheng was a professional thief, far faster than a warrior. Once he sensed something was wrong and turned to flee into the dense forest, he wouldn't be able to catch him. He had to lure him closer first before making his move. The white man forced a smile and stepped aside to make way. "Since you say I can't do it, then the castle is yours. Let me see how you handle those monsters." Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes, standing still. Such abrupt change in attitude. Did this guy really think he was an idiot? He wasn't some kind of lazy, spoiled fool. Seeing that Lin Sheng wasn't falling for it, the white man grew anxious and deliberately raised his voice to mock. "Come on, you lowly trash, you can't be too scared, can you?" Lin Sheng shook his head. Only a fool would fall for such a low-level provocation. He spoke calmly. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you Ansar. Your eyes are red like that, you must be after what I have, right? A pirate is a pirate, old habits die hard." The white man's face turned ashen, and his right hand, gripping the sword hilt, tightened involuntarily, his knuckles turning white. Chapter 8. A man dies when he's killed. The white man suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Sheng's retreating figure. "Trash is trash. Did he really think he couldn't do anything just because he was far away? Daring to insult him? Then die. He drew his one-handed sword and hurled it with all his might towards Lin Sheng's chest. If it hit, it would pierce through the leather armor and turn Lin Sheng into a meat skewer. But the prerequisite was that the strike had to land. Lin Sheng remained calm and raised his adventurer's dagger. With a clang, the metal clashed, and he parried the flying sword, which then embedded itself diagonally into the ground. Can't keep up the act anymore? The white man seized the opportunity to charge, like a raging rhinoceros, closing in on Lin Sheng in the blink of an eye. He roared and swung his fist at Lin Sheng's head. In a melee combat environment, armor is practically an armored vehicle, and a dagger would hardly be able to penetrate its defenses. As long as he could engage in close combat and not give Lin Sheng a chance to use his speed, he was confident of victory. After all, he had leveled up to level 4 by killing zombies, which wasn't low, and he also had an advantage in equipment and strength. How could he possibly lose with such an advantage? The fist, encased in iron armor, came hurtling through the air with a whistling sound. If it landed, even the boxing champion would fall to the ground on the spot. But Lin Sheng wasn't a boxing champion. He merely tilted his head slightly, and the fist grazed past his hair. It missed. After reaching level 5, Lin Sheng gained extra attributes, and with the free attributes from leveling up, he added a total of 4 points to speed, bringing his speed to over 10. To him, the white man's movements were as slow as a half-speed playback. Seeing the astonished look on the other man's face, Lin Sheng twirled his dagger and precisely stabbed it into the gap in the armored arm. The next second, the blade sliced around, slicing off the armor and the arm together. Blood splattered. The white man screamed and fell to the ground, writhing in agony, clutching his severed arm, his face covered in snot and tears. Lin Sheng stepped forward, pressing down on the man's uninjured left hand, and gently flicked the blood off the dagger. Relax, it'll stop hurting soon. The white man swallowed hard, pleading through the excruciating pain. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. I can be your slave, I'll never betray you. Lin Sheng shook his head, his eyes devoid of any pity. It's good that you know you're wrong. Go repent to your God. Since you've harbored murderous intent, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Sheng raised his knife and brought it down, slitting the white man's throat. The white man twitched a few times, then quickly fell silent. After the murder, Lin Sheng felt no emotion. In his 12 years in his previous life, he had witnessed too much slaughter, killing many local natives and malicious lords alike. A flash of light appeared on the white man's corpse, and a pile of supplies fell out, 1,200 gold coins, 2 units each of wood and stone, all common resources found in the treasure chests in the castle's front yard. Having only traveled for 2 days, this person didn't have much of value. The iron armor was decent, but its weight was too high, reducing his speed by 3 points, making it useless to Lin Sheng. The one-handed sword was only of miscellaneous quality, offering no extra bonuses, even inferior to an explorer's dagger. There were also a dozen or so wild fruits in his bag, which looked pretty but were actually quite unpalatable. Most of these items were trash. Lin Sheng simply bent down to pick up the man's order flame, storing it along with the supplies into his lord's backpack. With his level high enough and the danger cleared, it was time to conquer the castle. Lin Sheng opened the panel to check his attributes. Class, Thief, Level 5, Attack 5, Defense 2, Speed 10, Knowledge and Spell Power 0, Command 3000, Reputation 100, Luck 0. The equipment includes an explorer's dagger, along with a thorny venom vial, a thorn garden structure, enchanted thorn seeds, 2 order flames, and a treasure map of Azeroth. The treasures are a spell book and an explorer's telescope. After a brief rest, Lin Sheng arrived at the castle gate and cast a ranged reconnaissance spell. Everything in the dilapidated corridor was immediately revealed, including the monsters hiding in the shadows. They were ghosts, Tier 2, Level 1 undead units. High attack, low defense, Speed 5. They could float across obstacles, had reduced physical damage, increased magical damage, and could use frost claws to slow down enemies and malice howl to reduce damage. This type of unit is specifically effective against physical units. If it weren't for the spellbook rewarded by the system, Lin Sheng would never have set foot here. But now it's different. He took out the spell book and stepped into the corridor. The ghost smelled the scent of a living person and immediately howled as it pounced from the shadows. Lin Sheng stepped back outside the door, swiped his finger across the pages of the book, and 3 ghostly blue orbs shot out, trailing streaks of light as they hurtled towards the ghost. With a bang, a magic missile exploded through the translucent body, instantly killing 1 ghost. Lin Sheng stood outside the castle, leisurely flicking his fingers, firing arcane missiles one after another, reaping the ghosts in the corridor. The remaining ghosts blocked the doorway, but dared not take a step forward, forced to passively endure the attacks. The card system is also part of the Asha continent. Just as Lin Sheng was grinding away, a sharp shriek suddenly came from the castle. All the ghosts shuddered, the area restrictions instantly lifted, and they rushed out of the castle like a tidal wave, viciously attacking Lin Sheng. The boss couldn't hold back anymore? Lin Sheng already knew there was a boss hiding in the castle. Now it seems that this guy is quite intelligent, actually changing his tactics. He leaped backward into the courtyard, using his speed to create distance. Behind him, a swarm of ghosts rolled in, their stench of decay overwhelming him. Their claws grazed his clothes several times, but always missed. Lin Sheng moved within the ghost's attack range, his fingers flashing incessantly, like a deathly waltz. Arcane missiles struck repeatedly, gradually thinning the ghostly tide until it completely dissipated. The last missile was fired, and the last ghost was killed. Dozens of ghosts brought a lot of experience, bringing him just a little short of level 6. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, put away his spell book, and activated stealth to enter the castle. In the corridor, a gleaming axe lay on the ground. It was decent equipment for the early game, but its owner was too incompetent, having been so frightened that he even dropped his weapon. Lin Sheng picked up the axe and put it into his spatial backpack, continuing his exploration. The castle had 3 floors. All the ghosts on the first floor had been lured out and wiped out. In the living room, a wooden treasure chest was gleaming brightly, clearly guarded by ghosts. Lin Sheng didn't approach rashly, but instead took out his initial dagger and flicked it into the chest. With a thud, the dagger pierced the wood. It wasn't a mimicry chest. Only then did Lin Sheng step forward and open the chest. A series of notifications sounded. He had obtained 1,000 gold coins, 2 units of gems, 2 units of mercury, 3 units of soul powder, and the rare grade equipment, the ghost necklace. The ghost necklace increases spell power by 1 point and, when worn, allows the user to cast a low-level spell, slow. This was a huge success. The treasure chests here hadn't been opened yet, so the rewards were plentiful, and they were all high-level resources. Lin Sheng finally understood why those big guilds were so keen on pioneering new areas. After opening the treasure chests, he found a set of keys on the fireplace. The keys corresponded to 6 doors on either side, which might hold some good stuff. Lin Sheng checked each room one by one with the key. The first guest room was empty, and the second was also empty. The third room was a study, filled with books, but unfortunately, the castle leaked badly, and most of the pages were soaked and rotten. He searched around but found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of light under the rotten pages. Lin Sheng opened the rotten books and took out a glowing book. The basic offensive spell, a strategic magic, increases the physical attack damage of troops. Lin Sheng didn't learn it. Instead, he put it in his inventory. Ordinary offensive spells would clutter his skill bar, and forgetting them would be very costly. He knew of a secret realm where he could learn the legendary Storm offense spell, and one could only master 1 spell of the same type. However, selling this book for money wouldn't be bad, since not every lord could obtain legendary skills. He then found the basic defense and basic reconnaissance skills. Looking at the 3 skill books in his hand, Lin Sheng's expression was somewhat strange. He had actually collected all 3 essential basic skills for a novice lord at once. Unfortunately, he himself wouldn't need them. Lin Sheng put away the skill books and left the study. The 4th room was still empty. The 5th room, however, was filled with signs of battle. His spirits lifted instantly. A battle had taken place here, and no one had had time to clean it up. Clearly, this was the room where the legendary adventurer Azeroth had stayed. Because the scholar Scal was forced to abandon the castle after the battle, the scene hadn't been cleaned up. Azeroth possessed a vast collection of treasures, and anything associated with his name usually meant one thing: we were about to become rich. Chapter 9 Castle Boss. With the room in Azeroth laid out before him, Lin Sheng certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed. He activated his reconnaissance skill and explorer's telescope, maxing out his abilities and beginning a thorough search of the entire guest room. The room looked as if it had been ravaged by a hurricane. The walls were covered in marks of varying depths, the furniture was broken and scattered, and thick layers of dust covered everything. The bluestone floor was pitted and uneven, bearing the marks of battle. Slashes, bullet holes, and corrosive pits were scattered throughout. Magic slash, annihilation, arcane bullet, dragon breath, corrosion. Lin Sheng recognized these advanced spells, even though he hadn't used them before. It seemed that the scholar Scal was no ordinary person. Avoiding the dangerous magical remnants, Lin Sheng searched the area and finally found 2 items, a glove and a cookbook. The first item is the Azerian Explorer's gloves, right hand, gold grade, perfect, but damaged. Attack damage, attack speed, and luck have all dropped from 5 to low values. Only mana infusion remains usable, restoring 100 mana points with a 24-hour cooldown. The other 2 skills, Arcane Shift and Hostile Sense, are also broken. The description also mentions that giving it to one of Azerian's consorts might yield unexpected rewards. Even so, this was still a top-tier item, powerful enough to dominate in the early game. Lin Sheng immediately put on gloves, drew his dagger, and tested it a few times. Its speed and lethality were noticeably improved. If he could have it repaired by a master blacksmith later, its value would skyrocket. He then opened the cookbook. Azerite's Culinary Compendium, a legendary miscellaneous item, it recorded cuisines from all over the world, as well as some unique original dishes. Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. This item was even more precious than the gloves. It contained several legendary recipes. Each legendary recipe was priceless. Even 100 million gold coins wouldn't guarantee a sale. These dishes could only be prepared by master chefs, and their effects were incredibly powerful. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had spent a fortune to eat a dish called Dragon's Feast, which permanently increased all his attributes by 1. If you eat enough, your attributes can even overwhelm your enemies. In my previous life, there were only a dozen or so legendary recipes that appeared on the entire continent. Once, for just one of them, all the major guilds mobilized their entire forces, with tens of thousands of people and their troops fighting fiercely. And now, Lin Sheng has several of them in his hands. After collecting his spoils, Lin Sheng left the room, satisfied. He had explored the entire first floor, and the harvest far exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, he hadn't had such good fortune. Back then, he had dutifully arrived in the main city, spending almost the entire first month competing with other lords for resources. The main city had no shortage of people. Even a low-level resource point could attract dozens of players vying for it. Later, he offended a guild and was blacklisted, with no one daring to team up with him. Alone, Lin Sheng was frequently suppressed and had his monsters stolen by groups of lords, forcing him to grind scraps in remote corners to survive. Even so, relying on his resource-based talent, he fought his way through tens of millions of people to become one of the top 10 lords to advance to the divine realm. Having achieved such heights with his epic-level talent in his past life, he naturally aspires to be number 1 with his legendary talent in this life. Lin Sheng composed himself and looked towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Upstairs lay the castle's boss. Judging from the monsters that had appeared in the castle, the boss was most likely also an undead. It was a pity he hadn't learned diplomacy yet, otherwise he might have been able to recruit these troops. In the world of Asha, the undead don't simply represent terror like in typical fantasy stories. They symbolize peace and order, and the balance between life and death. Lords and heroes can also summon undead to fight against the Black Tide. The undead are mainly divided into 3 categories: skeletons, who eventually become bone dragons, zombies, who eventually become vampire lords, and ghosts, who eventually become ghost dragons or dragon liches. As for which category the boss mentioned above belongs to, that remains to be seen. Thieves are primarily physical damage dealers, so they can be quite troublesome against undead types with extremely high physical damage reduction. Lin Sheng used feints followed by real attacks, carefully ascending the stairs. When exploring castles, dungeons, and labyrinths, the most important thing to watch out for is the traps underfoot. Although he hadn't learned to detect traps yet, his experience from his previous life allowed him to recognize several traps from subtle clues. Gravity binding, enhanced explosions, frost traps, quite a variety. It's a pity he doesn't know how to use thief traps right now, otherwise he could dismantle them and use them himself. Lin Sheng held up the order flame for illumination, glanced at the traps with reluctance, and continued upwards. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, a strong chill hit him. Even wearing thick leather armor, he felt the biting cold. The second floor was a spacious hall, its ceiling inlaid with luminous crystals that illuminated the surroundings. The floor was covered in thick frost. This was frost terrain, which slowed the movement speed of heroes and units, except for special units. Experimental equipment piled up in the hall was now completely covered in ice. A boss capable of altering terrain was definitely not easy to deal with. Lin Sheng could only hope that its opponent wasn't a ghost-type being. He extinguished the order flame, crouched at the stairwell, and took out his binoculars to observe. A dozen or so icy blue, transparent figures roamed the hall, resembling humans in appearance, and even seeming somewhat harmless. But Lin Sheng knew very well that they were frost wraiths, second-tier, level 2 undead units. Their attack power was low, but their defense was formidable, and they possessed ice armor and a chilling aura. Melee attacks against them not only weakened physical attacks but also had a chance to slow the attacker. These types of troops are veritable killers for newbies in the early game. Lords lacking magic and ranged attacks often get bogged down by them, ultimately wiping out their hard-earned forces. If the mobs are already this troublesome, the boss will only be more difficult. Lin Sheng turned his binoculars and quickly spotted the final boss of the castle in the center of the frost wraiths. It was a dark, vengeful spirit, its soul almost solidified, holding a staff, muttering to itself with its head bowed. Behind it lay a glittering golden treasure chest, a rare item, capable of containing at least a C-grade treasure. The real challenge, of course, was the boss. Lin Sheng secretly cast a reconnaissance spell, and the opponent's attributes were immediately revealed. The Dark Wraith, a Tier 3 unit, Orphides, is a hero unit at level 10. It has an attack of 6, a defense of 6, and extremely fast casting speed. Its special characteristics are a ghostly body and rapid casting. The former significantly reduces physical damage and has a chance to grant direct immunity to physical attacks. Lin Sheng frowned. A level 10 undead boss, having completed its first class advancement, must possess class skills. Moreover, these named bosses usually possess basic intelligence and are spellcaster units. The Dark Wraiths are skilled in negative magic, and may use attacks, defenses, and speed reduction spells. A magic-based boss paired with melee minions, even a regular lord with second-tier troops might not be able to defeat this lineup. Let alone Lin Sheng trying to solo it. Life is only once. In this world, death is truly death. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Give up? Impossible. The harder the boss, the greater the reward. If he retreated at the first sign of trouble, how could he save the Abyss Queen? How could he face the pursuit of the Mage Tower forces? Lin Sheng made up his mind, activated stealth, and stepped into the second-floor hall. He approached slowly, stopping a dozen steps away from the Frost Wraiths, just outside their perception range. The Frost Wraiths continued to wander aimlessly, undisturbed. Monster aggro is chained. Attacking one will inevitably trigger a swarm of others. Even a fully equipped, level 10 shield knight wouldn't withstand such an onslaught for long. Lin Sheng cancelled stealth, drew his initial miscellaneous grade dagger, and hurled it at one of the Frost Wraiths. Although he hadn't learned the throwing knife skill, his archery skills from his past life were still there, and at this distance, there was no way he could miss. With a clang, the dagger pierced the Frost Wraith's ice armor. Ah! The attacked Frost Wraith noticed Lin Sheng and immediately screamed. Boss Ophidas also instantly waved his staff, buffing all units. Strategic magic activated, basic offensive spell and basic defensive spell. The Frost Wraith's attack and defense increased once again. Without the slightest hesitation, before the boss could cast negative spells on him, Lin Sheng turned and ran. Behind him, the group of Frost Wraiths immediately gave chase. Chapter 10: A Boss with Intelligence? A dozen frost wraiths roared and charged towards Lin Sheng, their bodies shimmering with a chilling blue light. Anyone who got close would be slowed down, making escape nearly impossible. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng turned and retreated downstairs. His speed was perfectly controlled, neither escaping their aggro range nor giving the wraiths a chance to catch up, like bait dangling before the monsters. Flying a kite sounds simple, but it's incredibly difficult in practice. If you run too fast, the monster will turn around. If you run too slow, you'll be pulled into combat. Even more troublesome is that you have to keep turning back to attack, deceiving the boss, which possesses basic intelligence, to prevent it from summoning more minions. Lin Sheng avoided the traps along the stairs, retreating all the way to the first floor of the castle. The frost wraiths are floating units and won't step on the stair mechanisms, but that doesn't mean the traps are unusable. He aimed carefully, turned, and fired an arcane missile that struck the gravity-binding trap directly. With a whoosh, the magical trap activated instantly. An invisible wave spread out, locking onto all units on the steps. The frost wraiths were immediately crushed by the gravity, lying sprawled on the ground, unable to move. The effectiveness of gravity binding depends on the target's resilience and size/weight. Behemoths like titans can break free in moments, but frost wraiths are almost weightless and have low magical resilience, meaning they only suffer the full effect of the trap. In his previous life, many lords specifically used this type of gravity magic to counter wraith units. Lin Sheng put away his spell book, bypassed the trapped monsters, and headed straight for the second floor. His mana was limited and couldn't be wasted on minions. His real target was the boss. Returning to the second floor, Afida slowly turned its head, its empty eye sockets landing on Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng actually sensed a hint of curiosity in that gaze. Was it thinking? Did this boss possess sentience? Afida's opened its mouth, its voice dry and hoarse. Using a trap to achieve its goal. Asha's chosen one, interesting. In the eyes of the local natives, people like Lin Sheng were chosen ones summoned by the goddess Asha, responsible for resolving world crises. Lin Sheng looked at the boss before him, a thought flashing through his mind. A boss capable of communication. Could it be that its memories from before death have awakened? He tentatively asked. Since you've regained your intelligence, Senior, you should know your current situation, right? Do you need any help? If the other party doesn't want to become an undead and actively seeks release, that would be even better. If it can be resolved verbally, there's no need to fight to the death, and the experience and treasure chests won't be lacking. Afidas looked down at his hands, seemingly lost in thought. My state? Yes, I'm dead. Lin Sheng's heart leaped with joy. There was hope. But the next moment, Afidas suddenly looked up, its empty eye sockets locking onto Lin Sheng. So that's how it is. I've finally waited for my hero to arrive. I've guarded this secret for far too long. So, chosen one, step forward, let me weigh your strength, and see if you are worthy. As it finished speaking, it raised its staff, and a ghostly blue flame ignited in its eye sockets. A powerful magical wave spread out, distorting the surrounding light. Lin Sheng was stunned. A burst of magical power? Starting with the second phase right off the bat? This verbal attack hadn't lowered the difficulty, it had actually strengthened the boss. He didn't dare hesitate, raising his hand to fire 3 arcane missiles, interrupting the spellcasting while rapidly closing in. Against a magic-based boss, he had to close the distance and suppress the casting, otherwise, he'd just be a sitting duck. The gravity trap would only last an hour at most. He had to defeat Afidas before then. Bosses like the Dark Wraith aren't strong in direct damage, but they excel at various negative spells. Afidas raised a finger, and a dark beam of light shot directly at Lin Sheng. A slow spell. If it hit, his speed would be like a snail's, and he would surely die. Lin Sheng lowered his body and rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the attack. During the roll, his fingertips traced the pages of a book, and 3 arcane missiles flew in a triangular formation towards the boss. Afidas waved his staff, conjuring an ice shield in front of him. The missile struck the shield, exploding into a shower of icy mist and fragments. Taking advantage of the obscured vision, Lin Sheng suddenly exerted force with his feet, closing in instantly. Sensing danger, the dark, vengeful spirit spread its arms and howled. A painful wail erupted, the sound waves sweeping across Lin Sheng's body, disrupting his mind and interrupting his spellcasting. He lost his footing and nearly fell. Lin Sheng, suppressing his discomfort, rushed to the boss, his dagger flashing coldly. A direct strike, and it hit! The dagger pierced the dark wraith's body like a resilient balloon, forcefully taking away a wisp of its soul. Ophida's spirit body suddenly dimmed. Unable to cast other spells while channeling its agonizing howl, it naturally couldn't withstand this blow. After taking a solid hit, the dark wraith groaned and immediately launched a counterattack. Chapter 11 Golden Perfect Grade Equipment. The weakening curse reduces attack damage. The necromancer's mark increases the damage dealt by undead to targets. The corruption spell weakens defense, and may also reduce equipment durability. The distance was too close. Lin Sheng had no time to dodge. In an instant, red, blue, and black curse lights exploded one after another on his body, making him appear as if he were dyed in a kaleidoscope of colors. His limbs went weak instantly, his body turned cold, and his attributes were significantly suppressed. The dark wraith Ophidas spoke hoarsely. "Not bad, you managed to get close during a spellcasting gap. But physical attacks have limited damage against spirits. If that's all you've got, then this ends here, Chosen One." Ghostly types are naturally strong against physical attacks, not only greatly reducing damage, but also potentially granting complete immunity. That's precisely why Lin Sheng was unwilling to confront the undead-type boss. If he really relied on a dagger, it would probably take thousands of stabs. But Lin Sheng gritted his teeth, only one thought remaining in his mind: end it here? What a joke! Now is the chance. He immediately activated his glove skill, channeling magic power and instantly maxing out his mana. The next second, he pulled out his spell book, pressed the pages directly onto the dark wraith, and poured all his magic into it in one go. Arcane missiles, all-out attack! The overloaded spell book creaked and trembled violently before unleashing a barrage of arcane missiles at close range, all blasting into the dark wraith's body. Not a single ounce of magic was wasted. Each shot was vicious and deadly. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. The gloomy, vengeful spirit froze on the spot, a large hole blasted in its chest, its spirit body dim as if a light bulb was about to go out. Lin Sheng drew his dagger to finish it off, but his stab missed. The black mist on the boss receded like a tide, revealing the silhouette of a young man with brown hair and brown eyes, wearing a mage's robe. A gentle smile played on his lips as he lightly pressed Lin Sheng's hand, which was gripping the knife. "Congratulations, you've won. My mission is complete. Thank you, Chosen One. I can finally sleep. Go collect your spoils, then head to the 3rd floor of the castle. All the answers are there. Keep moving forward, don't lose your way, don't back down, for this world, for Goddess Asha." As his words fell, his soul completely disintegrated, transforming into golden specks of light that floated into the sky. That tormented soul finally found peace. A surge of experience flowed into Lin Sheng's body, instantly propelling him from just shy of level 5 to just shy of level 6, a full level increase. "Congratulations, Lord, on successfully achieving the first kill of the boss, the Dark Wraith Ophidas. Shall we announce his name to all lords?" Lin Sheng chose to hide without hesitation. The next second, the world chat was flooded with red text again. "Congratulations to the Lord, name hidden, for the first ever kill of the boss, the Dark Wraith. This event is recorded in the world's glorious history. Congratulations to the Lord, name hidden, for gaining 100 world reputation points. Congratulations to the Lord, name hidden, for receiving 2,000 gold coins." After all, this was only the second time the boss had been killed for the first time, so it was normal not to receive any loot rewards. However, the chat channel instantly exploded. Some exclaimed that this was already the second person to achieve a first kill of the boss. Some were so jealous they called for a report. Others vied to claim the kill, saying this powerful individual must be from their own country. Many more started spamming the chat asking to be friends, and some even directly called him Anonymous Husband. Lin Sheng ignored the messy news, rubbed his hands together, and looked at the boss kill treasure chest in front of him. Luckily, he opened it. A flash of silver light. Obtained equipment, Shadow Cloak, Rare Equipment, Attributes, Defense +1, Concealment +2. Special feature, Gliding, allows the cloak to be deployed when falling from a height, slowing the descent. A rare silver-grade equipment, with added stealth attribute, it's practically a top-tier item for thieves. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his luck stat really worked, just a slight increase yielded such rare equipment. But the next second, a dazzling golden light caught his eye. Equipment obtained, dark attribute leather armor, perfect grade, defense +3, magic resilience +1, trait, shadow affinity, grants additional bonuses when casting dark elemental magic. The active skill, Shadow Strike, continuously burns mana upon activation, greatly increasing movement speed and adding dark attribute damage to attacks. Lin Sheng's eyes widened, almost in disbelief. A perfect gold-grade equipment. In his previous life, he had to hide everywhere because he had offended someone, and it took him a full year to obtain his first piece of gold-grade equipment. Gold-grade equipment far surpasses silver-grade equipment in both attributes and characteristics. This item even comes with a special skill, making it an absolute gem among gold-tier items. If converted to gold coins, it would be enough for him to buy a luxurious manor and become a wealthy tycoon in this other world. A flash of white light appeared in the treasure chest, and a skill book popped out. Skill book obtained, Frost Ring. This is a basic spell, but unfortunately, Lin Sheng isn't a mage and can't learn it. However, it could still fetch a good price at the main city's auction house. This was a massive windfall. Both pieces of equipment were incredibly useful to him. Lin Sheng was satisfied and turned to walk towards the nearby Guardian treasure chest. Compared to the boss kill treasure chest, the Guardian treasure chest was far more valuable, even having a chance to contain rare items. These items could strengthen the entire army, influencing the course of a battle, and were far more valuable than the equipment. In this world, lords must ultimately lead armies into battle. No matter how strong an individual is, they can be overwhelmed by an endless array of troops. True strength lies in commanding a powerful army. Come, let him see what's hidden inside this treasure chest. Chapter 12 C-Rank Treasure. Goddess of Fortune, I must get a treasure. Lin Sheng suppressed his excitement and reached for the treasure chest. Thankfully, the chest wasn't locked. The next second, a system notification sounded. *ding! Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained a C-Rank treasure, the Life Orb. The Life Orb, when worn by a hero, increases the maximum health of their flesh and blood troops. Immediately afterward, another 2,000 gold coins, along with 2 units each of mercury and gems, were deposited into his account. He had indeed obtained a treasure, but Lin Sheng frowned slightly after reviewing its effects. The Life Orb was only passable, as it restricted flesh and blood units and was completely useless against elemental, or undead races. If other lords saw him looking so picky, they'd probably drown in his spittle. Even in the later stages, only 1 in 10,000 lords possess treasures. There's no room for pickiness. Lin Sheng put away the resources and treasures, turning to look at the steps leading to the 3rd floor. It was pitch black there, not even illuminated by the glowing crystals in the hall. What secrets did this ancient castle's 3rd floor hold? What could possibly make a hero willingly become a trial boss, guarding this place? Whatever the answer, it was certainly not simple. Lin Sheng was curious, but he didn't rush up. The sun was already setting outside the castle, and darkness was approaching. The chaotic black tide was about to surge in. Defeating 2 bosses in a single day had pushed his body and mind to their limits. Exploring the 3rd floor would have to wait until tomorrow. But before resting, he needed to deal with the frost wraiths at the stairwell. Otherwise, if these things lifted the tent flap and crawled in while he was sleeping at night, blowing a chill down his face, that would be too outrageous. Although this type of soldier was somewhat humanoid, Lin Sheng had absolutely no interest in them. If he really had to choose a soldier to sleep with, he'd definitely prioritize elves, especially the fair-skinned, beautiful, blonde-haired light elves. At the very least, a succubus from the Hell race would do. Curvy, long-legged, scantily clad, and certainly adept at having fun. Lost in thought, Lin Sheng wielded his dagger, clearing away the frost wraiths one by one from the steps. He'd exhausted his mana fighting the boss, and the recovery was too slow, so he could only slowly whittle down the enemy's health with his dagger. After some time, he finally cleared the race from the stairwell, successfully leveling up to level 7. Lin Sheng casually allocated his attribute points to attack, then set up a tent on the second floor of the castle. He hung up the order flame, confirming that the area wouldn't be affected by the black tide. Although there were luminous crystals on the second floor ceiling, they were just ordinary light sources and couldn't block the chaotic black tide. Lin Sheng chewed on sweet, wild fruits to replenish his strength. After eating wild vegetables and fruits for 2 consecutive days, his mouth was practically tasteless. That's how life in the wild is. Conditions aren't as good as in the main city, but resources are plentiful. In later generations, many lords would pack their armies with marching rations and travel for days at a time. With nothing to do, Lin Sheng opened the chat interface to see what had happened that day. The most popular thread, unsurprisingly, was about the 2 bosses being killed. Numerous posts speculated about who had managed to slay a boss on their second day after transmigrating. People were filled with envy and jealousy, and their words also subtly hinted at a desire to curry favor with the powerful. Some speculated that the boss dropped the item and asked the anonymous lord to post about it so everyone could see for themselves. Many more discussed the possibility of defeating the boss, but no one seemed to have a good strategy. After all, boss-level units are too dangerous. One wrong move and the entire party is wiped out. You can recruit new units, but if a player dies, they're gone for good. Scrolling through these posts, the second most popular type of content is warnings about the dangers of nighttime. The goddess Asha has long since explicitly forbidden going out at night, even instilling this as common sense into everyone's minds. But among tens of millions of people, there are always some stubborn ones who don't believe in fate, thinking that just because others die doesn't mean they will die, and what if they have a miraculous encounter? So some people try to leave the protection of the order flame and directly come into contact with the chaotic black tide of the night. Lin Sheng could guess the outcome without even seeing it. One post had a particularly eye-catching title. "Never step into the black tide. My friend, a level 4 warrior, was corrupted into a monster just by touching the black tide with his finger." The post included a video. In the video, a white warrior greeted someone with a grin, then recklessly stretched his hand out to the edge of the order flame. The next second, the black tide suddenly wrapped around his hand, quickly burrowing into his body and spreading wildly along his blood vessels and bones. In just a few seconds, his body twisted and deformed, transforming into a Tier 2, Level 1 monster, the Rotting Face. The person filming screamed in terror, but the system interface faithfully recorded the scene. The comments section exploded instantly. Some exclaimed how terrifying it was, others cursed at those who don't court death, meaning they wouldn't die if they didn't do stupid things, and still others said that the local natives were the same. If they didn't enter the main city area before dark, they would mutate into monsters. Some people were concerned about whether the person filming survived, which immediately drew criticism. If he didn't win, would he still be able to post this? Another lord claimed he sent a Tier 1, Tier 2 unit to probe the black tide, but it went missing as soon as it entered. Everyone immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, you've already recruited a Tier 2 unit!" Soon after, someone else jumped in to boast, saying they'd soloed many high-level monsters and even posted a picture of a rare piece of equipment. It was a Fam one-handed sword, dealing +1 damage and having a chance to inflict bleeding on attack. Definitely good in the early game. But soon someone recognized that the picture had appeared that morning and wasn't his at all. The post was a mix of complaints, boasts, and onlookers. Looking at all this, Lin Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable adaptability of humans. After recovering from the initial panic, most people had begun to get used to this world. However, the fact that a single rare piece of equipment could cause such a huge reaction still amused him. A bunch of country bumpkins. So Lin Sheng switched to anonymous mode and secretly posted a thread. "Complete newbie, opened a treasure chest today and got a strange piece of equipment. Can you guys tell me if this thing called treasure is useful?" In the main city, Zhang Guifeng was browsing the thread. He was the lord who had just said he had recruited Tier 1, Tier 2 troops, and among the current batch of lords, he was already considered a master. Upon seeing the word treasure, he couldn't help but laugh. What a joke! Even the heroes with official ranks in the main city might not possess any treasures. He had specifically inquired about it. Treasures were extremely rare strategic items. At this stage, trying to find a treasure is simply a pipe dream, unless the person is the goddess's illegitimate son. In his opinion, this anonymous person probably heard the name of treasure from somewhere and deliberately posted it to attract attention. Zhang Guifeng chuckled as he clicked on the post. But after taking a sip of water, he immediately spat it all out. The post contained only a single image. Life orb, C-grade treasure. No equipment requirements, increases hero constitution by 2, trait life surge, increases the health of all flesh-type units under the hero's command by 10%. Zhang Guifeng's eyes widened instantly, completely stunned. This wasn't some newbie asking a question. It was clearly a veteran anonymously showing off. To obtain the treasure at this stage, one would at least have to defeat a boss-level unit. And today's system notifications showed that 2 bosses had been killed. This treasure is most likely one of the spoils of war. Following the familiar tactic of feigning innocence, Zhang Guifeng was almost certain this person was targeting Chinese people. The post quickly garnered numerous replies and became a trending topic. Everyone was shocked. A group health boost covering all flesh and blood units. The effect was simply outrageous. Some exclaimed that this was only a C-grade treasure, so what would an A-grade treasure be like? Some people directly concluded that this anonymous expert was the one who killed the boss. Of course, there were also people who seriously spouted nonsense, saying that the treasure was useless, and suggesting that he mail it to them to dispose of, claiming that they were just good people. Zhang Guifeng remained silent for a long time. He thought he was already quite capable, but he never expected there would always be someone stronger, someone more powerful. His ability to recruit Tier 1, Tier 2 troops wasn't solely due to his own efforts. On his first day after transmigrating, he had found over a dozen lords to cooperate with, forming a mutual aid group. One of his companions was lucky enough to discover a hidden quest, but unfortunately it was limited to the spearman class, so it was eventually transferred to him. It took more than a dozen people a whole day to help him with the process before he finally obtained the recruitment authority for armored spearmen. Zhang Guifeng spent all his resources to recruit just 6 armored spearmen. He had just said he was sending troops to probe the Black Tide, but he was actually just greedy for resources and farmed for a while longer. As a result, he returned to the city late, and one of them was left behind and swallowed up by the Black Tide. He was heartbroken, but he had to pretend that he didn't care. It now seems that the powerful figure who obtained the treasure must have either incredible luck or extraordinary strength. It's a pity the person is anonymous, otherwise, he would definitely want to bring them into the Mutual Aid Society. With such a powerful figure in charge, the Mutual Aid Society would definitely become the #1 force in Xuguang City, and might even have a chance to become the #1 force in the Eastern continent. Zhang Guifeng became more and more excited as he thought about it, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. If he couldn't contact the powerful figure himself, he could have the powerful figure contact him. He immediately edited the post and even spent 100 gold coins to keep it on the homepage longer. The post title was straightforward. Xuguang City Mutual Aid Association, we look forward to the joining of top players. The content was also simple. Xuguang City has established a mutual aid association, and all ambitious lords are welcome to join and help each other. In particular, the top player with the treasure will directly enjoy the benefits of an honorary president, as long as they are willing to join. The post immediately caused a stir. People in other major cities followed suit, posting recruitment notices for their own organizations. In no time, recruitment information sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Lin Sheng scrolled through these messages, his brow furrowing slightly. The mutual aid system seemed to have appeared earlier than in his previous life. Was this a butterfly effect he had triggered? The current mutual aid society is still very loose, just simple mutual assistance, without mature rules. But if it continues to develop, the guild model of later generations will soon emerge. Guilds are an inevitable trend, and Lin Sheng alone cannot stop it. Humans are highly adaptable, especially good at sticking together for mutual support. The current mutual aid society can only be considered small-scale, not even novice. But humanity evolves, and through the trials and errors of pioneers, the great guilds of later generations will inevitably rise to prominence. There's never a shortage of talented individuals among the lords, nor a lack of those skilled at uniting people. Even if they aren't adept at leading troops in battle, as long as they can organize team actions, their treatment will certainly be excellent. Lin Sheng closed the post and looked up at the top of the tent. The order flame emitted a constant light, dispelling the dark tide outside. The Lord's model of establishing a guild would soon attract the attention of Goddess Asha and gain her recognition. At that time, guild members could truly fight side by side, no longer worrying about friendly fire. Many hands make light work, lone wolves cannot always prevail. But there's no use thinking about that now, those are things for the future. Right now, the most important thing is to get some rest and be well rested so he can explore the third floor of the castle tomorrow. Only by quickly conquering this castle will he have time to find the Abyss Queen, gain her trust sooner, and recruit her into his team. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's mind drifted to the image of the aloof, moon-like, and peerlessly beautiful empress from his past life. He first saw her in a photograph in a post. She sat regally on a golden throne, clad in a magnificent black robe, her head held high, a wild smile playing on her lips. She was dazzling and impossible to ignore. Her face was like a meticulously sculpted work of art, as white as snow, flawlessly perfect. Her delicate, arched eyebrows were slightly raised, and her bright phoenix eyes radiated confident, arrogant pride. Tall and with stunning curves, even the heavy, conservative black imperial robes couldn't conceal her near-perfect figure. She exuded the aura of a supremely arrogant queen. When many lords first saw her photos, they went wild in the forums, shouting, "The Empress is stepping on me!" Chapter 13 Hero Trial Dungeon. Countless lords had tried to recruit Serenia into their ranks, even if they couldn't get close to her, just for her beauty would have been enough. Unfortunately, by then, the two sides had already formed a blood feud, and almost every lord who encountered her suffered a brutal fate. In an instant, the entire continent was shrouded in the bloody fear she brought. But those who go against the world rarely meet a good end. In the end, the proud and unyielding Empress was besieged and defeated by countless lords and local heroes in the Forbidden Magic Valley. Before her death, she chose to self-destruct, leaving no trace of her body, but taking dozens of top lords and heroes with her. After that battle, all forces were severely weakened, and the chaotic black tide seized the opportunity to invade, causing most of the continent to fall. The world entered a dark age, from which it took several years to recover. Now that Lin Sheng has been reborn, can he change her fate? To change his fate, he must possess sufficient power. After all, the mage tower that hunted down Serenia back then was a powerful force with numerous heroes under its command. Lin Sheng must acquire the castle's resources and seize the initiative in development before he will be qualified to contend with them. After exploring the third floor tomorrow, he could leave the valley and go to the town where Serenia had fled to find her. With that thought, Lin Sheng crawled into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes to rest. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking and the chaotic black tide receded, Lin Sheng opened his eyes almost instinctively. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life, since most resources in the wild would refresh in the early morning. He ate some simple berries and wild vegetables to fill his stomach, then carried the flame of order up to the third floor. The staircase was pitch black, as if it could swallow all light. Lin Sheng crouched down and touched it, discovering that the stone itself was not special, but rather corrupted by some unknown force. According to the records in the Azri log, this should be an anomaly caused by the Heart of Darkness. Trial of Heroes. A faint sound came from upstairs. Lin Sheng frowned and immediately released a long-range reconnaissance spell. The spell spiraled up the stairs, revealing the scene on the third floor. The third floor was empty, with only a solitary door standing in the center of the hall. The sound was coming from behind the door. The door was decorated with intricate patterns, and flashes of light occasionally appeared. Lin Sheng recognized it at a glance as the portal to the hero trials. In the world of Asha, heroes are extremely special beings. They complete the path of heroes, ignite the flame of heroism, possess unique talents, and can command troops in battle. They might be a local lord, an imperial general, or even a pillar of strength revered by powerful factions. Every lord yearns for the assistance of a true hero. When heroes fall, their indomitable spirit, and will have the opportunity to form their own independent space. Entering this space to fulfill their last wishes will yield rich rewards. Even failure will simply result in being teleported out. This is the trial grounds for heroes, also known as the dungeon by the lords. Lin Sheng walked step by step to the trial gate. The entire gate was surrounded by ornate bronze patterns, shimmering with light. Bronze level difficulty, he could attempt it. If it were a silver level trial, he would have turned and left immediately. Without any special units, challenging a silver level trial alone isn't an adventure, it's suicide. Lin Sheng checked his equipment, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. An invisible force surged in, and his vision blurred as the surrounding scenery instantly changed. Under the pitch-black sky, a brand new castle stood alone, its shape almost identical to the gloomy ancient castle outside. The next moment, Lin Sheng appeared on the third floor of the castle. The hall was just as familiar, but unlike the dilapidated exterior, it was spotless and brand new. A handsome, blonde, middle-aged man stood before him, smiling as he spoke. "Hello there. After all these years, someone has finally found this place." Lin Sheng looked at the other person, finding them increasingly familiar, and hesitated before asking, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man touched his nose. "Azuriel Kaith, you should have heard of me, right?" It was indeed him, the legendary explorer. Several items on Lin Sheng's person were his belongings. Lin Sheng replied respectfully, "Of course I haven't forgotten. You are still the greatest legendary explorer on this continent. It is thanks to your relics and logs that I was able to get here." Although the beings in the instance are merely remnants of the dead, they retain their memories and intelligence from their previous lives. Showing them respect often yields unexpected benefits, while a hostile attitude could lead to their demise if they withhold even a small piece of information. Azuri raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "You found my log? Well done. In that case, you should know what I've been through." He told Lin Sheng that this was the very place where he had destroyed the Heart of Darkness. Although the Heart of Darkness had been destroyed, the remaining fragments still possessed terrifying power. To prevent the contamination from spreading, he used his obsession to create a trial space, collecting all the fragments of darkness within it. Unexpectedly, this plan succeeded. As he said this, Azuri was somewhat smug, as if he could imagine the scholar Scar's exasperated expression. Lin Sheng nodded secretly. He truly lived up to his reputation as a legendary explorer. Even in death, he could still be of use. Without this trial space, who knew what kind of disaster Scar would have caused with those fragments? Azuri's expression quickly turned serious. "Simply trapping it is not enough. I want to completely purify the fragments of the Heart of Darkness, so I need your help, hero." He extended his hand to Lin Sheng. "Are you willing to join me in destroying these chaotic and dark things for the future of the world?" Lin Sheng grasped his hand and said in a deep voice, "It is my duty. Now that we're already in this game, we can't just turn around and quit. Besides, protecting this world is also protecting Lin Sheng himself. He doesn't want to live in a world completely corrupted by the Black Tide." Azuri nodded. "Very well. I need time to prepare the spells to completely destroy the shards. But the Heart of Darkness won't sit idly by and wait for its demise. It will summon a large number of monsters to interfere with me. What you need to do is protect me." Lin Sheng immediately understood that this was a defense mode, designed to ensure that key objectives were not destroyed. The problem was that he currently had no troops, making it quite difficult to defend the city alone. Azuri seemed to have noticed this as well, and with a wave of his hand, 10 white souls appeared out of thin air. "These are the souls of the dead who were harmed by the scholars. They also want to contribute to the destruction of the Heart of Darkness. I cannot be distracted by commanding the troops, so I'm leaving them to you." A notification sounded, and Lin Sheng obtained the unit type Pure White Spirit. This is a hidden unit of the undead race, Tier 2, Level 3. Its attack, defense, and speed are all quite high, and it also possesses 3 special traits: Pure Spirit Body, White Illusion, and Magical Healing. They not only reduce physical and holy magic damage, but also prevent enemies from retaliating when attacked, and can drain the target's mana to restore health. More importantly, they also possess the skill Frost Trail, which summons white mist that deals continuous ice damage to enemies within range and slows them down. The white mist lingers for 15 minutes, slowing any enemy units that come into contact with it. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. This was a hidden unit he had never seen before. If he had them in the outside world, he could easily conquer many wilderness resources. Unfortunately, the units in the trial space could only exist here. Azuri asked, "How's it going? Are you alright, young man?" Lin Sheng nodded. "Don't worry, I'm a famous micromanagement master. I guarantee I'll complete the task." "Very good, very energetic." Azuri waved his hand, and beams of light fell upon everyone. Lin Sheng was about to speak when he noticed his attributes skyrocketing. He was energized by a series of advanced buffs, including advanced offense, advanced defense, advanced luck, advanced magic resistance, and advanced accuracy, which filled him with power. If he were to encounter the gloomy, vengeful spirit boss on the second floor again, Lin Sheng was confident he could take it down in one move. Even if he were treated as a mere minion, these strategic spells were simply too appealing. Azuri walked towards the third-floor hall. Dozens of dark fragments floated in the air, completely defying gravity. Those were the dark heart he had shattered. Black currents flashed intermittently between the fragments, attracting each other like magnets, attempting to fuse back together. Azuri's voice was deep. "The ritual is about to begin. You'd better get ready." Lin Sheng led the white spirits downstairs in a grand procession. Before the monsters attacked, they had to set up a defense. All possible entrances, except the main gate, had to be blocked. Those open windows were especially dangerous. Any flying unit could easily storm the castle. Lin Sheng, with Bai Ling, sealed off all the windows that could be sealed, and blasted down the ones that couldn't be sealed, blocking them with rubble. During the setup process, he also found several magic traps and casually placed them on the second-floor staircase. With everything prepared, Azeroth finally began the purification ritual. Above the castle, dark clouds swirled into a vortex, crackling with lightning. Then, a blinding white light descended from the vortex, shooting straight towards the third floor of the castle. Chapter 14: The Black Tide Arrives. Lin Sheng stood on the first floor of the castle, where all the preliminary arrangements had been completed. He reinforced the castle's defenses, sealing off windows and openings, leaving only a main road. Monsters have limited intelligence. Given a well-planned route, most will rush in through the entrance. The purification ritual began quickly. After a thunderous roar, a shockwave spread from top to bottom, causing the entire castle to tremble 3 times. The castle was swallowed up by an endless, chaotic black tide, like a small boat adrift on the sea. The black tide surged and rose, like giant waves in a storm. The trial mission has officially begun. Lin Sheng immediately released a long-range reconnaissance spell to probe outside the castle. The black tide energy gradually condensed, revealing the outlines of monsters. The undead are Tier 1, Level 1 units. Monsters are attacking. The battle to protect them has officially begun. The first wave consisted of 30 zombies, advancing towards the castle in a grand procession. They were slow but had high health and defense, with no obvious weaknesses, making them decent level 1 tanks. If these monsters are allowed to advance steadily, compress the space, and then rush towards the ranged units, Lin Sheng will undoubtedly be defeated. Most ordinary lords at this stage would have no choice but to flee when faced with such a lineup. However, Lin Sheng has 10 white spirits, so this wave of trouble, though seemingly troublesome, is not yet a hopeless situation. Is it really that simple? Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened, and he quickly noticed that there were several special units behind the zombie troop, quietly moving under the cover of the front ranks. He then cast a long-range reconnaissance spell, maintaining his vision in the air for 5 seconds, enough time to clearly see the opponent. Tier 2, Level 2, Undead Special Unit, Carrion Zombie, 3 in total. It seems this is the first real trump card. Carrion zombies are an enhanced version of walkers, with higher health and defense, and also possess troublesome characteristics. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng dispatched all the white spirits to the front defense line, intending to use long-range firepower to wear down the enemy. Controlling units is simple, just like in a real-time strategy game. You simply issue commands in your mind, and the units will execute them. They only have basic intelligence, so there's no need to worry about them rebelling. The zombies slowly entered the attack range. After Lin Sheng gave the order, Bai Ling condensed a white ball of light in her palm, but did not rush to launch it. Ranged units have a maximum range and an effective range. The white ghost can hit targets up to 70 meters away, but its damage will be halved. It can only hit targets within 50 meters. Furthermore, ranged units have limited ammunition, and magical units like the white spirits are also constrained by mana. If they run out of mana, they can only charge in and fight the zombies in melee, which is tantamount to suicide. There were no supplies in the castle, and Bai Ling's magic was dwindling with every use, so Lin Sheng had to be very careful with his resources. He estimated the distance, and once the zombies entered the effective range, he decisively gave the order. Fire the arrows! Bai Ling and Chi-Chi waved their hands, and a magical orb shot out. Bang 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 bang! The focused barrage of light instantly obliterated the 5 frontline zombies, sending them sprawling to the ground. Had it not been for Azri's advanced offensive spells, White Spirit's base attack power alone would have been able to take down at most 2. The remaining zombies continued their advance without stopping, taking advantage of the brief moment when Bai Ling was recharging her strength. After 3 rounds of basic attacks, 15 more zombie remains lay on the ground, and the remaining monsters were rushing towards the gate. Lin Sheng immediately ordered Bai Ling to retreat to the center of the front yard to recharge. Ordinary ranged units cannot attack while moving unless they have the movement shooting attribute. After 2 more rounds of attacks, the remaining zombies finally broke through the barrier gate and rushed into the front yard. But what Lin Sheng truly feared was not them, but the 3 carrion zombies hiding behind him. The characteristic of carrion zombies is that they eat carrion. When nearby undead units die, they can absorb the power of the undead, slightly increasing their own attack and movement speed. Bai Ling's 5 rounds of attacks killed a large number of zombies, leaving only 5 ordinary zombies, which no longer pose a threat. The troublesome ones are the 3 carrion zombies, whose attributes have already reached a terrifying level. Realizing the zombies could no longer provide cover, the 3 carrion zombies roared and charged at Bai Ling. With their current attack power, they could kill a white spirit with a single claw strike. The best way to deal with this type of unit with stacked attributes is to eliminate it beforehand. However, Lin Sheng doesn't have assassin units, so he can only use ranged units for micromanagement. He quickly split Bai Ling into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. After a brief pause, the 3 carrion zombies locked onto Bai Ling on the right and quickly gave chase. Both sides are close in speed, but White Spirit is a soul-type unit that ignores terrain and is slightly faster, so it will not be caught up for the time being. Lin Sheng was multitasking, controlling the right hand Bai Ling to circle around and restrain him, while ordering the left hand Bai Ling to turn around and attack. Divide your forces to lure the enemy, then concentrate fire from behind. This is a variation of the kite-flying tactic. Bai Ling's orbs of light slammed into the back of the carrion zombie, instantly dealing massive damage. Attack from behind. A single strike that breaks through the defenses. With a concentrated barrage, 2 carrion zombies were instantly killed. The last one remained, and Lin Sheng used the same method to distract and focus fire on it, blasting it into dust. Next, only the 5 ordinary zombies remained. To lure away the carrion zombies, White Spirit had already increased her speed to the maximum. The slow-moving zombies couldn't catch up, and after losing their aggro, she continued towards the castle's first-floor gate to carry out her initial objective, to kill Azri's undead. Lin Sheng ordered Bai Ling to rest on the spot and recover her magical power, while he drew his dagger and stood in front of the walking corpse. Resources are limited in the Guardian battle, so every little bit counts, in case we're just short of mana at the end. A few zombies were nothing to Lin Sheng, who had soloed bosses before. With the added boost from his advanced attack skills, he killed them one by one, making the kills swift and decisive. 5 zombies lay dead in front of the main entrance on the first floor. The first wave of attacks has ended. Lin Sheng defended perfectly, suffering no losses. The Kuroshio current surged again, seemingly preparing for a second wave of attack. I wonder what kind of monster it will be this time. Lin Sheng gripped the dagger tightly. The Black Tide possesses a certain level of intelligence, and can coordinate with different unit types in combat. Some trouble. Chapter 15: The Tomb Golem. Before the monster could reach them, Lin Sheng immediately ordered Bai Ling to close the front gate, hoping to buy them as much time as possible. The chaotic black tide surged like waves, and tall figures materialized from the darkness, taking heavy steps as they headed straight for the castle. The second wave of monsters, tomb golems. This is the Tier 3, Level 1 undead construct unit, pieced together from tombstones and rotting corpses, twisted and grotesque, with extremely high defense. Even more troublesome is that when they are destroyed, they split into 4 skeletal beasts. 4 tomb golems were approaching the castle. Lin Sheng frowned. This strength was clearly abnormal. Tier 3 units were already capable of being the main force of some small organizations, far beyond what an ordinary lord should be facing at this stage. Even if he had 10 pure white spirits, it would be difficult for him to break through these golems head-on. Constructs are mostly composed of inorganic materials such as stone and metal, which naturally reduce their resistance to magical damage. Lin Sheng currently only has ranged magic units, making him a natural counter to the opponent. This black tide is indeed not simple. The first wave used zombies to test the strength of the troops and find out the situation. The second wave immediately summoned troops that were effective against them. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate, still ordering Bai Ling to guard the courtyard wall, and first using ranged attacks to wear them down. The light orb hit the tomb golem, only breaking off a few pieces of rock, dealing pitifully little damage. At this rate, it would probably take half a day to kill all 4 golems. The tomb golem charged forward despite the attacks, quickly smashing through the front gate and even shaking the courtyard wall. Lin Sheng decisively led Bai Ling back, turning and retreating into the castle's first-floor hall. The construct's primary aggro is on buildings. Kiting them is ineffective. They will ignore the ghosts and head straight for the castle's core. Once they reach the 3rd floor, interrupting the purification ritual, the mission will fail. All Lin Sheng can do now is stall for time while looking for a way to break the deadlock. Bang! With a deafening roar, the tomb golem smashed open the ironclad oak door like a battering ram, sending dust swirling down into the castle hall. Lin Sheng stood in the corridor, so close to them that he could even see the maggots wriggling at the joints of the golems. To the golem in the tomb, he was nothing more than a tiny insect blocking its path. The next moment, the golem raised its heavy arm and slammed it down with a whooshing sound. Lin Sheng shifted his feet, his cloak billowing, and dodged the attack almost by the very edge. Then he raised his right hand and gave a low command. Traces of frost. 10 white spirits stood still simultaneously, their hands glowing with a ghostly blue-white light. A large swath of icy white mist descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire corridor. Under Lin Sheng's multitasking control, 10 wisps of white mist were compressed and overlapped, becoming as thick as an ice wall, completely sealing off the corridor. All 4 tomb golems were enveloped within, instantly absorbing the full effect of 10 layers of frost trace. This technique, later known as stacking spells, involves concentrating the same spell on the same area to maximize its effect, often turning the tide of battle in crucial moments. In his previous life, Lord Sauls of the Dharma King became famous for this very move. One of his swamp witches unleashed a swamp spell, which, when stacked, instantly swallowed 5 dwarven 6th-tier constructs, steel Tyrannosaurus beasts. Lin Sheng spent a long time learning this technique by watching later combat videos. At that moment, frost spread rapidly along the cracks between the tombstone and the rotting flesh. In just a few seconds, the tomb golem was covered in white frost, its movements as slow as if it were being played in slow motion. The golem's eyes flashed red, unwilling to be trapped, and it struggled to break free of the white mist. But Lin Sheng had already made his move. Bai Ling was one of his subordinate units, and the Frostwalker's movements wouldn't affect him. Lin Sheng reversed his grip on his dagger, flashed to the side of the foremost golem, and slashed into its knee. Boom! Flesh and blood were severed, and the first tomb golem staggered and knelt. Lin Sheng used the momentum to leap onto its shoulder, and his dagger precisely pierced the back of its neck. Rotten flesh and broken bones exploded, the red light in the golem's eyes quickly dimmed, and its massive body collapsed and disintegrated. A flash of blood-red light appeared from the broken tombstone, and 4 skeletal beasts simultaneously split off, their eye sockets burning with red light, and pounced madly at Lin Sheng. But the next second they were covered by white mist, their movements instantly stiffened, and their skeletons became covered with cracks. The Frostwalker's effects were still active, providing 10 times the slow and 10 times the damage over time. Lin Sheng walked forward without looking back, only a crisp cracking sound coming from behind him. Before the 4 skeletal beasts could even exert their power, they were shattered into a pile of white bones. Lin Sheng pushed off with his feet and charged at the second tomb golem. The ensuing battle followed the same pattern, the white mist suppressed movement, and the dagger aimed directly at its weak points. In just a few minutes, the 4 terrifying tomb golems had all disintegrated into pieces scattered all over the ground. Dust filled the corridor, and sunlight slanted in from outside the door, but Lin Sheng's figure remained clear and upright. He deftly twirled the dagger a few times on his fingertips, then steadily sheathed it with clean, swift movements. The second wave was also completed without taking any damage. The Kuroshio current is nothing to me. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and raised his head. So what if the magical damage wasn't enough? Since Bai Ling couldn't break through, he would take matters into his own hands. Did you really think he was only good at giving orders? Sorry, his physical skills are top-notch too. After the second wave ended, the Kuroshio unexpectedly quieted down, remaining completely still for a full 5 minutes. Lin Sheng had roughly figured out the pattern. The higher the rank of the monsters summoned by the Black Tide, the longer it would take. And since it had to break into the 3rd floor before the purification ritual was completed, it couldn't summon powerful units indefinitely. This is good news. At least we don't have to worry about the opponent summoning a black dragon to crush us. But just then, a loud bang was heard. A golden light suddenly burst forth from the 3rd floor, directly blowing off the castle roof. Lin Sheng's expression changed. What's going on? Could something have gone wrong? He immediately turned around and rushed to the 3rd floor. Chapter 16. This world is not lacking in heroes. The 3rd floor of the castle was completely ripped open, exposing the gloomy sky overhead. A gap was blasted through the thick, dark clouds, and a huge silver moon hung in the night, its light spilling onto the broken walls and coating the rough stone surfaces with a cold glow. Lin Sheng appeared at the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor. Looking at the scene before him, he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Azuri, however, appeared relaxed, simply stating that the purification ritual had encountered a slight mishap. He had resorted to using his own soul as fuel, finally igniting the dark shard completely. He added that if they could just hold on for another half-hour, everything would be over. In midair, a small golden flame burned quietly, enveloping the fragments of the Heart of Darkness and gradually swallowing the black smoke from the heat, without releasing a trace of filth. Lin Sheng watched this scene in silence, his expression solemn. Burning his soul to purify the darkness meant that Azuri would vanish forever, and even the gods could not bring him back to life. Azuri noticed his heaviness and instead smiled nonchalantly. "It's just a mere soul, nothing to worry about. I always thought I was incredibly brave, that there was no dangerous place in the world I wouldn't dare to go. But when I discovered the Heart of Darkness, I truly felt a tremor from the depths of my soul. That was the source of the disaster, a darkness powerful enough to destroy the world." He risked his life, barely managing to seal the fragments. Fortunately, fate brought him to Lin Sheng. The boy before him had withstood 2 waves of Black Tide attacks unscathed. It was precisely because of this that Azuri made his decision. If he missed this chance, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for a true opportunity to purify the fragments. "Don't be sad for me," Azuri said with a smile. "I'd rather die one last time in a spectacular fashion than die quietly." Lin Sheng didn't say much, only nodded solemnly. This world is never short of heroes. There are always those who shine like stars, burning their souls with courage and faith, extinguishing the darkness of the world. With a deafening roar, thunder roared through the leaden clouds. Outside the castle, the chaotic black tide surged once more, as if sensing the impending crisis, and the 3rd wave of attack was rapidly gathering strength. Azuri warned, Young man, be careful. The most dangerous moment has arrived. After he burned his soul, the purification ritual accelerated dramatically, leaving the Black Tide little time. But precisely because of this, the next wave would undoubtedly be the most dangerous attack. Lin Sheng patted his chest, his tone still confident. Don't worry, leave it to me. He's a 12-year veteran of Azerbaijan. He's seen all sorts of monsters and demons. How could he possibly fail here? Soon, the monster in the Black Tide materialized. On one side was a tall figure with wings on its back, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. On the other side was a floating sphere with multiple tentacles extending from it, eerily unsettling. Lin Sheng's heart sank. Wings? Flying units? He immediately cast a long-range reconnaissance spell, which revealed 10 obsidian gargoyles and 3 corrupted evil eyes. Obsidian gargoyles are the upgraded units of regular gargoyles, Tier 2, Level 4, human constructs, and also flying units. They possess protective stone skin and obsidian enhancements, resulting in extremely high defense. They are also immune to soul and mental spells, as well as fire, lightning, and ice magic. Their biggest problem is that they are specifically designed to counter Lin Sheng's White Spirit. White Spirit is a dual attribute light and ice entity. Its normal attack is a light attribute magic ball, and its skill is the ice attribute frost trail. However, against the obsidian gargoyle, frost trail is practically useless. Even though Bai Ling's skills are incredibly powerful when stacked, they can only be completely ignored by magic immunity. The other type, the corrupted eye, is even more troublesome. It is a special unit of the Hell race, a variant of the corrupted eye, a Tier 3, Level 2 ranged unit, possessing the Rot Ray and the Eye of No Distance. The Rot Ray has a chance to reduce the enemy's defense with each hit, stacking up to 5 points. The Evil Eye's beam attack has 10 hitboxes. If you are hit for more than a second, you will almost always lose 5 points of defense. Even more terrifying is that the Eye of No Distance prevents it from reducing its damage even when it gets close. A single volley from the 3 corrupting evil eyes is enough to wipe out half of the white spirits. Azuri watched the enemies flying in from the sky, and despair instantly welled up in his heart. The chaotic Black Tide influenced by the dark shards was terrifyingly intelligent. Now that the castle roof had been ripped off, and the opposite side was full of flying units, there was no need to climb the stairs anymore. They could just fly in directly. The obsidian gargoyle withstood the white spirit's attack, and the corrupting eye used its beam to clear the area, wiping out everything on the 3rd floor. This was the simplest form of overwhelming power, where brute force could overcome all obstacles. How can we block that? Lin Sheng silently gazed at the Black Tide, his mind racing as he calculated the odds of victory. Was he in despair? No, he never despaired. He always believed that even in the most dire circumstances, a glimmer of hope remained. He calmly turned around and asked, "How much longer until the ceremony is complete?" Azuri replied, 23 minutes. Holding out for 23 minutes is indeed quite difficult. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. After repeated use, Lin Sheng's understanding of remote reconnaissance techniques deepened, and he successfully advanced to intermediate-level remote reconnaissance techniques, having reached the minimum proficiency level. Lin Sheng paused slightly. Well, it's barely good news. He quickly made a decision. Okay, I'll take care of them. These white spirits will stay here for now. Even if they act as meat shields, they can still block one wave of attacks. Azuri looked at him incredulously. You mean, without any units? Lin Sheng didn't turn his head and calmly said, That's right. Next, let them see what a thief's soloing ability is all about. Chapter 17 I Am the Legion. Lin Sheng stood at the edge of the castle's breach, gazing silently ahead. The approaching storm billowed his shadowy cloak, which fluttered behind him. Below, 10 obsidian gargoyles, as black as ink, flapped their heavy wings and flew towards the gap. Behind them, 3 enormous, corrupting evil eyes hovered in midair, their eerie green light sending chills down one's spine. 13 monsters formed an aerial array, like a pressing dark cloud. In terms of sheer numbers, they could easily crush Lin Sheng and Bai Ling to pieces. But victory in battle is never simply a matter of numbers. Lin Sheng gently spread his arms and leaped directly from the third floor. The shadow cloak unfolded like bird wings, carrying him in an arc as he glided precisely towards the gargoyle horde. One man faces an entire army. Azri's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly regretted his hasty burning of his soul. Brother, don't be reckless. Going to stop the enemy alone without any troops. Even this legendary explorer wouldn't dare do that. If this attempt fails, he will have no more souls to burn. The purification of the dark fragments will also fail, and the continent of Asha will once again fall into crisis. While he was lost in thought, Lin Sheng had already put away his cloak and landed steadily on the back of an obsidian gargoyle. The gargoyle's limbs were clumsy, its claws couldn't reach its back, and it couldn't do a somersault to throw him off. Lin Sheng stood ramrod straight, as if the monster beneath his feet were his mount, not a monster. This arrogant act immediately attracted the hatred of the three corrupt and evil eyes. His enormous pupils suddenly contracted, and the next second, three viscous, eerie green death rays tore through the air, carrying a strong corrosive aura, and shot towards Lin Sheng simultaneously. Lin Sheng twisted his waist and leaped into the air. A green light grazed his clothes and struck the gargoyle at his feet directly in the back. The evil eye's gaze was fixed on him, its beam relentlessly pursuing him. The corrupting eye's rays are extremely damaging and can track along the line of sight, almost unaffected by range. However, it has a fatal flaw: the rays indiscriminately damage everything in their path. Lin Sheng spread his cloak and glided through the gargoyles, deliberately drawing in beams of light to sweep across the area. In the blink of an eye, two more obsidian gargoyles were also struck by the green light. The three gargoyles let out mournful cries at the same time. Their hard, smooth obsidian bodies rapidly turned gray and cracked, as if corroded by strong acid. Their protective stone skin shattered on the spot, their defenses collapsed, and they were already on the verge of collapse. Lin Sheng pulled back his cloak and landed on the injured gargoyle's head like an eagle swooping down on its prey. The monster was too slow to react. He gripped the dagger tightly with both hands, and without any fancy moves used all his strength to stab the cracked head. Pfft! A vital strike, a single blow that breaks through defenses, triggers fatal damage simultaneously. The dagger slid into the skull like cutting through tofu, until the hilt was completely inside. The obsidian gargoyle didn't even have time to activate its statue form to heal before the red light in its eye sockets abruptly went out. Its massive body froze in midair before collapsing with a deafening roar, turning into countless fragments of rock that rained down from the sky. The first one. Lin Sheng bent his knees to gather strength, then pushed off the shattered debris with both feet. His cloak unfurled once more, and he pounced on his next target like a silent grim reaper. The second one, the third one. In the blink of an eye, a triple kill was achieved. In just a few minutes, only 7 of the 10 obsidian gargoyles remained. Azri stared in disbelief, his mouth practically agape. Goddess above, this guy is insane. A one-man army? He had been adventuring for years and had seen countless powerful figures, but he had never seen a rogue hero so brave and skilled. This guy was simply inhuman. The brutal death of his companion enraged the remaining gargoyles. They roared and pounced, their sharp claws gleaming, surrounding Lin Sheng from all sides to kill him. Killing enemy units generates a lot of aggro, and since Black Tide doesn't summon hero units, it can't precisely command these monsters and can only let them act on instinct. Are you in a hurry? That makes things easier. Despite being surrounded, Lin Sheng remained calm. He used his cloak to glide, weaving and dodging among the gargoyles. Heavy claws tore through the air time and again, but always grazed his body and missed. Back then, Lin Sheng was an ace in aerial combat. Even when surrounded, he could use his dagger to parry precisely, and then use the momentum to create distance. 3 corrupt, malevolent eyes hovered in the air, staring intently at Lin Sheng, their pupils trembling wildly, yet they dared not fire their rays again. They had realized that they had just been used as weapons. Without remote support, these cumbersome gargoyles simply cannot capture Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng gradually lowered his cloak, deliberately reducing his altitude. The obsidian gargoyle, led by him, followed him down until its feet touched the ground. They abandoned the advantage of flying units and, like clumsy stone elementals, slowly pursued Lin Sheng on land. Right now! Lin Sheng decisively ordered 10 pure white spirits to stand at the opening on the 3rd floor and launch an attack downwards. Attacking from above offers greater range and additional advantages, while attacks from behind inflict more damage and even have a chance to lower enemy morale. And with Lin Sheng pulling them along, the gargoyles had already turned their backs to the castle. A barrage of orbs of light rained down. Obsidian gargoyles are immune to ice, but not light. Taking advantage of the terrain and Azeroth's advanced offensive spells, a single volley shattered their protective stone skin. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Sheng rushed into the monster horde. In his nimble movements, his dagger pierced the weak points of the wings, joints, and knees like a venomous snake. Weakness attack. Attacks that hit the enemy's weak point deal an additional 50% damage. Chapter 18 Overcoming the Strong with the Weak. Lin Sheng and Bai Ling attacked simultaneously, flanking from both sides, and in the blink of an eye, they reduced all the obsidian gargoyles to half health. Sensing danger, the gargoyles activated their stone statue form, transforming into gray-black stone statues and remaining in place. They were immune to magical damage and simultaneously absorbed earth elemental energy to heal their injuries. This offensive failed to kill any gargoyles. But this was exactly the result Lin Sheng wanted. The stone statues were unable to attack or move, forcing them into this state was equivalent to temporarily controlling them. If Lin Sheng concentrated his firepower, he could indeed kill 2 or 3 of them instantly, but that would alert the remaining gargoyles, causing them to shift their aggro and rush towards the ritual site on the 3rd floor. The key to a defensive battle is never killing the enemy, but defending the objective. Next, we need to solve the biggest problem. Lin Sheng looked up at the 3rd floor of the castle. Just as he was holding back the gargoyles, the corruption demon eye had already reached the opening on the 3rd floor, its gaze firmly fixed on the white spirits. His pupils suddenly contracted, and a ghostly green, decaying light shot out. The 10 white spirits were all low health, low defense ranged units, and couldn't withstand this volley of fire. Azuri closed his eyes in unbearable pain, as if he could already see these valiant souls vanish into thin air. But Lin Sheng was prepared. The moment the order was given, 10 white spirits sank into the floor tiles and landed on the 2nd floor of the castle. Spiritual units can move freely through walls and the ground, ignoring them. The target suddenly disappeared, and the eerie green light struck the 3rd floor, instantly turning the carpet to ash and corroding a large pit in the bluestone floor, almost penetrating the entire floor. After its attack missed, the corrupting eye immediately changed its target, aiming at Azuri, who was performing a ritual. Even if this attack doesn't kill him, it's enough to interrupt the ritual. Just then, Lin Sheng climbed up the outer edge of the castle, his movements so fast they left afterimages. He used the momentum to push off several times, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the gap on the 3rd floor. Without pausing for a moment, he stomped heavily on the stone bricks with his right foot, and leaped up, heading straight for the 3 corrupt evil eyes. A flash of cold light from the dagger severed most of their tentacles in an instant. Severely wounded, but not fatally. The evil eye protected its core in time, its pupils contracting again, determined to deliver the final blow before death. Azuri's heart sank, and he closed his eyes again. But the next second, the 3 corrupt evil eyes trembled in unison, their spellcasting abruptly interrupted. A bottle of thorny grass toxin, a dagger coated with poison. This toxin has a chance to paralyze the enemy upon impact, and the evil eye has 0 resistance to abnormalities, meaning paralysis is guaranteed. Before the battle began, Lin Sheng had already coated his dagger with poison. He landed lightly at the gap, briefly gathered his strength, and then leaped up again, his cloak fluttering behind him. Lin Sheng smiled slightly as he looked at the shock in the eyes of the evil eyes. His dagger traced a perfect silver crescent, silently slicing through the cores of the 3 evil eyes. Puff! 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 3 soft, bubble-like popping sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The 3 corrupt, evil eyes froze in place, then fell into the front yard, their remains quickly withering and dissipating into wisps of black smoke. After landing, Lin Sheng flicked the explorer's dagger. The clean blade was spotless. The biggest threat has been resolved. He looked down at the front yard, where the 7 obsidian gargoyles had just finished their statue state, and were hurrying towards the 3rd floor. Next, it's their turn. Lin Sheng waved his right hand, and the white spirits emerged from under the floor again, firing at the obsidian gargoyles with all their might. In the previous attack, the gargoyles' protective stone skin had been destroyed, greatly reducing their defense. After several volleys, most of the gargoyles were shot down, turning into rubble scattered on the ground. The last obsidian gargoyle struggled to fly to the 3rd floor, its sharp claws gripping the opening. Lin Sheng stood there quietly, blocking the way. Facing the gargoyle's gaping, ferocious maw, he simply took a step forward, flicked his wrist casually, and the dagger drew a cold, silver arc. There was no violent collision, nor any sparks flying. The silver arc was so fluid it was breathtaking, silently tracing across the gargoyle's neck. The gargoyle's lunging posture suddenly froze, and the red light in its eye sockets instantly went out. Its thick neck slowly slid open, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cut. The next moment, the head made of hard obsidian crashed to the ground. The headless body staggered a few steps before collapsing completely, shattering into a pile of black and gray stones. A gentle breeze blew by, ruffling Lin Sheng's black hair, while moonlight bathed him, highlighting his features. The 3rd wave cleared without taking any damage. Azri was stunned the whole time, his emotions fluctuating several times, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. We won. The enemy has been completely wiped out. With only a few minutes left, the dark fragment will be completely incinerated, and the Black Tide will not have time to organize the next wave of attacks. Azri looked at the boy beside him, his eyes filled with heartfelt admiration. He had met too many great figures. As the continent's foremost explorer, he had met paladins who could purify everything with a wave of their hand, archmages who controlled forbidden spells, and berserkers who could chop off the heads of giant dragons with a single axe. Those established powerhouses could easily crush these monsters. But that was merely a matter of level suppression, a pure crushing of strength. The boy in front of me is different. The weapon in his hand was just an inconspicuous spare dagger from his backpack, and his equipment was not top-notch either. The best piece he had was a damaged pair of adventure gloves. He appeared immature in both level and skills. Yet, even on such a disadvantageous battlefield, Lin Sheng pulled off a feat that left even legendary explorers in awe. Precise positioning down to the millimeter, like dancing on the tip of a knife, keen insight into the enemy's weaknesses, every strike aimed at the vital point, composure under pressure, and the ability to turn the environment, the enemy, and the timing into one's own killing stage. This is the true art of combat. Chapter 19: God-level skills that are beyond heaven. Azuri has seen too many so-called strong players who rely on family background and resources to cram in attributes and equipment to barely complete the path of a hero, but their actual skills are terrible. These people are clearly just good-for-nothings, yet they received the title of hero thanks to their ancestors' legacy. If you lowered their level and equipment, and put them in Lin Sheng's current situation, they probably wouldn't even be able to protect themselves, let alone complete the mission unscathed. What Lin Sheng displayed was not the strength built on resources, but genuine talent and hard work. Azri's gaze towards him grew even more fervent, as if he saw a tender flame that, once grown, could become the blazing sun on the Black Tide battlefield. Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Azri suddenly decided, why not pass on all his skills to this boy? With just a little nurturing, his future would be immeasurable. And he himself might be the first piece of firewood he ignites when he becomes the blazing sun. The golden flames continued to burn, and Azri's body gradually became transparent, like morning mist being evaporated by the sun, with specks of golden dust peeling away from him. His soul was about to burn out, but his eyes were brighter than ever before, fixed intently on Lin Sheng. Juvenile! Lin Sheng felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He glanced around but didn't notice anything unusual, so he could only ask, "Is there something you need?" Azri laughed it off. "It's nothing, I just realized that we've fought side by side for so long and I still haven't asked your name." Lin Sheng replied. "Lin Sheng. A good name." Azri nodded. "Lin Sheng, Thank you for your help. Now that the battle is over, it's time to give you a reward. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Normally, dungeon rewards are only given after completely clearing the dungeon and leaving. The fact that they're appearing early suggests a hidden reward was triggered by a perfect, damage-free clear. Azuri looked at him and asked, "You're a rogue, right?" Lin Sheng nodded. "I also know a little about rogue skills." After Azuri finished speaking, he gently pressed his illusory hand to his forehead. "I'll pass all this experience on to you." In an instant, a vast and pure golden torrent surged from between his brows, containing countless knowledge and experience. The light condensed in front of his chest, slowly transforming into 2 books. Skill book. Moreover, it's a skill book passed down from a legendary hero. With a gentle push, Azuriel sent the 2 books flying into Lin Sheng's arms. The Lord obtains a skill book, Phantom Clone. The Lord obtains the skill book, Invisibility. Lin Sheng's eyes widened instantly. Both of these books contain divine skills for thieves, and even billions of gold wouldn't be enough to buy one of them. First is the Phantom Clone, which consumes mana to summon a lifelike phantom that acts according to the summoner's settings for 1 minute. This is an enhanced version of the regular clone and is the unique skill of the legendary hero, Robin Hood. Ordinary clones are just static projections, easily seen through, and at best fool monsters. But phantom clones are different. They are almost 100% realistic, not only having collision volume but also the ability to be programmed with movements, making them indistinguishable from the real thing. As for the other one, Lin Sheng even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Invisibility. This skill has a simple name, but its effect is nothing short of heaven-defying. Its acquisition probability is virtually 0. Even the God of Thieves hasn't mastered it. During the later stages of the Chaos Black Tide War in my previous life, no one saw it for a full 12 years. At the time, rumors even circulated among the lords that this skill didn't exist at all, but was just a fabricated legend. Lin Sheng didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the skill book to learn. Invisibility spell. After activation, the user enters an invisible state, movement speed is reduced by 50%, and mana is continuously consumed. The user exits invisibility when mana is insufficient. Invisibility and stealth are completely different. Stealth leaves traces and can be detected by methods such as flares, true sight, and revealing powder. Invisibility, however, cannot be detected and does not reveal any presence. It is true disappearance. Lin Sheng was overjoyed, but then he remembered something and looked up at Azuri. If he had mastered the art of invisibility, and had focused solely on escaping, that scholar wouldn't have been able to stop him, and he shouldn't have died here. Azuri saw through his thoughts and raised an eyebrow with a smile. The situation was too critical at the time. If that guy had succeeded, it would have triggered a massive invasion of the Chaos Black Tide, plunging the entire world into danger. There are always some things more important than life. Lin Sheng nodded silently. He understood. Azuri had deliberately broken his stealth to launch an attack in order to destroy the Heart of Darkness, which allowed the enemy to seize the opportunity. There was only one chance. Once the Heart of Darkness was completely merged with the Dark Tide, they could never be separated again. Faced with this choice, Azuri chose to sacrifice himself to protect the world. The atmosphere became somber for a moment. Azuri suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something, and said, "Oh right, there's something else I need to give you. It's the culmination of my decades of adventure wisdom, and I hope you'll make good use of it." After he finished speaking, he tossed over a scroll. Obtain incomplete strategic skill information Shadow Concealment. Hidden Shadow is a strategic skill that, once activated, makes the hero and all their troops invisible. Skill activation requirements: Invisibility, Divine Blessing Scroll, Dust of No Shadow. Lin Sheng was deeply shocked. Mass invisibility. This is simply an incredible strategic skill. Unfortunately, this skill is not yet complete, it's currently just a concept. But to even come up with such a concept, Azuri is already a genius among geniuses. Chapter 20. Obtain a Hidden Unit. Lin Sheng carefully put away the scroll and placed it deep inside his Lord's space backpack. If he could truly master this strategic skill, he would hardly need anyone else to fight on the battlefield. With it alone, he could take on 100 enemies single-handedly. He solemnly said, "Please rest assured, I will definitely make good use of this skill and perfect it." Azuri nodded in satisfaction, his voice carrying a final expectation. "Keep moving forward, don't stop, don't waste your talent. Explore, grow stronger, and protect the light that is worth protecting." Lin Sheng nodded solemnly. Having been reborn, he not only wanted to make up for his regrets, but also to become the strongest lord and change the tragedy of the continent's repeated falls in his previous life. He then asked, "Besides that, is there anything else you need me to convey?" Azuri had female friends all over the world, imperial princesses, elven queens, mermaid witches. He died silently here. Perhaps he had some words he wanted to leave for them. But Azuri just shook his head. "Forget it, a last word will only make them sad. You write me an epitaph instead. Just write Azeroth, the greatest explorer of this century, his adventures ended here. But humanity's history of fighting against the chaotic black tide will not end here." His voice grew increasingly faint, and his figure gradually faded away. Finally, he transformed into countless golden specks of light, like tiny stars, and vanished completely in the wind. The golden flames quietly died down, and the dark fragments were burned to ashes, leaving not a trace. Lin Sheng was left alone on the third floor, standing in the cold wind blowing from the gap. At this point, a notification pops up in the lower left corner. "The mission is complete. We are about to be teleported out of the trial space. Lord, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. The next second, Lin Sheng's vision blurred, and he reappeared on the third floor of the castle. Sunlight streamed in from the lifted roof, illuminating the swirling dust. The hall was empty. The trial portal had vanished. Lin Sheng stood there, feeling somewhat lost. "Congratulations, Lord, on your first successful completion of the trial space. Would you like to announce your name to all lords?" He chose to hide it directly. "Congratulations, Lord, name hidden, on your first successful completion of the trial space mission. This event will be recorded in the world's glorious history. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden, you have gained 100 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden, you have received 2,000 gold coins." The chat interface instantly exploded. Someone asked, "Could someone please explain what a trial space is?" Some people complained, "I have a hard time surviving in the main city. I'm busy making money and eating every day. I can only watch the big shots good news in the chat interface, like a listener in a remote area." Meanwhile, system notifications kept popping up on Lin Sheng's side. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, on completing the trial mission. Progress, 100%, rating, SSS. Gain 13,000 experience points. Receive 2,000 gold coins. Gain 3 units of gems. Gain 5 units of soul dust. The large amount of experience directly propelled Lin Sheng to level 9, just one step away from level 10. In addition, he also gained a lot of high-level resources. Regular rewards have been distributed, special rewards are being confirmed. In midair, a golden compass phantom appeared, its pointer spinning rapidly. The rewards on the compass were silhouettes, weapons, armor, shoes. Among them, the one that attracted Lin Sheng the most was a group of familiar human silhouettes. Is this pure white spirit? Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened, and his heart pounded faster. Just as the pointer was about to stop on the human silhouette, it moved forward a little and finally landed on the silhouette of the glove. Congratulations, Lord, on receiving the reward, Gold Perfect Grade Equipment Azeroth's Explorer's Gloves, left hand. A perfect score grants an additional bonus, repairing the damaged Azerian Explorer's Gloves, right hand. Golden light coalesced, and a new glove appeared before them. Another ray of light fell on Lin Sheng's right hand, and the damaged glove seemed to be restored to its original condition as if time had reversed. The Azerite Explorer's Glove set grants +5 to attack damage, attack speed, and luck, and also provides the skills Mana Infusion, Arcane Shift, and Hostile Sense. When the set bonus is activated, it also grants advanced lockpicking. Arcane Leap allows you to teleport to a designated location within your field of vision by consuming mana, while hostility detection allows you to detect traps and enemies up to 20 meters away. Lin Sheng put on the gloves and tested them with his fist. The attributes were indeed top-notch, with 3 extra skills, even stronger than some low-end legendary equipment. Even if he got epic-level hand equipment in the future, he might not be willing to replace them. That's good, but he wanted that particular unit even more. Lin Sheng looked up at the compass and saw a flash of golden light, and the pointer started to turn again. There are other rewards? He immediately focused his gaze on the compass. The needle slowly came to a stop, this time landing steadily on the silhouettes of the group of people. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining the perfect completion reward, 10 undead hidden unit pure white spirit. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist excitedly. A flash of light and shadow, and 10 pure white spirits appeared neatly around him. Attack 6, Defense 6, Speed 5. Traits, Pure Spirit, White Illusion, Magic Healing, Skill, Frost Trail. The hidden troop type with 3 characteristics, and 1 skill directly solved Lin Sheng's current predicament of having no troops available. At this stage, most lords can only recruit Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 troops, but with this batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 troops in his hands, it is enough to crush the entire field. Not to mention that this is a hidden unit, and a hidden unit with 3 characteristics. It will not become outdated even in the late game, and any lord would treat it like a treasure. Lin Sheng was relieved that he hadn't given away the white spirits as consumables, but instead cleared the trial space without taking any damage, which allowed them to appear in the loot. Ring ring ring! The roulette wheel started spinning again. Lin Sheng looked up in surprise. There was another reward? The roulette wheel stopped quickly. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the perfect completion reward blessing of the Goddess of Abundance, Harvest card. The Harvest card can be used once a month, doubling the harvest of all building resources in the territory for the next 24 hours. This is a good thing, but we don't need it right now. Lin Sheng took the card. The front featured an image of Sif, the Goddess of Abundance. With blonde hair, blue eyes, an elegant demeanor, fair skin, and a motherly gentleness, she was extremely popular among the lords. The main reason was that her voluptuous figure was simply too eye-catching. Even her white robe couldn't conceal her curves. Such temptation would be irresistible to most lords. Ring ring ring! The compass started spinning again. Chapter 21. He emerged from the mountain. This time, the pointer of the golden compass stopped on the silhouette of a bottle of potion. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the perfect completion reward blessing potion. The blessing elixir can dispel all negative statuses, heal all injuries, and repair hidden wounds. Legend has it that it was personally concocted by the Goddess of Life. As long as one has a breath left, drinking it will instantly restore one to a perfect state, almost equivalent to a resurrection potion, and has always been priceless. You only have 1 life, and you can never have too many life-saving items. Lin Sheng put away the potion. This was quite a haul. The golden compass in the air slowly dissipated, and all the extra rewards for a perfect SSS level clear were distributed. Lin Sheng stored all the items in his lord's space, glanced back at the dilapidated 3rd floor of the castle, and turned to leave. He went downstairs, found a complete bluestone, dragged it to Azri's grave, erected it as a tombstone, and carved an epitaph according to Azri's last wishes. Having done all this, he laid out wild fruits as an offering, then shouldered his pack and strode away. The resources of the Forbidden Magic Valley had been completely plundered. Next, he should go find the Abyss Queen, Serenia. Finally, they've emerged from the mountains. The town of Ibes is located in the southeastern part of the Holy Griffin Empire. It has no special products and little popularity, just like an inconspicuous town randomly added to a map. As dusk fell, the sun sank below the horizon, casting its last rays upon the streets. The town's towering clock tower chimed melodiously, reminding residents that night was approaching and the chaotic black tide was fast approaching. Pedestrians on the street hurriedly finished their work and rushed home. Just then, a handsome young man dressed in black leather armor walked onto the small town road in the setting sun. Passers-by only dared to glance at him stealthily before lowering their heads and retreating. The reason was simple. Lin Sheng was followed by white spirit soldiers. In this world, there are only two types of people who can command troops. One type is heroes who have completed the path of heroes and ignited the flame of heroism. The other type is people who hold official positions, are protected by the laws of the kingdom, and gain command points based on their official rank. Neither of them were beings that ordinary people could afford to offend. Everyone dared to keep their distance, fearing they might offend these important figures. Upon arriving at the town gate, two guards immediately stood at attention and saluted respectfully. "Welcome to the town of Ibs, sir," one of them cautiously reminded. "Please understand that troops are not allowed to enter the town to avoid causing panic." After speaking, the two guards nervously glanced at Bai Ling behind Lin Sheng. These soldiers possessed considerable power, and could easily deal with ordinary guards like them. Humans would feel fear and try to flee when injured, but these soldiers would only fight to the death and never retreat. Their mere aura was enough to overwhelm ordinary soldiers. Lin Sheng nodded, indicating his understanding. It was a common rule on the continent that military units were not allowed to enter residential areas. This was even recorded in the history of the Isa world. Before the Holy Griffin Empire, there was a powerful empire that ruled the entire continent, called the Falcon Empire. At that time, the Emperor's army swept across the eastern continent and launched expeditions to the western continent, its power reaching its zenith. Countless heroes served the Emperor, but the most dazzling among them was the Imperial War General, Hells. He was the Emperor's most trusted general and the commander-in-chief of all the legions, his combat prowess unmatched within the Empire. However, after a clandestine battle that could not be made public, Hells was corrupted by a strange force and harbored rebellious intentions. He believed that those victories were won by his own troops, and that he, having fought bloody battles and been wounded, deserved to be the true master of the empire. No one noticed his change, and then tragedy struck. When Hells returned to the capital to receive his rewards and led his troops for inspection, he suddenly launched a rebellion. At that moment, his troops were extremely close to the palace, and the throne seemed within reach. The soldiers had no self-awareness and only knew how to absolutely obey orders. A massacre ensued, the prosperous capital was turned into a sea of fire, the emperor fled in panic, and armies from all over the country rushed to the capital to defend the emperor. The rebellion was eventually quelled, and Hells died in the siege of the legion. However, the Falcon Empire was also severely weakened, declining from its peak and barely managing to survive for a century before disintegrating. The continent once again fell into warlord conflicts until later generations unified it and established the Second Holy Falcon Empire. This rebellion, which shocked the world, is known as the Hells Rebellion. Since then, all empires have adhered to one bottom line: no foreign troops are allowed to enter the main city. Those who disobey are considered traitors. As times have changed, the bans have become increasingly strict, and now even townships are not allowed to allow military personnel to enter at will. Lin Sheng arranged for Bai Ling to stay in the military camp outside the town, and went into the town alone. The camp was safe enough, and the soldiers were of the same mind as the Lord, so he would be alerted immediately if attacked, so there was no need to worry too much. As for the dangers in the town, Lin Sheng touched the dagger at his waist. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. As dusk fell, the town was enveloped in the glow of order, allowing people to move about even at night. Lin Sheng went straight to the tavern after entering the town. He doesn't drink, nor does he like drinking. Firstly, drinking easily leads to mistakes, and secondly, whether before or after his transmigration, he's always been prone to getting drunk after just a sip of alcohol. He went to the tavern just to eat. He wanted to eat a proper human meal, not just wild vegetables and fruits. After 3 days of eating wild vegetables, Lin Sheng's stomach was about to rebel. Chapter 22 Serenia. Eating was just a side thing. Lin Sheng's real purpose was to gather information in the tavern. In such a bustling place, with its mix of news and people, it's the easiest place to find out Serenia's whereabouts. Inside the tavern, the lights were dim, a few oil lamps hung from the low ceiling, and 5 or 6 drunkards were loudly boasting around an oak table. Lin Sheng pushed open the door and entered, a cold wind rushing in, causing the candlelight to flicker. The previously noisy tavern instantly quieted down, and the drunkards, seeing his attire, subconsciously lowered their voices. The owner greeted us with a broad smile, saying warmly, "Honorable guests, what would you like to eat? We just slaughtered a goat today, the meat is very fresh, and it would be absolutely delicious with our rye wine." Lin Sheng walked to the counter and casually put down a few gold coins. "I don't drink alcohol, just a bowl of hot soup and some good dishes." The owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Before long, a table was filled with stewed vegetables, roasted lamb chops, and stewed potatoes and meat. After finishing his meal, Lin Sheng wiped his mouth, looked at the owner who was clearing away the dishes, and casually asked, "Has there been any unusual situation in town lately? Like outsiders?" The boss thought for a moment, and said, "There are no special circumstances, but a man from out of town did come 2 days ago. He was dressed in rags and looked like a refugee. This small town is located in a remote area, and few outsiders come here. Even beggars and vagrants mostly flee to larger cities, not to this isolated town." So the boss had a deep impression of that outsider. Lin Sheng had already made a judgment. An outsider, dressed as a refugee, and appearing at this particular time, was most likely Serenia. He flicked out a gold coin and continued, "Where is that person now?" The shopkeeper quickly caught the gold coins, becoming even more attentive. "It's in the residential area to the east. That person has been active in that area recently." Lin Sheng tossed out another gold coin. "Pack me some bread and dried meat, and the rest is a tip." The innkeeper immediately told the waitress to prepare. Soon, Lin Sheng left the tavern carrying a cloth bag full of dry food and dried meat. Once his figure had completely disappeared, the drunkards in the tavern finally breathed a sigh of relief. His attire clearly indicated he wasn't an ordinary person. They exchanged glances, all resolving to avoid the alleys of the eastern district for the next few days, and even to warn their families to stay away. Ordinary people know best that some excitements are best avoided, as they can easily cost you your life. The houses in the town were built without any planning. Whoever bought the land built whatever they wanted, resulting in the streets and alleys in the eastern district being crooked and maze-like. Lin Sheng circled around and only saw a few drunkards and thugs who hadn't returned home at night, but he didn't find Serenia. She was clearly very wary and well hidden. Lin Sheng didn't rashly use his long-range reconnaissance spell. After all, she had just escaped pursuit and would inevitably be extremely sensitive to magical fluctuations. If we alert her, and she escapes elsewhere, it will be difficult to find her again. Just then, Lin Sheng overheard 2 thugs whispering to each other. One person hesitated and said, "Is it really going to work? What if someone sees us?" Another man said impatiently, "Don't worry, that little beggar is hiding in a very secluded place, no one will pass by. After we get him, we'll put him in my house first, and sell him to the slave traders tomorrow. Won't anyone come knocking? What if the guards find out? What are you afraid of? I've done this so many times, who's ever cared about a beggar on the street? Especially one from out of town. Are you going or not?" While the man hesitated, another thug sneered, "You haven't paid off your gambling debts yet, have you? You'd sell your wife and kids, what are you afraid of with this?" Hearing this, the man finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll do it." After they finished speaking, the 2 walked deeper into the alley. Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately activated stealth, silently following them. If they were after Serenia, that would be perfect. If not, he could simply do a good deed. A gambling addict and a human trafficker, either deserved to die. The 2 thugs were locals and knew the area well. Lin Sheng followed them through a maze of twists and turns, and soon arrived at a dark and secluded alley. There was no light anywhere in the alley, and hardly anyone passed by. In the alley, a thin figure leaned against the wall, looking like a homeless beggar. The man's face was covered in dust, and he was wrapped in dirty rags, making it impossible to see his features. Serenia has been in this small town for 3 days. She had barely eaten for the past 3 days and was so hungry that she felt dizzy. She took out her water pouch, took a small sip, then covered her rumbling stomach and wrapped the small blanket around herself even tighter. Now she can only try to move as little as possible and reduce physical exertion in order to hold on a little longer. Just as she closed her eyes to rest, two thugs wearing tattered leather armor and with fierce faces appeared in the alley, blocking her way from the front and back. They held ropes in their hands, their eyes fixed on her like two hyenas eyeing their prey, slowly closing in. Serenia snapped her eyes open, her gaze sharp and icy. She didn't cry for help, but simply stood up against the wall, her body tense, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Beneath her tattered cloak, her small hands were already gripping a short sword. Are the people from the Mage Tower chasing after us? No, there's no magical energy emanating from them. The thug in front of her gave a fake smile and reached out to grab her wrist. Little beggar, don't resist. We're good people. We'll find you a place to eat. Serenia knew very well that the so-called place for eating was nothing more than the slave owner's cage. With her back against the cold, damp stone wall, she had nowhere to retreat. In the next instant, her eyes flashed with fierce light, and she was about to thrust her short knife out. At this critical moment, a dark figure silently emerged from the shadows. There was a muffled thud. Lin Sheng slammed the thug's head hard with the hilt of his dagger. The thug's expression froze instantly, and without uttering a sound, he collapsed unconscious like a puppet with its strings cut, kicking up a cloud of dust. Serenia's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't even seen how the man had appeared. It is stealthy, and of extremely high purity. This man is dangerous. There was no hint of surprise at being rescued on her face. Instead, she tensed up even more, her steps slightly shifted, ready to escape or retaliate at any moment, coldly scrutinizing Lin Sheng. She was absolutely confident she could kill those two thugs. But facing the man in front of her, she had no chance of winning. Chapter 23 Successfully Feeding the Queen? The thugs blocking the way saw Lin Sheng looking at them and immediately trembled with fear, raising their hands to beg for mercy. Don't kill me, I surrender, I'll come over right now. But while he shouted that he was surrendering, his wrists quietly drooped. With a slight spring-like sound, two smoke grenades popped out of his sleeves and shot towards Lin Sheng and Serenia respectively. Watch out! Serenia reacted incredibly quickly, calling out a warning almost the instant the other person raised their hand. She ripped off her cloak and lunged forward, intending to wrap the smoke bomb around the person and throw them away before it exploded. The alley was narrow, offering no cover and leaving no escape. Her judgment was decisive and calm, already hinting at the future Abyss Queen. Lin Sheng watched her retreating figure, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Serenia used her cloak to catch the smoke grenade flying towards her and immediately flung it over the courtyard wall. The next second, a muffled sound came, the smoke exploded behind the wall, and the pungent smell of sleeping pills drifted on the wind. She covered her mouth and nose and retreated, turning back to look at Lin Sheng. What she could do, that man should be able to do too. But another smoke bomb had already exploded in the alley, completely engulfing Lin Sheng's figure. Serenia frowned slightly. Had he been infected? The thugs were overjoyed, their eyes filled with greed. Compared to the little beggar, the man's equipment was clearly more valuable. He could be kidnapped for a bounty, or even if no one ransomed him, he could be sold to slave traders. He drew his gleaming dagger and threatened Serenia fiercely. Get out of my way! I won't kill you! Serenia didn't back down, but instead gripped her dagger tighter, her body slightly arched. The thug approached, cursing. You're asking for it! A gentle evening breeze blew, and the smoke gradually dissipated. The alley was quiet for a moment, then the thug suddenly stopped and stared wide-eyed into the depths of the smoke. There was no one there. A chill ran down his spine. He turned his head frantically, searching. Where is everyone? The next moment, a voice sounded from behind him. Are you looking for me? With arcane leap and stealth, Lin Sheng had already silently appeared behind him. The thug's hair stood on end, and just as he was about to turn around and beg for mercy, the hilt of the dagger had already struck him on the back of the head. His eyes rolled back, the dagger fell from his hand, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness completely like his companion. Under the soft moonlight, only Lin Sheng and Serenia remained in the alley. She remained pressed against the wall, her eyes still wary, but in fact, she was even more vigilant because of Lin Sheng's strength. Even without Lin Sheng, she was confident she could handle these two ordinary thugs. She had already completed half of her heroic journey on the run. The only real threat to her was someone like Lin Sheng, whom she couldn't fathom. Lin Sheng sheathed the dagger, dusted off his hands, which weren't actually dust, dragged the two thugs together, and skillfully tied them up with the rope they had prepared. After doing all that, he finally looked at Serenia. Silver-white hair, dazzling golden eyes, even with ash smeared on her face, her identity was unmistakable. It was indeed Serenia. He hadn't mistaken her for someone else. Serenia flinched slightly as he scrutinized her, then stubbornly glared back like a wary young wolf. Lin Sheng smiled and said, "Don't look at me so fiercely. After all, I'm the one who saved you." Serenia tightened her chin, baring her canines, and said coldly, "I don't need your help. And I won't give you any reward. You've wasted your time." If this man dares to take advantage of the situation and make any unreasonable demands, she will fight tooth and nail to prevent him from succeeding. Lin Sheng wasn't angry. He simply said, "Reward? I'm not after your gratitude. Whether I help someone or beat someone up, it's mainly about making myself feel good." As he spoke, he squatted down and rummaged through the two thugs' bodies, quickly finding their money pouches and some miscellaneous items, which he then casually tossed aside. "A clear mind is the reward I desire." Serenia didn't believe it. A good person? Are there really good people in this world? If so, why would the Mage Tower kill her entire family because of a random prophecy? Her small face was as cold as ice, and she remained silent the entire time. Lin Sheng didn't care. Pointing to the two unconscious men, he said, "I'll take these two with me, and the leather armor is mine too. As for the rest, it's yours. After all, you contributed. We'll split the spoils equally, no objections?" The most valuable thing the two thugs had was their tattered leather armor. The rest of their belongings were only worth a few coins. Serenia pursed her lips, her tone curt. "Whatever you want." "Goodbye then." Lin Sheng, pulling on the rope, dragged the two thugs away from the alley without looking back. The footsteps faded into the distance, and the alley fell silent, leaving only Serenia's rapid heartbeat and the pile of miscellaneous spoils. She didn't touch it immediately. Who knew if there was anything strange inside? 3 years on the run had taught her that any carelessness could be fatal. The commotion was quite loud. She had to leave right away. But as soon as she turned around, her small nostrils twitched. A delicious aroma of bread and dried meat wafted into my nostrils. "It's for eating." Serenia whirled around, her gaze locking onto a clean cloth bag amidst the clutter. The drawstring was loose, and the aroma of soft bread and spiced dried meat wafted out. "Is this a trap?" Reason urged her to leave, but the intense hunger in her stomach held her back. She clutched her rumbling stomach, stared at the bag, and couldn't help but swallow hard. It's very difficult for a person to stay conscious when they're extremely hungry. The fact that she could force herself to consider the pros and cons is already proof of her amazing willpower. Finally, Serenia made up her mind, quickly ran over, picked up the cloth bag, looked around warily, and turned to walk deeper into the alley. Chapter 24. I will remember this kindness. Serenia ran very fast, clutching the cloth bag tightly in her hand. What exactly did that man want? Her mind was filled with doubt and wariness, but right now, survival was more important than guessing. The aroma of food wafted from the bag, and hunger tormented her like fire and knives. She swallowed hard and forced herself to tie the bag tightly again. She couldn't eat yet. After searching for a while, Serenia found a starving stray dog in the corner. The dog was dirty and huddled up, baring its teeth warily as she approached. Serenia broke off a piece of bread and jerky, kneaded it into a ball with water, and gently tossed it over, saying in a low voice, "Sorry, I need you to test for poison for me." Wild dogs, of course, don't understand things like drugging, rendering unconscious, or imprisoning. All they care about is food. As soon as the food hits the ground, they pounce on it and devour it. Half an hour later, the stray dog was still lively and energetic, showing no signs of distress. After confirming that the food was all right, Serenia finally couldn't resist opening the bag. The warm aroma of wheat and the salty fragrance of dried meat instantly wafted out, almost causing her to lose her composure. She hasn't eaten normal food in far too long. Serenia no longer cared about decorum. Like a ravenous beast, she grabbed a loaf of bread and stuffed it into her mouth. It was just ordinary whole wheat bread, but at that moment, it tasted even better than the legendary Queen's bread to her. The thick, oily, and savory jerky beside her easily captivated her taste buds. All her vigilance, calculation, and reason were overwhelmed by hunger. She stuffed her mouth full, letting out low moans that were almost sobs, and greedily swallowed it. After eating and drinking her fill, she finally felt warmth in her stomach. That warmth slowly spread to her limbs, driving away the cold from her body. Serenia found a sheltered spot to sit down. Moonlight pierced through the clouds and fell on her pale face, revealing her delicate features even though it was covered in dust. She closed her eyes, and the image of the tall, upright young man in dark leather armor reappeared in her mind. With food, her brain could finally start thinking again. She, who would later become the Queen of the Abyss, was never lacking in wisdom. That incongruous food in the bag must have been secretly placed there by that man. Perhaps to preserve her final dignity, or perhaps to dispel her doubts, he chose this method. That guy's a good person. Serenia silently remembered this kindness. If she had a future, she would definitely repay this debt of gratitude. She leaned against the wall, and slowly closed her eyes. She needed to rest, to regain her strength, and then continue struggling in this cruel world. On the other side, Lin Sheng dragged the rope binding the two thugs along the bumpy street like he was dragging two dead dogs. The hemp rope dug into their flesh, and the gravel rubbed against their backs and thighs, causing the two thugs, who had been unconscious, to wake up in pain. "It hurts like hell. Be gentle. My butt!" One of the thugs was the first to be knocked down by Lin Sheng, unaware of what happened next or Lin Sheng's strength. Upon waking, he continued his street bravado, stubbornly shouting and bluffing. "Hey, you up front! You better let me go right now! Do you know who we're with? Kun Tai from the north of the city!" He cursed and struggled desperately, but Lin Sheng tied him up very tightly, and he couldn't move at all. Another thug, his face grim, quickly pleaded, "Stop talking, really stop talking!" But the man wouldn't listen. Instead, he cursed his companion for being a coward and continued to threaten Lin Sheng, saying that brother Kuntai could chop him up and feed him to the rats in a minute. His companion glanced at Lin Sheng furtively, his face turning even paler with fright. Instant teleportation, stealthy movement, such unpredictable abilities were something even Kuntai might not be able to handle, let alone them. Lin Sheng kept walking, not even bothering to lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Seeing that he didn't react, the thug thought he was scared and became even more arrogant, demanding that Lin Sheng kneel down and kowtow to admit his mistake. Before he could even utter the words, "Dog's life," Lin Sheng casually kicked with his right foot, and a piece of gravel from the roadside hit him squarely in the mouth. A muffled thud followed by a teeth-grinding cracking sound. The thug's screams instantly turned into whimpers, and blood mixed with 7 or 8 teeth spurted out, covering his face and chest. He could only make muffled gasps. The companion next to him was so frightened by what he saw that he immediately shut his mouth and dared not make a sound. He was trembling like a leaf. Lin Sheng dragged the two men, who looked like dead dogs, all the way to the town gate. Several guards leaned against their spears, looking this way with wariness and impatience. This small town wasn't exactly lucrative, and what they hated most was troublemakers. But when Lin Sheng approached, the captain saw his face clearly and instantly shuddered. "Isn't this the one who led 10 white spirit soldiers into town this evening? Those soldiers are still in the barracks next door." Lin Sheng's attire is very distinctive, and the guards' expressions immediately changed, and they all stood up straight nervously. The captain forced a smile and stepped forward, cautiously asking, "Sir, is something wrong? Do you need our help?" Lin Sheng stopped in front of the guard, casually tossed the rope aside, and asked in a calm tone, "According to the kingdom's laws, what are the punishments for theft, intentional homicide, and human trafficking?" Chapter 25 Continental Level Battle Event. The captain of the guard shuddered and immediately stood up straight. The two thugs on the ground stared wide-eyed, desperately pleading with him, as if reminding him that they had been showering him with favors and had even invoked Kuntai's name to beg for help. But the captain dared not hesitate. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Reporting, sir! According to the laws of the kingdom, for multiple crimes, the sentence is death, to be carried out immediately." The shout echoed through the city gate at night, its tone resolute and unwavering, a stark contrast to its usual demeanor when it involved with thugs. The other guards immediately straightened their backs, their eyes fixed straight ahead, as if the person lying on the ground was not an acquaintance, but a heinous bandit. The thugs tried to protest their innocence, saying they had given them bribes before. The captain's expression changed, and he immediately shouted for them to shut up. Two guards rushed forward and slapped them hard across the face, left and right. Is it something that can be discussed now, given the secret connections with the local thugs? Although the captain didn't know Lin Sheng's identity, just looking at the 10 white spirits he brought was enough to sweep through the entire town. Those who can command troops are either powerful figures or nobles. Neither of them are people a small-town guard captain like him can afford to offend. After cold sweat soaked through his inner lining, the last bit of hesitation in his heart completely disappeared. To avoid angering this menacing figure and to distance himself from the situation, the captain shouted sternly. "His crimes are heinous, he deserves to die. Death penalty, to be carried out immediately." Without hesitation, the two guards raised their spears and plunged them into the heart. A flash of cold light, 2 muffled thuds, and the screams abruptly ceased. The city gate fell silent instantly. Lin Sheng simply nodded, not even glancing at the corpse, and strode towards the barracks. The captain hurriedly bowed and scraped, leading his guards to remove the roadblocks and respectfully see him off. The area covered by the light of order is larger than the town itself. The extra area forms a buffer zone to prevent the black tide from directly impacting the residential area, and the military camp is built on this buffer zone. Only after Lin Sheng entered the military camp did the guards breathe a sigh of relief. They had almost been dragged into this mess by the two thugs. One was a scoundrel who sold his wife and daughter, and the other was a conman and human trafficker. They weren't worth risking their lives to plead for. The captain glanced at the corpse with disgust and waved for it to be dragged away and disposed of. The military camp outside the town was long dilapidated, covered in thick dust and overgrown with weeds. It was too remote for most troops to be stationed there, so the camp had been abandoned for a long time. 10 white spirits stood silently among the weeds, surrounding Lin Sheng's backpack like ghosts. The order flame inside the backpack continued to emit a warm light, enveloping them. Although the military camp was within the range of the light of order, Lin Sheng dared not be careless. If the light of order malfunctioned and its range shrank, the military camp might be swallowed by the black tide. In his previous life, someone had entrusted all their troops to a military camp, but on that day, the light of order in the town malfunctioned, the military camp was swallowed by the black tide, and after all the troops were wiped out, they were corrupted into monsters and turned against the city. These white spirits were a hidden unit that Lin Sheng had painstakingly acquired. Once they died, they were gone forever, and there was no way to replenish them. Troops are roughly divided into 3 categories. Ordinary troops can be reliably produced through buildings. Special troops require specific buildings or materials and are stronger in combat. Hidden troops have no fixed recruitment method and can only be obtained by chance, with a 1 in a million chance. In his previous life, only the leaders and core elites of major guilds could possess a small number of hidden troops. Lin Sheng's 10 white spirits are extremely valuable. Surrounded by white spirits, Lin Sheng set up his tent and spread out his sleeping bag. Although the town's tavern offered lodging and was much better than this place, he wasn't greedy for comfort. He felt more at ease sleeping next to his own soldiers. Before going to sleep, Lin Sheng opened the chat interface again to see what others had posted. The pinned post is still the screenshot of the treasure he posted yesterday. After all, it was the first time someone had ever gotten such a treasure, and the impact was huge, with the post already having countless replies. Some people were asking to befriend him, some were asking to add him as a friend, and a large number of mutual aid groups were spamming the chat, inviting him to join. If Lin Sheng hadn't chosen to remain anonymous, his friend requests would probably have exploded by now. He ignored the replies, closed his posts, and casually continued browsing. The result was a row of posts all following the same familiar pattern. A newbie gets a treasure after completing a quest, asks a veteran to appraise it, and then asks to empty their savings to buy equipment to see if it's worth it, since it's their first time getting equipment, and they want to know if it's any good. Clicking in, he saw that the entire page was filled with screenshots of his life orb. Lin Sheng was speechless. His picture from yesterday had become a common sight across the internet today. He closed those low-quality posts and continued searching for useful information. Soon, a title made him stop. "Brothers, I found a dungeon. The monsters inside respawn every day." Lin Sheng opened the post, and his gaze sharpened upon seeing the monster in the screenshot. It was a Berserker Thunder Beast from the Elemental Group, a Tier 3, Level 2 unit with the characteristic of splash damage. When the lightning chain hit the unit, it would also deal additional damage to surrounding targets. This is a high-attack melee unit. With the current strength of the Lord, there's no way they can defeat it unless a high-level hero from the main city personally intervenes. Just then, Lin Sheng suddenly sensed something was wrong, abruptly sat up, and carefully compared the dungeon coordinates. This location, this dungeon, could it be a prelude to the continental-level campaign, Elemental Chaos? That's right, this is the outpost for the Elemental Chaos. This is the first continent-wide battle to erupt, catching everyone completely off guard in the previous life. A continent-wide event means the entire continent will be involved. No one can remain uninvolved. From then on, the monsters no longer simply waited to be killed. Instead, they began to attack all living beings in an organized and premeditated manner. Countless people could be ambushed as soon as they stepped outside, or even be turned around and killed by groups of monsters. Chapter 26 I'm Just a Passing Hero. Once the event begins, not only major cities but also smaller towns will no longer be safe. Large numbers of monsters will attack, and many people will be killed by fireballs falling from the sky while they are still at home, their deaths shrouded in mystery. After the elemental calamity of his previous life, the number of lords in the eastern continent decreased by 1/10, resulting in heavy losses. Whether it was a butterfly effect brought about by Lin Sheng's rebirth or not, the opening of this instance was discovered more than a month ahead of schedule. While the current lords may not possess sufficient direct strength, their unorthodox methods should not be underestimated. Once they start using their brains, all sorts of wicked ideas will emerge, and it's only a matter of time before the stronghold enters the countdown to victory. Once the stronghold is breached, the elemental chaos war will sweep across the entire eastern continent, and no one can remain uninvolved. Lin Sheng did not leave a message to stop it, because a continent-wide event was unavoidable, and starting it ahead of time also had its advantages. The lords were not prepared, and the monsters might not be fully prepared either. Besides, even if he said it, others might not believe him. They might even think he was just bluffing out of jealousy. Lin Sheng closed the post and rested his eyes. It seemed the process needed to be sped up. First, he needed to reach level 10 in the town, then find a way to recruit Serenia into his party, preparing for the first continental battle. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Sheng led his troops out of the camp and headed into the open. The approaching First Continental War filled him with a sense of urgency. He planned to level up by farming monsters first, and then change his class once he reached level 10. The area around the town was mostly farmland, with flat and open terrain. Lin Sheng used a long-range reconnaissance spell and quickly located a gathering point of monsters. In the wheat field not far away, 10 Tier 1, Level 1 skeleton soldiers were wandering around, guarding a pile of wood supplies. Such wild resources respawn every day. After the chaotic black tide recedes, they are transformed into resources under the light of the sun's order, while the remaining malice transforms into monsters to guard them. On a small hill beside a golden wheat field, an old farmer and a young boy stared blankly at a skeleton, their faces filled with despair. To lords and heroes, this was a resource point, but to ordinary residents, it was a deadly disaster. With harvest season fast approaching, the monster has appeared in their own field. If they miss the opportune moment, the rains will fall, the wheat will rot in the ground, and all 6 months of hard work will be wasted. Without this harvest, they will either freeze to death or starve to death in the winter. Hiring someone to clear out the monsters wasn't easy. Only the town mayor and nobles controlled troops. Ordinary farmers simply couldn't afford it. The old farmer wept silently, his calloused hands gripping the soil tightly. His son was ashen-faced. Resource points don't just disappear into thin air. Unless someone clears out the monsters, the field will remain barren. Must his father really sell his sister to pay a nobleman to intervene? The young man stood up abruptly, anger blazing in his eyes. Rather than selling his sister, he'd rather let her try for herself. Just then, several white streaks of light pierced the dawn, flashing across the wheat field like shooting stars. The young man paused, looking up in shock, only to see the white orbs of light hurtling precisely towards the skull. With a few loud bangs, the 5 skeletons were blasted to pieces on the spot, their soul flames extinguished, and their stark white skeletons turned into experience points that floated toward the killer. A young man in dark leather armor walked slowly along the ridge of the field, his feet not trampling the wheat on either side. Beside him, 10 souls radiating holy white light glided silently, their hands once again gathering white orbs of light. The soldiers are heroic spirits? The old farmer and his son were completely dumbfounded. They had never left the town in their entire lives and had only ever seen nobles commanding longsword soldiers in battle, but these white spirits in front of them were far stronger than those soldiers. The remaining skeletons spotted their target, turned around in unison, and charged forward, raising their worn-out swords. Lin Sheng simply waved his hand, and the pure white spirit simultaneously raised her hand, unleashing a barrage of white light orbs that rained down on the wheat field, instantly scattering bones everywhere. Second tier, level 3 against first tier, level 1, the level and rank completely overwhelmed them. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided mopping up operation. After 2 rounds of attacks, all 10 skeletons were destroyed. The 10 pure white spirits regrouped and silently hovered beside Lin Sheng, as if they had just completed a trivial task. Lin Sheng watched this scene and felt a surge of emotion. He was finally living the life a normal lord should have. Recalling his tragic experience in the Forbidden Magic Valley, he simply couldn't bear to look back. Now, with his troops, he no longer needed to personally risk his life. With just a thought, his troops would obediently grind monsters. This was the life a lord should enjoy. Lin Sheng walked to the resource point and put 3 units of wood into his backpack. This wood was different from ordinary wood. It could be used to build special buildings, recruit troops, and could also be put into the lord's backpack without taking up weight or inventory space. After completing these steps, Lin Sheng used his remote reconnaissance skill again to locate the next resource point before hurriedly leaving the wheat field. With this map-finding skill, he could save a significant amount of time searching for monsters, making him more than twice as efficient as an ordinary lord. The young man watched his retreating figure before snapping out of his daze and couldn't help but shout, "My benefactor, please leave your name so we can thank you." Lin Sheng continued walking, his figure receding into the distance. The young man's face gradually darkened. As expected, how could a powerful figure possibly care about poor peasants like them? But soon, a sound drifted from afar. "No need to thank me, I'm just a hero who happened to be passing by." Lin Sheng waved his hand without turning his head and disappeared into the woods. The young man suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up. A hero? Chapter 27 The Garden of Primary Truth. Lin Sheng led 10 pure white spirits, silently moving through the dense forest. His goal was clear. The resource building he had just discovered using the remote reconnaissance skill, the basic Garden of Truth. Simply visiting it would permanently increase his knowledge attribute by 1 point. These buildings, which can directly enhance a player's abilities in the early stages, are extremely valuable, and Lin Sheng must acquire them. In his previous life, once such attribute buildings appeared, they would be immediately blocked by major guilds, making it difficult for ordinary players to even approach them, let alone use them. Lin Sheng stopped 100 meters away from the garden. His reconnaissance indicated that the guards were wood elves, also a tier 2 unit. He took out his alchemical telescope and looked inside. He saw a clearing in the forest surrounded by glowing vines, with a white stone platform standing in the center. A heavy book floated on the platform, emitting a soft golden light, and the runes on the cover were constantly flowing. The garden appears tranquil on the surface, but danger lurks in the shadows. 10 wood elf swordsmen, wielding slender rapiers, lie hidden among the trees and weeds near the entrance, skilled in agility, stealth, and close-quarters combat. Further away, nestled in a tall tree, were 3 wood elf archers. Cloaked and with arrows nocked, they stood guard over the entire Garden of Truth. The wood elves truly live up to their reputation as children of the forest. Their disguise is virtually flawless. If anyone were to approach unprepared and directly touch the Book of Truth, they would immediately be ambushed by swordsmen and shot dead by archers. Once the swordsman gets close, their attack speed bonus becomes a disaster for a squishy ranged character like White Spirit. Add to that the poison arrows blocking their path, and escape becomes nearly impossible. This time, the enemy has home field advantage. The battle for resource buildings will test defensive strategy. Lin Sheng's goal is simple: take it without taking any damage. Losing even 1 unit would be a loss. He quickly made a judgment and silently gave the command to the white spirits. The 3 pure white spirits broke away from the group, forming a loose formation, and slowly floated towards the garden entrance. This movement immediately attracted the attention of all the lurking wood elves. Whoosh whoosh. 3 emerald green poison arrows tore through the air, heading straight for the white spirits. At the same time, the wood elf swordsmen on both sides tore off their disguises and charged out like arrows, their rapiers aimed directly at the 3 white spirits. The 3 by Ling were instantly caught in a pincer attack and were about to be surrounded and killed. At that very moment, a glint flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes. The 3 white spirits became ethereal and sank directly into the ground. Spirits can ignore obstacles and can naturally burrow into the soil. This is a life-saving technique developed by later undead lords. However, this method of movement is slow and cannot be used for attacks, making it only suitable for saving one's life in critical moments. The wood elves' rapiers missed their mark, their poison arrows embedded in the ground, and all their attacks failed. Lin Sheng's true objective had been achieved. He had lured all the scattered and lurking wood elf swordsmen to one place. The next second, a chilling white mist surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping all the wood elf swordsmen. Stacked spellcasting, frost trail. Visible frost covered the swordsmen's bodies, and their movements immediately became sluggish, as if they had been put on slow motion. The most dangerous aspect of wood elf swordsmen is their sudden, all-or-nothing attack after breaking stealth. If they manage to break into the white elf formation, the white elves won't withstand more than a few strikes. So Lin Sheng first lured them out with bait, then concentrated his forces to control them. At the same time, the thick ice fog obscured the archers' vision, preventing them from continuing to fire accurately. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Under Lin Sheng's command, the 7 pure white spirits condensed light spheres in their palms and simultaneously launched them at the wood elf swordsmen in the ice mist. Lin Sheng himself then initiated stealth, and quietly crept forward. The orb of light tore through the white mist and slammed into the wood elf swordsman, instantly killing 3 enemies. A short, blood-curdling scream rang out as the swordsman's body disintegrated, turning into emerald dust and vanishing. The 3 wood elf archers in the tree drew their bows again, trying to determine the location of the white spirit by observing the trajectory of the light orb. But this time, they had no chance to make a move. Lin Sheng appeared behind them without them noticing, and his dagger lightly sliced across their throats. A rear attack, a vital attack! The archer's fragile health was instantly depleted, and he was killed on the spot. At this point, the enemy had no chance of turning the tide. The remaining wood elf swordsmen were slowed down by layers of frost, moving at a snail's pace, and could only endure the continuous bombardment of the white spirits, turning into dust one by one. Lin Sheng stood on a tree branch, overlooking the entire battlefield. As the last swordsman vanished into the white mist, he calmly unfurled his cloak and silently glided down from the treetop. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes from start to finish. On the pristine white stone platform, the Book of Truth still floated silently, radiating a soft, golden light. The 10 pure white spirits regrouped and returned to Lin Sheng's side, completely unharmed. Lin Sheng ordered by Ling to keep watch on the surroundings, then walked to the stone platform and looked at the book with flowing runes. He reached out his finger and gently touched the page. The next moment, the book transformed into a warm, golden torrent, flowing from between his brows into Lin Sheng's mind. As if the fog had been cleared, his thoughts instantly became clear, and he gained a new understanding of the world. A system notification then popped up. Basic Truth Garden Effect triggered, knowledge attribute permanently +1. The maximum effect of the Basic Garden of Truth, 1 to 5. Knowledge not only affects mana regeneration, but it is also a prerequisite for learning advanced magic. Many magical and strategic skills require knowledge. At the same time, the combat experience was also calculated. There were no rewards for battles beyond one's level, and the experience wasn't much, but added together, Lin Sheng was not far from level 10. Chapter 28 An Outsider Lord? I'm just a little bit of experience away from level 10. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. As the Book of Primary Truth was used, the garden in front of us vanished like a bubble, leaving only an empty meadow. Lin Sheng looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he bent down to pick up a thin piece of paper from the ground. Fragments of the Book of Elementary Truth, Part 1, Miscellaneous Items. This was incredible luck. He'd gotten a fragment from his very first opening of the Beginner's Book of Truth. Lin Sheng silently thanked Lady Luck and the 5 points of luck brought by the Azuri gloves. This tattered page looks unremarkable, with dim and messy patterns, but Lin Sheng knows very well how rare it will be in later generations, and that it might not even be possible to buy it for 10 million gold coins. It wasn't until 5 years later that someone uncovered its secret. It was a lord with a collecting obsession who, after collecting 5 fragments from 1 to 5, intended to bind them together for his collection. However, the 5 fragments somehow merged into a map. The map marked a mysterious coordinate. The lord followed the coordinate and discovered a strange portal. Behind the portal lay one of the 7 secret realms, an alternate dimension that even the gods could not control, the Sea of Knowledge. The Sea of Knowledge is a vast blue ocean. It may seem ordinary on the surface, but just by drinking a sip of its water, you can gain a little knowledge. More importantly, you can fish there. The fish you catch will turn into random skill books, ranging from the most basic warmth spell to the world-shaking divine transformation spell. All are possible. With enough luck, one can acquire god-level skills that countless people dream of. Even the weakest lord, as long as they survive the Sea of Knowledge, is enough to join the ranks of the elite. However, collecting all the fragments is extremely difficult. Truth gardens in the wild are already scarce, and the probability of obtaining fragments after reading the Book of Truth is pitifully low. Lin Sheng quickly suppressed his excitement, and carefully put away the tattered pages. Compared to these distant resources, what was more important right now was to reach level 10 as soon as possible. Once he reaches level 10, he can undergo his first job change, bringing him one step closer to the hidden thief class he has always dreamed of. Without delay, he used remote reconnaissance to quickly locate 2 other resource points nearby and rush there with pure white spirit. The distribution of resource points follows a pattern. The closer to human settlements, the lower the level of the resource points. The further into the wilderness, the more high-level resource points there are. These 2 resource points are pretty good. One is a level 1 quarry that can produce 1 unit of stone per day, guarded by 5 lizardman spear throwers, which are second-tier level 1 orc units. The other location contains 3 gems, guarded by 7 poisonous scorpions, which are also neutral monsters of the second tier, level 1. These monsters were all relatively fragile. Taking advantage of the superior vision, before they could react, the pure white spirit's orbs of light had already bombarded them, and several rounds of bombardment shattered the monsters into pieces. After clearing out the guards at the quarry, Lin Sheng stepped inside, and a system notification immediately popped up. All enemies inside the building have been cleared. Do you wish to occupy the building? Lin Sheng chose, yes, without hesitation. A streak of light flew out from the system interface and disappeared into the quarry. The quarry does not need to be guarded. It will automatically absorb the surrounding magic power and slowly condense stone resources. The level 1 quarry has been occupied. Its lord is Lin Sheng. Quarry remaining days, 10 days. The quarry currently has reserves of 5 to 10. This building was also made of magic and would dissipate over time. Lin Sheng took 5 units of stone and then turned to leave. There were no other lords nearby, so he wasn't worried about being robbed. He just needed to come back every 10 days to take the stones he had collected. Quarries and logging camps are high-value production buildings, especially in the later stages of the game, where top-tier buildings often require massive amounts of resources. Later generations of top lords were often supported by a large group of logistics personnel. Afterwards, Lin Sheng rushed to the gem resource point and repeated the process. 2 rounds of pure white spirit's light orbs cleared out the poisonous scorpions, and he successfully collected 3 gems. The battle ended, and the experience points were credited. A golden light flowed into Lin Sheng's body, instantly making him feel refreshed and his body strengthened once again. With his current physique, returning to his original world, he could easily defeat someone like Tyson with one hand. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully reaching level 10. Job change is now available. For details, please consult your job mentor. Congratulations, Lord. You've become the first person in the world to reach level 10. We'll be announcing this to the whole world soon. Shall we reveal your name? Lin Sheng immediately chose to hide. Congratulations, Lord. Your hidden first name has reached level 10. You have gained 100 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins. Immediately afterwards, world announcements began to appear one after another. The secondary profession system has been unlocked, and lords can choose to develop secondary professions. The territory system has been unlocked. Lords who reach level 10 or higher can apply for land to build their territories. The official rank system has been unlocked. Lords who reach level 10 or higher can now acquire official ranks within the kingdom. The densely packed announcements instantly flooded the chat interface, with countless posts popping up everywhere. Lin Sheng simply closed the interface. He had experienced all of this in his previous life and was very familiar with the newly added content. Compared to these features, he was more concerned about the upcoming job change trial. That's a legendary hidden class. Among tens of millions of lords, there are definitely no more than 10 such classes, and now, the opportunity is right in front of him. Lin Sheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. As a lord, the worst thing he could do was act haphazardly. A steady and methodical approach was the best strategy. Before changing jobs, he must first settle things here, bring Serenia into the team, and completely eliminate any worries before fully committing to the job change trial. The trials for legendary professions are extremely difficult, and thorough preparation is essential. He decided to farm a few more resource points. Before changing jobs, his experience level would be capped at level 10, and any experience beyond that would be temporarily frozen until he changed jobs. Just as Lin Sheng continued his search, the edge of the field of vision of the remote reconnaissance technique suddenly caught a strange movement. A wide dirt road ran alongside the woods. It was the main road leading to other towns. At that moment, dust billowed along the road, and a figure was staggering as he ran. The young man was covered in mud and leaves, looking disheveled. He was wearing the mage robes given to him at the start of the game, so he seemed to be a mage. Behind him, 10 tusked wild boars, their blood-red eyes glaring and white breath snorting from their nostrils, pounded the ground with a rumbling sound as they relentlessly pursued him. Chapter 29 Cross-Class Spellcasting Ability? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. That lord didn't even bring a single soldier with him, yet he dared to run off into the wilderness alone. He was practically courting death. But the next second, he felt that the man's back looked somewhat familiar. Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened, and he immediately led Bai Ling towards that direction. If it was truly an acquaintance, he naturally couldn't stand idly by. On the town's narrow road, the mage was on the verge of despair. The wild boar was hot on his heels, his magic was long gone, and his legs were almost numb. He had only managed to hold on by his survival instincts. But his strength was completely drained, and his steps became increasingly unsteady. In the blink of an eye, 10 wild boars rushed to within 10 meters of him, their sharp tusks like short spears, ready to pierce his body at any moment. Just then, 10 orbs of light descended from the sky, instantly covering the fan-shaped area behind him. With a deafening roar, smoke and dust exploded, engulfing the entire group of ferocious wild boars. The mage staggered forward a few more steps before realizing the pursuit behind him had ceased. He hesitated and turned back, only to see that all 10 wild boars had been blasted with large holes and were fading into golden experience particles. Did someone save him? He was covered in sweat, panting heavily, and looked around. From the dense woods beside the road, a figure silently emerged. The monk was startled, but forced himself to remain calm and said with difficulty, "Thank you, thank you." But halfway through his sentence, he stared at Lin Sheng's face, his voice suddenly hesitant. You are Lin Sheng?" Lin Sheng was also stunned for a moment, and a name that had been buried in his student days came to mind. Chu Yan'an? The face before me was covered in sweat and dust, yet I could still see the shadow of that quiet classmate from back then. Chu Yan'an was Lin Sheng's high school classmate before he transmigrated. In high school, he always sat in the front row, had a quiet personality, and was among the top students. The two were not close. At most, they were nodding acquaintances. The goddess Asha has recruited tens of millions of people, so it's not surprising that she would run into someone she knows. It's just that the distance was too great just now, which is why Lin Sheng didn't recognize them. For Chu Yan'an, only 4 days had passed since he transmigrated, but for Lin Sheng, it felt like 12 years ago. 12 years of fighting in another world had made the word, classmate, seem foreign. It really is you! Chu Yan'an was both surprised and delighted after confirming the news, and said with lingering fear, "Luckily I met you, otherwise I would have been dead just now." Looking at his disheveled appearance, Lin Sheng asked, "How did you get chased like this by these wild boars?" "Normally, monsters wouldn't chase you this far. Once they escape the area, they'll usually go back to guard resource points." Chu Yan'an was a little embarrassed. "I saw a unit of iron ore by the roadside and thought no one wanted it, so I picked it up casually. As a result, 10 wild boars immediately rushed out of the woods and chased me like madmen. I later threw away all the iron ore, but they wouldn't even look at it, and kept chasing after me." Lin Sheng was speechless for a moment. Taking away the protected resources is equivalent to maximizing the enemy's hatred. As long as the guarding monster isn't dead, it will chase you to the ends of the earth. Chu Yan'an is truly lucky to have survived. Even worse, he was chased all the way without getting any resources. Lin Sheng was already used to the dog-eat-dog world and the constant scheming. Chu Yan'an's impulsive actions, on the contrary, carried a long-lost kind of naivety from an ordinary person. He shook his head and explained, "Once you've taken the resources, there's no point in leaving them behind. They already bear your mark, and in the eyes of the monsters, they're no longer the resources they were originally guarding. So that's how it is." Chu Yan'an nodded, subconsciously raising his hand to push up his glasses, but missed. He then remembered that after his professional card enhanced his body, his nearsightedness was long gone. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He excelled at studying, but he was truly ill-suited to leading troops in battle. In comparison, Lin Sheng clearly knew more. His soldiers were exceptionally brave and skilled, and their equipment was far from novice grade. Lin Sheng glanced at him and said, "It's not far from the town. I'll take you there. The nearby resource points have been cleared, so going back in a different direction to search is also convenient." Chu Yan'an was a little embarrassed. "Then I'll trouble you." On the way back, the two chatted casually for a few minutes, and Lin Sheng also found out about Chu Yan'an's situation. Unlike Lin Sheng, Chu Yan'an followed the goddess's procedure exactly and was sent to the secondary main city, Dawn City. While smaller than the main city, it was closer to the town of Ibs, which is why he was able to walk there. In hindsight, being sent to a secondary capital city was an excellent start. There were fewer lords there, less competition for resources and quests, higher average returns, and faster development. But newcomers today don't think that way. An unfamiliar environment and a large number of strangers, with only a few own people around, offer far less sense of security than the bustling, populous main city. Not everyone can adapt to a different world immediately. Chu Yan'an also had some complaints about this. In the end, he looked at Lin Sheng with envy. "I really envy you. You adapted so quickly and even recruited such a strong unit. Lin Sheng shrugged. Just lucky. What about you? What are you doing here? Chu Yan said seriously. I'm just passing through. I want to go to the west and join the Mage Tower faction. Lin Sheng paused, almost thinking he had misheard. The Mage Tower? That's the force hunting down Serenia. Lin Sheng was already figuring out how to wipe them out, and now this old classmate actually wants to join them. Chu Yan thought Lin Sheng was surprised by his idea, so he quickly explained. I'm not good at leading troops, and I don't like fighting. My ambition is not in lordly wars. I want to study magic. When his area of expertise was mentioned, he seemed to revert to his academic prowess, his tone becoming excited. The magic in this world is real, with various models and triggering methods, just like mathematics, with unique rules. It's so fascinating. As he spoke, fearing that Lin Sheng wouldn't believe him, he raised his hand and made a few gestures in the air. A moment later, a beam of white light descended from the sky and enveloped Chu Yan. Healing spell? Lin Sheng's expression changed drastically. This spell itself was quite ordinary. It could only heal minor injuries and restore a small amount of health. What truly shocked him was that this wasn't a mage skill at all, but a priest's class skill. A mage actually used a priest's skill? Cross-class spellcasting? Chapter 30. People will always grow. Chu Yan's gaze was intense as he continued. This is a skill I learned by analyzing magic models. It's not in the skill bar, nor is it system-assisted casting. It's magic that truly belongs to me. However, each release requires building a model in the mind. The success rate is affected by the environment, and the speed is not as fast as the priest class. There are still many shortcomings that need to be improved. When he talked about these things, he was like a researcher caught up in a frenzy, getting more and more excited as he spoke. Lin Sheng's eyes showed admiration, and he said sincerely, Very impressive, you are a genius. Even in his previous life, there were very few lords who could cast spells using only a memory model. This academic genius has already forged his own path, a magic researcher. Such talent would be highly sought after by major guilds later on. This ability relies entirely on innate talent, much like mathematics. Geniuses can solve it at a glance, but ordinary people simply cannot. Lin Sheng added, If you need my help, just ask. Chu Yan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. You've already helped me enough. After my mentor discovered that I could analyze magic models, he gave me a hidden quest. He said there was a power in the west called the Mage Tower, which was full of mages who studied magic. His mentor said that he could learn more there, so he went out this time to try to get the opportunity to study in the Mage Tower. Lin Sheng stared at him silently for a long time without saying a word. He even revealed the hidden mission. I really don't know whether to say Chu Yan is naive or too trusting of his high school classmate. Since the other party was being frank, Lin Sheng didn't hold back either. He shook his head and said seriously, I suggest you don't go to the Mage Tower. It's all about seniority there, and the people are extremely arrogant. Newcomers there are basically treated like slaves, and it takes at least 20 or 30 years to get ahead. How many 20 or 30 years do you have in a lifetime? If you want to learn magic, go to the Mage Academy on the northernmost part of the continent. That is the birthplace of academic mages, stronger than the Mage Tower, and the learning atmosphere is much better. Lin Sheng knew the Mage Tower's power all too well. In his previous life, Serenia had only shown a slight hint of being a mage's nemesis when the Mage Tower sent people to capture her, intending to take her back as a test subject. They didn't recruit, they didn't cooperate. They were aggressive from the start, forcing Serenia's family to fight back desperately. Such an organization is disgusting and arrogant, definitely not a good place to be. Lin Sheng opened the chat interface, added Chu Yan as a friend face-to-face, and sent her a string of coordinates. These are the coordinates. If you trust me, go to the main city and buy a teleportation scroll, then teleport there directly. The entrance test there is a bit difficult, requiring you to analyze a few magic models, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Looking at the coordinates, Chu Yan couldn't help but ask, How did you know that? It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Sheng. After all, the other man had just saved his life. If he really wanted to harm him, There was no need for such a roundabout way. His own soldiers could have done it easily. Lin Sheng remained silent for a few seconds. Of course he knew, because he had discovered that place when he was being hunted down by the guild in his previous life and had to hide everywhere. Finally, he simply said, "I have special sources of information." Chu Yan'an nodded, looking like he understood. "Okay, I believe you." He didn't press further. Everyone has secrets, and that question had actually been somewhat offensive. Everyone else was still struggling to adapt to this world, but Lin Sheng was already thriving. He must have his own connections. Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you afraid I'll lie to you?" Although the two were classmates, their relationship wasn't particularly close, and that all happened before he transmigrated. He was even prepared to explain further, or if all else failed, let Chu Yan'an go and bang his head against the wall of the mage tower. Chu Yan'an replied seriously, "You've already saved my life, why lie to me again? Even if it's fake, I'll only lose a little money and time." No wonder he's a top student. He thinks things through clearly. Lin Sheng didn't want him to go to the mage tower for an even more important reason. If he went there, he might not live more than 2 years. In her previous life, an accident occurred at the mage tower 2 years later, triggering a regional crisis that led to the complete annihilation of the entire force. That incident had nothing to do with Serenia. At the time, she was still secretly developing her power. Because the mage tower was destroyed first, Serenia was unable to take revenge later, and could only vent her anger on the lords who had hunted her down back then. Lin Sheng remembers it clearly because he was nearby at the time and teamed up with a few other players to do a series of quests, getting a lot of good stuff. Even if a newcomer like Chu Yan'an has high talent, he will most likely be used as cannon fodder to fill the gaps in the mage tower. The two chatted as they walked along the edge of the forest toward the town of Ebes. On the simple dirt road at the village entrance, the old farmer stood with his son, followed by his wife and daughter. When the family saw Lin Sheng, their eyes lit up, and they rushed over, kneeling down on the ground. "Hero, you're finally back! Thank you so much, my savior, for saving my family!" Chu Yan'an was stunned on the spot. He looked at Lin Sheng and then at the villagers with tears in their eyes. He couldn't react for a moment. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, his voice gentle but firm. "Get up! I don't like kneeling. People should stand properly." Even when he was driven to such a desperate situation by a major guild in his past life, he never considered kneeling and begging for mercy. He would not kneel before the strong, nor would he force the weak to kneel before him. The old farmer and his son exchanged a glance before helping each other to their feet. The old farmer then waved to his daughter behind him, saying, "Sir, this is a small token of our appreciation." The little girl with flaxen hair, carrying a basket, timidly walked up to Lin Sheng. "Sir, this is smoked meat made for the festival, with spices, and bread baked with fresh flour. We are poor and don't have anything good to offer, so we hope you won't find it offensive." Lin Sheng was silent for a moment. To him, these things were worthless, but to these villagers, they were probably the best things in their homes. He took the bacon and bread, then quietly took out a few gold coins and put them in the basket. There were many people around. If others knew this family possessed a large sum of money, they probably wouldn't survive the night. The old farmer's eyes widened suddenly, his voice trembling. "Sir, how can this be? We can't." Lin Sheng waved his hand to interrupt. "No need to say anything, I need your help with something." The young man was about to pat his chest and agree when the old farmer pulled him behind him. He covered the gold coins with a rag, handed it to his wife, and said through gritted teeth, "Sir, you can say whatever you want, even if it means sending this old man to hell to die." They might not earn a single gold coin even after 10 years of farming. This money is enough to send their child to the city to learn a trade and change their way of life. It would be worth risking their life for. Lin Sheng said, "It's not that dangerous. You've lived here for generations, so you should know where the monsters are in the vicinity. Just mark the distribution of the monsters, especially those places that have been there for years and haven't been cleared out. In places like this, there's a high chance of encountering a boss or a treasure chest guarding it. In this world, obtaining equipment primarily relies on opening treasure chests guarded by bosses and the loot chests dropped after defeating them. The old farmer nodded repeatedly. Yes, sir. We have an ancestral map at home, which records all the dangerous locations nearby. I'll bring it to you right away. Lin Sheng nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. As the family of four left, they kept turning back to look at each other. The little girl with flaxen hair, in particular, seemed quite interested in Lin Sheng's appearance, her eyes sparkling. If it were a playboy-type lord, he probably would have accepted it with a casual attitude. But Lin Sheng is not that kind of person. He's a pure love enthusiast, the kind who specializes in killing minotaurs. Lin Sheng had only taken a few steps when he noticed that Chu Yan'an was still standing there and hadn't followed, so he turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yan'an then came to her senses and looked at him with a complicated expression. "Lin Sheng, you are really completely different from when you were in high school." In his memory, Lin Sheng sat in the back row, had average grades, and was somewhat taciturn. But now, he shines brightly and has become a hero in the eyes of others. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. "People always grow, especially in places like this." Chu Yan'an repeated in a low voice. "Growing up in a place like this?" He shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. Someone as dull as himself, completely clueless about leading troops and fighting battles, would probably never be able to be like Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's voice came from ahead. "Chu Yan'an, you also have your own talents. Don't underestimate yourself. Keep going." He seemed to see right through Chu Yan'an's thoughts. Chu Yan'an took a deep breath, suppressed the pounding in his heart, and quickly caught up with Lin Sheng. After the two returned to the town and escaped the dangerous wilderness, they found themselves surrounded by people coming and going. Chu Yan'an visibly relaxed and sat down by the roadside, completely disregarding his image. Lin Sheng asked, "The journey is a bit long. How do you plan to get back? If you're not in a hurry, wait about a week until I've finished dealing with things here, and then we can go to Dawn City together." Chu Yan'an shook his head. "Don't worry, I have a return scroll. It's a reward from my mentor after I completed the mission. I'll rest for a bit and recover some mana." As he spoke, he took out a scroll to return to the city and handed it to Lin Sheng. "I have quite a few here. Here, take this one, it'll save you some travel time." Lin Sheng accepted the scroll. "Thank you, then I won't be polite." With this scroll, he had a bit more protection in the wild. The scroll was bound to Dawn City and could only be used outside of combat. It would be interrupted if attacked. The two chatted for a few more minutes. Chu Yan'an's magic power had almost recovered, so he waved goodbye to Lin Sheng and tore open the scroll. An arcane light enveloped his entire body, and his figure gradually faded until it disappeared completely. Lin Sheng watched his old classmate leave, then turned and walked towards the edge of the town. Time was of the essence. Grinding monsters was the priority. In a way, he changed Chu Yan'an's fate this time. Without him, Chu Yan'an would have either died under the tusks of a wild boar or in the Mage Tower incident 2 years later. Now, Chu Yan'an should be able to truly embark on the path of a mage researcher. As Lin Sheng passed through a quiet alley at the entrance of the town, his keen senses suddenly caught a familiar, wary gaze. He paused slightly, his gaze fixed on the depths of the alley. In the alley, a familiar figure was peeking over. "It's Serenia?" Chapter 31 Serenia's Warning. Serenia's slender figure was furtively hidden at the alley entrance. Her little face was dusty and dirty, like a filthy cat, and she was still wearing the same patched old clothes. But compared to yesterday, there was less wariness in her eyes and more complexity. She glanced at Lin Sheng secretly, and waved slightly, signaling him to come over. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. This wary little wildcat actually took the initiative to seek him out. Interesting. He subtly changed direction, slowly walked into the alley, stopped in a spot where Serenia felt safe, and asked softly, "Is something the matter?" Serenia quickly glanced around to make sure no one was watching before turning her gaze back to Lin Sheng's face. His golden eyes gleamed, like those of a curious yet cautious cat. She lowered her voice and asked, "You helped those farmers today, and you snatched the wheat fields back from the monsters?" Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised that the news had spread so quickly. He nodded and said, "The information network is quite efficient. It was just a matter of convenience." Upon receiving confirmation, A hint of surprise flashed across Serenia's eyes. She glanced at the package in Lin Sheng's hand, clearly guessing it was a thank you gift from the farmers. She glanced at Lin Sheng again and muttered to herself, "Are there really such good people in this world?" Before Lin Sheng could reply, she hurriedly asked, "I also heard that you're going to clear out all the monster hideouts around the town. Is that true?" Lin Sheng was even more surprised. He had casually asked an old farmer about the location of the monster's stronghold just half an hour ago, and this young girl's information had spread far too quickly. She's only been in this town a short time, yet she's already gathered so much information. Even if the Abyss Queen's intelligence-gathering abilities haven't fully awakened yet, they've already revealed just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. The information travels so fast? Serenia couldn't help but roll her eyes and quickly retorted, "What do you think? That family kowtowed to you at the entrance of town to express their gratitude. Countless people saw it. This place is so small, even the smallest thing can spread, let alone a big shot like you who suddenly arrived." At this point, her expression suddenly turned serious. She looked around again to make sure no one was watching, then took a step closer, stood on tiptoe, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Listen, I'm not tipping you off, I just don't want to owe anyone a favor." She first distanced herself from the situation, then said urgently, "I was resting in the back alley of the Baron's mansion when I overheard the people from Baron Ebe's family discussing how an outsider had been clearing out monster strongholds at will, blocking their path to wealth, and they wanted to teach him a lesson." Serenia looked at Lin Sheng. "In the whole town, you're probably the only outsider who can clear out the monsters." Lin Sheng listened quietly, then narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Baron Abe's?" Serenia keenly sensed a chill and quietly took a half-step back. After a moment's thought, Lin Sheng understood the trick. The so-called path to wealth was actually those monsters. Instead of dealing with the monsters, the Baron allowed them to roam freely outside the town, making wealthy merchants afraid to venture out and leaving them with no choice but to pay him to send troops to exterminate them. Farmers who wanted his help had to sell their children to raise money. The Baron was the only one in the town who controlled the military, and he decided the entire military budget. Making money from both sides was the real way to make a living. Lin Sheng had seen far too many of these despicable nobles in his previous life. Their final fate was usually quite simple. They were taught a lesson by the lords who came here to farm. The old nobles wanted to recruit the lords, but the lords simply couldn't be bothered. You don't want to farm monsters, fine, but you won't let others farm them either? And you dare to threaten and bribe them? That's suicide. Seeing Lin Sheng's silence, Serenia assumed he was frightened and added in a low voice, "It seems they're planning to make a move on you in town tonight. I didn't hear the specifics, but they definitely don't have good intentions. Be careful." After saying that, she seemed to have accomplished something significant, immediately taking 2 steps back to create distance. Her face regained its wariness and aloofness, except for a barely noticeable blush near her ear. Lin Sheng looked at the girl in front of him. She was clearly nervous, yet she still awkwardly came to remind him. The killing intent that had arisen from the nobleman's scheming inexplicably faded a bit. Killing such a minor nobleman is no big deal. At most, it'll just cost him some reputation and a fine. If you really want to calculate it, the entire fortune of that baron isn't even as valuable as a single finger of the girl before us. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. "Thank you for reminding me, it was a great help." Serenia blushed and quickly waved her hand. "Don't overthink it. I'm just returning the favor for that meal." Lin Sheng laughed and said, "In that case, I'll have to treat you to a few more big meals." Serenia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Sheng pointed to the tavern in the distance, bathed in sunlight, and invited with a smile. "Let's go, it's on me." Loud noises drifted from the tavern, and the aroma of food wafted into the alley. Serenia swallowed hard, but still shook her head and refused. "Sorry, someone like me is best kept out of the limelight. It'll only cause trouble." After all, the Mage Tower is still digging deep to find her. After saying that, she took a few steps back, trying to hide again in the shadows deep in the alley. That was the only safe place she thought she could go. "Then wait for me here for a while, just a little while," Lin Sheng interrupted her. Serenia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Sheng didn't explain further, and turned to walk straight towards the bustling tavern. Serenia stood alone in the shadows of the alley, her pale face expressionless, like a forgotten weed, letting the cold autumn wind rustle her clothes. Not long after, Lin Sheng came out. He carried 2 bulging, thick oil paper packages in his hands and strode into the alley. The rich aroma of food wafted out through the packages. Chapter 32 contains a map depicting monsters. Lin Sheng stuffed a paper package into Serenia's hand, then sat down next to her as if nothing had happened. Serenia stared blankly at him. The oil paper package was heavy and still warm, the heat passing through the oil paper to her cold palms. Lin Sheng casually asked, "I don't know your name yet." "My name is Lin Sheng." Serenia hesitated for a moment, then hugged the paper bag and answered softly, "Serenia, my name is Serenia Osurtes." Lin Sheng repeated her name twice and nodded. "That's good. Eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good when it's cold." He opened the paper package. Inside were golden brown roasted lamb ribs, accompanied by roasted potatoes, cabbage, and 2 white bread rolls. Lin Sheng picked up a rib and started eating. The aroma of meat mixed with spices was just right. Serenia carefully opened her own portion and found the food to be exactly the same, a generous portion, and still steaming hot. She picked up the bread and ribs and stuffed them into her mouth as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Soon, she choked from eating too quickly and coughed repeatedly. Lin Sheng handed her the water pouch, completely unconcerned about her dirty appearance. This natural, friend-like gesture left Serenia somewhat bewildered. Since their escape, no one had ever treated her like this, showing no disgust at her wretched state or her filth, but simply sitting beside her to share food and water. She took a small sip, wiped the spout, and returned the teapot to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng casually put it away, his expression remaining unchanged. After finishing his meal, Lin Sheng stood up, looked at her, and asked, "Serenia, can you do me another favor?" Serenia immediately became alert. What kind of help? She even wondered if this guy would ask her to pay for the meal. Lin Sheng took out 10 gold coins and placed them in front of her. "Help me gather information. This is an advance payment. There will be the other half after the job is done." Serenia stared at the gold coins, then looked at Lin Sheng, pondered for a moment, and then bit her lower lip and said, "All right, what do you want to find out? Make it clear first, I won't do anything too dangerous." Lin Sheng stretched in the sunlight and turned back to say, "Don't worry, there's no need to take any risks. Just keep an eye on the entrance to the noble mansions and see if any troops are coming in or out, and what type of troops they are." Those nobles' troops weren't kept in barracks. They were clearly brought into town illegally and hidden in their manors. Before Lin Sheng could take action, he needed to find out more about their situation. Serenia thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. This job wasn't dangerous. In fact, it was quite easy. Lin Sheng extended his hand to her and said with a smile, "Then it will be a pleasure to cooperate with you." Serenia glanced at him, then gently shook his hand. "Pleasure doing business with you." Lin Sheng pulled her up from the ground with a little effort and brought her into the sunlight. The light illuminated her delicate features and highlighted her long, silvery white hair. Then, Lin Sheng took out a brand new cloak from his backpack and handed it to her. The cloak was a discreet linen color, easy to conceal. "Consider this compensation for the cloak you lost last night." "I didn't implicate anyone," Serenia muttered softly, but still accepted the cloak. The fabric was soft and thick. She should be warm enough to wear to bed at night. She thanked him softly. Lin Sheng waved his hand, indicating that they would be exchanging information here again tomorrow, and then turned and left. Serenia stood in the sunlight, watching his retreating figure. She put on her cloak, feeling its warmth, but her face slowly darkened. His surroundings were indeed warm and reassuring. But the more warm it was, the more dangerous it became. Like a cat drawn to a fireplace, getting too close would inevitably result in its fur being burned. The Mage Tower will not let her go, nor will it let anyone who gets close to her go. After Lin Sheng left, he prepared to continue exploring outside the town. Just as he reached the wooden gate at the town entrance, he saw a family standing there with large and small bags on their backs, looking around. That was the old farmer's family. When the old farmer saw Lin Sheng, his eyes lit up. He staggered over to him, pulled a tattered cloth from his pocket, and handed it to him with both hands. "My lord, you've finally arrived! This is a map passed down in our family. It was drawn in a very simple style by our ancestors, so please don't find it offensive." He said there were many monster hideouts near the town, but because they didn't affect the lives of important people, no one had cleaned them up for decades. Man-eating vine caves, giant lizard nests and mud pits, and fire-breathing bat crevices in the mountains were all marked on the map. When the tattered cloth was unfolded, it revealed a simple map. Different monster heads were drawn on it with just a few strokes. Although crude, it was quite intuitive. This is clearly something they've gradually come up with, accumulated over generations as they've made a living in this area, trying to survive. Lin Sheng glanced at it. As long as he had a general idea of the location, and combined it with long-range reconnaissance techniques, he could save a lot of time searching. He put away the map, looked at the old farmer with his family in tow, and frowned, asking, "What's going on here?" The old farmer smiled apologetically and lowered his voice. "Thanks to your help, sir, we sold our land, raised some money, and are preparing to move to the city." His son was full of resentment, and was about to curse when the old farmer immediately stopped him. He then glanced nervously at the guard in the distance, grabbed his son, and said to Lin Sheng with a forced smile, "Sir, the goods have been delivered, so we won't trouble you any further." Lin Sheng smiled and said goodbye to them, but the moment he turned around, his eyes turned cold. Moving to Dawn City is indeed safer than the countryside, but this family doesn't seem to have left voluntarily. Without a doubt, it was the Baron's men who did something. The other party didn't want him to get the map, and the old farmer sensed danger, so he fled with his whole family overnight. Given the behavior of these old nobles, they might actually dare to wipe out the entire family that very night, pin the blame on the monster, and collect another sum of money for the city wall maintenance. Lin Sheng made a mental note of this debt. After clearing out the monsters, it'll be time to deal with these people. As Lin Sheng arrived at the town gate, the guard captain immediately approached him with a fawning smile. "Sir, are you leaving town? Have a safe journey." He quickly waved his hand, signaling his men to push open the gate. As soon as Lin Sheng stepped out of the gate, the guard captain's expression changed. He put on a stern face, adopting a businesslike demeanor, and looked at the old farmer's family behind him. He pointed at the group and shouted, "Orders from above! There may be enemy spies recently. Check them thoroughly!" His words were eloquent and respectable, but his eyes clearly held a sinister and smug look. The old farmer and his family were terrified and turned pale. Chapter 33 Demonized Forest. "Our family has lived here for generations, you." The old farmer's son was about to argue when his father covered his mouth. The old farmer hurriedly bowed and scraped, smiling obsequiously as he secretly slipped the few silver coins he had earned from selling the land to the guard captain, begging him to let them go. The captain accepted the silver coins, but his face showed disdain. Giving money was useless. Today, not only would they leave the money behind, but the family would also be detained. Lin Sheng stopped and turned to look at the restless guards. The so-called inspection, the enemy spies, these were nothing but lame excuses. He knew without a doubt that this was the Baron's order, to make things difficult for the family, and also to give Lin Sheng a warning, letting the townspeople know what the consequences would be for working for outsiders. Lin Sheng stood still, his eyes turning cold. The next moment, 10 white figures swiftly emerged from the military camp, forming a neat line behind him. Under the midday sun, the pure spirits of the white spirits glowed, their emotionless gazes sweeping across the entire area. The oppressive aura instantly made the air seem to freeze. The guards, who had been so arrogant just moments before, fell silent, frozen in place, not daring to move. They were only ordered to search and harass them. None of them said they would risk their lives. The guard captain's face was more ashen than if he were crying, and he stammered, "Sir, what's wrong?" Lin Sheng looked at him calmly and said indifferently, "Didn't you say there was a spy? I'll keep things under control and make sure the investigation is fair enough." The captain understood what he meant, of course. The 10 pairs of cold, ethereal eyes stared at him, making his legs tremble. With a single command from Lin Sheng, these spirit soldiers would be enough to tear them and the town gate apart. Baron's orders and talk of personal gain are all laughable in the face of absolute power. Moreover, these chosen ones of Asha, who were summoned, already enjoy special treatment. According to the kingdom's laws, if the chosen one or a noble unintentionally harms a commoner, the most they can do is pay compensation. "I wouldn't dare trouble you, sir!" The guard captain, covered in cold sweat, turned and roared at his men. "What are you all standing around for? Quickly check them! Be quick, don't delay the adult's journey!" The guards dared not delay any longer. They rummaged through the tattered bundle a few times and immediately nodded and reported. "Reporting to the captain, the inspection is complete. No problem, they are all law-abiding citizens." The guard captain breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said with a smile, all right, sir, it's all right. Please, have a safe journey." Lin Sheng couldn't be bothered to look at these cowardly bullies any longer. The old farmer and his family fled the town as if they were escaping, thanking Lin Sheng repeatedly. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "It was my fault for causing this, so I can't let you bear the consequences." The old farmer and his family repeatedly said they dared not, and carrying their packs, joined a small caravan about to depart nearby. Many travelers preparing for long journeys also gathered there. The camel bells rang, and the caravan gradually disappeared along the dusty dirt road. Before leaving, the old farmer and his family turned back to look at Lin Sheng's retreating figure. The young girl cupped her face in her hands and murmured softly, "I wonder if the master needs a maid? If only I could serve him." Her mother reached out and poked her forehead. "What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Let's go." Lin Sheng led by Ling on their way to the nearest dangerous area on the map, a place called the Man-Eating Vine Cave, officially known as the Demonized Forest. The Demonic Woods is a resource-rich area in the wild, but it's special because the monsters guarding it are always plant-based. Capturing it will yield a large amount of herbal materials, and with luck, you might even obtain plant-based units. The later Azure Skywood Master, Su Jiqing, rose to power from a forest dotted with demonized forest resource points. However, Lin Sheng wasn't particularly interested in plant-based units. What he truly valued were the medicinal herbs found there. He planned to switch to the secondary profession of alchemist, and leveling up his proficiency required a large amount of herbs. For lords, potions were always a necessity. Beauty potions, whitening potions, enhancement potions, stamina replenishments, and even various special potions, people were willing to pay a high price for them. Even the most hardcore fighters need defensive potions, offensive potions, rage potions, and potent healing potions. These are essential for survival in the wild, and even in the later stages of the game, they remain in high demand and short supply. The pharmaceutical industry is a true money-making machine. A legendary pharmacist in later generations could earn money faster than 10 printing presses. Lin Sheng, wanting to become the strongest lord, naturally needs the support of gold coins. Following the map, he quickly arrived at the cave. Before him was a pitch-black cave, eerily quiet, where not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. Lin Sheng used a long-range reconnaissance spell, and the scene inside the cave immediately appeared. Countless vines hung low, seemingly harmless, but in reality, they concealed deadly danger. Those are man-eating vines, a Tier 2, Level 2 plant-type unit. They lack mobility but possess high attack and defense, making them quite troublesome among Tier 2 units. What's more troublesome is that they have both carnivorous and parasitic characteristics. Carnivorous plants can restore health when attacking creatures, while parasitic plants have a chance to grow new carnivorous vines from the corpse after killing a target, permanently increasing the number of units. If placed on a real battlefield and combined with other troop types, this thing would be extremely troublesome. Once the parasitic effect spreads, the entire battlefield would be covered with man-eating vines, and even a 7th-tier black dragon might not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, this is the wilderness, with no other units providing cover. The biggest weakness of low-tier plant units is their inability to move. They can only passively take damage from ranged attacks. This cave was indeed dangerous for a lord with only Tier 1 troops. But for Lin Sheng, it was a piece of cake. He stood at the cave entrance, watching idly as the white spirits continuously fired orbs of light. The man-eating vines stretched their tendrils desperately, but they could never touch the white spirits. Soon, all the man-eating vines in the cave were blasted apart, turning into experience points and dissipating. After the battle, Lin Sheng entered the cave. Inside the deep, dark cave, various precious medicinal herbs grew in abundance. Fluorescent grass, decaying mushrooms, and black moss are all rare materials. These are resources that Black Tide has accumulated in this area over decades. Once Lin Sheng collects this batch, there won't be as many left when it refreshes next time. That's the benefit of pioneering new land, the returns are incredibly high. To become the strongest, you must get ahead of everyone else. Chapter 34: The Underground Labyrinth. In the early stages, many lords were unfamiliar with the enchanted woodlands and unaware of the value of its plants. After finally conquering a resource point, they would find nothing but experience points, and over time, these places became useless, and no one wanted to farm them. It wasn't until several months later, when a lord switched to the apothecary as a secondary profession, that he realized this was not a useless job at all, but a veritable gold mine. The cave was filled with the strange stench of decaying vegetation. Lin Sheng sorted the collected medicinal herbs and stored them all in his lord's space. These herbs were quite valuable. If converted into gold coins, they would be enough for a lord to quickly raise a low-level army. After harvesting the medicinal herbs, Lin Sheng stood at the end of the cave, his brows slightly furrowed. The harvest was indeed plentiful, but he felt that something was missing. A resource point that has existed for decades has either a guardian chest nor a mutated boss. This doesn't make sense in the early game. Based on his experience in his previous life, the first time a new map is explored, the rewards are usually the most generous, and the chests are the most plentiful. Bad luck? Lin Sheng muttered to himself, then quickly dismissed the thought. His intuition told him that something was definitely wrong. He scanned the ground. The vine roots had churned the soil into an uneven surface, but nothing unusual was visible to the naked eye. Lin Sheng took out his alchemical telescope. A faint light flashed from the lens, and the entire cave instantly revealed an unusual magical trace. "I've found you!" His gaze settled on a mound of earth. It was covered by a layer of camouflage magic, obscuring what lay beneath, a trap or a treasure chest. Lin Sheng instructed Bai Ling to disperse in advance, forming a fan shape to surround the mound, while a ball of light silently condensed in his palm. He himself then quietly approached, his explorer's dagger sliding into his palm and precisely piercing the edge of the mound, before sharply flicking his wrist. The moment the disguised magic shattered, the earth exploded. A man-eating vine as thick as a bucket burst from the ground, its huge flower bud at the top splitting into 3 petals, like a moth full of sharp teeth, bringing a stench as it lunged straight at Lin Sheng's head. The sneak attack came incredibly fast, but Lin Sheng was prepared. He bent at the waist, leaning back to dodge the attack almost touching his body. The ferocious flower bud grazed past his clothes, and the next second, 10 pure white orbs of light burst forth simultaneously. The ball of light flew past Lin Sheng and struck the vine trunk precisely. The light magic exploded, instantly tearing the thick, man-eating vine apart and turning it into experience points, leaving only a huge hole in its place. No treasure chests dropped. Lin Sheng immediately determined that this was just an elite monster, not a boss. His gaze fell on the spot where the vines had emerged. It was a vertical opening about the width of a person, pitch black and bottomless, emanating a cold, damp aura. Hidden passage? A burning light flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes. His memories from his past life told him that every hidden resource point meant a reward far exceeding that of ordinary maps. Lost treasures, ancient equipment, rare unit nest cores, and even precious blueprints that could change the balance of power could all appear. This is precisely the opportunity that allows a lowly lord to rise to the top in one step. Lin Sheng stood at the edge of the cave entrance, gathering magic power at his fingertips, and silently cast a long-range reconnaissance spell into the bottom of the cave. Soon, the image at the bottom was reflected in his vision. It was a structure built of massive runic stone bricks. The stone walls were neatly cut, their surfaces engraved with ancient runes, emitting a faint magical glow. The interior passages were winding and branching, resembling a vast underground anthill. The reconnaissance had barely begun when the vision suddenly blurred. A flash of runes on the wall instantly blocked any further investigation. The roads were complex, with numerous forks, and could even block reconnaissance skills. Lin Sheng immediately judged that this was likely an underground maze. More importantly, this wasn't a single building, but rather an entire cluster of hidden structures. What could be a better game than a single hidden resource point? A cluster of hidden resource points, of course. Moreover, the maze-like structure is perfect for thieves. Usually, this level of hidden complex requires several lords to work together and pay a heavy price to conquer. But right now, the monster strongholds in the maze are scattered, so with proper handling, he has a real chance to solo it. This is the source of Lin Sheng's confidence as a top-notch thief. Underground labyrinths are always challenging in architectural complexes. Complex terrain makes it easy to get lost and also means more unknown dangers. But the higher the risk, the more amazing the rewards. The mere spawning of a special building, a magic well, a forge, or an alchemy lab, is enough to ignite a war between lords. Not to mention random treasure chests, special resources, and the ultimate treasure at the heart of the labyrinth. The value of the entire labyrinth is enough to drive any lord mad. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand, and Lin Sheng's forte is snatching chestnuts from the fire. He couldn't possibly miss it. With the thought, Lin Sheng sent 10 white spirits into the black hole. The reconnaissance had shown no enemies at the landing point, but to be on the safe side, he sent the white spirits to scout ahead first, lest they be caught off guard by ambush monsters. After Bai Ling landed at the bottom of the cave, she quickly formed a defensive formation. Finding no lurking monsters, Lin Sheng stood at the cave edge, feeling the gentle breeze blowing from below. The wind carried the scent of ancient dust, cold and oppressive. The excitement in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only calm and composure, like the most experienced hunter stepping into the hunting grounds. The next moment, Lin Sheng took a step forward and leaped into the abyss leading to the challenge. His cloak fluttered behind him, slowing his descent. The process was shorter than expected, and Lin Sheng landed lightly without making a sound. The aura emanating from Bai Ling dispelled the darkness at the entrance. A damp, cold wind blew from the depths of the maze, carrying a strong musty smell. Directly ahead, there were 2 runic stone corridors on the left and right, deep, silent, and covered in dust, indistinguishable from each other. Should we go left or right? In situations like this, a little trick is needed. Lin Sheng took out a gold coin, tossed it high into the air, and silently prayed. Please, lovely, gentle, beautiful, and unparalleled goddess of fortune, grant me your guidance. Go left if facing forward, go right if facing backward. After landing, the gold coin spun around a few times, and then miraculously stood upright. Lin Sheng remained silent for a moment, then looked at the thick, runic stone wall in the middle. Did the goddess mean for him to recklessly charge in? The maze's stone walls are indestructible. The runes on them are interconnected, so moving one wall affects the entire maze. If one wall is attacked, the damage is spread throughout the entire maze. Unless someone can destroy the entire maze in one blow. Goddess, that's a bit of a joke. If Lin Sheng really had that kind of strength, he would have already blasted the Black Tide to smithereens. Chapter 35 Rock Armor Rhinoceros. Having failed to snag a lucky charm, Lin Sheng could only randomly choose the left-hand passage and carefully entered the stone corridor. He immediately entered stealth mode, his figure becoming blurred and his aura completely concealed. Bai Ling's light was too conspicuous, and would easily attract hatred in the darkness, so he could only follow at a distance. Lin Sheng hadn't gone far when he suddenly stopped, his gaze falling on the ground. The stone slab in front of him was slightly raised, and there were several inconspicuous small holes in the walls on both sides. It's a trap. Lin Sheng crouched down, took out his initial dagger, and smashed it directly at the stone slab. With a crack, the stone slab suddenly collapsed half an inch, and at the same time, a small hole in the wall lit up with a red light. The next second, several scorching rays of fire shot out in a crisscross pattern, completely sealing off the area around the stone slab, distorting the air itself. Anyone caught off guard and stepping on it would be instantly roasted to a crisp. A few seconds later, the ray went out. Lin Sheng walked over and picked up the charred and scorching dagger. Although he hadn't learned the thief's trap skills yet, dealing with this kind of trigger-based fire trap wasn't difficult for him. The greatest danger in exploring a maze is carelessness. Many powerful lords have perished because of seemingly insignificant details. Lin Sheng concentrated, carefully examining the marks around him, listening for subtle sounds, and smelling the scents in the air. As he reached the corner ahead, he smelled a sour, rotten odor. Lin Sheng paused slightly, immediately recognizing it as a shadow spider web, a biological trap. At the top of the corridor, a thick, black spider web lay hidden in the shadows, where several fist-sized shadow spiders lay, silently waiting for their prey to approach. The shadow poison spider is a Tier 1, Level 1 monster with average attributes. Its true danger lies in its deadly toxin. When facing flesh and blood targets, it can inject toxins with the chance to instantly kill the enemy. If there are enough of them, even a titan might be poisoned to death. Lin Sheng gave the order silently. Frost trail, target above, cover with spider webs and shadows behind. 2 white spirits stepped forward and waved their hands, instantly spreading a dense icy mist. The spider web shattered in the cold air, and several poisonous spiders were frozen stiff, falling from above. Lin Sheng stepped forward and finished them off with a few blows. The group continued deeper into the passage, and with his keen insight and experience, they emerged unscathed. Soon, they encountered their first resource point. Lin Sheng's nostrils twitched slightly as he caught a whiff of a sweet medicinal fragrance. The area ahead was pitch black, so he immediately cast a long-range reconnaissance spell, instantly illuminating the surrounding area. Before them lay a fine field constructed of magical soil, with magical auras slowly flowing through it. A resource-based building, a miniature magical herb garden, where you can harvest a large quantity of rare medicinal herbs. Several precious herbs grow in the field. The one with leaves that resemble stars is starshine grass, a core ingredient for high-grade mana potions. The one with roots like blood-red dragons is blood ginseng, containing abundant life essence, suitable for crafting high-grade life potions. And then there's the unassuming moon shadow flower, an important ingredient in natural potions, highly favored by druids. More importantly, a silver treasure chest lay quietly beside the herb garden, radiating an alluring light. It's a treasure chest. Just then, the wild monsters guarding the medicinal field also spotted Lin Sheng and approached with heavy steps. It was a massive rhinoceros, covered in thick, rocky armor, its horns thick and sharp, gleaming with a menacing light. It took a deep breath, its abdomen bulging with power, its gaze fixed intently on Lin Sheng. Rock-armored rhinoceros, Tier 3, Level 3, dwarf unit. This is the dwarves' favorite mount. When paired with a Tier 4 dwarven guard, it can form a Tier 5 unit, the Earth Dwarven Heavy Cavalry. It has high health and strong defense, and its special characteristics are rock armor and heavy unit. Rock armor reduces damage before the rock armor breaks, while heavy units are immune to control effects such as slowing, weightlessness, and binding. Its skill is charge, which locks onto a target and charges in a straight line, dealing massive damage and stunning the enemy upon impact. What's most terrifying about this type of soldier is their ability to launch massive attacks, leaving virtually nothing but desolation on the battlefield. The rock-armored rhinoceros locked onto Lin Sheng, pawing the ground and charging forward with heavy breaths. The ground shook, as if a car had crashed into it head-on. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed, and he activated his leather armor skill. Shadow Strike. His figure was shrouded in shadow, and his speed suddenly increased. Lin Sheng dodged to the side like a matador, avoiding the charge, while simultaneously thrusting out his explorer's dagger, leaving a gash on the rock armor. The dark attribute damage corroded the armor, making a sizzling sound. The next moment, the rock armor rhino slammed into the stone wall before coming to a stop. It shook its head, seemingly unaffected, and quickly turned back to stare at Lin Sheng. With this small dagger, it would take at least half a day to slowly grind through the rock armor. The rock-armored rhinoceros can miss countless times, but as long as it hits once, it can use its horn to make a big hole in Lin Sheng's body. Lin Sheng could only keep maneuvering against it, taking the opportunity to leave wounds at the joints where the armor was weak, slowly weakening the rock shield. It wasn't until Bai Ling arrived that the situation completely turned in Lin Sheng's favor. Frostwalker activated. This time, Bai Ling didn't stack the spell. Instead, she let the icy mist cover the entire ground. In just a few seconds, a thin layer of ice formed on the ground. The rock-armored rhinoceros's thick hooves immediately slipped and wobbled as it stepped on the rock, making it impossible to stand still, let alone continue its charge. Now! Lin Sheng decisively gave the order, and the white spirits simultaneously aimed at the weak point he had just left, firing 10 rounds of light spheres at lightning speed. The dense array of light orbs instantly engulfed the rock-armored rhinoceros, exploding and shattering its rock armor. Chapter 36: The Imprisoned Elf? The rock-armored rhinoceros tried desperately to stand up, but its limbs were no longer under its control, and it kept slipping and splitting on the icy ground. Under the relentless bombardment, its armor shattered completely, and its health rapidly dwindled. With its blood-red eyes wide open, it roared in fury before finally collapsing, becoming experience points. Lin Sheng had Bai Ling cancel her skill to dispel the frost in the field, then collected all the medicinal herbs and his gaze fell on the silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest can yield up to silver equipment, with an extremely low chance of also containing a rare treasure, a probability comparable to getting 9 gold items in a 10-pull gacha game. Lin Sheng opened the chest, and a series of flashes of silver light appeared as 2 pieces of equipment fell out. The first item is the flowing windcloth shoes, a rare silver cloth armor that increases movement speed and spell casting speed. It is limited to spellcasting classes such as mages, priests, and warlocks. The second item is the rock bracers, a rare silver heavy armor that increases physical defense and parry success rate, and also provides a strength boost. It is limited to warrior, knight, and martial arts classes. Mage shoes and warrior bracers. The attributes are all good, especially the wristband, which is a top-tier item with special effects. Unfortunately, none of them are suitable for Lin Sheng. Forcibly equipping them would only result in severe penalties. Selling or trading them would be much more appropriate. Immediately afterwards, another flash of silver light appeared. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining the silver-tier rare item Intermediate Frost Enchantment Scroll. This scroll can add ice damage to weapons for 24 hours, and it has a wide range of uses. Elemental damage is crucial in certain environments, just like how Lin Sheng used Shadow Strike to weaken the rock armor rhino's armor with dark attribute. Having made a good haul, Lin Sheng packed up his belongings and continued exploring deeper into the maze. The runic stone corridor twists and turns, its paths complex. After rounding a cold, gloomy corner, a heavy, imposing door appears ahead. The gate, constructed of black iron and dark wood, was not locked, but merely ajar. A strange scent wafted from within, not the musty smell of the maze, but a sweet, cloying aroma mixed with floral fragrance, and a woman's body scent. The aroma was indescribably alluring, completely out of place in the eerie atmosphere. Lin Sheng paused, then silently pressed himself against the crack in the door. The door frame design is ordinary, making it impossible to discern the building type. Small, cramped buildings make it difficult for ranged units to maintain distance in the event of battle, leading to their vulnerability to losses. But Lin Sheng was unwilling to give up so easily. In the early stages of development, every resource was precious. When in doubt, use remote reconnaissance techniques. Magic granted him vision. Lin Sheng used his reconnaissance skill to scan the entrance, only to find that it was neither a resource point nor a monster's lair, but a towering stone chamber with glowing crystals embedded in the ceiling. In the center of the stone chamber stood a huge black iron cage, inside which were dozens of blonde, blue-eyed female elves. They huddled on the cold stone ground or leaned against the iron railings, their clothes worn and their expressions haggard, yet their stunning beauty remained undeniable. These elves have fair skin, delicate features, bright emerald eyes, pointed ears peeking out from their golden hair, and pale complexions that add to their sickly appearance. A prison? Or a troop recruitment hut? Interesting. Lin Sheng pushed open the door and entered. Hearing the noise, the elves all looked up, their eyes filled with tears, their long eyelashes trembling slightly, making them look exceptionally pitiful. One of the most mature-looking blonde fairies suddenly lunged at the iron bars, gripping them tightly with both hands. She looked up at Lin Sheng with her beautiful face, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes filled with longing. Her voice was soft and almost pleading. "Hero! Great hero! Please save us! We are imprisoned here by the evil barbarian minotaurs, suffering endless torment, a fate worse than death." The voice was poignant and moving, as if gently stirring pity in those around it. The other elves in the cage also realized what was happening and rushed to the door. A dozen or so stunningly beautiful fairies huddled behind the iron bars, their eyes brimming with tears as they looked at Lin Sheng and pleaded in hushed tones. "Please save us, hero! We are willing to serve you for life, as your slaves, your servants, your oxen and your horses. If you open the cell door, everything we have is yours." A soft voice, pitiful eyes, dim lighting, and a sweet fragrance in the air weave together an invisible net, enough to make an ordinary man completely lose his mind. If it were anyone else, they probably would have rushed up long ago. But Lin Sheng stood rooted to the spot, his body as steady as a rock, his eyes unwavering, and asked calmly, "Save you? What should I do?" The golden-haired elf's eyes lit up, and she quickly pointed to a stone platform not far from the cage. There, a magnificent golden treasure chest sat. "The key! Hero! Open that chest, the key to the cage is inside. The Minotaur guards have just left, this is your only chance. Please hurry before they return." Her voice was full of urgency and temptation. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Sheng, but a hint of barely perceptible greed flashed deep within them. The other elves echoed in agreement, and a dozen pairs of tearful eyes all fell on Lin Sheng, their pleading expressions tinged with temptation. Everything in the room seemed to be eroding the visitor's reason. Lin Sheng remained standing at the door, never stepping into the stone chamber. "I thought I'd encountered a troop building and could gain another unit, but now it seems..." His voice was flat, and without any fluctuation. "As expected, I still don't have that kind of luck." Chapter 37: The Shapeshifter. The golden-haired elves' voices suddenly faltered, then their cries became even more mournful and urgent. They tried everything they could to get Lin Sheng closer to the golden treasure chest, or to them. Lin Sheng completely ignored their pleas and didn't even glance at the treasure chest again. He simply took a step back calmly. This step just pushed them out of the stone chamber's doorway. He turned to look at Bai Ling, who was already on guard behind him, and gently waved his hand. Frosty footprints. With a whoosh, Bai Ling instantly activated her skill. The condensed frost magic transformed into white mist, sweeping through the entire stone chamber like a tsunami. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and the ground, walls, iron fences, and even the fair skin of the elves were instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. The biting cold mist relentlessly eroded their bodies, rapidly reducing their health. The elven beauty, who had just been so pitiful, immediately let out a sharp, distorted scream. The sound was filled with pain, resentment, and madness, and it didn't sound like something a human could make. Their perfect skin melted like wax, their graceful bodies twisted and deformed, revealing a dark purple, viscous substance underneath. The smooth golden hair turned into fleshy tentacles, and the emerald green eyes transformed into countless compound eyes. Lin Sheng had anticipated this and was completely unaffected by the ugly appearance. If it were a lord blinded by beauty, he would probably have become their nourishment long ago. These monsters are shapeshifters, a Tier 3, Tier 1 monster unit whose special effect is shape-shifting. They can transform into Tier 3 or lower units, disguise themselves as friendly units, or take on the appearance that people crave, luring their prey into a trap before launching a surprise attack. Their bodies are corrosive, gelatinous, soft, and easily deformable. They feed on engulfing organisms. In other words, everything in this room is fake. This is a trap room. A dozen or so shapeshifters, revealing their true forms, struggled frantically in the frost. Frost magic was the most effective counter to these monsters. Their viscous, gelatinous bodies would tear apart with the slightest movement once frozen by the extreme cold, becoming as brittle as glass. Their compound eyes flashed red as they stared intently at Lin Sheng at the doorway, letting out a dying roar. Lin Sheng stood outside the stone chamber, coldly observing everything. You think you can fool him with such a crude trick? The lords of the past had long since mastered the art of using shapeshifters. They could disguise themselves as mud or grass, and when enemies stepped on them, they could even act as city guards, launching a surprise attack when they got close. Using beauty to seduce is actually the most low-level tactic. Bai Ling's orb of light tore through the icy mist, precisely striking the fragile, frozen bodies. A dozen or so shape-shifting monsters shattered like glass, splintering into countless fragments, instantly killed. Experience points will increase accordingly. The chill in the stone chamber gradually dissipated, and the cage area was empty, with only the glittering, magnificent treasure chest remaining, still lying quietly on the cold stone platform. Gold-quality treasure chests have a chance to contain valuable items. But Lin Sheng showed no intention of getting closer. He flipped his right hand, and the magic book fell into his palm. He ran his finger across the pages, and magic gathered, locking onto the golden treasure chest. Arcane missiles. A fist-sized, dark blue missile flew out from the book pages and struck the front of the treasure chest precisely. With a loud bang, the treasure chest trembled violently, and the inlaid gemstones suddenly opened up, turning into two bloodshot eyeballs. The lid of the box was lifted up like a giant mouth, revealing a dense array of sharp, white teeth inside. The next second, a long, dark red tongue covered in slime and barbs shot out, as fast as a crossbow bolt, aimed straight at Lin Sheng's face. Mimic. With the added bonus of breaking stealth, this tongue spear is powerful enough to pierce through steel plate armor. The tongue spear was fast, but Lin Sheng's dagger was even faster. The explorer drew his dagger, tracing a cold, silver arc, and precisely struck the long tongue. The resilient tongue was severed with a single stroke, and the front half, still propelled by inertia, slammed against the stone wall, continuing to bounce and twist. The broken end spurted out a dark green liquid that smelled fishy and disgusting. Even the most lethal tongue is still just flesh and blood, it can't withstand the coldness of metal. The mimic roared, the box shook violently, and its huge eyeballs bulged out, bloodshot. Lin Sheng waved his hand and uttered two words calmly. Focus fire. 10 white spirits erupted simultaneously, and pure white orbs of light exploded one after another in the narrow stone chamber, instantly engulfing the mimic screaming in pain. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the mimic's eyeballs exploded, the sturdy wooden box charred and shattered, and scattered pieces of flesh and sharp teeth were strewn all over the ground. The mimic chest died on the spot. The danger has been completely eliminated. This room has double insurance. The shapeshifter is responsible for luring the monster in, and the mimic is responsible for reaping the kill. In my previous life, this first encounter kill combination was a nightmare for novice lords. Even if someone sees through the shapeshifter and relaxes their guard to open the treasure chest after winning the battle, they will be caught in a second trap. The mimic's tongue spear, poised to strike, is enough to instantly kill a low-level lord. Even the most heavily armored shield guard might not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng was no novice. He had seen far too many of these kinds of traps. He began to look around the stone chamber, searching for the real spoils. The carefully arranged trap room is sure to contain a hidden treasure chest that is far from simple. It must be concealed in an even more secluded location. In the dangerous wilderness, you always reap what you sow. That's the best rule in the world of Asha. Where is it hidden? Lin Sheng's gaze swept over the iron bars, the empty stone platform, and the corner piled with torture instruments, finally landing on the iron chain above his head. The stone chamber had a high dome and was dimly lit. Several rusty iron chains hung down from above, inconspicuous as a background element. Lin Sheng stood below the iron chain and looked up. In the center of several interwoven iron chains, a structure resembling a hanging basket is formed. It would be extremely difficult to spot without considerable experience and keen observation. A dark gold metal treasure chest lay there tilted. Dark gold treasure chest. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. After carefully confirming that there were no traps on the chains, he lightly leaped up, climbed the cold iron fence, and with a few more steps, jumped into the basket where the chains were intertwined. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, then touched the treasure chest. It was cold to the touch and felt heavy. Come on, Lady Luck is on my side. He gently lifted the treasure chest, but it didn't budge. On the front of the box, a mysterious and complex magic circle appeared, emitting a faint blue light, and firmly locked the treasure chest. A magic lock? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly. These locks usually require a specific magical key to open, and if forcibly broken, they may trigger a self-destruct spell, directly destroying the treasures inside. Chapter 38 I'll scatter you all. Lin Sheng raised his right hand, and a wisp of magical light shone on his adventure glove. One of the set effects, master-level lockpicking, activated. A faint magic swirled around his fingertips, gently brushing across each loop of the magic lock, his movements as nimble as if he were playing the piano. With a soft hum, the magic circle trembled slightly before slowly dissipating. Lin Sheng suppressed his excitement, and let out a soft breath. The treasure chests guarded by shapeshifters have a high chance of containing special equipment. The equipment wasn't high level, and its attributes were average, but its special effects were incredibly powerful. Its functionality was even comparable to strategic treasures, and it could be used for a long time before reaching the divine realm. Lin Sheng prayed silently for 2 seconds, then reached out and lifted the lid of the box. The soft, golden light instantly illuminated his face. Withdrawal successful. The box contained a small pile of gold coins, a few units of iron ore and gem resources, and most conspicuously, 2 pieces of equipment that emitted a dark gold glow. Dark gold is a tier higher than gold equipment. The first item is the Whisper of Nature Staff, a level 10 two-handed weapon, a unique, superior-grade item. It can increase the power of nature spells and life regeneration effects, and its special effect is to double the duration of nature spells, but it is class-specific to druids. Lin Sheng could only shake his head after reading it. The item is indeed good, but unfortunately it's not his. The second item is the Phantom Hood, a level 10 leather headgear, a unique and excellent grade item that provides bonuses to both defense and stealth. It is exclusive to rogues, archers, and rangers. Its special effect is called Appearance Disguise. After wearing it, it can change your appearance for a certain period of time, as long as the size deviation does not exceed 10% of the original body. The cooldown is 12 hours. Lin Sheng touched the hood. It was cool and smooth, with tiny, shimmering lights swirling around the edges. This luck is both good and bad. Although he didn't get the Faceless One's ring, which he wanted most, this Phantom Hood was definitely a pleasant surprise. This is a unique, high-tier rogue helmet. Its base stats are decent, and the stealth bonus is a core feature for rogues. Not to mention the disguise effect, its value is immeasurable. Nice one. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng put on his hood and put the druid staff into his spatial storage. This staff is perfect as a gift for his best friend. The other person was a druid in their previous life, and that shouldn't have changed. After collecting his spoils, Lin Sheng nimbly leaped down from the iron chain net, landed steadily, and continued exploring the maze. The next location is a military food resource point, the Cave Fairy's storage cellar. It was a natural cave filled with stalactites and stalagmites, inhabited by a group of small cave spirits carrying stone hammers. The cave goblin is just a low-level unit of Tier 1, Level 1. It's okay for doing odd jobs, but its combat power is almost negligible. Bai Ling unleashed a sphere of light, and the enemies quickly converted into experience points. Lin Sheng successfully obtained the 10-unit, underground-style military ration package. This stuff doesn't taste very good, but it's plentiful and filling, and can provide satiety for some types of soldiers. Ordinary troops consume military rations every day. Once food is insufficient, morale will drop. When morale reaches 0, attributes will be greatly weakened, and desertion may even occur. Of course, undead and elementals are exceptions. Undead consume soul dust, while elementals consume mana crystals. Lin Sheng continued forward and discovered another resource-based building, a gem miner's hut. The hut is surrounded by clusters of shimmering crystals, making it look like a small mine that produces gems every day. Guardians here are 3 giant rock guardians, level 2, tier 3, and are enhanced earth elemental beings. They stand like gatekeepers in front of the mine, their bodies made of thick rock, possessing high strength and physical defense, but their weaknesses are slow speed and weak magic resistance. Lin Sheng instructed by Ling to use frost tracks to restrict their movement, and then use light orbs to precisely strike the elemental cores. Although it took a little longer, it was still completed without any damage. As he stepped into the mine, a system notification immediately popped up. Successfully occupying this small gem miner's hut will result in the automatic production of 3 gems per day. Miner's hut remaining days, 5 days. The miner's hut currently holds 15 to 20 gems. Lin Sheng pocketed the gemstone and continued on to the next location. After turning the corner, another black iron and wooden door appeared ahead, almost identical in style to the previous one. Lin Sheng paused in his steps. Not again? Is this a building that can recruit troops, or a trap hut for shapeshifters? His figure faded, and he moved stealthily, quietly approaching the wooden door. The scent wafting from the crack in the door was no longer the sweet fragrance of flowers, but rather a mixture of sweat, rust, and some kind of male hormone. Lin Sheng pressed himself against the crack in the door and launched a long-range reconnaissance spell. The next second, the scene inside the door came into view, and his eye twitched involuntarily. Inside, it's still a huge black iron cage, still a prisoner setting, the only difference being that there are no mimics this time. Even more outrageous is that the cages didn't contain pitiful, beautiful elves, but rather a group of handsome elf men. They were well built, with muscles sculpted like marble, and sweat glistened on their skin. Each of them was handsome with pointed ears, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes, and each had a different temperament. Some are unruly like a trapped lion, some are melancholic and sentimental like a poet, and some have warm smiles like a sunny, gentle man. Lin Sheng remained silent. He felt his male dignity was being questioned by the monster. All right, since your honey trap was exposed, you're switching to your handsome man trap, huh? You can question his combat prowess, but you cannot question his sexual orientation. What's the difference between this and pointing your finger at a straight man and yelling at him? Anger instantly flared up in Lin Sheng's heart. He kicked open the wooden door and was about to start cursing. You! But all the male elves in the cage looked over, their eyes burning with sincerity. A dozen or so male elves huddled together, their sweat and muscles glaringly visible, their voices deep and magnetic. Powerful adventurer, please save us, trapped elves! Save us, mighty master! The key is hanging on that wall over there. We will repay you. As they spoke, they deliberately tensed their chest muscles and shook their biceps. Lin Sheng's voice froze, and he felt as if the string of reason had snapped on the spot. Croak! How dare you let me see this kind of thing? I'll scatter you! I'll scatter you all! Chapter 39 An Adult Black Dragon? Lin Sheng felt as if his eyes had been polluted like never before. It was as if his soul, that of a straight man, was being desecrated. He almost roared in his mind, Frost Trail, maximum power, stacked spellcasting. As if sensing the Lord's overwhelming rage, the 10 white spirits instantly took their positions. A terrifying frost swept through the stone chamber, the temperature plummeted below freezing, and the spirits were instantly covered in frost. The male elves, who had been so eagerly posing just moments before, immediately let out a shrill scream. Their muscles crumbled and peeled away like cheap clay, revealing their dark purple, gelatinous bodies beneath. The dozen or so shapeshifters were filled with terror, completely bewildered as to why their disguises had failed and why they had angered their prey. The next second, they were frozen in ice, then smashed into pieces by the orb of light, their fragments dissipating as experience points. Lin Sheng finally calmed down a bit, rubbed his irritated eyes, and walked into the stone chamber with a gloomy expression. He didn't even bother to look at the key on the wall. It was definitely another trap. The treasure chest remained hidden where the chains intertwined in the dome, a golden chest hanging crookedly there. Lin Sheng skillfully climbed up, activated the master-level lockpicking technique on his gloves, and with a hum of the magic circle collapsing, the treasure chest opened. Inside were hundreds of gold coins, several units of crystal and sulfur, and a single treasure. It was a perfectly round pearl the size of a fist, with mist slowly flowing inside, emitting a mesmerizing glow. Phantom Orb, a B-grade one-time use item. For 1 hour after activation, it allows the user and friendly units to disguise themselves as any unit type. The disguise only affects appearance. It does not include strength, skills, or traits. Once selected, the disguise cannot be changed, and it will be immediately dispelled by attacking or initiating an attack. Lin Sheng put away the precious pearl, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Although it was a one-time use item, it had extremely high strategic value. It could be very useful for infiltrating enemy camps, evading pursuit, bluffing, and confusing the enemy. This wasn't a treasure that directly increased combat power, but Lin Sheng was still very satisfied. He jumped off the chains and turned to leave. Afterwards, Lin Sheng explored all the forks in the maze, but eventually ended up back at the starting point. He stood at the entrance, frowning. Something was wrong. The core boss of the maze hadn't appeared yet. Where was it hiding? Lin Sheng closed his eyes and mentally reconstructed the entire maze's route. Every passageway, every stone chamber, every trap, and every resource point was pieced together by him. He quickly sensed something amiss. There seemed to be a subtle gap in the entire maze. He opened his eyes and looked at the 2 passages in front of him. Between the 2 passages, behind the impassable stone wall, there was clearly a large unexplored area. Lin Sheng suddenly remembered the guidance given by the goddess of fortune, Minor, before entering the maze. The gold coin standing upright was not a joke, but a hint that a sealed hidden path was concealed behind the central stone wall. Lin Sheng stepped forward and reached out to touch the runic stone wall. It felt cold and hard, no different from real stone. He tapped it carefully, listened to the echo, and searched for mechanisms in crevices, but found nothing. Could it be an advanced illusion technique capable of making the illusion appear real? Lin Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Something of that caliber shouldn't exist in this area. He took 2 steps back, wasting no more time, and raised his hand to cast a long-range reconnaissance spell on the stone wall. With a hum, the invisible energy wave struck the stone wall, but it passed through it without any hindrance, as if piercing a viscous curtain of water. There was indeed a problem. Images from the reconnaissance technique flooded his mind. Behind the stone wall, a magic circle floated, operating steadily and emitting a ghostly blue light. This is a magic lock that defines the entire wall as a lock, and then seals it with magic. Now that we know the principle, the solution is simple. Lin Sheng arrived in front of the stone wall and activated his master-level lockpicking technique. With a slight hum, the magic lock behind him quietly collapsed, and the runic stone wall vanished silently like a bubble that had been punctured. A deep, spiral staircase suddenly appeared before him. The stairs descended, filled with the scent of ancient dust. Lin Sheng activated stealth, cautiously leading Bai Ling forward. Nothing unusual happened along the way. It seemed the true core boss of the maze was hidden below. At the end of the stairs stood a colossal hall, far more magnificent than any of the previous stone chambers. The further down one went, the heavier the magical pressure in the air became, as if an invisible boulder were pressing down on one's chest. Even the radiance on Bai Ling's body was dimmed by the pressure. This sense of oppression arises from class-based oppression. Lin Sheng's heart sank. He mustered all his strength and finally stepped into the hall. The sight before them was enough to terrify any lord. In the center of the hall lay a colossal creature. Its hill-like body was covered in jet-black scales that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. Its enormous bat wings were folded behind it, its ferocious dragon head was lowered, and its nostrils spewed out a sulphurous stench tinged with embers. Those lava-like vertical pupils slowly opened, their dragon-like might, which looked down upon all living beings, locking onto the intruder. A fully grown black dragon. A legendary creature, a top-tier Tier 7 unit, and the highest-ranking creature. How could a monster of this level possibly appear in a small maze? Boss: adult black dragon. Grade? Race: neutral dragon. Property? Characteristic? The level difference was so great that Lin Sheng couldn't even see its attribute panel clearly. Something's not right. Lin Sheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 40 The Shapeshifter. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed through the hall, causing Lin Sheng's heart to pound instinctively. The black dragon before him was enormous, its dragon aura terrifying. If it were truly a black dragon, with its magic immunity, flight, and dragon breath covering the entire area, it could easily kill him in an instant. But Lin Sheng didn't retreat. He stared intently at the black dragon, his gaze growing colder. Soon, he sensed something was wrong. A real black dragon, when encountering an enemy, would never lie on the ground roaring. Instead, it would immediately take to the air. This guy is fake. The black dragon seemed to be enraged by his gaze, and suddenly raised its head, dark red energy surging in its throat, about to unleash a destructive dragon breath, causing the entire hall to tremble. Lin Sheng simply said, "No matter how well it's imitated, a fake is still a fake." He raised his hand and waved it, and the white spirits immediately carried out the order. 10 orbs of light simultaneously struck the black dragon, exploding on its jet-black scales. The dragon's breath that was about to take shape vanished instantly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sound of ice and snow melting like falling into hot coals. The next second, the enormous black dragon convulsed violently, its body melting like a wax figure under the scorching sun, revealing its dark purple, viscous, petroleum-like gelatinous form. Its true name also appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. Phantom Overlord Boss Level. A mountain of gelatinous bodies sat piled in the center of the altar, their countless compound eyes fixed on Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng remained calm, clearly having already made his judgment. A boss-level shapeshifter, no wonder it can mimic legendary creatures, even faking the might of a dragon. Lin Sheng quickly realized that the unique feature of this maze was probably the shape-shifting monsters. The Phantom Overlord is level 10, its attack, defense, attack speed, and movement speed all change according to its mimicry. The real problem isn't its level, but its ability to change forms. The shapeshifter has 2 transformations. One is disguise, which can only mimic the appearance and aura of a high-ranking creature to intimidate enemies, but it does not possess any real abilities. The other is transformation, which allows it to transform into a creature of its own rank or lower, gaining all of the other creature's attributes and skills. It is born at Tier 3, meaning it can randomly transform into any monster from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Fighting it is like taking on a bunch of unknown bosses in turn. 1 second it might be a wild boar king, and the next it might turn into a giant dragonfly. This kind of mutation is what exploration teams fear most. The shapeshifter let out a piercing roar, and the dark purple colloid wriggled wildly, instantly transforming into a form familiar to Lin Sheng. The evil eye boss with a diameter of 5 meters. The enormous evil eye hovered above the altar, its pupils suddenly contracting, and a beam of eerie green light, as thick as a bucket, shot out. Lin Sheng's pupils contracted, and he immediately ordered, "Scatter!" The white spirits scattered instantly, dodging the beams of light. Lin Sheng predicted the trajectory of the evil eye's beams while directing the white spirits to move, and he himself quickly became transparent, entering stealth mode, and approached the evil eye through the gaps in the light. To deal with ranged monsters, you must get close and interrupt their spellcasting. When the distance was close enough, Lin Sheng leaped out of the shadows, his explorer's dagger tearing through the air and piercing the pupil of the evil eye. Weakness attack, stealth strike, and double burst damage all triggered simultaneously. The giant evil eye was severely injured, letting out a sharp scream as colorless liquid sprayed from its lens. It stared intently at Lin Sheng, its body writhing once more, transforming into a fire elemental giant in the blink of an eye. A burst of scorching heat exploded outwards, distorting the air itself. Lin Sheng was so close that even his hair smelled burnt. The fire elemental giant raised its fist, as big as an iron pot, and slammed it down. With a deafening boom, sparks flew as it smashed the altar, but it missed its target. Lin Sheng pulled up his cloak to shield himself from the flying flames and quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and the giant. Fire is naturally effective against melee combat. The shapeshifter is highly intelligent in combat. After being slashed at close range by Lin Sheng, it immediately switched to its most effective form. If Lin Sheng were alone, it would indeed be difficult to deal with this monster, and he would be forced to retreat. But things are different now. Frosty Trail, 10-layered spell casting. The white spirits steadied themselves, their magic instantly transforming into frost power. Dense, almost tangible, icy mist descended from the sky, engulfing the fire elemental giant. Sizzle! Ice and fire collided, sending plumes of steam rising, which then condensed into raindrops at the low temperature, continuously extinguishing the flames. Frost patterns spread from the ground to the giant's body, and the flames surrounding the fire elemental quickly dimmed. Under the suppression of elemental restraint and tenfold superposition, its body continued to shrink and was almost completely extinguished. Forced to revert to its original form, the shapeshifter curled up in its gelatinous body, attempting to transform into a frost giant to become immune to frost damage. However, the stacking icy mist had already frozen its true form, severely slowing down its transformation. Lin Sheng seized the opportunity and rushed forward, opening the magic book and pouring all his magic power into it. Bang! 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 The fully powered arcane missiles slammed into the shape-shifting overlord's body like shotgun shells, tearing it apart. At the same time, White Spirit's orb of light landed precisely in the wound, exploding violently within its body. The shapeshifter was severely injured, its body almost torn in two. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng used an ice attribute enchantment scroll, enveloping the explorer's dagger in icy blue magic. He unleashed a flurry of close-quarter slashes, the frost constantly corroding his body, while Bai Ling's orbs of light rained down upon him. Ow! With a desperate shriek, the massive phantom overlord completely disintegrated, and a viscous, dark purple gel flowed all over the ground. Congratulations, Lord! You have successfully achieved the first kill of the boss Phantom Overlord. The announcement will be made to all lords soon. Would you like to reveal your name to all lords? Chapter 41 Epic Treasure Chest. Lin Sheng chose no. Congratulations, Lord Name Hidden, on your first kill of the boss Phantom Overlord. This event will be recorded in the glorious history of the world. Congratulations, Lord Name Hidden, for your first kill of the boss Phantom Overlord. You have gained 100 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord Name Hidden, on your first kill of the boss Phantom Overlord. You have been awarded 2,000 gold coins. The world chat channel instantly exploded again. Some lamented another first kill of a boss, some thought, hidden name, was actually a player's name, and others began to speculate whether all the previous first kills were done by the same person. The idea had barely surfaced when it was met with ridicule. After all, continuously defeating bosses sounded utterly absurd. The chat quickly erupted into chaos again, with some even challenging each other to fights. This commotion had absolutely nothing to do with Lin Sheng. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the altar. After the shapeshifter's death, a dark gold treasure chest had appeared there. Whether it yielded a shapeshifter unit or the ring of the Faceless One, he would accept it. Lin Sheng silently prayed for blessings, then reached out and opened the treasure chest. The next second, a purple light came into view. It's a huge hit. The dark gold excellent treasure chest contained a purple epic item. Transmutation monster recruitment ticket. Level requirement, none. Type, disposable consumable. Quality, purple epic. Effect, when used on a group of shape-shifting monsters, it can be recruited as a unit under your command. Lin Sheng frowned at first. Recruitment vouchers? If they only apply to shape-shifting monsters, it would be better to just give him a whole team, saving him the trouble of coming back to the maze to find them later. But the next moment, he suddenly realized. Shape-shifting monsters aren't just shapeshifters, they include all monsters capable of changing form. Furthermore, they are not limited by level or race. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. He recalled a very special group of monsters on the later map, the Light Mist Phantoms. Elemental race, change type, 6th-tier monsters. Back then, this group of monsters was extremely famous, tormenting almost every passing lord to the point of questioning their existence. They were rare light elemental monsters, incredibly fast, and once encountered, they were either easy to defeat nor escape from, ultimately leaving them with no choice but to pay up and surrender. If he recruits them, then it will be Lin Sheng's turn to torment others. Lin Sheng was in a great mood and put the recruitment coupon into his backpack. The purple epic items consumed the bulk of the treasure chest's rewards, leaving only a few ordinary gold equipment pieces. One was a piercing spear for spearmen, requiring level 10. The other was scale armor leggings for warriors, shield bearers, and knights, also requiring level 10. He put the equipment into his backpack and turned to look into the depths of the hall. What had been hidden by the massive body of the shapeshifter was now finally revealed. A dusty treasure chest, shimmering with purple light, sat quietly at the very back. The treasure chest is guarded at the core of the maze. Purple epic chest. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had only opened a handful of these, and many lords had never even seen them. Even with the worst luck, one could still obtain epic-level equipment. With slightly better luck, there was a high probability of obtaining treasures. How could Lin Sheng not be excited when faced with a treasure chest of this caliber? Unfortunately, the conditions are too rudimentary for bathing, changing clothes, burning incense, and praying. Otherwise, he would have loved to hold a proper ceremony and pray to Lady Luck. Lin Sheng stepped forward and gently placed his palm on the treasure chest. Start. Ring, ring, ring. The light flashed continuously, with a large amount of golden light mixed with a few streaks of purple light, and sprang out from the treasure chest. The first item is a treasure. B-grade treasure, magic crystal ball. Heroes and their units recover 3% of their current maximum mana per minute. Nice one! With this, Bai Ling won't have to worry too much about running out of mana anymore, and her skills can even be used as normal attacks. More importantly, this is also one of the components of the pseudo-artifact, the source of mana. That is the ultimate treasure of the Mage Lord. After collecting all three, it can be combined to restore 100% of the current maximum mana of the hero and their units every minute. Any Mage Lord who gets their hands on it will instantly turn it into a magic machine gun. Of course, the other two components are not so easy to obtain either. Lin Sheng suppressed his excitement and looked at the second purple item. That was a blueprint for a hidden unit building. Elemental Clan Earthenware Palace Blueprints. It is shaped like a fist-sized, yellowish-brown stone pebble, with natural rock patterns on its surface. It has a warm and smooth feel and exudes a calm, earth-based magical aura. The effect is to construct the hidden troop building, the Earthenware Palace, at a designated location within the territory. Construction requires 10,000 gold coins, 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, and 10 units of earth element crystals. Once completed, 3 Earthen Guardians can be recruited or trained each week. The Guardian Terracotta Warrior is a Tier 3, hidden elemental unit. Its attack is not particularly outstanding, but its defense is as high as 20, making it a top-tier tank. They possess 2 passive traits. One is Earth Barrier, providing extremely strong physical defense and high resistance to earth-based and blunt force damage. The other is Leyline Connection, allowing them to continuously draw upon the Earth's power and slowly regenerate health as long as their feet are in contact with the ground. When multiple earthen figures are combined, they can resonate, further enhancing their defense. The skill, Immovable Barrier, is more suitable for defensive formations. While casting it, the user cannot move, but can insert a stone shield into the ground, transforming it into a massive barrier covering the user's back, greatly increasing defense for a short period and granting immunity to knockback and knockup. This type of soldier is about 2.5 meters tall, made of magical clay and rock. They are somewhat clumsy in their movements, but powerful and heavy, and they wield a huge stone shield and a one-handed stone hammer. Lin Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise after reading the attributes. Hidden unit, with 2 traits and 1 skill, has extremely high survivability, making it perfect for protecting the back row, stabilizing the front line, and withstanding physical impacts on the battlefield. Its slow movement is a weakness, but not a major issue. In a large-scale, direct battle, there's not much room for maneuver. Besides, it can coordinate with White Spirit. The Terracotta Warriors form a defensive line in front, creating a safe environment for Bai Ling to deal damage. Bai Ling then uses ranged firepower and crowd control skills to quickly eliminate the enemies. After returning home, Lin Sheng will try to go to the main city and apply for a piece of land as his territory. He already had 2 blueprints in hand, but hadn't had time to build them. The blueprint for the Thorn Garden was still lying quietly in his backpack. Lin Sheng put away the stone pebbles. Just then, another purple light flashed from the treasure chest. There's another surprise? Chapter 42. Would you be willing to join my territory? The shadow leggings require level 10, are a purple epic quality leather leg armor, and provide +2 defense and +5 movement speed. Their special effect is to negate the movement speed penalty while in stealth. Class-specific rogue. Lin Sheng promptly put on his leg guards, and a sense of lightness immediately washed over his calves, noticeably increasing his running speed. The remaining resources, though scattered, were still plentiful, and he had cleared the entire maze. Exploring the maze had taken too much time, and it was getting dark. Lin Sheng didn't want to spend the night in the wild, so he left the underground maze with his loot and 10 white spirits, quickly retreating back to the town. Even if resources are taken from these complex building complexes, they will not disappear. Smaller building complexes will respawn after 3 days once enough black tide energy has accumulated, but the rewards will be far less than those from the first raid. The larger the building complex, the longer the refresh cycle. Giant buildings can even take a month. For lords, pioneering new areas represents both strength and reward. The stronger the lord, the more they can pioneer, the more they gain, and the faster their strength increases. As the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the town, Lin Sheng returned. After a quick wash at the inn, he picked up a basket and went out, first heading to a familiar alley, but he couldn't find Serenia. Since she's not here, she's most likely on a mission. That's always been her personality. Once she agrees to something, she'll do everything in her power to complete it. And that's precisely why she'll become the Abyss Queen who will make the world tremble. Lin Sheng turned and walked to the vicinity of the noble manor. There weren't many suitable locations for surveillance here, and even fewer that were both safe and secluded. Based on his experience, he quickly located Serenia's hiding place. He lightly tiptoed onto the roof and quietly approached. In the distance, the manor was brightly lit, and on the edge of the roof, a slender figure lay prone, like a vigilant night cat, intently watching the movements inside. Moonlight fell on her profile, and her silver hair was gently swayed by the breeze. As soon as Lin Sheng stepped onto the tile, Serenia's ears twitched slightly, her body tensed instantly, and her hand went to the dagger at her waist. She turned around abruptly, her gaze sharp as a knife. But upon recognizing Lin Sheng, her wariness vanished instantly, a hint of surprise flashing in her golden eyes. The corners of her mouth just began to turn up, but she quickly suppressed it again. "What are you doing here?" She turned her head, her voice low and deliberately impatient, but her shoulders had already relaxed. Lin Sheng sat down beside her and, as if by magic, produced an exquisite wicker basket. Inside the basket were several small cakes spread with cream, and their sweet aroma quickly wafted out. "I had nothing else to do, so I came to see you." He smiled and pushed the basket towards her. "Just bought this, want some?" This was the best dessert available in town. Serenia swallowed unconsciously. She hadn't had this kind of sweet in a long time, and the aroma was almost irresistible. But she didn't reach out immediately. Instead, she looked at Lin Sheng warily, like a small animal wary of a trap. "What do you want me to do now? Is there some other troublesome request?" Lin Sheng found it somewhat amusing to see her trying so hard to remain calm when she was clearly craving it. He said softly, "We're business partners now, aren't we? Isn't it normal for partners to look after each other?" "Partner?" Serenia was slightly taken aback, seemingly unfamiliar with the word. She glanced at Lin Sheng's composed smile, then at the dessert right in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and finally quickly picked up the smallest piece. She mumbled softly, "Thank you, thank you." Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. The two sat side by side on the rooftop, the moonlight streaming quietly down. Lin Sheng took only a small, symbolic bite before placing the entire basket beside her. Serenia was initially a little reserved, but the sweetness quickly won her over. She ate quickly and eagerly, her cheeks bulging like a hungry little squirrel, her golden eyes filled with satisfaction. Lin Sheng watched her like this, a smile appearing on his lips. A moment later, he looked up at the night sky and said softly, "Serenia, I'm going to apply for a territory." Serenia nodded perfunctorily, her mind completely absorbed in the dessert, without even looking up from her biscuit. Lin Sheng turned his head, looked at her profile with crumbs on it, and continued, "I think you're quite capable. How about becoming my assistant?" Serenia jerked her head around, her eyes widening instantly, and she choked on the pastry in her mouth. She coughed violently, her face turning bright red, and she kept pounding her chest with her hands. Lin Sheng quickly handed her the water pouch. She drank several mouthfuls before finally catching her breath, staring at him in disbelief as she gasped for air. "Wait a minute! This is moving way too fast. We've only known each other for 2 days. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy who'll empty your future territory?" Lin Sheng smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's enough that you're willing to remind me of the nobles' conspiracy instead of cooperating with them to get rewards." Serenia rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "I'm just like you. I hate those noble lords who exploit the people. How could I possibly work for them?" Lin Sheng leaned closer and coaxed with a smile. "So, want to come? Food and lodging included, and plenty of sweets. You can even command a large army and teach those wicked nobles a lesson any time." As he spoke, he deliberately shook the nearly empty snack basket. "Don't forget, I am Asha's chosen one, the one who will save the world. Doing these things is not difficult for me." Serenia's beautiful golden eyes lit up instantly, as if stars had fallen into them. A stable life, delicious food, and the opportunity to personally teach a nobleman a lesson, almost everything was laid out before her. Chapter 43: A Promise is Made. Serenia tilted her head slightly, listening to Lin Sheng describe the future, a longing rising in her eyes. But that light quickly dimmed again. She lowered her head, gently shook it, and said in a softer voice, "Thank you, but I am not a hero yet. I have not ignited the flame of heroism, and I am not worthy to be your second in command." Serenia's journey as a fugitive was fraught with difficulties, her path to heroism ultimately failing to reach the point of spiritual awakening. In the world of Asha, without becoming a hero, one cannot command troops or unleash one's true talents. As for relying on official positions to artificially inflate one's authority, that's a path only incompetent spoiled brats would take. No matter how down on her luck she is, she doesn't want to be a pretty canary in a cage. "It's all right," Lin Sheng said firmly. "I believe in you. You can definitely ignite the flame of heroism." Serenia fell silent. She raised her head, her golden eyes looking at Lin Sheng with a complex expression. Someone like her didn't even know if she would survive tomorrow, let alone complete the path of a hero. Even she herself was doubting herself, so why was this guy, whom she had only known for 2 days, so certain? She wanted to retort, but Lin Sheng's intense gaze made her lower her head. He wasn't just offering casual comfort. He genuinely believed in her more than she believed in herself. This unconditional trust flowed like a warm current through her long-frozen heart. But after a moment, she took a deep breath and shook her head. "I don't want to hide it from you, but I'm being hunted by a very troublesome force. If I join your territory, it will definitely bring you danger." "The Mage Tower, right?" Lin Sheng took over the conversation directly. Serenia froze, instantly catching her eye like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her gaze sharpened. "How did you know?" But soon, she relaxed as if deflated, even taking out a piece of pastry, mechanically stuffing it into her mouth, and saying with a hint of self-mockery, "Fine, if you want to hand me over to them, go ahead. Anyway, I can't escape your grasp." She had witnessed Lin Sheng's strength firsthand. She tried to appear indifferent, then muttered under her breath, "The rewards from the Mage Tower are very generous. They should be useful for building your territory. Consider this my way of repaying your kindness these past 2 days." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Sheng interrupted her, his expression more serious than ever before. He reached out and pressed down on Serenia's thin shoulder, making her look at him, and said, word by word, As a lord, I will never betray my companions. Serenia was forced to meet his gaze. The sincerity and determination in his eyes, like sunlight piercing through the gloom, left her speechless for a moment. After a moment, a faint smile, which she herself didn't even notice, quietly appeared on the corner of her mouth, but she immediately suppressed it, turned her face away, and whispered, "Whatever you want, I did give you a chance." Her voice was still awkward, but the wariness and aloofness had largely dissipated. Lin Sheng didn't let go, and continued to ask her earnestly, "Serenia, I know what you're worried about. If I resolve the problem of the Mage Tower hunting you down, would you be willing to join my territory and become my deputy?" Serenia's heart skipped a beat. The warmth from her shoulder spread to her face, making her cheeks slightly flushed. She suppressed her shyness and looked up at the earnest and expectant young man before her. His golden eyes reflected starlight and his image. Finally, she nodded slightly, then turned her head away haughtily, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. "If you can really do that, it wouldn't be impossible for me to join your territory and swear allegiance to you." In this world filled with malice towards the weak, it seemed that no one had ever treated her better than him. She silently added that thought to herself. "It's a deal, let's shake hands as a pledge." Lin Sheng smiled and extended his hand to her. Serenia's heart pounded even faster. She hesitated for a moment before slowly extending her slender, fair hand, with a hint of hesitation and shyness, and gently placing it in Lin Sheng's palm. If he could really do that, then being loyal to him for life doesn't seem so bad. After all, only a fool like him would care about someone as down on her luck as her. Lin Sheng's large hand completely enveloped her small hand, and the warmth and strength of his palm clearly transmitted through her, striking Serenia like an electric current. She gasped softly, then jerked her hand back as if burned, her face turning bright red, even the tips of her ears burning hot. A wave of shame washed over her instantly. Serenia hurriedly buried her face in her knees, leaving only her two bright red ears showing. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but tilt her head and steal a quick glance at Lin Sheng, only to meet his gentle, smiling gaze. Serenia felt like her head was about to explode. She frantically pushed his arm away, not daring to look at him at all. Okay, I know. Don't disturb my mission here, let's go." Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at her shy expression. He was the one who arranged the task, yet she had driven away her employer. However, he didn't expose him, and simply stood up obediently. "Okay, I'll be going now. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Lin Sheng quickly flipped off the roof and his figure quickly disappeared into the night leading to the town's military camp. Only when she could no longer see him did Serenia slowly raise her head, the blush on her face not yet completely gone. She subconsciously touched the hand that had just been held, and it felt as if Lin Sheng's warmth still lingered in her palm. Serenia gazed in the direction he had left, then looked down at the half-empty pastry basket beside her, and finally, a small, sweet smile involuntarily curved her lips. The night breeze made it seem less cold. Chapter 44 Heading to the main city. To resolve the issue of Serenia's identity, Lin Sheng only has two options. The first option is to directly destroy the Mage Tower. Once the Mage Tower is gone, Celine will naturally no longer be investigated, thus solving the problem at its root. However, this method is too difficult. Lin Sheng currently only has 10 Tier 2 troops. If he were to confront a regional power head-on, it would be tantamount to suicide. The second method is to use special items to disguise Serenia's identity so that the people in the Mage Tower cannot find her. But this is not easy either. A hero's scouting ability can directly see a name, while an ordinary cloak covering the face can only fool passers-by, not heroes who have mastered scouting skills. The illusionary hood in Lin Sheng's hand can only change body shape and appearance, but cannot conceal attributes or status. A quick scan with the reconnaissance skill will still reveal Serenia's true name. Therefore, both paths are troublesome. Lin Sheng's choice, however, is simple. He wants them both. The Mage Tower harbored hidden dangers in the past. Detonating it prematurely would hasten its demise. As for the equipment to conceal his identity, Lin Sheng already had a target in mind. That was the Faceless Ring, which he hadn't been able to obtain even after clearing the entire maze. The Warning of the Faceless. Level requirement, none. Type, Special Equipment Ring. Quality, Purple Epic. Attribute, +2 to spell power. Special effect, the owner can freely fabricate their own attributes, and the effect grants immunity to all reconnaissance skills below the Grandmaster level. Job restrictions, none. This ring is unremarkable in appearance, without any patterns or gemstones, just like its name suggests. It's not very helpful for grinding monsters in the wild, but it's extremely valuable in the power struggles between lords. Human greed will inevitably lead to constant struggle and bloodshed. Once the lords become familiar with this world, incidents of resource grabbing, extortion, and sieges will only increase. The law of the jungle prevails over the weak. It's an ironclad rule in every world. Those powerful forces often demote disobedient lords to the bottom tier, conquer their territories, surround and kill their troops, and seize all their equipment and resources. Some unscrupulous guilds even break the limbs of enemies and throw them into a monster horde, letting the monsters finish them off, without counting it towards their sin value. Now that guild organizations are starting to emerge, Lin Sheng must prepare in advance. After returning to the barracks, he slept soundly through the night. The next morning, after Lin Sheng finished washing up, he crushed the return scroll that Chu Yan'an had given him. He needs to go to the main city to handle territory matters. The sooner he builds the territory barracks, the sooner he can recruit hidden troops and improve his strength. The scroll shattered, and light enveloped him. 5 seconds later, Lin Sheng vanished from his spot and reappeared in the nearest secondary main city, Dawn City. Dawn City is just a small city and doesn't have the authority to purchase territory. However, the city has a teleportation magic circle that connects to all the major cities of the eastern continent, costing 100 gold coins per trip. Lin Sheng stopped by to visit the old farmer's family and, after confirming that they were safe and sound, went to the town's post station and spent 100 gold coins to take the teleportation array. A flash of magical light, and he arrived at the largest main city in this region, which was also one of the kingdom's 10 main cities, Dawn City. Dawn City is located on the east coast of the continent, a place where thousands of trade routes converge, and the most prosperous commercial city. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Lin Sheng looked up at his surroundings, everything before him both familiar and strange. In his previous life, he was born here and struggled to live in this main city for several years. The hawkers' cries on the street, the passing caravans, and the towering city walls inlaid with mithril in the morning light were all extremely familiar to him. A squad of elite guards patrolled the street, their armor shimmering with magical light, wielding sharp halberds. They were the Empire's third-tier troops, the Storm Halberdiers. The main city is patrolled by Tier 3 troops. Anyone who wants to cause trouble here should think twice about the consequences. The streets were already bustling with people at dawn, with many lords wandering around hoping to stumble upon a stroke of luck and turn their fortunes around overnight. The light from the teleportation array attracted a lot of attention. Some people exclaimed in surprise, "Someone actually dares to use the teleportation array that costs 100 gold coins!" Some speculate whether the one who just appeared was a lord or a native of this world. But they soon discovered that the man's appearance was so ordinary that they would forget him after just one glance. In order to avoid attracting attention, Lin Sheng had already changed his appearance using the illusionary hood. He navigated the main city with practiced ease, first seeking out the thief mentor to learn all the necessary skills in the early stages. Thieves rely primarily on skills. Simply stabbing with a dagger won't deal any damage. Throat slit deals damage and silences the enemy. Throwing knife is one of the few ranged attacks a rogue has early in the game. Backstab deals triple damage from behind. Sap stuns the enemy from behind for 5 seconds. After learning the basic skills, Lin Sheng went to the auction house to see if he could find a bargain. Unfortunately, the lords haven't ventured out to explore much yet, so most of the items in the auction house are consigned by natives. He picked out a few cheap items and then turned to leave. Afterwards, Lin Sheng went to the main city government office. The hall was bustling with people and filled with noise. As soon as he pushed open the door, the lobby manager's eyes lit up when he saw him. He quickly stepped forward, a respectful smile on his face. The supervisor addressed him as the esteemed chosen one of Asha and expressed his willingness to serve him. The benefits of high prestige are immediately apparent. While other lords were still in line, Lin Sheng had already been personally received. He glanced at the crowded and chaotic lobby and said directly that he wanted to find a quiet place to conduct his business. The lords, in particular, were all staring at him with curiosity, and Lin Sheng didn't want to be the center of attention. The manager immediately bowed and invited him to the VIP reception room on the second floor. The two female guards at the door also immediately made way for him on the stairs. As Lin Sheng disappeared around the corner of the stairs, the lords in the hall immediately began to discuss among themselves. Some people were puzzled as to why the once aloof manager had suddenly become like a lackey. Some people were curious about Lin Sheng's identity, wondering why he had a personal attendant. The supervisor coughed, resuming his previous aloof demeanor, and explained in front of everyone that this was a preferential treatment for those of high reputation. That person had made contributions to the world and had earned the recognition of the goddess Asha. If they want the same treatment, they should work hard for it themselves. Everyone then realized that Lin Sheng's reputation must be very high. Some people realized for the first time that prestige was not just for show, but could be exchanged for real benefits in the face of imperial power. Some lords have even decided that when they return, they will discuss with their guilds and arrange for someone to specifically farm reputation so that they can be responsible for dealing with the imperial forces in the future. Lin Sheng came to the main city this time for only one thing: buy land. Once a lord reaches level 10, she gains the authority to purchase territory. Before the New World was discovered, lords could only build structures by purchasing land through the main city's administrative hall. Because this entire continent now belongs to the Empire. Chapter 45: Purchasing Territory. In the VIP service room on the second floor, the receptionist politely explained that for the first time a chosen one purchases territory, they only need to pay 10,000 gold coins to unlock a level 1 territory. A level 1 territory is about 10,000 square meters, which is enough for Lin Sheng to place those 2 troop buildings, with some space to spare. The territory can be further expanded as it is upgraded in the future. The receptionist then unfolded a magical map, allowing Lin Sheng to choose a building location. The main city, secondary cities, towns, and surrounding areas were all marked in red, indicating that they could not be selected. The territory could only be built in the wilderness far enough away. She smiled and asked if he wanted her to recommend a few suitable locations, but Lin Sheng didn't hesitate and pointed directly to an inconspicuous wilderness on the map. This is it. The area might seem remote to others, but Lin Sheng knew very well that it was the stronghold of the top guild, Dark Knight Kingdom, from his previous life. The surrounding area not only boasted permanent giant mines but also rivers where gold could be panned, and forests yielding rare medicinal herbs. The Dark Kingdom made a fortune from these resources, and its leader, Yi Tianqi, even cultivated Tier 6 troops before the New World opened. Keep in mind that the highest tier in the standard troop tree is only Tier 7. Tier 6 troops were enough to sweep away most players. Since this treasure trove hadn't been discovered yet, Lin Sheng naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. The receptionist pointed out that the location was remote and asked if he was sure, to which Lin Sheng nodded in confirmation. The sooner you establish your territory, the better, because if you're even a little late, it might be snatched away by someone else. Later on, many guilds will use disgusting tactics, buying land around the territories of solo players to completely surround them and prevent them from expanding. While territories can be relocated, the cost is extremely high. A single long-distance relocation can bankrupt an ordinary lord due to the cost of transferring buildings alone. After the magical contract was signed, the territory officially became Lin Sheng's property. The contract was witnessed by the god of justice and contracts, and no one could violate it unless someone could withstand divine punishment. After paying 10,000 gold coins, the purchase was complete. Lin Sheng's system panel now displayed a territory interface, and he also received a territory return stone, allowing him to teleport back to his territory at any time. He fiddled with the return stone, then looked at the receptionist and asked, "Are there any vacant plots of land for sale in Dawn City?" The receptionist was taken aback for a moment, then replied that there were indeed some vacant lots in the city, which were specially prepared by the goddess Asha for the chosen ones. Otherwise, in a place like the main city where every inch of land was precious, they would have been snapped up by merchants long ago. Each plot of land costs 100 gold coins, with a limit of 10 purchases. Just as the receptionist was about to get the catalogue, Lin Sheng directly told her to write down 10 locations. Using his memories from his previous life, he selected 10 of the most prime locations in one go. 100 gold coins per plot. It was practically free. If there weren't limited spots, he would have wanted to buy them all. The receptionist quickly brought out 10 land deeds, indicating that the land now belonged to him, and that he could build structures there. He then asked him whether he would choose to build manually or pay resources for magical construction. There's no need to even consider that. Manual construction is cheap but slow, and Lin Sheng values efficiency most right now, so he directly chose magical construction, paying in gold coins, wood, and stone. The next moment, a flash of magical light appeared, and 10 brand new houses materialized out of thin air on 10 open plots of land in Dawn City. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of the other lords, who began to speculate about the purpose of these houses. After the receptionist finished processing the paperwork, she handed over a roster and asked if they needed to hire any servants. Lin Sheng nodded without hesitation. The house needs daily maintenance and cleaning. Without management, it will easily fall into disrepair. Lin Sheng has no time to deal with these trivial matters, so hiring someone is naturally the easiest solution. The roster contains nearly 1,000 people, with prices varying greatly. The cheapest can be hired for 3 months for 1 gold coin, while the most expensive costs 100 gold coins per month. Most of them possess special skills such as trading, cooking, and tailoring. The roster also detailed each person's number of hires, employer reviews, and reputation. Lin Sheng casually picked 10 cheap and reputable servants, signed 3-year contracts with them, and only spent 300 gold coins in total. Right now, the lords are of low rank, and not many can afford to buy houses, so he can hire whoever he wants. Later, when housing becomes more common in the city, servants with good reputations and outstanding appearances will cost at least 50 gold coins per month, and excellent stewards will be in high demand and short supply. The receptionist noted down the list and said she would notify them to come and check in immediately. While waiting, Lin Sheng idly flipped through the roster and suddenly saw a familiar name. Light Elf Sheena, a special slave, has 0 hiring attempts and 0 reputation. Her hiring price is 1,000 gold coins per month. Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected her to be captured and brought to the human capital so early. Seeing him stop at this page, the receptionist whispered a reminder. This light elf was just captured by slave traders. She's too expensive to sell, so she's been put on the register for rent. Her credit rating is 0. She might run off with the money. In that case, Lin Sheng will not only lose both her and his money, but he'll also have to compensate the slave traders for their losses. Lin Sheng took out 3,000 gold coins and piled them on the receptionist's desk. No problem, I'll hire him. 3 months to start. Those who don't know any better might hire Sheena for her looks and amusement, but they wouldn't dare cross any lines. After all, servants are also protected by magical contracts and kingdom laws. What one does, Goddess Asha is watching. But Lin Sheng knew that the light elf Xena had a nickname in the Lord Circle. Treasure-giving princess. A treasure that everyone wanted to hire. Chapter 46 Slave Elf Princess. Sheena's hiring price later on skyrocketed to an outrageous level, reaching as high as 1 million gold coins per month. Keep in mind, at that time, buying her would only cost 100,000 gold coins. Behind this exorbitant price lies her identity, a princess of the light elf race. Light elves worship the power of the sun, and are the royal family among elves. From a young age, Sheena frequented the World Tree Great Library, reading countless ancient books and possessing a vast amount of information in her mind. That great library has existed for nearly 10,000 years, holding secrets passed down from the previous era. Even a single piece of information gleaned from her would be enough to benefit the Lord for a lifetime. After discovering Sheena's value in her previous life, everyone vied to hire her, causing her price to skyrocket. S-rank treasures, artifact clues, and hidden troop building blueprints were found. Slave traders, sensing something amiss, simply made her non-saleable, renting her out for only 1 month at a time, exploiting her like a gold mine. Although Lin Sheng didn't encounter Azeroth's vault in his previous life, he had once hired Sheena at great expense and obtained crucial information from her. It was that information that led him to the path of the gods. Therefore, in Lin Sheng's eyes, the value of this elven princess was no less than that of the Azerite treasure map. If he weren't short of gold coins, he would never have chosen to hire her. He would have bought her directly. Before long, the first 10 hired servants were brought to the room. Lin Sheng briefly assigned them tasks, putting them in charge of the daily maintenance of the 10 properties. The servants accepted their orders and left immediately. Then, a burly female slave trader with a scarred face pushed open the door and entered. She exuded a fierce aura, but when facing Lin Sheng, she could only smile obsequiously and cautiously ask, "Sir, are you the one who wants to hire that elf?" Lin Sheng nodded. "That's right." The female trafficker immediately waved behind her. 2 rabbit-eared female swordsmen escorted a figure into the room. The person was completely wrapped in a cloak, even his face was covered. Only a section of his fair and delicate chin was visible. "Sir, please inspect the goods first." The female trafficker smiled ingratiatingly, and reached out to pull off her cloak. In an instant, it was as if warm sunlight had spread throughout the room, and even the female receptionist next to her couldn't help but stare in a daze. The person beneath the cloak was none other than the elven princess, Xena. Her slender wrists were bound with hemp rope, and her ankles were fastened with heavy shackles engraved with magical runes. Even as a prisoner, her beauty and nobility were not concealed in the slightest. She had long, radiant golden hair, with a few strands clinging messily to her cheeks, which only accentuated her stunning features. Her clear, lake-like emerald eyes burned with anger as she stubbornly stared at Lin Sheng. Sheena wore a black and white maid outfit, her skin so fair it was almost translucent. Black silk gloves encased her slender fingers, black stockings accentuated her straight legs, and high heels made her already tall figure appear even more elegant. At this moment she used her bound hands to press down hard on her skirt, trying to hide her disheveled state, her chest heaving slightly with anger and tension. The more she struggled, the more one could feel her unyielding pride. "Damn humans! Filthy slave traders! Don't think you can make me submit!" Her voice was clear and melodious, even when tinged with anger. It was like a mountain stream. The receptionist suddenly snapped back to reality, stealing a glance at Lin Sheng, afraid that her outburst would displease the adults. Lin Sheng sat calmly in his chair, a slight smile playing on his lips. The receptionist secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt even greater awe. Such beauty had almost captivated her, yet the man remained composed. On the other side, the scarred female trafficker showed no mercy, yanking the rope and shouting, "Shut up! You worthless piece of trash!" Caught off guard, Sheena stumbled forward, her maid outfit taut with the movement. The receptionist watched in alarm, but Lin Sheng merely raised an eyebrow. He knew very well that the female trafficker's outfit was not arbitrary. Whether it was the maid outfit or the deliberate pulling of the ropes, it was all to showcase Sheena's charm. In essence, it was a way of selling a product. The female trafficker turned to look at Lin Sheng, her fierce expression instantly turning into a fawning smile. "My lord, you flatter me. This is your maid, I have already brought her." She patted her chest and assured them, "Don't worry, we've kept a close watch on this elf. We've absolutely not let any man touch her, not even give her a second glance." On the way there, the female trafficker made sure to wrap Xena up tightly in a cloak. Firstly, she was afraid her sugar daddy would be displeased, and secondly, she was afraid of being discovered by the elves, which would cause serious trouble. She continued her enthusiastic sales pitch. "I swear to the god of oaths, it's absolutely untouched. Look at that face, that figure, that demeanor, it's definitely worth the price. If you're interested, buying it for 100,000 gold coins would be a fair deal. A personal elven maid, how prestigious!" The female slave trader spoke with great enthusiasm. She and her men had lost a large number of troops and struggled terribly to capture Sheena. But unexpectedly, The elf had been stuck with them for months, unable to be sold. They're unwilling to accept lower prices, but if prices are high, no one is willing to buy. More importantly, many people have already experienced the taste of the elves. In this world, there exist military units that are absolutely obedient to orders and whose appearance is almost identical to that of their original races. So some people brought in female elves, succubi, sirens, female vampires, and other military units, and opened pleasure houses in the wilderness. The man made a fortune, but the price was that all his troops were permanently afflicted with the negative status of debauchery, with all their attributes permanently reduced to 1 point, rendering them unable to fight ever again. Chapter 47 Educating the Elf Princess. Following that precedent, many self-degrading heroes emerged one after another. Following the warrior's example, they set up all sorts of unique huts in the wilderness. There were dog girls, cat girls, elemental girls, and even lizard girls. Over time, people lost interest in living elves since the prices were outrageously high. So the female trafficker tried her best to persuade Lin Sheng to buy out the goods, her tone like she was selling unsold goods. Sir, buying out the goods is the most cost-effective option. According to the contract, if the elf escapes from Lin Sheng's hands or suffers physical injury, he must compensate her for the lost item. Lin Sheng remained calm, his gaze sweeping over Sheena's angry and desperate face, then glancing at her maid outfit. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy, but that he genuinely didn't have the money. He had already spent most of his gold coins on territories and properties, and he still needed to build barracks and recruit troops, so he had to keep some on hand. So Lin Sheng said calmly, "I can consider this matter. If she can be educated to be more obedient within 3 months, I will officially buy her, and this can be written into the contract." Earning 100,000 gold coins in 3 months shouldn't be a problem for him. The scarred female vendor's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Sheena was as fierce as a wild horse, unafraid of being beaten or scolded, yet she couldn't be truly harmed, otherwise she wouldn't fetch a good price. Starving her was useless. This elf even dared to starve herself to death, relying entirely on healing magic to stay alive. After all that daily work, she had spent a lot of money and energy. Now, this most troublesome, money-losing business had actually found someone willing to take it on, which the female trafficker was naturally more than happy to accept. She immediately pulled out a parchment contract that shimmered with magical light, and quickly added the following terms. Lin Sheng has the right of first refusal, and if the education is effective within 3 months, he will purchase the elven slave Sheena in full. After finishing writing, the female trafficker carefully handed the contract to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng checked it word by word, and only after confirming that there were no traps or ambiguous clauses did he pick up the quill pen and sign his name. The magical contract flashed, and its terms officially took effect. Thus, Lin Sheng became the first master of the elven princess Xena. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he will also be her last. The right of first refusal was an insurance policy that Lin Sheng deliberately guided the female trafficker to add. He couldn't easily let go of a treasure like Sheena. The contract was made in duplicate, and both parties felt they had gotten a good deal. The female trafficker happily put away the copy, thanked Lin Sheng repeatedly, and glared at Xena fiercely before leaving, satisfied. Only Lin Sheng and Sheena remained in the room. Sheena's heart tightened, and she stared at him warily, gritting her teeth as she said, "You despicable human! I will never obey your orders!" Lin Sheng didn't respond, only bidding farewell to the receptionist before taking out the returned stone. After magic was infused into it, the stone shone brightly, enveloping both of them. After a brief period of spatial dizziness, when Sheena opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in an empty hall. This is the Lord's mansion, the core building of the entire territory. If it is breached, it means the territory has fallen. But right now, the hall only has a few basic pieces of furniture, looking quite shabby. What terrified Xena even more was that there was no one else in the entire hall besides her and Lin Sheng. Unless someone breached their territory, no one would come in to disturb them. What do you want to do?" Sheena instantly recalled the horrific scenes from those storybooks, and fear surged through her. She took several steps back, pressing her back against the cold stone pillar, and hugged her arms tightly to her chest, hoping to protect herself this way. Lin Sheng looked around, then turned to look at her and walked towards her. Sheena's eyes reddened, but she stubbornly raised her neck and gritted her teeth, cursing. "Don't come any closer! You inferior human! Despicable, shameless!" She had prepared for the worst. If Lin Sheng humiliated her like those humans in the stories, she would rather commit suicide immediately. The dignity of the elven royal family must never be defiled. However, Lin Sheng's reaction was completely unexpected. He glanced at her calmly, then walked past her to a storage cabinet in the corner, from which he pulled out a broom, dustpan, rags, and bucket. The magical building is convenient, even the most basic hygiene tools are provided. Lin Sheng placed these items in front of Xena, casually tossed them on the floor, and said in a flat tone, "I'm not interested in your looks, you can rest assured." What truly interested him was the knowledge within Sheena's mind. That was the real treasure. As for now, Lin Sheng wasn't in a hurry to inquire about information. Given her current attitude, even if he did ask, it would most likely be false information. Sheena froze, her hands clutching her chest, loosening slightly. This was completely different from the stories she'd read. This man wasn't impatiently approaching her, nor was he taking out any terrifying tools to torture her. On the contrary, his eyes were clean and innocent, as if he truly regarded her as an ordinary maid. Lin Sheng pointed to the tools on the ground, then to the empty hall and corridor. "Since your identity is that of a maid, you should know what you are supposed to do," he continued. "No work, no food. If you want to eat, you'd better clean. You'll only get to eat when you've finished cleaning the entire lord's mansion." "Cleaning?" Sheena stood frozen in place, almost unable to believe her ears. She was a dignified elven princess, yet royalty was being forced to do such lowly work. Was this some new form of humiliation from humans? A sense of absurdity and humiliation welled up inside him at the same time. Lin Sheng clapped his hands and reminded him. "If you understand, then do it. Don't just stand there like an idiot." Sheena pursed her red lips, biting her lip inwardly. Death was preferable to humiliation. As an elven royalty, how could she possibly obey a human's orders and do something so lowly? She raised her foot to kick the broom away, but the shackles on her feet tripped her, causing her to stumble forward and almost fall directly at Lin Sheng's feet. Chapter 48, Building Territory. Sheena unleashed every human curse word she could think of. Idiot, moron, fool, disgusting. Her voice was as clear and melodious as a nightingale's, but her vocabulary was limited and lacked any real power. For Lin Sheng, who had experienced countless online flame wars, this attack wouldn't even leave a scratch. Lin Sheng simply watched her vent. When Xena finally stopped panting, he said calmly, "Whether you want to do it or not is your choice, but rules are rules. I'll be back tonight to check on the results." Having said that, he didn't look at Sheena again and turned to leave. The heavy doors of the Lord's mansion closed, the sound of the lock clicking loudly in the empty hall. Princess Xena stood alone, bright sunlight streaming through the high window, reflecting the dust motes in the air. Had that human really left? She stared at the tightly closed door, her emerald eyes filled with bewilderment, yet also a hint of inexplicable relief. At least for now, she wouldn't be insulted. But what exactly does this human want? Humans are cunning and evil, she will never let him succeed. Shao Chen, Shao Shi, once she escapes, she will definitely bring a large army back to rescue them. As for obediently cleaning? What a joke! She would never listen to a human's orders. Lin Sheng temporarily left Xena aside. In his previous life, the lords had devised two methods to deal with this elven princess. The first method is deception. They would pretend to let her go home, creating a false impression to lure her into talking and extracting information from her. However, once exposed, she might deliberately give false information, luring the lord to his death in a perilous place. Moreover, the more times it was used, the less effective this tactic became. In the later stages, repeated hope turned into despair, and Sheena's eyes became empty. She no longer believed any explanation. The second method is to please her by gifting her valuable books, especially rare and unique editions. These books are worth thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins, and their contents cannot be repeated. Sheena has a bad temper and often tears up books in frustration. Once she tears them up, you have to buy more. If you give her enough books, you can get information out of her. This method is expensive, but relatively reliable. But Lin Sheng chose either. In this life, he had plenty of time to slowly train this unruly little wild horse until she obediently poured out all the knowledge in her mind. Afterwards, Lin Sheng, in a good mood, inspected the territory he had just bought. Apart from the Lord's mansion behind him, the surroundings were empty, and the withered yellow grass under his feet was ankle-deep, undulating like waves in the wind. The edge of the distant forest was shrouded in shadows, as if some low-level monster or wild beast might wander into the Lord's manor at any moment. There were no city walls here, not even a symbolic fence. However, Lin Sheng was not worried. The new territory was blessed by the goddess Asha, and the Lord's mansion was invincible for a month, making it impossible to be breached. Speaking of city walls, he recalled the blueprint for the Sighing Fortress from the treasure map. That wall was exceptionally sturdy, capable of dispersing impact, and its surface was covered with anti-magic materials that could significantly reduce magical damage. Unfortunately, the blueprints are located in a remote area, and now is not the right time. The most important thing right now is to build the barracks. Lin Sheng surveyed the territory, mentally planning the locations of 2 barracks. The initial barracks were extremely crucial. They needed to be convenient for guarding the core buildings, but also couldn't be too close to the Lord's mansion, as this would hinder future expansion. He took out blueprints from his backpack, pointed them at the empty space in front of him, and ordered in a deep voice, "Build a thorny grass garden!" The blueprints lit up instantly, projecting the outline of a building onto the open ground. The wood, stone, and gold coins in the backpack rapidly decreased, turning into light to fill the outline. In just a few breaths, the thorn garden was completed. This is a hidden building where you can recruit or train 5 enchanted thornweeds each week. The garden is about 1 meter high and 10 meters square, and is made of barbed thorny vines that resemble a bird's nest. The nest surface is covered with twisted, sharp spikes that gleam with a cold, eerie light in the sunlight. From a distance, it resembles a dense thicket of thorns, providing excellent concealment. Lin Sheng invested resources and immediately recruited 5 demonized thorn grasses. 5 seeds fell, and they would quickly take shape after being planted for just 3 seconds. Thorn grass cannot move, but it is excellent at defense. Lin Sheng planted them on both sides of the entrance to the Lord's mansion, using them as natural gatekeepers. The demonized thorn grass hides in the weeds, making it almost impossible to spot. If a wild monster below level 4 runs into it unprepared, it will quickly be sucked dry. Without pausing, Lin Sheng went to a small earthen mound and took out the stone egg. "Build an underground palace of clay figurines!" The pebbles sank into the slope, casting even larger shadows around them. Backpack resources rapidly dwindled again, and the selected ground trembled slightly, creating a 3-meter-deep crater. Then, the main structure emerged. It was a palace built of giant stones, its walls covered with ancient and weighty runes, exuding an aura of earthy stability. The palace slowly sank to the bottom of the pit, with only the upper half exposed, forming a semi-subterranean structure. The earthenware palace is now complete. This is also a hidden building. You can recruit or train 3 earthenware guardians each week. Recruiting one costs 1,000 gold coins, 10 units of stone, and 1 unit of earth element crystal. The 2 troop buildings and the Lord's mansion complemented each other, forming a triangular defense. Lin Sheng looked at the few resources left in his backpack and let out a long sigh. The territory is indeed a gold mine. If the resources consumed just now were converted into gold coins, it would be enough for one person to eat and drink well and live happily in the main city for more than 10 years. No wonder some lords give up on developing their territories and simply lie low in their main cities. Lin Sheng shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Next, he would recruit soldiers and transform this barren land into a true foundation for himself. In this cruel world, military units are the foundation for survival. No matter how strong an individual is, they cannot withstand the encirclement and annihilation of a large-scale military force. Chapter 49: Nobility and Baseness. Lin Sheng specially bought some earth elemental cores in the city to recruit earthen warriors to guard the palace. After investing the resources, magical light shone, and 3 tall earthen warriors emerged from the underground palace, standing majestically beside him. They wield massive tower shields as tall as their bodies, the shields rough, thick, and sharply angled, giving an air of security just by their presence. However, the price difference between Tier 1 and Tier 3 units is enormous, and their attributes are naturally far inferior. Lin Sheng currently only has these 3 garrison terracotta warriors. Return scrolls and teleportation arrays can only teleport living people. He can't bring all the troops, so Bai Ling remains stationed in the town. However, the terracotta warriors are primarily defensive, while he handles the damage output, so they can coordinate well. With Lin Sheng's current burst of power, he was already comparable to 10 white spirits combined. A fully skilled thief's damage was already ridiculously high. He stepped out of the territory's protected area and officially began exploring the surrounding area. The moment they stepped outside, the remote reconnaissance skill delivered a surprise. Ahead lay a gold coin resource point, with a reserve of at least 1,000. In the image, several ancient trees stood exceptionally tall at the edge of the forest, the resource point nestled within their canopies. It was a huge nest made of dark red ember branches, and 7 crimson giant birds with wingspans of over 3 meters were circling around it, their long tail feathers trailing sparks. Tier 5, Level 2 Fire Feather Falcon! Lin Sheng immediately stopped, turned around, and left, taking the terracotta warriors in a different direction. These creatures had a wide aggro range and were fast. Anyone who got close would be attacked. He currently lacked ranged units, and his only weapon, the throwing knife, dealt very low damage and was mainly used to lure monsters. The 3 guardian terracotta warriors were pure melee tanks, with virtually no anti-air capabilities. Faced with the Fire Feather Falcon, which held aerial superiority, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon them. He would leave his gold coins there and come back for them in a few days. Lin Sheng then focused on clearing out the simple resource points in the surrounding area. The monsters like the hurricane boar, snake fawn wolf, and ironclad lizard were low-level and not flying units, but they provided a good amount of resources. The process for dealing with them is simple. The terracotta warriors raise their shields to draw aggro, while Lin Sheng stealthily flanks them and unleashes a combo when the opportunity arises. Backstab, kidney shot, slice and dice, eviscerate, the skill combos flow seamlessly, and the massive burst damage is almost unbearable for any monster. Even if some survived, it would just be another round of attacks. This process repeated until the surrounding area was quickly cleared, and Lin Sheng's backpack was filled with plenty of resources. Before we knew it, night had fallen. The setting sun dyed the withered grass a golden red hue. Knock off! Lin Sheng exhaled a breath of stale air and returned to his territory with the terracotta warriors serving as guards. He placed the terracotta warriors at the entrance, set them to guard mode, and then looked towards the gate of the Lord's mansion. That elf princess was left hanging all day. I wonder how she is doing now. Inside the Lord's manor, the last rays of the setting sun slanted through the high windows into the spacious hall. The elven princess, Xena, curled up on a hardwood chair, her arms wrapped around her slender legs encased in black stockings, her chin resting on her knees. Her long, golden hair fell in disarray, obscuring half of her delicate profile. Her long, elven ears drooped listlessly, and her emerald eyes stared blankly at the broom on the ground. Gurgle. Her stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Shiina frowned, her small, gloved hand pressing against her lower abdomen, her pale lips pressed even tighter. She was so hungry, but she would never yield to those despicable humans. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A figure stood in the doorway against the light. Like a startled fawn, Shiina leaped from her chair, her body tense and her face wary. Upon recognizing the person, she straightened her back, forcing herself to maintain the pride of an elven princess, and glared fiercely at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng merely glanced at her, then looked around. The cleaning tools on the ground remained exactly as they had been when he left, clearly indicating that she hadn't followed orders at all. This was within his expectations. How could an elf who wasn't afraid of starving herself possibly obediently clean? She was like a wild, unruly horse. Scolding and beating wouldn't make her submit. Education must be done step by step, starting with establishing rules. Lin Sheng walked into the hall and said calmly, "I'm sorry, Maid Hina, you didn't finish your work today, so dinner is cancelled." "Humph!" Sheena scoffed disdainfully, raising her chin and coldly glancing at him with her emerald eyes. "Hypocrite! If you want to torture me, just say so. There's no need for these disgusting excuses." Lin Sheng frowned. "Torture? Isn't it only right to earn money through labor? Do you expect to get something for nothing?" "Huh!" Sheena whirled around, her eyes blazing with fury. "I am royalty! I would never do such lowly work. That's what inferiors do." She held her long, slender, fair neck stiffly, her tone filled with aristocratic arrogance. Lin Sheng leaned back slightly, re-examining her. So this was her true thought, a mind brimming with superiority. "This is no longer an education issue, but a matter of character, and we must take strong measures." Lin Sheng's eyes were filled with pity. "Lowly? This world was created by laborers. You suck the blood of others, exploit the lower classes, and then call them inherently lowly. Do you think that makes you feel at ease?" he said coldly. "Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Whether human or elf, the nobles of this world seem pretty much the same. No wonder Goddess Asha summoned people from another world to save it. At this moment, no matter how beautiful Sheena is, she's just an empty shell wearing a royal title, and she can't compare to the self-reliant and strong Serenia." "You! What do you mean? What's so disgusting about nobles?" Sheena snapped, as if her sore spot had been hit. She had been taught from a young age that royalty was born noble, and everyone around her said so. No one had ever questioned this logic. Now, with Lin Sheng tearing this apart in front of her, she panicked and could only use anger to mask her wavering. Her beautiful eyes widened, like an angry little mare, wishing she could just run Lin Sheng over and kill him. But the power of the contract bound her tightly, preventing her from doing anything to harm him. Sheena could only clench her fists, trembling with rage, stomping her feet fiercely, her chest heaving violently. "Damn it! You despicable human! You just wait! You just wait until my clan's elders and guards find this place." Chapter 50: The Wonderful Time of Feeding Serenia. Sheena, clinging to her last shred of pride, deliberately threatened Lin Sheng in a fierce tone, saying that one day she would make him pay 100-fold or 1,000-fold for everything he had done today, and make him kneel on the ground in repentance. Lin Sheng, however, didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he found it amusing. He casually reminded Xena that her guards probably still thought she had just run away from home again, and the elf queen was already used to her daughters disappearing. Considering the long lifespans of elves, being away from home for 20 or 30 years was commonplace. By the time they realized something was wrong, it would be at least several decades later. These words were like a knife, shattering Sheena's last illusions. Her face paled, yet she stood stubbornly. She finally realized that this time, unlike before, no matter how much trouble she caused, the royal family would easily smooth things over for her. But she still refused to bow her head. Even in this state, she was unwilling to submit to a human being. Lin Sheng shrugged indifferently, only wishing her good luck. If her people ever came looking for her, he promised to send her away unharmed. After saying that, Lin Sheng ignored Xena, who was still standing there, and turned to leave. The door slammed shut with a bang, like a verdict resounding in the hall. Sheena stood stiffly for a long time, finally hugging her arms and slowly shrinking into the shadows of the corner. Hunger surged again, making her weak. Lin Sheng's words kept echoing in her mind, even overshadowing the courtly education she had received since childhood. Her eyes were filled with confusion, and for the first time she couldn't help but wonder if she had really made a mistake. The hall fell silent again, except for the clear, protesting rumbling of her stomach. It was already dark outside the gate, and the black tide was surging in the distance, but it was blocked outside the territory by the light of order emanating from the Lord's mansion. Lin Sheng took out a return scroll to Ibs Town. He had bought it at the Dawn City Post Station and had stockpiled a few for backup. As for Ibs Town, it was too remote, and few outsiders had come there for decades, so the post station didn't sell such things. Town portal scrolls have a magical time limit. They expire if left in use for too long. Since no one buys them, stocking them would be a loss-making endeavor, so naturally no one would engage in such a losing business. Lin Sheng crushed the scroll, and after the brief teleportation progress bar ended, spatial light enveloped him. The light faded, and he appeared in a dilapidated post station in the small town of Ebes. The room was filled with the smell of decaying wood, an old oil lamp flickered, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust that creaked underfoot. Beside a wooden table in the corner, an old man with gray hair was dozing. The teleportation light startled him awake. He groggily looked up and froze when he saw Lin Sheng. Someone actually spent hundreds of gold coins to buy a teleportation scroll just to come to this wretched place. The old man rubbed his eyes, almost doubting that he was still asleep. Lin Sheng dusted himself off and calmly walked out of the post station, disappearing into the twilight of the town. His destination was clear, the rooftop where Serenia often stayed. Compared to the unexpected elven princess he had acquired at the Lord's Manor, Serenia was the focus of his trip. It's that wonderful time to feed Serenia again. As night deepened, moonlight spilled onto the rooftops. Before Lin Sheng had fully emerged from the alleyway, the slender figure sitting on the rooftop with her knees drawn up to her chest had already twitched her ears slightly. Serenia turned her head almost instantly, her golden eyes shining in the moonlight, and accurately locked onto Lin Sheng's figure. It was him. She could easily distinguish that familiar footstep from the noise. Even though she knew he was bothering her again, the joy in her eyes and the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Lin Sheng greeted him with a smile and then nimbly leaped onto the roof. Serenia tried to suppress her smile, deliberately turned her head away, pretended to be very busy, and muttered under her breath that there were no new developments regarding the surveillance mission he had assigned. But her slightly red ear tips and the undisguised joy in her tone couldn't lie. Lin Sheng sat down beside her, closer than last time, and took out an exquisite multi-tiered food box. He said matter-of-factly, "Of course I came to have dinner with her. Good friends should share food together." As soon as the food box was opened, an enticing aroma wafted out. Serenia blinked her beautiful golden eyes, somewhat bewildered. Was eating with friends really common sense? She had been lonely for too long. Her memories were mostly of wandering and hiding. She stole a glance at Lin Sheng's composed expression, then looked at the tempting dishes in the food box. But her stomach betrayed her with a soft growl. Serenia quickly pressed her lower abdomen, her face flushed, and hurriedly explained that she wasn't hungry, nor was she waiting for him, she just planned to eat later. Seeing her trying her best to maintain her adorable, haughty demeanor, Lin Sheng's heart stirred slightly. Compared to the ill-tempered, arrogant elf princess in the Lord's Manor, this helpless Serenia was simply too cute. An impulse suddenly surged up, and Lin Sheng unconsciously reached out and gently placed his hand on Serenia's head. It feels as soft as the finest silk, and carries the warmth of sunshine. Serenia's body stiffened slightly, her golden eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Sheng in surprise. Lin Sheng then suddenly realized what was happening. Oh no, how did his hand just reach out by itself? I'm afraid he'll bite me. Chapter 51 The Majestic Future Empress. The expected resistance did not materialize. She simply lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her body relaxing, and even subconsciously, like a small animal seeking warmth, she gently rubbed against his palm. Her palms were warm and gentle, possessing a reassuring magic that made her tense nerves relax involuntarily, even creating a languid feeling that made her want to indulge in them. She squinted her eyes slightly and let out a barely audible satisfied hum, like a cat being stroked comfortably. A gentle evening breeze carried the incoherent swearing of a drunkard from the depths of the alley, shattering the ambiguous atmosphere. Ahem. Lin Sheng suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, reluctantly withdrew his hand, and continued to open the food box as if to cover up his feelings. I got this from the most famous restaurant in Dawn City. Try it while it's hot. The food box is exquisitely designed, with a small temperature-regulating array embedded inside to ensure that each dish remains at its most delicious state. Lin Sheng bought enough for 3 people, but unfortunately the sulking elf princess didn't get to enjoy it. Education is about using both carrots and sticks, with clear rewards and punishments. Bad kids should be disciplined with the stick, while good kids get the carrot. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Serenia's voice carried a subtle, soft tone. She skillfully lifted the lid, and a rich aroma wafted out. It smells so good. Unconsciously, she stuck out her pink little tongue and quickly licked her lips. The unconscious action carried a kind of innocent allure. She forked a trembling piece of stewed beef and put it in her mouth. It's not delicious! The delicious taste made her squint her eyes happily, her cheeks puffed out slightly, and her satisfaction was palpable. The food this guy brought was getting better and better each time, and the portions were also huge. Thinking of this, Serenia suddenly glanced at Lin Sheng warily. Could this guy be doing this on purpose? He's slowly spoiling my appetite with delicious food, making me unable to leave, so he can then easily slip into his territory? Humph, what a cunning little devil! She grumbled inwardly, but her eating speed didn't slow down at all. They ate and drank their fill. The two relaxed and lay side by side on the roof, gazing up at the dazzling starry sky. A gentle evening breeze carries the fragrance of distant grasses and trees. Hello? Serenia called out to Lin Sheng softly, trying to make her tone casual. Where did you go today? You didn't even bring those soldiers with you? If there hadn't been a lot of noise in the town, I would have thought you'd been killed. Lin Sheng turned his head to look at her soft profile in the moonlight and smiled in response. We agreed yesterday to apply for the territory, but thank you for your concern anyway. It's not about caring at all. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Serenia whirled around, her golden eyes wide in the night, her cheeks flushing rapidly. Stop flattering yourself. I was just thinking. If something really happens to you, as your comrade, I have to consider whether or not to avenge you. Yes. That's it. She racked her brains and finally found a reasonable excuse. After she finished speaking, she nodded vigorously, as if she was trying to convince herself. Looking at her adorable expression, clearly worried to the point of death, yet desperately trying to find excuses to deny it, Lin Sheng's smile deepened. Okay, it's not concern, it's a companion's duty. He continued, following her lead. I went to Dawn City to take care of some business and also picked out a territory. Dawn City? Then how come you're back so quickly? Serenia's focus was indeed different from others. She propped herself up in surprise, estimating the round-trip time, finding it unbelievable. This distance would take half a month by airship. How did he manage to complete the round trip in a single day? Lin Sheng replied matter-of-factly. I have a return scroll. A return scroll? Celine's voice suddenly rose, then quickly lowered, and she said with heartache. That thing costs 100 gold coins each, right? You're such a waste. She simply couldn't understand this extravagant behavior. 100 gold coins. That could buy so many delicious meals. How can you call it a waste? It's absolutely great value for money. Lin Sheng propped his head up with his elbow, looked at the girl beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips. After all, someone is waiting for me here. It's worth spending any amount of gold coins as long as I can get back to see her sooner. Serenia was slightly taken aback. Someone? Who is it? Such a big shot. Wait, why are you looking at me? Serenia suddenly realized. You spent 100 gold coins to buy a scroll just so you could come back to see me sooner? Boom dash. These words exploded in Serenia's mind like a giant fireball. Nonsense! What utter nonsense are you spouting? Serenia's cheeks were flushed red, like a boiled crab, and steam was practically rising from her head. She was completely flustered, her heart pounding wildly, waving her little arms erratically, and shouting incoherently. Who's waiting for you? Stop being so conceited. Even if you say that to me, I won't join your territory because of it. Don't even think about it. Absolutely not. My brain, overloaded with extreme shyness, could only react with instinctive, arrogant rebuttal. Lin Sheng smiled even more as he looked at her adorable appearance, which seemed to be about to evaporate on the spot. My future empress, before becoming that majestic being, was actually so easily embarrassed? That's fantastic. Yes, yes, I understand. He smiled reassuringly and said gently, I will work hard to complete the task you assigned me and strive to meet your requirements as soon as possible. Serenia became even more embarrassed and annoyed by the childlike, Yes, yes, yes. She clenched her small fist and put it to her mouth, pretending to cough, trying to regain some momentum, but her voice unconsciously lowered, carrying a hint of awkwardness. No, there's no need to work so hard. We can take our time with the task. I don't like stupid men who try to be brave. Safety is the most important thing. You idiot, you're the only one by my side, please don't die. Yes, yes, don't worry. Seeing her awkward attempt to express her concern, Lin Sheng felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. I won't act rashly, safety comes first. I already said it only needs to be said once. You idiot! Serenia, embarrassed and annoyed, raised her small hand and lightly slapped his arm. The force was less like anger and more like a playful scolding, like being gently scratched by a kitten's paw pads. Chapter 52 A Peaceful Night for Two. After the laughter and commotion subsided, the rooftop returned to tranquility. A gentle night breeze caressed them, ruffling their hair. Serenia lay back down, gazing at the starry sky, her golden eyes reflecting the shimmering light. As her shame and anger subsided, a soft, heavy emotion welled up and overwhelmed her heart. She took a soft breath and, in an almost inaudible voice, spoke as if to herself, or perhaps as if making a promise to the starry sky. If I can get through this ordeal, I will join your territory and never leave. These words, carrying the weight of a young girl's heart, drifted gently in the night breeze. Lin Sheng responded gently. I will face this with you, there's no need to force yourself. Serenia nodded, then immediately closed her eyes tightly, as if she had used up all her courage. Her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, revealing the turbulent emotions within her. The night breeze brought a touch of coolness, but it couldn't dispel the burning heat on her face. The warmth called bond quietly took root in her heart. The night flowed by unnoticed. Lin Sheng, unusually, did not return to the barracks to be with his troops, but instead chose to stay on the rooftop, by Serenia's side. Perhaps it was the day's hustle and bustle that made them so tired, or perhaps it was the warm atmosphere of watching the stars side by side and chatting and laughing easily. Lin Sheng fell into a deep sleep without realizing it, his breathing even and long. Serenia opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Hey, how did this idiot fall asleep right next to me? Although the place she chose was secluded and safe, a great place to spend the night. But I didn't agree to you sleeping here. You bastard, aren't you afraid I might have some bad intentions and strip you naked and throw you out of town? Serenia was unaccustomed to having another person around her, and was nervously lost in thought, like a panicked kitten whose territory had been invaded. But listening to Lin Sheng's steady breathing and looking at his unguarded sleeping face, her tense nerves gradually relaxed. That idiot, sleeping so soundly. As if infected by this drowsiness, Serenia also gradually succumbed to the invasion of sleepiness, yawned, wrapped herself tightly in her cloak, and lay down. Autumn is deep, and the nights are slightly cool. A cold wind blew by, and Serenia, who was fast asleep, shivered slightly, feeling a bit chilly. In her drowsy state, her body instinctively sought warmth, and she unconsciously adjusted her sleeping position, moving slightly closer to the person next to her. With this thing blocking the wind, it's much warmer. She nestled her little head comfortably and drifted off into a peaceful dream. I slept soundly through the night. The first rays of sunlight in the morning gently brushed against Lin Sheng's face. Lin Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he slowly woke up from his sleep. I slept really well that night, and had a dream filled with the scent of gardenias. He stretched, and with each breath a faint, sweet scent, mixed with a hint of milk, lingered around his nose. It was exactly the same aura as in my dream. It was the same aura emanating from Serenia. The fragrance of gardenias is a sweet and milky aroma, so light it seems to flow, like the flowing, bright moonlight. Its flower language is strength and hope, just like Serenia herself, who never gives up no matter what setbacks she encounters. Lin Sheng turned his head slightly to look. Serenia lay beside him, curled up like a kitten sleeping peacefully in a warm nest. Her long, silver hair was spread somewhat messily on the tiles, highlighting her fair and smooth cheeks. The morning light outlined the exquisite profile of her face, and her long eyelashes cast a small shadow. With each breath, her small, delicate nostrils flared slightly, and her pink lips unconsciously pursed gently. Having let down her guard, she revealed a rare, almost innocent tranquility. Lin Sheng was slightly stunned. Serenia slept peacefully and unguardedly beside him. This natural intimacy was more touching than any words. It was as if time itself had frozen at that moment. The morning light, the gentle breeze, the peaceful town, and the sleeping girl beside me create a tranquil and beautiful scene. Lin Sheng's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by a deer, melting completely. This is bad. When she's asleep, she's no longer the arrogant and capable woman she usually is. The wariness on her spirited little face has turned into softness, making her look somewhat tempting and even criminal. Lin Sheng suppressed his wild thoughts, held his breath, and carefully and slowly propped himself up, standing up without making a sound. He didn't want to disturb the peace, so he used the thief's agility to its fullest extent. It's time to leave. Is it feasible to become the #1 lord and indulge in a life of pleasure? He also needs power to protect his own life and that of Serenia. Lin Sheng turned back one last time and took a deep look at the sleeping Serenia. Then, without a sound, he leaped off the roof and disappeared into the misty alley. Just as Lin Sheng disappeared around the corner of the alley, on the rooftop, the sleeping girl's long eyelashes trembled, and then she suddenly opened her eyes. There was no trace of sleepiness in her bright, golden eyes. Even before Lin Sheng made a sound with the slightest movement, her instinctive alertness had already woken her from her dream. Her habit of constantly walking on the edge of danger has made her exceptionally sensitive to any slight movement. No one can get within 3 jang of her. Serenia stared in the direction Lin Sheng had disappeared, her face filled with panic and embarrassment. Oh my God! What have I done? I actually slept next to that idiot all night? And so close. I almost crawled into his arms. His body heat still lingered on my shoulder where I gently touched it. Serenia covered her burning cheeks, feeling as if steam was rising from the top of her head. I felt like a little animal seeking shelter. I slept next to him completely unguarded all night. This behavior is absolutely shameless. So disgraceful. Ugh! An overwhelming sense of shame engulfed her like a tsunami. Serenia curled up like a boiled shrimp, burying her face deep in her arms. The moment Lin Sheng woke up and looked at her, her mind went blank. My only reaction at the time was to close my eyes tightly, hold my breath, and pretend I was still fast asleep. As long as I don't open my eyes, nothing has ever happened, so I know nothing. Thankfully, that idiot didn't wake me up. If we had made eye contact, I would have been so ashamed and angry that I would have died. A mournful sob escaped from Serenia's throat. She clutched her head and rolled around silently in place, venting her emotions. He rolled around while muttering to himself. Idiot! Idiot! Serenia, you big idiot! How embarrassing! If word gets out, how will she ever face anyone? She's not that kind of girl. She's never even touched a man's finger in her entire life. Ugh! How embarrassing! I can't face anyone! After rolling around several times, Serenia finally stopped, panting as she lay on her back on the roof, gazing at the azure sky. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded yet. She took deep breaths of the cool air, trying to calm her mind. After a while, the violent heartbeat gradually subsided. Serenia sat up, patted her cheeks, and whispered to herself, as if to comfort herself. Anyway, he doesn't know I'm awake. Yes. He doesn't know. As long as I don't say anything, this has never happened. She tried to mentally prepare herself. Only. Her gaze kept drifting involuntarily toward the alleyway where Lin Sheng had disappeared, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 53 Relics in the Mire. Lin Sheng led Bai Ling away from the town, proceeding according to the locations marked on the map, and also farmed any resource points along the way. Every little bit counts, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. After walking and stopping for an hour, we arrived at the second location marked on the map. For ordinary people, it was a dangerous area that they could not approach. For Lin Sheng, it was a resource point that he had accumulated over decades. A vast, daunting muddy swamp lay before Lin Sheng. The dark mud was bubbling and filthy. The dead trees lay twisted and crooked, like the arms of a dying man. A thin mist hung low above the water, reducing visibility to extremely low levels. The land at the edge of the swamp was also slippery and soft, making it difficult to walk without sinking deep into the mud. Profound, vast, and dangerous. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he looked pleasantly surprised. That's incredibly lucky. This is a special treasure hunting area, the Relic Swamp. All sorts of good stuff randomly spawn in the swamp. You can get it just by reaching out and touching it. It's a paradise for treasure hunters. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to find a treasure. However, treasures are often accompanied by deadly guards. The information relayed back from the remote reconnaissance made Lin Sheng's expression turn serious. Greedy crocodile, Tier 4, neutral creature. Attack power, 37. Defense, 7. Attack speed, 12 to 2, swamp environment, land environment. Movement speed, 7 to 1, swamp environment, land environment. In Lin Sheng's view, the entire swamp was covered with a dense cluster of red dots. Years of nurturing have allowed them to spread throughout the entire mud pond. These creatures possess 4 incredible traits, making them the absolute kings of the swamp. 1. Trait, Swamp Guardian. The greedy crocodile excels at lurking deep in the mud, perfectly blending into its environment. It is protected by the swamp, which shields it from impending attacks and allows it to regenerate health every minute. 2. Trait, Hunting Assault. When the greedy crocodile spots its prey, it will launch a surprise attack at incredible speed, increasing its attack speed by an additional 200% during the attack. 3 characteristics, Death Bite. The greedy crocodile has an astonishing bite force. Once it bites, it is almost impossible to escape. A force assessment will be performed. 4 characteristics, Rolling Strangulation. After biting its enemy, the greedy crocodile spins wildly, using its own weight and rotational force to instantly crush its prey. These are their 3 most terrifying moves: a stealth-breaking strike, followed by a death bite, and then a rolling strangler. A single combo can instantly kill even tank units of the same tier. To wrestle with the strength of the greedy crocodile, one would need to be at least a level 20 berserker or martial artist. Strength is a hidden attribute that can be enhanced through training and equipment. It's practically an invincible unit below Tier 5. Its only drawback is that it can only be effective in swamps. If they were on land, given their clumsy movements, Lin Sheng would have 9 ways to kill them, a full 9 ways. The difficulty lies in fighting in their home turf, the swamp. Swampy terrain is a nightmare for melee classes and units. The sluggish effect of being stuck in the mud makes dodging difficult, and the slippery ground affects the ability to generate power. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes, carefully calculating in his mind. It seems that the key to breaking this deadlock lies in the white spirit unit with the ghost trait. The weightless ghost floated lightly a few inches above the swamp, completely ignoring the mud below. The only problem now is that the crocodiles won't easily surface. Like the most skilled assassins, they can lie in wait for days and nights like stones when no target enters their hunting range. We need to find a way to lure them out. Let's test the waters first. Lin Sheng gave instructions very carefully. First, use Frost Trail to freeze part of the swamp's surface, slowing down the crocodile's attack speed. Then a white spirit floated forward and stepped into the crocodile's ambush circle. Lin Sheng was completely focused, all his attention was on the white spirit. Bang! The ice shell and mud below suddenly exploded. A colossal creature, at least 6 meters long, leaped out, its gaping maw lunging straight at Bai Ling. Lightning fast. Back off, dodge. Lin Sheng's pupils contracted sharply, and with a reaction accurate to the millisecond, the command was transmitted instantly as if by instinct. Fortunately, the ice slightly slowed the crocodile's bursting speed, and the transmission of consciousness was not delayed. In an instant, Bai Ling's body swung backward at a right angle, defying the laws of physics, while avoiding the crocodile's gaping maw. The crocodile missed its target, its massive body crashing back into the mud, where it sank to the bottom and disappeared in an instant. Forcing our way in won't work. Someone has to act as bait, stepping into the crocodile's ambush and risking their lives to lure them out. For ordinary lords, the solution is to send low-level cannon fodder troops to their deaths. When the crocodile bites the cannon fodder, the others take the opportunity to attack. Lin Sheng frowned as he looked at the 10 hidden soldiers with great potential beside him. Using them as disposable bait? That's too extravagant. Just thinking about it made Lin Sheng's heart bleed. However, asking him to give up this resource is even more impossible. The relic swamp is different from the underground labyrinth. The underground labyrinth is part of a complex that will always exist, and the resources inside will refresh periodically. Once all the loot in the relic swamp has been taken, it will completely disappear. When we encounter such a special area again, it will be purely a matter of luck. Lin Sheng took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharp as an eagle's. Since things have come to this, all we can do is rely on manual skills. My reputation as a micromanagement master isn't for nothing. He cleared his mind of all distractions and focused all his attention on controlling Bai Ling. The brain is like a precision instrument, operating at high speed. It's only 10 people, much simpler than bringing in thousands of troops later on. The first group consists of 2 white spirits, who are in the control group and are responsible for creating an output environment by continuously freezing the surface of the area with their skills. The area of freezing has expanded, and the thickness has increased. The second group consists of 7 Bai Lings, the firepower team, who are on standby 10 meters behind, ready to fire at any time. The third group consists of 1 Bai Ling, who is part of the decoy team. Their role is to enter the attack range and lure the greedy crocodile out. The orders, carried by the will, were issued in an orderly manner. The white spirits, like the most precise parts, began their operation with meticulous coordination. The ice layer refrozen, covering a larger area and becoming thicker. Completely cover the ambush range of that greedy giant crocodile. When the decoy white spirit floats towards the red dot. Crash! Boom! The ice suddenly shattered. The giant crocodile, like a torpedo, broke through the ice and mud, rushing towards Bai Ling with a fierce wind. Now! Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed. He instantly issued a mental command. With his masterful micromanagement, the decoy, white spirit, retreated almost touching the crocodile's sharp teeth. At the same time, the firepower group began to fire. The crocodile's massive body slammed into the ice, causing large cracks to appear, barely managing to hold on. Chapter 54 Treasure hunting is always fun. Lin Sheng deliberately expanded the area to be frozen, all for this moment. The crocodile struggled on the ice, the freezing effect of the icy mist spreading throughout its body and greatly slowing it down. Now it's like a shark that's come ashore, completely at the mercy of others. Control team, immediately reinforce the ice beneath the target. Don't let it escape. Firepower team, increase output. The ball of light shot towards the greedy crocodile, precisely targeting the relatively soft junction of its flank and neck. Weakness hit. Extra damage. It's accurate, but not accurate enough. Lin Sheng once again manipulated the objects with his hands, aiming at the eyes and mouth. A barrage of orbs of light shot forth, passing through its eyelids and striking its eyeball. Disabling injury. The crocodile let out a painful roar, but then a large number of white balls were forcefully poured into its mouth, the impact penetrating straight into its internal organs. It struggled even more fiercely, but it was no longer able to reverse the situation and could only slowly wait for its death. After 5 rounds of eye-popping explosions, the greedy crocodile's health bar was finally emptied. The massive body remained motionless, then suddenly dissipated into points of experience points, which entered Lin Sheng's body. Tier 4 units have a lot of experience points, But unfortunately Lin Sheng has been busy with territory and Serenia matters and hasn't had time to change classes. With the experience points he has accumulated, he is estimated to be able to reach level 13 in one go after changing jobs. After successfully getting close to the greedy crocodile, Lin Sheng was in high spirits and found his rhythm in the battle. That's it. A series of luring maneuvers followed by concentrated fire to eliminate the target. Wild monsters have no intelligence, except for boss-level monsters, so you can just follow the same pattern afterward. The battle became a test of patience and the pinnacle of micromanagement. The white spirits took turns acting as bait, repeatedly teetering on the brink of death, which consumed a great deal of Lin Sheng's energy. Lin Sheng was exhausted, his back soaked with sweat, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. The last giant crocodile that attempted a sneak attack was blasted to death by several orbs of light on the ice layer, its massive body slowly dissipating. With long-range reconnaissance capabilities, there are no more red dots in the area. The relic swamp has returned to calm, with only floating ice shards and a faint smell of blood remaining. Lin Sheng let out a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat exhausted, but also filled with a tremendous sense of accomplishment. It's finally all done, time to go treasure hunting. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and walked into the mud. According to the post I read in my previous life, the place where bubbles are rising in the mud is where you can find treasure. Lin Sheng stepped onto the ice and came to the bubbling area in the center. He laid down and put his hand into the mud. Splash! The first thing they pulled out was a huge handful of glittering gold coins. Congratulations, Lord, for receiving 130 gold coins. Not bad. Lin Sheng aimed at a larger bubble and scooped it up again. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 10 units of wood. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining 15 units of stone. Why are they all basic resources? Lin Sheng silently prayed. May Lady Miner protect me! And then aimed at another large bubble, scooping it up with his hand. A cylinder wrapped in waterproof tarpaulin was retrieved. Lin Sheng opened it and saw a scroll with intricate fire runes. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the Flame Storm Scroll, Intermediate. An area of effect spell that can turn the tide of battle in crucial moments. A great item. Lin Sheng then made another move, scooping out several more bags that emitted elemental fluctuations. Upon opening it, I found a large bag of elemental crystals shimmering with various colors of light. Rare resource, very good. Lin Sheng had roughly grasped some of the patterns. The bigger the bubble, the faster it rises, and the more precious the thing you touch. Since that's the case. Lin Sheng waited patiently, like a fisherman. A bubble the size of a fist rose up. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng scooped up the bubbling water from the bottom. A heavy staff, its top inlaid with a cloudy yellow gemstone. Swamp Embrace Staff, gold. Gold tier equipment. Comes with basic mud swamp technique. High-quality magic-based class equipment can fetch a high price now. Sure enough, a large truck has arrived. Based on his experience, Lin Sheng didn't reach out until he saw a large bubble, and he managed to retrieve several more pieces of equipment. Crocodile tooth bracers for increased attack, mudstock leggings for increased speed, crocodile tooth helmet for increased defense, and stream cloth armor for increased spell power. The uniform gold quality is simply a huge success. Lin Sheng felt the weight in his hand as he unfurled another scroll radiating a gentle holy light. Holy Light Shield Scroll. Single target applies holy light to the target, blocking all attacks for 5 seconds. A lifesaver. Just then, a bubble the size of a head suddenly rose from the mud. Lin Sheng reached out and touched it without hesitation. His heart started racing as his hand touched a cold, hard, angular metal box. It's not the feel of equipment, or the type of box, it can only contain special items or strategic treasures. Lin Sheng grabbed it, and scooped the metal box out of the mud in an instant. The box was small, but unusually heavy, with a small bronze lock hanging on its surface. Lin Sheng held his breath and carefully pried open the clasp of the box with his dagger. Minor blesses, Serenia blesses, Sheena blesses, it must be a strategic treasure. The box was lined with faded velvet, and on the velvet lay a perfectly round black pearl, the size of a pigeon's egg. Horn against the wind, rank B strategic treasure. Attributes: ranged attack defense +5, friendly unit hit rate +2. Special effect, headwind. The enemy's flying units have their speed reduced by 5 and their ranged attack accuracy decreased, while the ranged attack damage of friendly units is slightly increased. Good stuff, specifically designed to counter flying units. With this, Lin Sheng can finally go and try his luck with those fire feather falcons outside his house. As the treasure was retrieved, the magic of the mud pit was completely exhausted, and no more bubbles emerged. The edge of the swamp began to recede, gradually turning into ordinary mud. Lin Sheng counted his haul in his backpack, feeling quite satisfied. As expected of a special area, we reaped a very rich harvest. Lin Sheng left the area and found a dry, shady spot to rest briefly. Micromanagement takes too much mental effort. I need to take a break. It's almost noon, time for lunch. Lin Sheng ate some dry rations and jerky, making do with a simple lunch. He was planning his next move. Firebat Cliff. The next resource point marked on the map is also the last stop for today. Firebat Tier 4, Level 4 unit. Its attributes are considered poor for a 4th tier character. Its single target attack power is not top tier, and its defense is also average. However, their trouble lies in the sheer number of clusters and the unique maneuverability of flying units. To deal with them, you either need powerful area of effect damage or a sufficient number of anti-air units. Lin Sheng had neither of these. As the enemy's level increases, his disadvantage in fighting with a single unit type begins to become apparent. The most important thing between unit types is synergy. A single unit type is easily countered. If Lin Sheng hadn't just acquired the Horn of Reverse Wind, a treasure that counters flying units, he wouldn't have even glanced at those fire bats. When I have time, I can go back to the main city again. In Lin Sheng's fragmented memories from his previous life, there is a hidden quest chain in the main city of Dawn. The final reward is a very powerful Tier 3 hidden unit. If we can get our hands on it, it will make up for the current weakness of having only one type of unit. He stood up and led 10 white spirits toward the cliff. As the distance decreased, the temperature in the air increased significantly. When Lin Sheng arrived at the bottom of the cliff, the sight before him made his pupils shrink slightly. Someone's there. Chapter 55 Rescue. Below the towering, crimson cliffs, the fire bats that had been nesting inside the cave suddenly swarmed out in droves, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The burning wings flapped through the air, creating waves of scorching heat. They converged into a massive, churning, dark cloud, blotting out the sky and emitting a chilling, piercing cry. Below that dark cloud were 2 figures. Both were dressed in light plate armor of white iron, the standard attire of paladins. The man among them was tall and wielded a one-handed sword and a kite shield, desperately trying to fend off the fire bats that were attacking from all directions. The other woman was relatively petite, also carrying a sword and shield, but her movements were noticeably flustered, and she stood close behind the tall paladin. Lin Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? Did someone beat me to this spot? This is no easy feat. Even he, with Bai Ling in her current form, wouldn't dare say he could clear the fire bat sea without taking any damage. Did we encounter some expert team? He immediately launched a long-range reconnaissance spell. Both were dressed in basic paladin gear, and their troops were even more meager. 5 human shield soldiers, Tier 1, Level 3, holding ironwood shields and wearing simple leather armor were barely forming a defensive line to hold off most of the fire bats' swooping attacks. 3 lizardman archers, Tier 1, Level 2, wielding simple short bows and with skin covered in green scales, were continuously drawing their bows and firing arrows into the air. The sparse arrows were like a drop in the ocean compared to the overwhelming swarm of fire bats. Lin Sheng instantly deduced. They're not experts, just 2 arrogant new lords who don't know their place. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when the situation on the field took a sharp turn for the worse. The shield-bearers' defensive line was crumbling. A squad of fire bats, moving with incredible speed, broke through the fragile line and pounced on the 3 lizard-man archers who were drawing aggro from behind. A scream rang out as the fire bat's fangs instantly tore through the lizard-man archer's fragile body, and the 3 ranged units were killed almost in the blink of an eye. Without the suppression of ranged fire, more fire bats stopped dodging and increased their attack frequency. They found a breach in the defenses and, like a raging torrent of fire bursting its banks, surged wildly toward the 2 paladins. Careful! The tall, imposing male paladin, his eyes bloodshot with rage, roared and forcefully shoved his female companion backward, shouting, "Ah, Lin! Run! I'll cover your retreat!" He raised his shield high, took a step to the side, and used his broad back to completely shield her, ready to die. The 5 shield-bearers were also prepared to sacrifice themselves. "No, it's all my fault, I'm not leaving!" The female paladin named Alan's voice was trembling with tears, yet filled with stubbornness. She raised her shield, wanting to fight alongside her companions. "Xiaofeng, I brought you here, so we'll die together!" Of course, even if she did escape, she certainly wouldn't be as fast as the fire bat. The only difference would be that she would die later. Faced with the surging fire bats, the 2 men's resistance seemed so pale and powerless. At this critical moment, Lin Sheng made his move. Stacked spellcasting, Frost Trail. A thick layer of white mist blocked the view between the 2 people and the bat. At the same time, a faint horn sounded. The reverse wind horn is activated, reducing the speed of all enemy flying units. A dozen fire bats rushed into the white mist, their movements suddenly halting as their bodies were covered in a thick layer of white frost, and they fell from midair with a crackling sound. Several orbs of light flew over to finish off the enemy. Upon seeing this, the other bats immediately scattered and flew away, avoiding the white mist. A deadly offensive was instantly thwarted. Xiao Feng and Alin escaped death, both still panting and shaken. They turned their heads at the same time, looking in surprise at the direction from which the ball of light had been shot. There stood a well-equipped, composed young man, surrounded by 10 white ghosts. Undead units I've never seen before? They're not even listed in the library's encyclopedia. Could they be hidden units? Although they were curious, the 2 didn't have time to think about it further. "Thank you so much for saving me!" Xiao Feng's voice trembled with relief as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much!" Ah Lin quickly echoed his thanks, his face pale, his eyes filled with lingering fear and gratitude. "You hold the line! Leave the attack to me!" Lin Sheng's voice came through, not loud, but carrying a reassuring power. He had a good impression of the 2 men. In the face of life and death, the man did not flee alone, but instead sacrificed himself to protect his companion. The woman did not abandon her teammates, and chose to fight alongside them. These days there are still selfless good people who are rare and precious, and they deserve a helping hand. "All right. Thank you for your help." Xiao Feng was greatly encouraged and immediately ordered the 5 remaining shield soldiers to tighten their defenses and protect himself and Alin. With Lin Sheng's arrival, the battle situation was instantly reversed. The white spirits hovered at a safe distance, and the orbs of light, like the Grim Reaper calling roll, left behind several corpses of fire bats with each round of firing. Lin Sheng calmly observed the battlefield situation. Whenever the fire bats try to gather in charge, the white spirits will be directed to focus their fire and disrupt their formation. At the same time, the frost trails create small-scale slowing zones to disrupt the bat swarm's charging formation. Xiao Feng and Alin, relying on the shield-bearers' defenses, were also able to effectively counterattack, using their holy light sword techniques to kill any stragglers. The fire bats fell one by one, like harvested wheat. A dozen minutes later, the battle ended, the fire bats were all cleared out, and the area below the cliff finally returned to calm. Xiaofeng and Alan were almost completely exhausted. With joy at surviving a disaster, the 2 men helped each other to Lin Sheng and bowed deeply. "Our savior! We are so grateful to you! If it weren't for your timely intervention, we would probably be dead here today." Xiao Feng expressed his gratitude with an excited voice. Thank you for saving us! Lin followed behind the boy and thanked him again solemnly. Lord? Lin Sheng asked directly, looking at the initial paladin armor they wore. Oh? Yes, yes! You too? Xiao Feng and Lin exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They had previously thought Lin Sheng was a native hero of this world, given his superior equipment, powerful troops, and extraordinary demeanor. It's a pleasure to meet someone as important as you. My name is Li Xiaofeng, and this is Alan. Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded and gave his name. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for saving my life. Xiao Feng thanked him repeatedly, adopting a very humble attitude. We can't compare to you, sir. We have nothing of value, and you probably don't lack basic resources, so... Xiao Feng glanced at the dark entrance to the bat cave on the cliff, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. The resource points at Firebat Cliff rightfully belong to you, without any objection. Lin nodded vigorously, indicating that she completely agreed with the boy's decision. Chapter 56. A person without integrity cannot stand. Lin Sheng glanced at them, then at the cave, and shook his head. We'll split the spoils in half. You all contributed too. Without you carrying the load, I wouldn't have been able to clear them out so easily. He greatly admired the character of these two men, and considered it a way of making friends. Oh no, you're too kind. We're incredibly lucky to have escaped with our lives. Xiao Feng quickly waved his hand and proposed a compromise. How about this? We'll just take a small portion of the basic resources inside as a token gesture. But if there are any high-value items such as equipment or treasures inside, they are all yours. Please don't refuse anymore. We've already gotten a great deal. This is far too little to repay your life-saving kindness. Seeing their serious attitude, Lin Sheng smiled and didn't insist any further. All right, let's each take what we need. If you find something suitable for a paladin, don't refuse it. Xiaofeng and Alan quickly agreed. No problem, we'll do as you say. How could someone who readily accepts good advice end up in such a desolate place? Lin Sheng looked at the two of them and asked curiously. How did you find this resource point? The two men made no attempt to hide anything and told the whole story. We were given a mission to come here to help a retired paladin find his badge. Lin Sheng nodded knowingly. I'll keep an eye on the quest items for you. Thank you. How about we exchange contact information? I'll also give you half of the profits from this mission. The fire bat's nest is located halfway up a cliff, in a steep area. Xiao Feng took out an anchor launcher, aimed and fired, the grappling hook firmly embedding itself into the stone peak. He tugged on the rope to test its strength, then turned to Lin Sheng and said, Boss, let me scout the way for you first. No need. Relying on his upgraded and enhanced physical abilities, Lin Sheng began to climb the 90-degree cliff with his bare hands. The three of them ventured deep into the fire bat's lair to begin searching for loot. The cave was filled with various resources, including gold coins, wood, elemental crystals, and sulfur. Nest-type resource points are considered to offer relatively rich rewards. The two kept their agreement, and only took some gold coins and materials, giving the rest to Lin Sheng. As the exploration progressed, Lin Sheng and his team split up to continue their exploration. The two found the golden treasure chest buried under the rocks. A golden treasure chest? The two of them gaped in surprise. They were no longer clueless newbies and naturally knew the value of such a treasure chest. The most powerful equipment on the market right now is only the rare silver-grade equipment. The perfect gold-grade equipment has only been seen on powerful local heroes. They opened the treasure chest, and a shimmering item sprang out and fell to the ground, a magnificent necklace inlaid with pigeon blood rubies. D-grade alchemical treasure, Heart of Flame. Attribute, increases all teams' fire damage by 1. The two exchanged a glance, a hint of amazement and reluctance flashing in their eyes. This is a treasure. Even the lowest grade alchemical treasure can fetch at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins on the market. Lin Sheng was searching for supplies on the other side. If they secretly hid the treasures and put them in their backpacks, no one would notice. Without any hesitation, they immediately called out to Lin Sheng, who was standing to the side. "Boss, come here for a moment, we've found a treasure." A person cannot stand without integrity. One must always keep one's promises. They chose the paladin class not just because of the skill card descriptions, but more because they agreed with the paladin's philosophy. Xiao Feng handed the necklace over from a distance, saying, "Please accept this." Looking at their behavior, Lin Sheng's opinion of the two men rose even higher. To be able to maintain one's integrity, and repay kindness even in the face of precious treasures, this kind of character is truly worthy of deep friendship. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and a badge flew towards them. "This is your mission item, keep it safe." The two were pleasantly surprised to receive the badges and carefully put them into their backpacks. "And this too." Lin Sheng then pointed to the tattered wooden crate that had been dragged over, gesturing for the other party to open it. "This is what I found over there, paladin equipment, just right for you." The two opened the wooden box with some skepticism. Inside, piled with straw, were two sets of finely crafted silver-white plate armor. Fiery Guardian plate armor, silver. Its attributes are also quite good, providing a lot of defensive attributes, and it also has a decent resistance to fire damage. Moreover, these two sets are complete sets: gauntlets, armor, leggings, boots, and helmet. When all 5 pieces are collected, the Constitution attribute is increased by 1 point, a hidden attribute that affects the determination of various resistances. The perfect transitional gear for paladins. Lin Sheng casually said, "I'll accept the treasure, but this is yours." This. Xiao Feng, holding the armor, stared in disbelief, feeling as if he were dreaming, and stammered, unable to speak. Ao Lin covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. "This is too precious. Xiao Feng was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. This gift far exceeded his expectations. Their current silver-tier equipment is enough to give them a significant lead over others. Even if it was agreed beforehand, the monsters were all cleared by the pros, so the two of them were just easy targets. They were lucky to even survive. And at least the mission was accomplished, so it wasn't like we came back empty-handed. These 2 pieces of equipment are a complete surprise." Lin Sheng waved his hand and said, "All right, don't be shy, hurry up and change. Strive to become stronger in the future, because strength is the foundation of this world." "Thanks." The two helped each other put on their new armor, and immediately looked radiant. Lin Sheng glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. This young couple is quite nice. The man and woman were mutually attracted, but it seemed they hadn't yet made their feelings clear, and there was still a sense of restraint in their behavior. A few scattered pieces of silver equipment were found in the cave, none of which were useful to the paladin. Auctioning it off is also a good option, as the early stages of territory development are the most expensive. Lin Sheng handed the equipment over to the 2 men and asked them to auction it off at the main city's auction house. The auction fee will be deducted from the funds, and the remaining money can be sent through the system. These 2 people are trustworthy. Lin Sheng exchanged friends with them and waved goodbye. It was still early. Lin Sheng planned to clear out the monsters around the town and gather some resources. Many villagers already knew Lin Sheng and knew that this adult was looking for monster resource points, so they all enthusiastically stepped forward to help and give directions. They knew that this person was approachable, and his only hobby was slaying monsters and acquiring resources. With the help of local villagers, Lin Sheng's efficiency improved significantly. It can be considered a win-win situation. Lin Sheng saved time, the villagers resolved the threat, and their daily farming and harvesting were guaranteed. The monsters around the town posed little threat, so Lin Sheng left it to Bai Ling to deal with. With nothing else to do, he remotely controlled the terracotta warriors guarding his territory, using the unit's field of vision to observe Serenia's condition. While it's called free range, we can't completely ignore them. Serenia still didn't clean. The deeply ingrained mindset from her royal upbringing wouldn't be easily changed. She remained calm all morning, but became restless in the afternoon, trying every possible way to escape, including but not limited to picking locks, breaking down doors, and climbing through windows. All attempts were unsuccessful. The Lord's manor is protected by magic. Even if she pries open the lock, she won't be able to escape. They seem to have plenty of energy, so they won't starve for a while. Let them go hungry for a few more days. Lin Sheng simply ignored her. Anyway, the most important thing about this guy was the knowledge in his head. As long as his brain wasn't damaged, he didn't care what she did. As evening approached, Lin Sheng returned to the town, intending to find Serenia to have dinner together. Compared to the proud and stubborn fairy princess, this little girl is as shy as a kitten, making people want to tease her. Chapter 57 Field Teaching. As night falls, stars adorn the sky above the town of Abel. After a long day of running around, Lin Sheng, carrying the familiar food box, headed towards Serenia's direction with practiced ease. To his slight surprise this time, the slender figure was not on the rooftop, but was waiting at the alley entrance early on. Serenia leaned against the bluestone wall, her toes unconsciously tapping the ground lightly. The moonlight shone on her, outlining a beautiful silhouette. When Lin Sheng's figure appeared at the alley entrance, she almost immediately raised her head, her golden eyes instantly shining in the darkness like two glittering stars. She hurried over, her delicate face radiating an undisguised pride and anticipation. "Hello?" Her voice was deliberately kept cool, but the end of the tone rose slightly, revealing a hint of joy. "I've got what you asked me to do. I'm pretty efficient, aren't I?" Serenia slightly raised her delicate chin, and her little nose curled up almost imperceptibly. Like a proud little kitten that has just accomplished something amazing. "That Baron Ebes is actually a good-for-nothing with no substance. He didn't complete the path to heroism. His ability to command troops is entirely due to his ancestral noble title, which increases his command value." Serenia counted on her fingers, as if reciting a familiar story. "You only have 5 human spearmen, Tier 1, Level 1, and 2 orc dog-eared female swordswomen, Tier 1, Level 1. That's all you have. It's not even enough to fill your teeth. I checked it several times, the information is absolutely accurate." After speaking, Serenia blinked her beautiful golden eyes, looking at Lin Sheng with bright, expectant eyes, clearly conveying a message. "I'm so awesome, right? Praise me! Praise me! I can't wait to hear the praise." Watching Serenia's adorable, cat-like demeanor as she tried to maintain her pride while waiting for her reward, Lin Sheng couldn't help but smile, his voice filled with undisguised praise and doting. "Serena is amazing! This intelligence is crucial, it's been a huge help to me. Of course I'm very strong. You're making a huge profit by letting me join your territory." Serenia tilted her head back contentedly. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lin Sheng couldn't help but reach out and want to pat the top of her head. Before her fingertips even touched her hair, Serenia reacted alertly and instantly turned her head to avoid it. "Hey! You idiot! Last time you patted my head was already too much, this time it's absolutely not allowed. You can't just touch a girl's head." She puffed out her cheeks, trying to look angry, her golden eyes glaring at Lin Sheng with a hint of sternness. She also had her own selfish motives. If she were to join his territory, if I would rather become a general, or even a commander-in-chief, and fight alongside him to expand his territory, instead of being a burden who can only act cute. This is her unique pride and stubbornness. Sorry. Lin Sheng readily apologized and withdrew his hand with a smile. "Now that we're done with our work, it's time to enjoy dinner. Come with me." Serenia beckoned and led Lin Sheng to her secret base, the place where she truly rested in this small town. "The rooftop is just a monitoring point. We can't eat and drink on people's heads every day." After navigating the winding alleys of the Eastern District, the two arrived at a very secluded corner. In this corner there was a straw nest that Serenia had carefully built, along with some clothes and miscellaneous items. That was all her possessions. This was the first time Serenia had brought Lin Sheng to her hideout. Serenia squatted on the haystack like a kitten and patted the spot next to her. "Come on, this good spot is for you." Lin Sheng plopped down and opened the food box he had brought. Serenia moved closer to Lin Sheng, peering into the box to look at the dishes. the two were almost shoulder to shoulder. Lin Sheng said with a smile. Eat quickly before it gets cold. Aha! Serenia's golden eyes narrowed slightly, her small mouth bulging like a hamster's as she chewed contentedly, enjoying her food. It seemed that she ate with extra relish because Lin Sheng was by her side. Looking at her bright and lovely face, Lin Sheng felt all the fatigue of the day washed away. After eating and drinking her fill, Serenia patted her tummy contentedly. She hugged her knees, gazing at the distant moonlight, her expression gradually replaced by a hint of hesitation. There's something I want to tell you. Serenia gently bit her lower lip, as if she had made some important decision. Lin Sheng felt a sudden tightness in his chest for no apparent reason. Now that she's completed her mission, is she planning to leave? After all, the shadow of the Mage Tower's pursuit still looms large. The money he gave her was enough for her to leave and escape to live somewhere else. He maintained a gentle tone and said softly, What's wrong? If there's a problem, just tell me, I'm listening. Serenia raised her head, her golden eyes gleaming with a complex light in the moonlight. Anticipation, anxiety, or dependence. She took a deep breath, finally mustered her courage, and spoke in a voice that was not loud but exceptionally clear. You seem very strong. Can I learn how to fight from you? She understands Lin Sheng's feelings and enjoys being with him, so she needs to become stronger and become his indispensable helpmate, no, his pillar of support. Lin Sheng's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and without any hesitation, he laughed heartily. Of course, no problem. Really? Someone like me who hasn't even finished the path of a hero? Serenia looked up in surprise. She had always been afraid of being rejected. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, his eyes filled with encouragement as he looked at Serenia. Your foundation is very good, but you lack some routine experience and skills. Okay, tonight I'll take you to the barracks first, so I can see how far you've progressed in your professional skills. Tomorrow morning, we'll go out and find a place for practical combat training. What do you think? Serenia nodded repeatedly, quickly packing her luggage and urging Lin Sheng. Then let's hurry up and go. Yes. Idiot, you only need to say it once. In the simple barracks of the town of Abel, a roaring campfire illuminates the surroundings. Because training is required, the brightness of the flame of order alone is not enough. Lin Sheng looked at Serenia, his voice calm and focused, lacking its usual gentleness. Serenia, you're a mage, right? Serenia nodded earnestly, her golden eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge, and replied, Yes. Chapter 58 Practical Test. Mages can be broadly divided into two specializations, arcane and elemental. Arcane mages typically use arcane magic, a type of magic driven by order, rules, and knowledge similar to modern computer languages, emphasizing precise control and understanding of magic. Elemental mages primarily manipulate elemental forces in nature, such as fire, water, wind, and thunder. This type of magic often emphasizes a connection with the elemental energies of nature. In the study of magic, quality is more important than quantity. Most mages choose one direction and specialize in it. In her previous life, Serenia was an arcane mage, wielding mysterious and unpredictable arcane magic. Combined with her innate anti-magic field, she was invincible against any enemy. Lin Sheng continued. From the skills you've displayed, I can see that they lean more towards arcane magic, right? Serenia nodded. She demonstrated the arcane evasion for concealment, an emergency dodge of an attack, and the levitation for escape, reducing weight and increasing movement speed. It's clearly biased towards arcane specialization. I'll teach you some arcane mage techniques. In his previous life, Lin Sheng was targeted by major guilds for 12 years, with people constantly causing him trouble. Thanks to them, Lin Sheng has become very familiar with all professions after years of playing Battle Royale. Arcane mages, while less offensively powerful than elemental mages, excel at using unpredictable and complex spells. Therefore, the first step is to understand your enemies and use their stereotypes about mages to your advantage. As Lin Sheng explained things in a clear and engaging manner, Serenia became completely absorbed in learning. Far from the town center, the atmosphere here is peaceful and quiet, with only the crackling of the campfire as background noise. And the two people tending the campfire under the moonlight. Almost all melee classes know that the biggest weakness of mages is the stiffness when chanting spells, especially when preparing powerful spells. Mages must concentrate fully, and their bodies will be stiff for a short time, and they will be unable to move. Therefore, there is a deception tactic that involves pretending to chant a powerful spell and using the stun effect to lure melee classes into using their movement skills. This is just a basic technique. A skilled enemy can see through the feigned chanting of spells and chooses a cautious approach, advancing step by step, not releasing the hawk until he sees the rabbit. Faced with this situation, you need to learn to control the fluctuations of your mana and pretend to be accumulating mana to unleash a powerful attack. In reality, it's about accumulating mana to unleash skills that counter close-range attacks. For example, you can use Ring of Resistance to force an aerial attack and then follow up with Arcane Explosion, controlling the enemy while dealing damage, giving melee fighters a big surprise. In order to counter mages, melee fighters learned to exploit stuns, and mages then invented stun deception to lure and trap their opponents. Then melee fighters learned to anticipate mana fluctuations, making the simple feigned stiffness useless. Then, mages learned to fake magical fluctuations, and it was up to you whether you dared to gamble on whether I was genuinely charging up a powerful spell or just trying to trick you. The battle between mages and melee fighters becomes a nested game, where it comes down to who has more practical experience. In addition, there is stealth casting, which uses the mana fluctuations of powerful magic to conceal the mana fluctuations generated by trap magic, thus masking your true intentions. High-level enemies can sense magical fluctuations. They often judge what spell you are about to cast based on the intensity and range of the magical energy you gather. Lin Sheng explained. For example, you need to set up a hidden slowing trap or binding trap, but the enemy will be alerted by the magical fluctuations and will not approach easily. Then we'll insert this type of skill before some powerful spells. For example, casting spells like Arcane Storm or Arcane Blast will generate large-scale, loud magical fluctuations, which can mask the mana fluctuations when a slow trap is cast, allowing you to set your traps silently. Lin Sheng's tactical explanations and demonstrations were like opening a door to a new world for Serenia. She listened intently, her golden eyes sparkling. The hesitation and anxiety in my heart vanished. With his guidance, the future became clear and full of hope. Serenia's talent is very strong, even to a terrifying degree. Like a top student in an elite class, Lin Sheng explained many techniques and ideas only once, and she completely understood them. She could even apply them to other situations and develop new ideas. If she were born in Lin Sheng's world, she would definitely be the teacher's favorite student. After Lin Sheng finished explaining, he looked at Serenia, who had finished digesting the memories, and said, "Having explained so much theory, it's time to solidify it through practical application." "No problem." Serenia nodded her little head. "Let's begin." Lin Sheng weighed the wooden short sword he used for training in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground, and his entire aura instantly changed. The gentle mentor from moments before had vanished, replaced by the oppressive presence of a predator lurking in the shadows, cold, precise, and deadly. Thieves have always been a great enemy of mages, so be careful. Serenia took a deep breath, suppressing the nervousness of sparring with Lin Sheng for the first time. Her golden eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and arcane energy rippled slightly around her. "Bring it on!" Sprint! Lin Sheng's figure suddenly blurred, transforming into a swift black shadow, and he chose to launch a frontal assault. Serenia swiftly retreated, creating distance as she pushed her hands forward. Rapid-fire arcane missiles. Several fist-sized energy missiles instantly coalesced and fired in rapid succession like machine guns. Lin Sheng's wooden sword blurred into a series of afterimages as he precisely slashed and parried, slashing and deflecting all the arcane missiles. His speed didn't even slow down noticeably, and in the blink of an eye he was within 2 meters of Serenia. The wooden sword whistled through the air as it pierced straight at her vital chest. A sharp sword wind rushed towards me. Serenia remained completely calm. Just as the wooden sword was about to strike her, she vanished from her spot in a flash. Flash! Serenia appeared about 20 meters behind and to the left of Lin Sheng. Immediately afterwards, she began to gather magical power in her left palm, preparing to unleash a shock spell. The whole process was smooth and seamless, with quick transitions. The standard mage combat strategy is to use blink to unleash area of effect attacks. Shock, a multi-hit area of effect attack that cannot be dodged or blocked. She was going to end the battle with this thunderous strike. However, you used your movement skill too early. Lin Sheng's calm voice was like ice water poured over him. He firmly locked onto her position with the wooden sword in his hand, and lowered his body slightly to gather strength. Thrust, a close-range pursuit skill for thieves, with an extremely short charge-up animation. Its burst speed is astonishing. The shock spell takes 3 seconds to charge, while the thrust only takes 0.5 seconds. Without the ability to teleport, how can you dodge this deadly thrust? Chapter 59. This guy is really popular. Lin Sheng moved with lightning speed, arriving in front of Serenia in the blink of an eye. That stern, delicate face was right in front of me, almost within reach. Lin Sheng raised his wooden short sword. What will you do this time? Just then, something unexpected happened. Buzz! Beneath Lin Sheng's feet, an arcane magic circle suddenly lit up without warning, and a slowing force field instantly enveloped him. It's a lag trap. Inside the trap, Lin Sheng's movements became as slow as a snail's, and his wooden sword also stopped in midair. Serenia's serious expression melted away, and the corners of her mouth even couldn't help but turn up slightly, revealing a smug, "I've succeeded! Look!" While she was drawing attention with her shock spell, she secretly set up a delay trap in front of her by using her dual casting ability. This trap perfectly predicted Lin Sheng's attack path. For melee classes, being controlled by a mage signifies absolute defeat. I won! Serenia smiled smugly, dispelled the shock spell in her hand, and relaxed her tense body. Just then, a ghostly voice sounded right behind the back of her head. Fool, don't let your guard down. Even if you see an enemy's corpse, be suspicious that it might be an act. Before she could finish speaking, a wooden sword gently tapped the top of her soft hair. Ah! Serenia jumped back like a startled cat and turned to look behind her. Lin Sheng stood there leisurely, a mischievous smile on his face. She then turned sharply to look in the direction of the trap. The figure of Lin Sheng, who had fallen into the delay trap, swayed and disappeared into the air like ripples on water. What is this? Serenia blinked her big eyes in confusion, completely dumbfounded. She has not received systematic training and is unaware of many professional skills. Lin Sheng sheathed his wooden sword, walked to her side, and patiently explained. One of the thief's skills is to create an illusion to confuse the enemy. Of course, Lin Sheng's illusion clone is even more effective. It can be indistinguishable from the real thing at crucial moments, and can even replace Lin Sheng to trigger traps. We lost, Serenia said, looking dejected. Lin Sheng encouraged him, saying, You've done exceptionally well. Your timing, tactical responses, and magic control are all impeccable. Even if she went to the arena now, she could at least reach the gold medal level. Lin Sheng was different. He was an old monster who had fought for 12 years. He knew what Serenia wanted to do the moment she raised her hand. Serenia let out a soft breath, then suddenly tilted her head back, her golden eyes burning like the sun as she stared intently at Lin Sheng. There was no sign of discouragement in his eyes, only a burning, indomitable fighting spirit. I refuse to accept this. Let's go again. The sound was clear and firm, echoing above the barracks. Failure did not discourage her or make her back down. Instead, it fueled her fighting spirit. What Lin Sheng admired most about her was her stubbornness and refusal to admit defeat. This mindset is the most valuable foundation for climbing to the top. Great, let's do it again. Failure is not terrible. You just need to learn from your mistakes and get back up. What's truly terrifying is giving up on yourself after a failure, losing even the courage to get back up. He raised his wooden sword again, assuming an offensive stance. "This time, I won't hold back. Watch out!" Serenia's eyes were serious, and arcane energy began to circulate around her once more. The training lasted a long time, until Celine's mana was depleted. Sweat soaked the stray hairs on Serenia's forehead and clung to her fair cheeks. Her breathing was somewhat rapid, but her spirits were unusually high. "That's enough for today." Lin Sheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the rapidly improving girl in front of him with satisfaction in his eyes. "Take a break, we'll go out for a real-world test tomorrow." "Yes." Serenia nodded vigorously, her golden eyes sparkling in the firelight, filled with anticipation for tomorrow. Beside the campfire, Lin Sheng set up 2 simple single-person tents. With the help of certain units, which possess basic intelligence, there's no need to worry about causing a fire. "Get some rest," Lin Sheng said before crawling into his tent. "Okay." Serenia also crawled into her little tent. Inside, there was a clean blanket and a soft pillow, smelling of sunshine. She reached out and touched it, then tentatively lay down. So comfortable. It's perfect for relaxing a tired and sore body. The military camp was quiet, with only the crackling of the campfire. Serenia turned to the side, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the tent next door. The flame of order emitted a warm light, vaguely projecting Lin Sheng's figure onto the curtain. That silhouette was quiet, composed, and reassuring. She just stared blankly at the swaying shadow for a very long time. It was as if with him by my side, the ever-present shadows of pursuit and the constant fear of uncertainty were kept outside the tent by his sturdy figure. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her, allowing her tense nerves to completely relax. This was the first time since she began her escape that she had completely let down her guard in an environment of absolute safety. As she looked at it, a warmth crept up her cheeks. Serenia buried her burning face in the pillow and let out a muffled whimper filled with shyness. "I actually stared at his shadow for so long, like a fool." Night was falling. Serenia drifted off to sleep, completely relaxed, her breathing becoming even and long, with a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, after having breakfast, Lin Sheng and Serenia packed up and prepared to leave the military camp for field training. There aren't any particularly dangerous resource points nearby, making it a perfect opportunity for Serenia to practice. The two walked along the country path. In the wheat field, hard-working farmers were already harvesting wheat, and farm women wearing headscarves were helping out. When they saw Lin Sheng and his group passing by, they all stopped what they were doing and gratefully came over to greet them. "My lord! Please wait!" A village woman held out a handful of golden brown coarse wheat bread and handed it to Lin Sheng. This was clearly not for their own consumption, but rather a specially prepared gift. "Thanks to you for clearing out the pack of venomous wolves, my husband was able to harvest the wheat with peace of mind. Please accept this small token of our appreciation." Yes. Thank you so much for helping us eliminate those monsters. Please take this bread with you on your journey." "Sir, here are my wild berries. They're so sweet." The children eagerly handed over their baskets full of wild berries, their faces beaming with innocent admiration. With genuine smiles, they thanked Lin Sheng for clearing out the surrounding monsters, allowing them to harvest safely and get through the upcoming cold winter. Serenia stood quietly a little behind, her golden eyes silently observing everything. An indescribable emotion quietly began to grow in her heart, with a hint of pride that she herself was unaware of. This guy is really popular. Her eyes sparkled with a soft, bright light, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upwards into a small smile. Chapter 60: The Feast at Hongmen? Just then, a little girl with pigtails timidly peeked out from behind the adults. She was holding a small wicker basket filled with clean wild berries. Instead of going to Lin Sheng, she came to Serenia, tilting her little face up and looking at the mysterious older sister with bright, dark eyes. Serenia covered her face and body with a cloak, not wanting to expose herself. The little girl's voice was clear and a little shy as she lifted the small wicker basket high and offered it to Serenia, whose face was hidden under her cloak. Sister, your big brother's partner, right? That's amazing! Here, take this. I want to be like you, sister, able to stay by big brother's side and become just as amazing. Me? Serenia was taken aback by the sudden question. The little girl's words were like a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples and revealing a question she had been avoiding deep inside. Am I his companion? I think I am. We fought side by side, shared food and secrets. He taught me, protected me, and I trusted him and even depended on him. However, this answer did not bring pure joy. Following closely behind was the cold shadow that had always shrouded her. Mage Tower! Those towering magic towers, those ruthless pursuers, and those deadly magical traps were like heavy shackles, instantly suffocating the warmth that had just begun to rise in her heart. This rare peace and sense of belonging is as fragile as a soap bubble in the sunlight, and could be burst at any moment by the shadow of the Mage Tower, vanishing into nothingness. It might even implicate the person who gave her all of this. She was quite certain that Lin Sheng's future achievements were immeasurable, but he still needed time to develop. The turmoil coiled around her heart like vines, making it hard for her to breathe. The deeper this bond, the greater the danger it poses to Lin Sheng. But how could she bear to part with the warmth, peace of mind, and hope she had just felt? Sister? The little girl's voice was filled with doubt and unease, her little hand still stubbornly holding up the basket of wild fruit. The little girl's call was like a ray of light, piercing through the gloom in Serenia's heart. She snapped back to her senses and realized her lapse in composure. Looking into the little girl's innocent and expectant eyes, Serenia forcibly suppressed her turbulent emotions and forced a gentle, albeit strained, smile. She didn't take the basket of wild fruit, but instead reached out and gently stroked the little girl's soft hair. Her voice was very soft and gentle, as if she were speaking to the little girl, but also to herself. Thank you, little sister. The fruit is beautiful, you can keep it for yourself. She paused, her golden eyes fixed on the little girl, seemingly piercing through her confusion to see a certain unwavering core. If you want to be like me, then remember, never underestimate yourself. As long as you don't give up, one day you will become very capable too. I will not give up, even if I am temporarily forced to separate from him. I will continue to try. So that we can blast that Mage Tower to smithereens in the future. It's also so that I can stand proudly by his side in the future. The little girl seemed to understand, but after being patted on the head by the pretty older sister and encouraged, she immediately smiled happily and nodded vigorously. Okay. Thank you, sister. I will try my best. She stopped insisting on delivering fruit, and happily ran back to the adults with her small basket in her arms. Serenia watched the little girl run away, then glanced at Lin Sheng beside her, who was saying goodbye to the villagers, her eyes filled with complex emotions. What's wrong? Lin Sheng noticed her preoccupation and turned around to ask. Serenia smiled and ran a few steps to catch up with Lin Sheng. It's nothing, I need to work hard. Let's go. The villagers have just discovered a few more monster locations, which will save us the trouble of searching all over the place. Lin Sheng took Serenia to hunt monsters and taught her combat skills and useful knowledge. It feels really good to personally raise an empress and watch her grow up little by little. The two looted all the surrounding monster resource points. Since Serenia failed to ignite the hero's flame, Lin Sheng happily accepted all the dropped resources. Watching her excitedly bustling around with the swamp embrace staff in hand, Lin Sheng felt a rare pang of guilt. He was like a ruthless capitalist who exploited his employees, mercilessly pocketing the value created by Serenia. But I have to say, this feeling is not bad. Serenia gave Lin Sheng a strange look. What are you standing there for? It's time to go. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Sheng came back to his senses, looked at her back, smiled, and quickly caught up with her to walk side by side. Serenia walked briskly down the road, holding her staff in her hand with rare care, her fingers unconsciously tracing the strange patterns on the staff, like a child who had received a beloved toy. She had never handled equipment of this quality before. She usually guided and released magic with her bare hands, and the flow of magic was always difficult and tiring. It was the first time I had a staff, the first time I used it to cast a spell, and it was so smooth. The spells were even more powerful. She suddenly turned her head, her golden eyes glancing sideways at Lin Sheng. Hey you, suddenly giving me such good equipment. You're not trying to bribe me with sugar-coated bullets, are you? So you can make me work like a slave to pay off your debts? Even though he clearly loved the gift and adored it, he pretended to be wary. Getting her to frankly say, thank you, or, I like it, is still a long and arduous road. Lin Sheng cleared his throat, a hint of mischief in his voice. My dear Serenia, weren't you already working for me? You were quite efficient just now, you deserve a reward. So I'll be relying on you from now on. The business ahead still depends on you as an excellent employee. If the people in the main city knew that they could get a gold-quality weapon and a full set of gold-quality mage equipment just by doing odd jobs and clearing monsters, they'd fight tooth and nail to get here, and even then, they'd have to kneel and thank the big boss for his good fortune. Humph! The affectionate address made Serenia's ear tips turn a barely perceptible red. She was both embarrassed and annoyed, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of reproach, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a unique and charming allure. She wasn't ungrateful. It was just that her shyness prevented her from speaking frankly. The two of them kept busy until evening. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, I returned to the town. A butler stood at the town gate. When he saw Lin Sheng return, his eyes lit up and he quickly went to greet him. Lord Lin Sheng! You're finally back! The butler presented a gold-embossed invitation with both hands, bowing even lower. His Excellency the Baron cordially invites you to a banquet at the manor tonight. Although time is short, His Excellency's respect for you is absolutely sincere and urgent. Lin Sheng has been invited to a banquet at the Baron's manor tonight? Is the Baron about to make a move? Serenia's golden eyes, hidden beneath her cloak, instantly sharpened, and she gently tugged at Lin Sheng's sleeve. Lin Sheng sensed her nervousness, and gently patted the back of her hand reassuringly. With a calm smile, he reached out and accepted the invitation. I will be there on time. Chapter 61 In-Depth Communication. We look forward to your arrival. The butler breathed a sigh of relief, bowed deeply, and quickly left. As soon as the butler left, Serenia lowered her voice and said urgently, Idiot! That guy clearly has bad intentions. Why are you still going? Lin Sheng's smile remained unchanged as he patiently explained. Serenia, this is his territory. Constantly hiding will only allow him to plot against us from the shadows. It's better to take the initiative and meet him to see his true intentions. Besides, a confident smile curved his lips. Do you think Baron Abes has the resources to keep me here? Thinking of his unfathomable skills, Serenia's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and she nodded. Indeed. Those Tier 1 and Tier 1 soldiers weren't enough for him to kill alone. Lin Sheng turned to Serenia, gently extended his palm in front of her, and invited her. So, Serenia, are you willing to come with me to this dangerous banquet? Me? Me? Serenia's heart skipped a beat. Of course she wanted to go, to stay by his side, so that she could help him in time if anything happened. But forget it. Her voice lowered. There will be too many people at the banquet, and I'll cause you trouble. A banquet is not an adventure in the wild. She cannot wear this cloak to the banquet, as it would only invite more suspicion and ridicule. Moreover, once his true face is exposed and the Mage Tower finds out, it will bring Lin Sheng even more danger. Lin Sheng magically produced an exquisite half-face mask, made of a material that resembled silver but was not quite silver, just enough to cover the area above the bridge of the nose. Don't worry, I'm prepared. This was just an ordinary accessory that Lin Sheng bought on a whim. It didn't offer any attribute bonuses, but it was enough for her to conceal her identity. At a noble banquet, there should be no one who is so blind as to use scouting techniques indiscriminately. Serenia looked at the mask and hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she reached out her fair and slender hand and took the mask. All right, since you sincerely invited me, I'll go with you. She slowly put on the mask, the silver mask covering her smooth forehead and delicate face, revealing only her beautifully shaped rosy lips and delicate, fair chin. The half-concealed appearance did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a hazy and alluring sense of mystery, sparking the imagination. Lin Sheng looked at the half of her face beneath the mask, his gaze gentle yet firm. This is only temporary. Serenia, I promise you, I will work hard so that you can take off your mask as soon as possible and walk openly with me on this land, basking in the sunlight. Idiot, who cares about that? As long as I can be with you, anything is fine. Serenia's cheeks beneath the mask were already burning, but her words remained defiant. Humph. Fine, I'll reluctantly believe you this once. But you must be careful. Don't be reckless. I don't like stupid men who insist on putting on a brave face. Then please, my dear Lady Serenia. The two arrived at the nobleman's manor. The waiters, dressed in sharp uniforms, bowed in unison to greet them. The butler personally led them into the magnificent hall. Lord Lin Sheng, please wait a moment. My master is upstairs dealing with some urgent matters and will come down to meet you shortly. Please enjoy the banquet. After the butler finished speaking respectfully, he withdrew. The hall was brightly lit, with crystal chandeliers reflecting dazzling light. The long table was covered with a clean white tablecloth and was filled with a dazzling array of delicacies: roasted suckling pigs, delicate pastries, roasted meats oozing with honey, and various rare fruits. The air was filled with the mixed aromas of food, wine, and perfume. Almost all the important figures from the nearby towns had arrived: factory owners, chamber of commerce presidents, and arrogant young nobles wearing their family crests. They gathered in twos and threes, raising their crystal goblets, talking loudly about business, territory, or gossip about the main city, their laughter fake and exaggerated. Wearing a mask, Serenia stood beside Lin Sheng. Despite trying her best to remain calm, the glitz and clamor before her made her feel somewhat lost. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng keenly sensed her unease, gently taking her hand in his, the movement natural, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He led Serenia through the crowd to a relatively quiet corner of the hall. Wait here for me, don't wander off. His voice was deep and reassuring. Serenia nodded, her lips slightly pursed beneath the mask. Lin Sheng turned and walked towards the long table, clearly selecting food that Serenia might like. Just then, a wealthy woman wearing a low-cut burgundy dress, heavily made up, and exuding a strong perfume walked over gracefully. She looked to be in her early 30s, well-maintained, with a plump and full figure, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Oh my, this handsome man looks unfamiliar. The noblewoman half covered her lips with a feather-embroidered fan, leaning slightly forward to reveal a deep cleavage. She stared intently at Lin Sheng's profile, and couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, deliberately making her voice sweet and seductive. Is this your first time attending the Baron's banquet? I am Baroness Lydia Clovis. Someone as outstanding as you is truly an unseen gem in this remote town. Would you be willing to have a drink with me? Perhaps we could find a quiet place to have a deeper conversation. She extended her lace-gloved hand, her eyes glistening with tears, and gently bit her lip, making a blatant suggestion. Lin Sheng didn't even lift his eyelids, picked up a piece of cherry cake and put it on his plate, his voice filled with detachment and disgust. Sorry, I have no interest in communicating with women who are too experienced. Please have some self-respect. After saying that, he picked up the full plate and left without even looking at it. The Baroness froze instantly, her face turning from red to green and then to white. I was rejected. I was actually rejected. Lin Sheng walked back to the corner where Serenia was and placed the plate on the small round table in front of her. Try this, it should suit your taste. Serenia's eyes lit up when she saw the abundant food, and she picked up a small fork and began to eat heartily. Eat slowly, don't choke. Lin Sheng looked around and saw that the table was mostly filled with various types of alcohol. I'll go find the waiter for a glass of water. Wait for me here. Serenia was engrossed in the delicious food and casually waved her hand. Lady Lydia, who witnessed the whole thing, was consumed by jealousy. She glared fiercely at the young and easy to bully Serenia. To be honest, Serenia's flowing robes had an ancient and unassuming design, but they subtly exuded magical power, making them quite remarkable. Unfortunately, Lady Lydia didn't know its value, or perhaps none of the good-for-nothings in the room recognized its worth. She swayed over, her eyes as venomous as knives, sizing up Serenia, this rude girl, yet so beautiful it made one envious. Chapter 62 18 Consecutive Soul-Stealing Squats. Serenia is beautiful. The mere sight of her flawless, youthful skin and full, rosy lips peeking out from under the mask was enough to outshine the lady. Snort! Lady Lydia let out a harsh, cold snort, and said in a sarcastic voice. Look who this is! A wild girl who doesn't even dare to show her face. Did she sneak in from the gutter? Huh! Serenia looked up blankly, glanced around, and realized that the old woman was talking about her. Lady Lydia's shrill voice continued to spew out harsh words. TSK, hiding in the corner like a rat, all you do is bury your head and eat. The air in this banquet hall is polluted by your shabby smell. Get out of here right now! Serenia is not someone to be trifled with. She furrowed her delicate eyebrows, abruptly put down her fork, swallowed the food in her mouth, and was about to show this old woman what elegant Asha slang really meant. If I don't scold you until you cry and beg for your mother, I'm not called Serenia. Get out of the way. At this moment, a calm and cold voice rang out. Lin Sheng had returned at some point. He blocked the noblewoman's malicious gaze and placed a glass of freshly squeezed juice next to Serenia. Upon seeing Lin Sheng, Serenia's anger inexplicably turned into resentment. As if she had found her anchor, she pointed at the wealthy woman, pouted, and said, This woman looks down on me and even insults me. I understand, leave it to me. Lin Sheng stood up gracefully, his gaze turning icy as he looked down at Lady Lydia, as if scrutinizing her from above. I thought I had already given you enough face by refusing you just now, but you shouldn't have bothered with my companion, Mrs. Lydia Clovis. I know you are the second wife of the Baron of Wheat-Ear Town. In your youth, you frequented the brothels of the nobility, and even slept with the Duke's son, which you always boasted about. He accurately stated Lydia's past information, which made her heart skip a beat. This time, your decision to marry that 60-something-year-old man wasn't just about his aristocratic status, but also because you're becoming less popular. You've found that the upper-class aristocracy is increasingly ignoring you and... Lin Sheng paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the gemstone necklace around her neck, his tone carrying a subtle hint of mockery. A cursed necklace, a pretty deadly gadget, especially for people in their 60s. Even if a vicious woman like you is 10 times prettier, she can't compare to my dear friend's fingernails. You! Lady Lydia's face turned from pale to ashen, gripped by immense fear. His deepest, darkest secrets were thus exposed, leaving him with nowhere to hide before him. You little brat spouting nonsense! Just you wait! She looked around to make sure no one had heard her words, then staggered and quickly left the hall. She feared that if she didn't run away soon, more shameful things would come out of this man's mouth. Lin Sheng calmly sat back down next to Serenia, pushed a delicate blueberry cake in front of her, and said in a gentle voice. Okay, the annoying flies are gone. Try this, it's sweet. Serenia stared blankly at him, her lips slightly parted beneath the mask. Although Lin Sheng's protection touched her deeply, and all the grievances in her heart vanished. However, how did you find out what that wicked old woman did? She was very curious. Lin Sheng smiled and said, It just so happens that someone mentioned her life story to me. As for the effects of her necklace, I was just telling the truth. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Among the tens of millions of lords in the world, there are always some people who enjoy watching the drama unfold, and those nobles in power are the ones they pay the most attention to. Lin Sheng simply searched for Lydia Clovis' name in the chat interface, and a large number of sensational gossip posts popped up. This woman is truly indiscriminate in her desires, not even sparing the lords of the town. That was Asha's chosen one, the savior summoned by the goddess Asha, and yet she dared to ride on him, even riding several lords in one night. Of course, there's no need to tell Serenia about something that would pollute her ears. Really? You're so lucky? Serenia muttered something, then lowered her head and ate the small cake in small bites. After the two had eaten and drunk their fill, the Baron finally arrived late. He came down from the second floor, holding a glass of red wine, followed by two gorgeously dressed female swordsmen with bunny ears. The troops are dressed up nicely, but unfortunately they are completely useless, and will also add a flashy but impractical negative buff, reducing current action speed by 1. The Baron greeted the guests along the way and walked straight toward Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng gestured for Serenia to continue eating, and then stood up to greet her. When the Baron saw Lin Sheng, his expression stiffened slightly before he smiled. Our esteemed chosen one Asha, we are deeply honored by your presence. Lin Sheng glanced at the large group of people behind him and calmly said, I thought you would find a quiet place to talk. You don't need to worry, everyone here is my friend. Nevertheless, the Baron waved his hand, and the two rabbit-eared female swordsmen turned around and politely asked those people to stay away. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Sheng got straight to the point. Speak, what did you want to see me about? They had previously plotted to find someone to teach him a lesson, but instead of that person showing up, they received an invitation. It was obvious that the Baron had backed down. He had realized Lin Sheng's strength and didn't dare to cause trouble, so he could only try to communicate through a banquet. If it were an ordinary person without any skills, thugs would have come knocking on their door long ago. The Baron said in a low voice, I would like to ask you for a favor. Could you please spare the monsters around here? This was the first time Lin Sheng had ever seen someone plead for a wild monster, and this guy didn't seem like a traitor sent by the Chaos Black Tide. The Baron also had his own unspeakable grievances. The monster strongholds around him have all been cleared out, and the people are treating him like a lord. Who would remember him now? Even the caravan members started discussing whether to reduce their tributes to them. That's a lot of hard-earned money. Who could tolerate that? What's even more outrageous is that some residents actually want this person to live permanently in the town and replace them. That's going too far. As for why he didn't clear out the monsters and salvage his reputation, he knew his own limitations. Ordinary monsters were fine, but he would avoid the slightly more difficult ones. The cheapest Tier 1 unit cost 200 gold coins, and a single clearing operation could result in losses. That's all money. Since he lacked the ability to defeat monsters without taking damage, he naturally refused to expend his troops and resources. Lin Sheng flatly refused. They won't let me grind monsters? Then who's going to make up for the resources I'm missing? The Baron continued to persuade him. You can get resources from other places, and I won't ask you for help for nothing. You know Lady Lydia, right? She was a stunning beauty, especially her large, round buttocks. When she displayed her signature 18 consecutive squats, those trembling, white waves were enough to kill a man. The Baron spoke with great enthusiasm and vivid detail. Lin Sheng looked at the Baron in silence. So you found this woman? Or was she used to bribe me? Sorry, not interested. Lin Sheng resolutely refused. The Baron hurriedly asked, What would you like? Fine wine, gourmet food? Or a man? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow and immediately interrupted him, saying, I want power. Do you have it? Chapter 63 Go kill me. Strength? The Baron nodded and said, I understand. You have lofty ambitions, unlike us little people. Since that's the case, you won't stay in this small town forever, right? That's right. Lin Sheng turned his head slightly and glanced at Serenia, who was engrossed in eating and drinking. I will leave this town after I have accomplished my goal. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your position. That's good. The Baron breathed a sigh of relief. He had only cared about his own power and maintaining his privileged life from beginning to end. Lin Sheng left something unsaid. He may not be interested, but whether others are interested is another matter. Not everyone wants to be the strongest. Some lords prefer to live in a remote town, play a real-life version of Stardew Valley or Cities, Skylines, and experience what it's like to be the savior of a small town. Everyone has their own ambitions. After all, when Goddess Asha brought everyone here, she didn't ask for their opinions. But nobles like you will sooner or later become part of their experience of being treated like a high-ranking official. Whether you get hanged or kicked out depends on your luck. The Baron continued to promote Lady Lydia for a few more minutes, but when he realized that Lin Sheng was indeed not interested, he turned and left with an expression of ignorance to look for the lady. Everyone continued eating and drinking, playing music and dancing. After Serenia had eaten and drunk her fill, the two left the noisy banquet. The Baron invited him to stay at his mansion, and had prepared a superior room. Lin Sheng declined. Under the moonlight, the two returned to the dilapidated military camp outside the town. Today's practice session was exhausting, so there's no need for extra practice tonight. Overworking can actually damage your health. Everything in excess is as bad as deficiency. One must find the right balance. Lin Sheng and Serenia said goodnight to each other, and went into their tent to rest. Feeling relaxed and content after a good meal, Serenia quickly drifted off to sleep. Just as Lin Sheng was about to go to sleep, an unexpected message came from the troops within the territory. Princess Xena of the Fairy Kingdom fainted from hunger. This elf is truly a stubborn and ruthless person. She'd rather starve herself than clean. Lin Sheng sighed and immediately started rubbing the return stone. As the light faded, he appeared in the Lord's mansion hall and immediately saw the slender figure lying on the cold floor. Princess Xena's long golden hair was scattered messily on the ground. Her beautiful face, devoid of color, looked even paler and more fragile, and her gorgeous black and white maid outfit only made her appear more frail and helpless. Lin Sheng stepped forward, bent down, and picked her up in his arms. The delicate body in his arms was soft and boneless. Through the thin fabric, he could clearly feel the smoothness and delicacy of her skin, as if a little force would leave a bruise. A delicate and refreshing fragrance, like that of a night-blooming cereus just beginning to bloom under the moonlight, lingered around my nose. Her eyes were tightly closed, her face was pale, her lips were dry, and her slender neck, like a swan with its head bowed, had a fragile, porcelain-like beauty. Lin Sheng carefully placed her on the soft leather sofa. The neckline of the black and white maid outfit was slightly open, revealing a small patch of shimmering white. The movement seemed to startle her. Sheena's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. When she realized that the person in front of her was Lin Sheng, she was stunned at first, and then a strong sense of humiliation and despair welled up in her heart. "Damn humans, just kill me already!" She stubbornly turned her head away, her emerald green eyes misting over. Unable to hold back any longer, glistening tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks and dripped onto the sofa. "You're not a female knight, so don't use lines like that." Lin Sheng sighed, leaned down, and grabbed her two slender, fair wrists like an iron clamp, pressing them firmly against the back of the sofa. "Ah!" Sheena's eyes widened in terror, her pupils contracting with fear. What is this human trying to do to her with this posture? She was so weak that she almost had no strength left to lift her fingers, like a fish on a chopping board at the mercy of others. What if he really wants to? "No! No! You can't! This is absolutely forbidden, to pollute the royal bloodline." This rule was like a mental stamp, etched into her mind. She screamed weakly, her voice trembling with tears. "The elven royal family will not let you go! You will be hunted down and killed by the elves! You will never have peace! It is a family rule that is deeply ingrained in our souls. We would rather die than tarnish our bloodline." With his free hand, Lin Sheng took out a bottle of healing potion, bit off the stopper with his teeth, roughly pressed the bottle opening against her lips and teeth, and poured the entire bottle of potion into her mouth without hesitation. "Ugh!" Sheena's protest was choked back. "Cough, cough, cough! Cough, cough, vomit!" The thick medicine rushed into her throat, and Sheena choked and coughed violently. Her body instinctively arched up and then fell back down, and tears mixed with saliva gushed out. As the medicine's effects spread rapidly, a warm current quickly flowed through her limbs and bones, dispelling the cold and weakness, and restoring a trace of her depleted strength. Lin Sheng then released his grip on her, took a step back, and looked at her indifferently. Sheena propped herself up on the sofa, clutching her still aching throat and chest, breathing heavily. Her pale complexion had recovered somewhat. Lin Sheng's gaze swept across the hall, finally landing on the window, where several chairs were piled up, clearly traces left by Sheena when she tried to climb up and escape. He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and instruction. If you really want to escape, you need to be physically strong enough to climb through a window. Starving yourself unconscious will only make you more vulnerable and easier to catch. It won't do you any good. Sheena froze, her emerald eyes filled with immense confusion, tears still clinging to her long eyelashes, threatening to fall. Did he not punish himself for his attempt to escape? Lin Sheng paused, looked directly at her, and said coaxingly, If you want to eat, if you want the strength to do anything, including running away, then obediently go and work, understand? Sometimes, education requires a bit of indirect and roundabout methods. Sheena's eyes flickered, her mind in turmoil. She was clearly shaken, her lips moved a few times, but she couldn't make a sound, unable to let go of her last shred of dignity. Lin Sheng keenly sensed her wavering. He leaned slightly closer to her ear, his voice deliberately low, like a devil's whisper. If there's a next time, I might take advantage of you. You wouldn't want your elven royal bloodline tainted without any resistance, would you, Maid Sheena? Sheena's body trembled violently, her emerald green eyes widening in shock. This reasoning successfully convinced her. The compromises she's making now are all to protect something more important. That's right. I was just trying to protect the dignity of the royal family, that's right. Chapter 64 Cleaning is substandard. Sheena lowered her eyes and answered in an almost inaudible voice. I know about humans. After saying that, she stood up, supporting herself on the sofa armrest. The strength restored by the medicine allowed her to move with difficulty. Sheena bit her lower lip, walked over, picked up a broom, and began sweeping the dust off the ground. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The beginning is always the hardest, and educating a spoiled member of the royal family is by no means an easy task. But at least for now, a crack has appeared in the ice. In her previous life, this elven princess truly never touched water, but unfortunately, her end was extremely tragic. She passed from hand to hand among countless lords, being deceived, intimidated, verbally harassed, and subjected to resentful insults. Although protected by the contract and physically unharmed, they suffered endless humiliation in spirit. One second they were confidently telling you they would save you, the next second they got the secret and turned their backs on you, mercilessly sending you back to the slave traders. This scam lasted for 9 years, with people repeatedly trampling on her meager hopes for the secret in her memory, until she was completely heartbroken. Sheena's willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people, as she endured for 9 years before finally breaking down and dying in prison. In this life, falling into Lin Sheng's hands was, in a way, her good fortune. Lin Sheng's goal was clear: to extract every last drop of top-secret information from her mind. After extracting all his value, he would keep his promise and safely return her to the Elf King's city. In exchange for his territory, he gained the friendship of the elves and tangible benefits. An elven princess in exchange for a few of your sub-divine artifacts wouldn't be a bad deal, would it? If all else fails, a dozen S-rank artifacts would be fine too. Alright, it's getting late, let's clean up tomorrow. Lin Sheng interrupted her clumsy sweeping and pointed to a small, relatively clean and dry room next door. That's the bedroom in the study. It has good ventilation and lighting, and the furniture inside is complete. It came with the manor when it was magically created. This will be your bedroom from now on. Go and rest. Or is there anything else you need? Feel free to ask, and I'll grant your request if it's reasonable. Sheena stopped what she was doing, holding the broom, and looked at the bedroom with a somewhat blank expression. She hesitated for a long time, her fingers unconsciously twisting the rough broom handle, before speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a barely perceptible hint of longing. Could you bring a book in for me? Any book will do. During the long and boring hours, she needed some emotional comfort, instead of just staring blankly at the wall. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow and agreed. I'll bring you a book tomorrow. This is a reward for your behavior today. As for future requirements, that will depend on your future performance. Only good children get rewards, understand? Sheena stiffened, pursed her lips, but ultimately nodded very slightly, and lowered her noble head. Lin Sheng left the Lord's mansion, glanced at the soldiers guarding both sides as always, and crushed the town's return scroll. The next morning, Serenia got up on time. Looking at Lin Sheng beside her, who was as calm as ever, she felt much more at ease. Her current life is much more comfortable than when she was on the run, and she has unknowingly become somewhat addicted to it. Today is the same as always. Lin Sheng took her out for a live-fire exercise, and also to familiarize her with how to lead troops in combat. It's not just about cultivating individual combat skills, the combat awareness of the entire unit also needs to be developed. The Empress's talent was well-deserved. Serenia absorbed Lin Sheng's life's work like a sponge, digesting it into her own nourishment. After a fierce battle, the two of them took a rare break. Lin Sheng discovered a small clump of wild berries that emitted a sweet fragrance. You're really lucky. This fruit doesn't have any magical effects, but it's delicious, sweet, and refreshing. When we were eating dry rations in the wild, this was the best snack. He picked the reddest and largest bunch, walked over to Serenia, and said with a smile. Serenia, here's your employee perk for today. Serenia's eyes lit up as she looked at the juicy fruit, but she said, Humph, trying to bribe me with this. But I'll let you off the hook since you're so sincere. She took the fruit and carefully tasted one. The sweet juice filled her taste buds, moistened her mouth and throat, and made her squint her eyes in satisfaction. Lin Sheng placed the berries on the prepared leaves, picked one up and ate it, watching her enjoy it, and smiled. How are my benefits? Boss, not bad, right? Humph, barely passable. Serenia glanced at him, picked up the largest berry, paused slightly, and held it to Lin Sheng's lips. Lin Sheng was slightly taken aback, but then he saw her face turn even redder, and she turned her head away, pretending to look at the scenery. It was rare to see her take the initiative for the first time. Lin Sheng swallowed it without hesitation, his lips inadvertently brushing against her fingers. She withdrew her small hand as if electrocuted, cleared her throat with feigned composure, and said, It's time to end the break. If we linger too long, we won't be able to finish our work. Let's go. The two of them swept through the monster strongholds around the town once again. The town is located in a remote area, and the resource points do not refresh as expected, so all that was gained were various kinds of resources. The two worked until nightfall and then returned to the military camp to rest. Exhausted, Serenia fell asleep immediately under Bai Ling's protection. Lin Sheng, however, mustered his strength and rubbed the returned stone. Inside the Lord's mansion, the bright lights illuminated the windows, which were wiped so clean they resembled abstract paintings. Rather than wiping, it was more like she was painting on the windows with dust. Lin Sheng looked around, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. Dust accumulated in the corners, a large amount of water stagnated on the floor, and windows that were wiped even more blurry. Lin Sheng began to regret his actions. This silly elf princess, she cleaned like this in just one day? If given a few more days, would she tear down her own lord's manor? Sheena leaned on the broom, slightly out of breath, a few strands of sweat-dampened golden hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. The black and white maid outfit was now covered in dust, the bow at the collar was slightly askew, and beads of sweat slid down her slender neck and into the collar, leaving residue on her high, snowy breasts. She watched Lin Sheng inspect her. Work results? Her emerald green eyes wide with tension, not even blinking. Lin Sheng stopped, his brows furrowed, and he let out a barely audible sigh. Maid Sheena, your cleaning today is substandard. First, the dust in the corners wasn't cleaned properly. Second, you don't need this much water to wash the floor. Are you trying to drown me or yourself? And what about this window? I can only say that the technique is good. The mud spots are applied in a very fancy way, which has the beauty of your elven abstract art. You! Sheena suddenly raised her head, her teeth clenched. Her emerald green eyes, like burning jade, glared fiercely at Lin Sheng, her full chest heaving violently, trembling as if about to burst out of her chest. Chapter 65 The Underground Maze Refreshes. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you looking at? What? You're not convinced? Your cleaning is worse than that of the peasant women at the village entrance. No, comparing you to peasant women is an insult to those hard-working peasant women." Sheena's lower lip was almost bitten until it bled. She had already tried her best. All day long. She hadn't even had time to drink water. Her back ached, and her delicate fingers were red from being rubbed by the broom handle. This despicable human being not only inconsiderate, but also constantly finding fault. Was he deliberately picking a fight? Was he trying to use this as an excuse to withhold her food? The thought of possibly going hungry again brought back a wave of weakness and fear, driven by hunger. Just as her pent-up anger was about to erupt, Lin Sheng's tone suddenly changed. "But you did put in the work, so you deserve a reward." What? Sheena was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Lin Sheng continued, "I pointed out these oversights only in the hope that you can improve and do better next time, not to deduct your pay." After saying that, he took out a large wooden lunchbox and handed it to Sheena. Sheena carefully took the lunchbox, glanced at Lin Sheng, and gently lifted the lid. An enticing aroma, a blend of fresh herbs and roasted scents, filled the air. A fresh vegetable salad drizzled with fruit vinegar, roasted until golden brown and crispy on the outside and soft and chewy on the inside, a small bowl of sweet berry soup, a few quail eggs, and a small cup of warm, rich milk. All the ingredients were fresh and juicy, and the dietary habits of the elves were fully respected. All of Sheena's anger and resentment vanished in that instant. She parted her rosy lips slightly, her emerald eyes filled with disbelief. The food he prepared with such care? There was no perfunctory preparation, no leftovers. Unlike that stubborn female slave trader who thought elves ate grass and fed her hay every day in the prison, she wasn't livestock. The aroma of the ingredients wafted overriding all restraint and contemplation. Forget about royal decorum, she picked up her fork and started eating heartily. The crisp texture of the fresh vegetables, the soft and sweet roasted sweet potato, and the sweet and sour taste of the berry soup made her squint her big eyes with satisfaction. She was like a thirsty little animal, her head buried in her food, exuding a pure yet alluring charm. Sheena ate quickly, her cheeks puffed out slightly, and occasionally let out a soft, satisfied whimper. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction filled her mind and body. The food she earned through her labor seemed more delicious than any delicacy she had ever enjoyed at a royal banquet. This is not just about satisfying one's appetite, but also about a strange sense of security and self-reliance. Sheena's eating slowed down, her emerald eyes fixed on the remaining food on her plate, lost in deep thought. She recalled her days in the royal city. Once, a young maid who had recently entered the palace accidentally left a speck of dust while wiping a crystal harp, which she didn't clean properly. When Sheena discovered the dust, she was furious and immediately ordered the maid to be dragged away and whipped 10 times, and to be deprived of food for 3 days. She remembered the desperate look in the maid's eyes and her suppressed sobs as she was dragged away. She only cared about her own feelings and only wanted to vent her anger and maintain her superior authority through the most severe punishment. Looking back now, how is this any different from that female slave trader who used whips and hunger to educate slaves? Was I really that awful back then? For the first time, the elven princess Xena began to waver in her sense of class and the authority of the royal family. She slightly raised her face, her long golden hair shimmering under the light, her exquisite profile shrouded in complex shadows. Compared to the human in front of me. Hina's gaze involuntarily drifted to Lin Sheng beside her. He pointed out her mistakes, but also gave her the reward she deserved, and even prepared a thoughtful meal that far exceeded her expectations. Behind his rules lies a kind of fairness she had never experienced before. Seeing that Xena had slowed down her eating, Lin Sheng assumed she was full and took out a thick book, handing it to her. Chronicles of Mainland China. Sheena's eyes lit up. She put down her knife and fork and hugged the book to her chest with great care. She squeezed so hard that the two towering, snow-white mounds deformed like water sacks. Lin Sheng asked the paladin Dai Xiaofeng to help him purchase this item at the main city's library, and then send it over via the system's friend mail function. Along with the gold coins, which were earned from purchasing equipment, were also sent over. The amount of gold coins was unexpectedly large, far exceeding the price of normal silver-level equipment. Dai Xiaofeng did offer an explanation in the email. Firstly, everyone has only been in this world for a short time, and silver-level equipment is already top tier. If an ordinary person has one of these items, they can be said to be ahead of everyone else. Secondly, when Dai Xiaofeng listed the silver equipment on the auction house, it attracted a lot of attention in the main city. Many mutual aid societies and guilds have raised funds to purchase equipment and arm their elite members in an effort to stay ahead of other forces. This led to a surge in prices. A few pieces of silver equipment, the kind that can only be used as materials for dismantling in the later stages, brought in more than 100,000 gold coins in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng originally estimated that it could only be sold for 50,000, but the price doubled. It's fair to say that this was a huge windfall. Dai Xiaofeng thanked Lin Sheng profusely in the email, and the reward for completing the task allowed the two of them to level up to level 10. With the paladin set given to them by Lin Sheng, the two of them captured many resource points in the surrounding area and received invitations from many guilds. But he refused them all. He planned to form a team of paladins. Once the team is built and the territory is purchased, Lin Sheng will be invited to visit. Lin Sheng simply replied with an okay. Building a team is no easy task, and subsequent management will be even more challenging. I hope everything goes well for him. Lin Sheng left breakfast and lunch for the next day, then turned and left the Lord's manor. He originally planned to buy more ingredients so that the elven princess could cook for herself. But then I thought better of it. What if she poisoned herself to death? We'd be left with nothing to do. Not only did they fail to obtain the information, but they also had to pay compensation, losing both their wife and their army. The following days, Lin Sheng's life remained as peaceful as ever. During the day, he accompanied Serenia on her campaigns, and at night he educated the elven princess. Several days passed in this manner. The shapeshifter's underground labyrinth has been refreshed. Early in the morning, Lin Sheng led his troops out. Whether or not we can resolve Celine's worries depends on whether we can obtain the Ring of the Faceless in this wave. Serenia and he were already quite familiar with each other. The only obstacle standing in her way of joining the territory was the shadow of the Mage Tower. Chapter 66 The Ring of the Faceless. When Serenia woke up and looked at the empty military camp, she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart until she saw the note left by Lin Sheng. It said that he was going to explore a dangerous maze, so he couldn't take himself with him. Serenia gripped the paper tightly. It's all because I'm too weak and powerless. If I try a little harder, I'll become a little stronger. On the other side, Lin Sheng's exploration of the maze did not go smoothly. The quality of the resource points that refreshed this time wasn't very high. I only got some ordinary resources and silver equipment along the way, and only 2 or 3 pieces of gold equipment. Or rather, this is the true drop rate of this small maze. The first time I've gotten so many drops, it's purely a reward for clearing out the dungeon. Until Lin Sheng discovered an unexpected surprise. Lucky Mushroom Garden. After visiting, you will receive a temporary buff of +5 luck, which will last for 2 days. A cluster of umbrella-shaped mushrooms, emitting a soft glow, are arranged at varying heights like colorful little houses, with a layer of luminous mycelium covering the ground. A group of tiny fairies, no bigger than a palm, with transparent butterfly wings on their backs, wearing skirts made of flower petals, and with delicate and adorable faces, were lazily resting on a giant mushroom cap. Some even slightly lifted their skirts, revealing a playful glimpse of what's underneath. Oh! A visitor! One of the little fairies with pink wings was the first to spot Lin Sheng and flew up in surprise. Immediately afterwards, all the little fairies flapped their wings and took flight, emitting melodious, bell-like laughter. They danced enthusiastically back and forth, scattering specks of light dust, and boldly blew kisses, greeting everyone in sweet voices. "Welcome, powerful adventurer! Come and see our garden, it's so beautiful! Visiting our garden will bring you good luck! It will last for 2 days!" They chattered away, innocent and carefree, full of enthusiasm, like harmless mascots. However, Lin Sheng frowned and did not take a step. Something's not right. Although its appearance and structure are exactly the same as a real mushroom garden, the taste is off. It doesn't taste like mushroom at all. It's fake. Only Tier 3, Level 2, aggregated shapeshifter that has unlocked the combined mimicry function can achieve this level. These shapeshifters can perfectly disguise themselves as buildings to lure prey into their mouths. The fairies and garden before you are all deadly disguises. Lin Sheng mentally commanded Bai Ling to disperse and prepare, while he took out his spell book and unleashed an arcane missile aimed directly at the mushroom garden. Even if it were true, it would only have damaged a few houses. At worst, they could apologize. As it turned out, Lin Sheng's vigilance was correct. After the mushroom garden was injured, it began to collapse and disintegrate, revealing a huge, writhing, dark purple gelatinous body. Those were a dozen or so Tier 3 Level 2 aggregated shapeshifters gathered together. The little fairies flying in the air are nothing more than mimicking their tentacles. "Frost Trail! Full coverage!" Lin Sheng issued the order swiftly without the slightest hesitation. Buzz! 10 white spirits erupted instantly. Frost trails instantly covered the entire mushroom garden area. Squeak dash! The shape-shifting monsters let out a shrill scream. Their hideous purple slime tentacles were quickly frozen and shattered into ice shards. They struggled and roared in agony within the icy mist, their massive bodies gradually covered by ice crystals, finally collapsing with a deafening roar and turning into a sky full of ice dust. The monsters vanished, revealing a treasure chest radiating golden light. Lin Sheng stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. With a flash of golden light, an ordinary-looking ring appeared in Lin Sheng's palm. The warning of the faceless. Special effect, hides the wearer's name and attributes. It's finally shipped. Lin Sheng excitedly put the ring away. He moved swiftly and efficiently, clearing the remaining resource points. Then, proceed step by step to the boss area and begin the battle. The boss battle was quite challenging, and the sudden change to an ice giant was somewhat unexpected. It is immune to frost damage and has an extremely thick ice armor, making it very defensive. But Lin Sheng is no longer the same Lin Sheng he used to be. Unlike other classes, thieves rely entirely on skills and combos for burst damage. Stealth, ambush, launch a powerful attack while hidden, backstab, attack from behind deals double damage, rupture, double slash. Cold-blooded, next attack will always be a critical hit, is followed by a 5-star combo and the bone-removing finishing move. This set of equipment is so powerful that no one can withstand it except for a fully equipped tank class of the same level. Then use Phantom Clone to attract aggro, while simultaneously activating Stealth to avoid being targeted. Control White Spirit to kite the boss, and then unleash another combo once the skills are off cooldown. Lin Sheng successfully defeated the Phantom Overlord boss without taking any damage. Opening the dropped golden boss treasure chest revealed another Faceless One's ring. They made a perfect pair. Lin Sheng was stunned. How could he get 2 pieces of such an extremely low probability equipment at once? When it's not exploding, you can't see a single one, but this time 2 appeared all at once. 1 for each person. Lin Sheng put away the ring and casually opened the treasure chest guarding the maze. It seems my luck has run out. There were only a few ordinary gold tier items inside, no big drops. He pocketed the golden equipment inside and hurried briskly toward the town. Serenia, guess what I found? Lin Sheng strode into the familiar alley, a smile on his face. Serenia, hugging her knees and gazing into the distance, turned around at the sound of the voice. Seeing Lin Sheng, A flicker of joy crossed her eyes, but it was quickly masked by her arrogance. She feigned indifference and said, Busy man, are you finally done with your work today? She stood up, brushed the bits of grass off her clothes, her figure graceful and upright. Lin Sheng didn't trust her fighting ability and abandoned her, so she still seemed a bit resentful. Lin Sheng ignored her teasing, stretched out his hand, and a ring lay quietly in his palm. The ring has an extremely simple and archaic design, without any gemstones, and the material looks like some kind of matte black iron. Here, take this. Now you can keep your promise. When Serenia's gaze fell upon the ring, her mind went blank for a moment. My heart was pounding like a deer's, almost leaping out of my chest. A ring? What is this idiot trying to do? And then there's that phrase, keep your promise. Countless classic proposal scenes exploded in her mind. She suddenly widened her beautiful, bright golden eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson at a visible speed, the tips of her ears burned intensely, and white steam seemed to rise from the top of her head. A promise? A promise about what? What is he doing? Is this something you can do in public? That's too fast. We've only known each other for a few days, although he really is reliable. What am I thinking? She panicked like a frightened deer, her hands flailing helplessly in front of her chest, her voice barely audible, trembling and stuttering. This won't do. This is too sudden. I'm not ready. We've only known each other for a few days, this is moving too fast. She started to ramble, her eyes darting around, but she dared not look into Lin Sheng's eyes or at the burning hot ring. Chapter 67 Brothers, the Mage Tower is on a mission. Lin Sheng looked at Serenia's flustered appearance with a puzzled expression. It's just a piece of equipment, is it really that important? He has spent too much time in this world. In his eyes, equipment is just equipment. What else is there to care about besides its attributes? As for appearance, as long as the attributes are strong, even the most bizarre and ugly equipment will still be considered a kind of aesthetic of strength. Not to mention that it's common for teammates to give each other equipment. You can't assume a powerful figure is proposing to you just because they give you a paralysis ring. So, what nonsense is this woman spouting? Is she so overjoyed that her brain short-circuited? Surely they can have changed their minds? Lin Sheng looked her up and down suspiciously. You don't want it? Upon hearing the words, don't want, Serenia reacted almost instinctively, her body acting faster than her brain. I want! The crisp sound escaped her lips, carrying an eagerness as if afraid of having to back out. She only realized what she had done after she shouted it out, and her level of shame instantly skyrocketed. Ooh! She let out a short, mournful cry, then abruptly turned her head away, covering her burning cheeks with her hands, revealing only the tips of her ears, which were red and bleeding. After a few seconds, as if she had mustered all her courage, she slowly extended her slender, fair left hand in front of Lin Sheng, her ring finger slightly raised, bathed in the holy sunlight. She kept her head turned to the side, her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. Lin Sheng was even more puzzled. Why was he being so hesitant about taking someone else's equipment? However, she is very shy and easily gets embarrassed when fed even a little food. He naturally grasped Serenia's outstretched hand and slipped the ring onto her slightly upturned left ring finger with a swift and decisive motion. The moment the cold metal ring slipped onto the base of her ring finger, Serenia shuddered, as if a faint electric current had surged through her. She slowly opened her eyes and looked down at the simple ring on her finger. The sunlight cast a soft glow on its surface. A complex mix of indescribable feelings, a mixture of shame and sweetness, welled up inside me. She stretched out her right hand and gently and tenderly stroked the surface of the ring with her fingertips, feeling its slightly cool touch. Seeing the gesture that Serenia cherished, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow and proudly introduced. You've always been worried about being discovered by the people in the Mage Tower, so I specifically went and found this Ring of the Faceless. It can block most detection spells and prophetic tracking. How about that, isn't it great? Thanks to his vivid memory, he was able to recall the equipment. And it was also thanks to the fact that this place had a dungeon where shapeshifters regularly spawned. Lin Sheng's words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all the pink bubbles of fantasy in Serenia's heart. Her fingers, which were caressing the ring, suddenly froze, and she slowly raised her head. The blush on her face quickly faded, replaced by an almost blank, dazed expression, and the corners of her mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. So that's how it is. Her voice was dry and strained, and she let out a few forced, meaningless laughs. So all that was for this promise? I knew it. I knew it. This absolute idiot. His words were so misleading. Ugh. How embarrassing. He must have thought I was an idiot for my reaction and actions just now. You're such a moron, such a moron, such a moron. You big idiot. The tsunami in her heart almost overwhelmed her reason, and she felt as if a vein was throbbing on her forehead. Lin Sheng said, puzzled. Otherwise what? Didn't we agree on this? I'll take care of your worries, and you'll join my territory. What do you think it is? Serenia's heart skipped a beat at his question, and the heat that she had managed to suppress on her face began to rise again. She abruptly turned her face away, trying to appear calm, but her voice still trembled slightly with a hint of embarrassment and anger. And nothing! Who told you to speak so unclearly? She quickly changed the subject, raising her ringed hand and trying to make her tone sound businesslike. Ahem! Since you have fulfilled your promise, I will naturally not break my promise and will continue to fulfill my duties. She paused, stole a glance at Lin Sheng's expression, and with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness, tentatively added. Also, don't regret it. I haven't completed the trials of the hero's path yet, so I can't really lead troops into battle. For now, I'm probably just a pretty capable bodyguard. After she finished speaking, she stared intently at Lin Sheng's expression. If this guy dares to show even the slightest disappointment or disdain, ugh! I'll not speak to him for 3 days. At least a whole day. Upon hearing her words, Lin Sheng responded almost without hesitation, his expression one of utmost seriousness and determination. He stepped forward, looking directly into Serenia's eyes, his gaze deep and resolute, his voice low and powerful, carrying an undeniable promise. It's all right. I can wait for you. Serenia, no matter how long, forever. This unexpected straight shot pierced through her arrogant facade and shattered her inner resentment. Ah dash! Serenia let out a short scream, her cheeks, which had just cooled down, flushed red again with a boom, and steam rose from her head once more. She jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, covered her ears with her hands, and shouted at Lin Sheng, both embarrassed and anxious. Idiot, idiot, idiot! Who told you to say such foul things? Don't say it! Don't say it again! Seeing her reaction, Lin Sheng couldn't help but laugh, his smile hearty and tolerant. Okay, I won't say. Let's go see mine then. The words were on the tip of his tongue when a sudden thought struck him, and he changed his mind very naturally. Let's go and see our territory. When Serenia heard the words, our territory, her body stiffened slightly, but she slowly relaxed. She lowered her hands from her ears, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her racing heart. The blush on her face hadn't faded, but her eyes had regained their usual clarity, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tenderness, as she nodded firmly. Yes, no problem. But... She looked into the distance and said, Please wait for me a moment, I need to go into the city. Lin Sheng asked with concern. What are you going to do? Do you need my help? Serenia shook her head gently, her fingers unconsciously tracing the ring, and tucking the wind-blown strands of silver hair behind her ear. No need, it's just a personal matter. I'm going to retrieve some very important things. She hid the belongings left by her mother and sister in a secluded place in the city. Serenia said, I'll wait for you at the barracks by the city gate. Perfect timing, weren't you going to reclaim those resource buildings? Go ahead and get busy. Lin Sheng nodded, agreeing with her arrangement. Okay, you handle things well, then we'll go home. Upon hearing the word home, Serenia felt the warmth in her heart and softly replied, "Okay. We'll set off together when you get back." She glanced at Lin Sheng one last time, then turned and walked briskly into the depths of the alley. Sunlight danced and shimmered on her long silver hair and ring. The two split up. Meanwhile, a post began to circulate quietly and its popularity increased. "Brothers, it's only been 5 days since I joined the Mage Tower, and I've been sent on a mission." Chapter 68 Enemy Heroes from the Mage Tower. Posted by. As the title suggests, I finally joined the Mage Tower, and today I received a simple quest to go to a remote town to capture experimental subjects. 2 level 20 heroes led the team, and the troop types under their command were quite impressive. Screenshot attached. We lowly Karami barely had a chance to attack. We just followed along and gained some experience. There were very few replies below. Great, please update soon. Damn, these units are so powerful. When will we get tier 3 units? Keep up the good work, brother. I heard that the guild leader in Frost City has already obtained a tier 2 unit. Brother, can you tell me about the pay in the Mage Tower? It's too hard to survive in the main city. There are too many people competing for jobs. I work myself to death every day, and the money I earn isn't even enough to buy a tier 1 unit. My advice is not to come. This lousy place treats newcomers like dirt. They're worse than animals. At least animals get some fodder. Posted by. Brothers, after walking for 2 days, we're finally almost there. This little town called Ibs is really remote. The hero has already contacted the local nobles to come and greet him. This baron looks rather sleazy, but the mature noblewomen around him are quite attractive. TSK, those big breasts, that ass. The high slit of the skirt went all the way up to her thighs, revealing 2 white thighs, and the neckline was very low, exposing most of her plump breasts. Screenshot X5. The comments below caused the popularity to skyrocket. Thank you for sharing, OP. May you have a peaceful and happy life. What? I know this woman. She's the wife of the Baron of Wheat Ear Town. I heard she's keeping several handsome lords as lovers. That was really enjoyable. Got it, even if I travel to another world I need to show some real skills, referring to being a kept man. Dude, please take a few more pictures, they're almost done. Posted by. Brothers, forget about the women, we're almost at the town gate, I'll live stream the whole thing for you guys. 2 heroes from the Mage Tower have arrived at the town's gates. On the other side. Deep in the alley. Serenia clutched her belongings, burying her face in them. Mom, I've been living well, just like you told me to. I've met someone I can trust. Even though this guy is a complete idiot, but... Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile gently. His shoulder felt reliable, his embrace was warm, and although the ring he gave me was a misunderstanding, it didn't feel bad to wear. Did you see all of this? A sense of hope for the future welled up in her heart. She gently packed her belongings, shouldered them, and walked towards the town gate. Once that big idiot has finished collecting the resources, they can set off and begin their new life. However, as soon as she reached the vicinity of the town's entrance, she sensed that something was amiss. The usually lazy guards were now on high alert, conducting unusually strict checks. What made her heart clench even more was the sight of 2 people wearing the iconic dark blue robes of the Mage Tower. That wretched baron was following them around like a lapdog, bowing and scraping. Lord Carl, Lord Morton, is there anything else you require? The mage named Carl waved his hand impatiently. Go away, get out of here, stay away. He held a crystal ball the size of a fist in his hand, looking irritated. Damn it, the Destiny Hut clearly indicated that she was in this area, so how come the crystal ball went blind half an hour ago and can't sense anything at all? The Destiny Hut is a special building that allows you to perform a divination upon visiting it. It is primarily used for finding items or people. Carl frowned. He had thought it would be as simple as catching a stray dog, but now things had taken an unexpected turn. The Baron immediately took a few steps back, bowing and scraping obsequiously as he said, Don't worry, both of you. This is the only decent entrance and exit in the entire town, and I've had people guarding it tightly. Not even a mouse will be able to sneak out." Serenia knew something was wrong and turned around without hesitation, intending to quietly slip away. First, hide in the town, and then warn Lin Sheng not to come back under any circumstances. Just then, a shrill female voice rang out. "Stop!" It was Lady Lydia who came with the Baron. Her gaze was like a knife, viciously slicing through Serenia, especially her soft, slender figure. Although her face was covered by a cloak, you could tell from her posture and figure that this was the hateful girl at the banquet. "That's her! Sneaking around like that, she's definitely the wanted outsider. Regardless of whether she's the target or not, let's smear her first. Don't underestimate a woman's jealousy." That shout instantly drew everyone's attention. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, revealing Serenia's figure. A glint flashed in Karl's eyes, and he immediately pointed. "Reconnaissance!" A magical wave instantly swept towards Serenia. But the next second Karl frowned, his face full of surprise. "Huh! No names are displayed? It's blank? What's going on?" Morton, standing nearby, snorted coldly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "Who cares about the situation? Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. What's wrong with arresting a commoner who hasn't even ignited the flame of heroism? Killing him is just a matter of paying a few gold coins. Do it!" Before he could finish speaking, Morton waved his staff. "Binding chains!" In midair, a dark purple chain of magic appeared out of thin air and shot out like a venomous snake, heading straight for Serenia. Serenia reacted quickly, bending her supple waist backward and, with a graceful, dance-like backbend, narrowly dodging the attack as her clothes fluttered. Morton snorted coldly, and the gem on his staff gleamed faintly. The binding chains made a right-angle turn in midair, whistling through the air as they struck Serenia once more. Guided by the enemy, no matter how you dodge, the binding chains will always relentlessly pursue you. Serenia reacted quickly, her small hand gripping the staff hidden in her cloak, and she activated the spell. Arcane Shield. A translucent shield of pale blue arcane energy instantly opened up in front of her. Bang! The chains slammed into the shield, and blue and purple light clashed violently. The shield shook violently, but managed to hold on. Keep in mind that Serenia is only a level 5 mage, and compared to these two veteran heroes, she is far inferior. Thanks to the golden equipment Lin Sheng gave her, and her own great potential, Serenia withstood the attack. Karl glanced at his companion and scoffed sarcastically. "Morton, are you even capable?" After saying that, he tapped his staff lightly. "Spell counter!" An invisible magical force swept past. The next second, Serenia's arcane shield was interrupted on the spot, shattering and dissipating like a soap bubble. The chains hurtled towards her face. Serenia's face turned pale. Chapter 69 Talent Awakening. Absolute Forbidden Law. Serenia's eyes remained firm and she showed no sign of panic. The moment the shield shattered, her body was enveloped in a ball of arcane energy. Flash! A golden light flashed. She vanished instantly, reappearing in an open space a dozen meters away. The binding chains missed their target, embedding themselves heavily in the stone pavement before dissipating into energy. Her sparring practice with Lin Sheng during this period was definitely not for nothing. Huh! Karl and Morton both looked surprised. This little girl's spellcasting speed and combat awareness are completely unlike those of an ordinary adventurer. Looks like we've caught a big fish. Whether it's the target or not, let's catch it first. Spatial anchor! Morton confidently tapped his staff, and an invisible wave instantly spread out. Serenia felt as if the surrounding space had frozen, and the icon for the blink skill dimmed in her mental perception. This is a skill that only level 20 mages can learn, and these two are at least level 20 mages. Serenia gritted her teeth and, without hesitation, turned and ran. As long as she can hide in a remote alley, relying on her familiarity with the complex terrain, she is confident that she can shake off the enemy. Karl, standing nearby, waved his hand and shouted, "Lightning Bald Eagle! Aim at the enemy, Unleash a barrage of lightning. No matter how fast you run, can you fly faster than an eagle? At a command, 15 bald eagles, their bodies crackling with blue lightning, soared into the sky with sharp cries. Their sharp eyes locked onto Serenia. Lightning Bald Eagle. Tier 3, Flying Unit, Ranged Spellcaster. They spewed out countless fine blue lightning bolts, which intertwined in the air to form a huge and terrifying lightning net that covered Serenia. A massive net of lightning covered the sky, effectively blocking all escape routes in all directions. With such a vast area, she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. This is the might of the military legion. A single unit type may not be as powerful as an adventurer, but what about the combined strength of a group of units? Far away. The two lackey lords hid far behind, acting as war correspondents, constantly taking photos and posting them to the chat thread. The battle situation is being updated in real time. People left comments under the post. Croak! What formidable fighting power! To witness such an intense battle, even death would be worth the price of admission. Could you move a little closer, Opie? You can't see it very clearly. Is it okay for the original poster to slack off like this? The on-site response was, Nonsense! The Mage Tower treats newcomers like slaves. They have no money or resources, yet they expect us to pay them to work. It's infuriating. We're lucky if they don't betray us. Work? They'll kick our mother's legs. Downstairs, everyone started chiming in with their own opinions. That's very capitalist. Soon, the lively post attracted some high-ranking lords. After all, in a world without cell phones, scrolling through chat interfaces when there's nothing to do is the most common pastime for lords. Jean Guifong, the guild leader of the Rising Sun Guild, commented in a post when he had nothing else to do. This target is quite skilled, holding his own against two opponents. Unfortunately, this world is ultimately ruled by military units. What good is individual strength if one isn't a hero? You can't fight against a large army of soldiers. A chorus of agreement erupted from downstairs. Serenia was already giving it her all just to defend against the attacks from the enemy units. She gritted her teeth, raised her arcane shield, and withstood the descending deadly lightning net. Morton frowned and warned. Hey! Carl! Don't kill him! What if this is the test subject the higher-ups want? Carl grinned maliciously and said, Don't worry! I know what I'm doing! At most, I'll electrocute him half to death. The arcane shield flickered violently amidst the roar of lightning, teetering on the brink of collapse. Serenia's magical power was rapidly draining away, like a flood bursting its banks. Lin Sheng is still waiting for me. I absolutely cannot fall here. She clenched her teeth so tightly that blood almost seeped from the corner of her mouth. Its golden eyes burned with an indomitable flame as it stared intently at the ever-shrinking net of lightning overhead. Snap! The arcane shield has cracked. Lightning is about to break through the shield. At this critical moment, a sudden change has occurred. Buzz! A burning, intense emotion, seemingly emanating from the deepest part of her soul, exploded within Serenia's body. There were no incantations, no magic circles, and not even any warning signs. Centered on her, an absolutely silent realm instantly spread out. Talent awakening, absolute forbidden law. Effect, prevents the flow of all magical energy within the area, including the active and passive effects of all equipment and treasures. All enemy units within the area, excluding friendly units, are unable to use any skills, spells, or items. Invincible. Overbearing. Unreasonable. What? Carl and Morton's expressions froze instantly, their eyes filled with extreme horror and bewilderment. They felt as if the magical power that was originally flowing within their bodies was being held in place by an invisible hand, making them completely unable to move. The staff in his hand, which he relied on to cast spells, became like ordinary iron, losing all its luster. Even the magical robes that had been constantly protected by magic on his body lost their light instantly. I can't sense my magic anymore? It's disappeared? Carl stared in horror at his trembling hands. He tried in vain to mobilize a trace of magic power, but it was like a paramecium trying to shake Mount Everest, futile, and he couldn't budge it at all. My staff and amulet aren't working. They're malfunctioning? Even the usually composed Morton changed his expression, his voice filled with disbelief and panic. This was the very foundation of his power that allowed him to survive in the Mage Tower, and it was ruthlessly stripped away at this moment. The two of them stared as if they had seen a ghost, their gazes fixed on the silver-haired girl in the center of the field. At this moment, Serenia was shrouded in a hazy, transparent, distorted aura. Her long silver hair moved without wind, and flames like molten gold burned deep within her golden pupils. He exuded an ancient, majestic, and awe-inspiring aura. It's her! Her talent has awakened! Carl roared, his voice trembling. The special physical condition mentioned in the wanted poster was actually true. This terrifying talent that can completely block out everything and even suppress heroes into mortals is too frightening. Morton turned and ran away. Retreat first. We can't fight her head-on right now. However, this invincibility came quickly and went even faster. For the first time, Serenia felt this unfamiliar power erupt from within her body. It was so powerful that it made her heart pound, but it was also as heavy as carrying a mountain on her back. It only lasted a few seconds before she felt as if her soul was being ripped out, and her spirit was being torn apart by excruciating pain. Her vision blurred, and her legs went weak. A muffled groan of pain escaped her lips. The absolute forbidden domain that enveloped the entire area suddenly and silently dissipated. This is her first awakening, and she is unable to fully control her power. The flow of magical energy has been restored. Chapter 70. I protected her. Carl and Morton immediately felt a smooth flow within their bodies, and their magical power broke through the barriers like a flood breaking through a dam, beginning to circulate again. The equipment on my body also began to glow faintly again. Whoosh! Carl stopped, panting heavily with lingering fear. His back was soaked with cold sweat. He turned around and looked at Serenia with fear in his eyes, which was then replaced by greed and ecstasy. This is her first awakening, and she doesn't yet have enough control over her power. Great opportunity. This terrifying power must be brought under the control of our Mage Tower. Lightning Bald Eagle was severely suppressed by the domain, and wouldn't recover for a while, unable to use magic, but he still had teammates. Carl roared at Morton, his voice shrill with excitement. Morton, this is a great opportunity. Go for it. Seize her. Don't let her have another chance. Morton, trying to appear calm, replied. I know, let's capture her first. We'll take her back and study her more carefully. Magical golems. Attack. 23 magical puppets made of metal and magical cores, each wielding a round shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. They marched with heavy, orderly steps, forming a shield wall, and rumbled as they approached from the ground. Serenia gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up from the ground. She desperately squeezed out the little magic power she had left, unleashing arcane spells at the approaching puppet army. Arcane missiles, enhanced arcane missiles, arcane implosion. Boom, boom, boom. Arcane energy exploded on the round shield, sparks flying everywhere. The puppets advanced step by step, like an iron wall. Even if they are occasionally knocked down or damaged by magic, the puppets in the back row will immediately fill the gap. The oppressive feeling of the troop clusters advancing is suffocating. Serenia fought and retreated. But at this moment, Lightning Hawk also recovered. Under Carl's command, they continuously spewed out small lightning arrows, cutting off Serenia's escape route to the alley. The encirclement has been formed. With the combined air and ground forces of the two types of troops, Serenia was slowly forced into a corner by the town's walls, with nowhere left to retreat. What should I do? What should I do? She had exhausted all her mana, and her body was so depleted that not a single ounce of power could be squeezed out. There's no other way. Individual strength cannot compete with a military force. The magical puppet had advanced to her eyes, its towering figure blocking out the sun and casting her into shadow. Despair, like an icy tide, overwhelmed Serenia. The magical puppet blocked Serenia's path, then stretched out its cold, massive metal hand and viciously grabbed at her arm. They wanted to capture these highly gifted humans alive. They were experimental subjects that were priceless. A resolute glint flashed in Serenia's eyes. She would rather die than be a guinea pig on the lab table. No way! She pulled a dagger from her boot and pointed it at her chest. At this last moment, Serenia subconsciously raised her fingertips and gently stroked the ring on the ring finger of her left hand. I'm sorry, you idiot. I promised to become your general, but this time I'm going to break my promise. With unwavering resolve, the dagger plunged fiercely into his own heart. Just when things were at their most critical. Call out dash! A throwing knife flew precisely, knocking the dagger from her hand. Immediately afterward, a black hook was thrown down from the wall behind her, tightly wrapping around her slender waist. The thief's grappling hook skill. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible and powerful force came from the hook. Serenia felt a tightening around her waist, and her body was instantly lifted off the ground. She was pulled upwards lightly and quickly by this force. The scenery before my eyes was falling rapidly. The next second, she bumped into a warm and firm embrace. The familiar and comforting scent is Lin Sheng's. He's back. Serenia, who was about to struggle, stopped and let Lin Sheng hug her. Lin Sheng stood atop the town's towering walls, his arms tightly around Serenia's waist, sweat dripping from his forehead. This was thanks to his placement of a white spirit outside the town, which was used as a surveillance device. Lords can share the visual and auditory information of units. After all, it's just a simple matter of acquiring building resources. There's no need for the entire army to set out. Although he had killed the white male lord ahead of time, he had also gotten rid of his old classmate, Chu Yan'an. It altered the course of events to some extent, and concealed Serenia's secret of hiding in the town. However, the world continued to develop along its usual trajectory, and by a series of coincidences, the enemies of the Mage Tower still came knocking. After realizing something was wrong, Lin Sheng sped away, leaving even the white spirit soldiers far behind, and finally made it back at the critical moment. He looked down at the pale-faced girl in his arms, his brows furrowed. Serenia! How are you? Are you hurt? Serenia looked up at Lin Sheng's worried face. Her heart was racing again because of the close contact. No, I'm fine, just a little tired. Her heart was immediately filled with a sense of peace. That idiot, he still came back to save me. Just as he promised. But... Serenia looked at the lightning eagles circling in the sky, and her sense of relief turned into worry. What an idiot, what a complete idiot. Didn't he realize? This enemy is different from the others, he can't handle them. She tried to sit up, but due to her weakness, she fell back into Lin Sheng's arms. You should run! Don't worry about me, those guys are. Abandon me and run away. I will hold on until you grow stronger, and come to the Mage Tower to save me. Lin Sheng gently brushed the stray hairs from her forehead, interrupting Serenia's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry, leave the rest to me. He raised his head, his gaze instantly turning cold and sharp as he looked down at the group of enemies below the wall. His handsome face now held an air of disdain for all living beings. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue, exuding an undeniable domineering air. You too, I've saved her! In the farthest distance, two lackey lords hid in a corner, their eyes filled with surprise. They adjusted the system interface, took a bunch of photos of Lin Sheng, and updated the posts simultaneously. Anyway, the trouble is for those two heroes, but the post popularity is mine. With all the tips I've received, I won't have to worry about food and drink for a month. Breaking news! An emergency has occurred on site. The lords, who had thought the matter was settled, all opened the post and began to discuss Lin Sheng's sudden intervention. What? A hero saving a damsel in distress? In such a blurry photo, with the girl's face hidden under her cloak, how did you figure out she was a beauty? Just look at her figure. Such perfect curves, even a cloak can't hide them. She must be a beauty. Boring. Why don't you guys guess whether this new guy can beat those two mage heroes? Is that even a question? He definitely can't win alone. Judging from his appearance, he must be a lord who came from another time, right? The fastest leveling lord right now is only level 10, just completed his class change. These two mage tower heroes are at least level 20, he can't win. My assessment is that they overestimated themselves and were heading straight for certain death. Chapter 71 Invisibility. In the posts, some people were dismissive, while others were sarcastic and cynical. Being diagnosed as mentally retarded is just plain ridiculous. Indeed, this guy must be stupid to dare provoke such a regional power. He'll either die or be captured and used as a test subject. Indeed, he's brave but reckless. If it were me, I would immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, and maybe I could save my life. To risk his life for a native of this world? He must be out of his mind. A bunch of spineless cowards, I despise you. In that situation, would you dare to go? Just say it, it doesn't cost any money. Courage is useless. Strength is the foundation of everything. You don't even have any soldiers by your side, how can you possibly win? If he wins, no. Even if he escapes alive, I'll eat the table. Then I'll eat the bench. I'll eat a ton of rice dung. Are you just here to freeload? Damn, is that the kind of little glutton Lao Ba is? That's so tempting. Morton, seeing Lin Sheng suddenly appear, cautiously used a reconnaissance spell first. The feedback returned was still a blank page. Equipment for covert reconnaissance is extremely rare, so why are there so many suddenly appearing? Unable to ascertain the other party's true strength, he felt somewhat uncertain. But it's really hard to just give up like this. This was the girl's first awakening of her talent, and she was at her weakest. If we miss this opportunity, we'll be the ones who suffer when she grows up. He turned to look at his companion. Carl, what do we do? Carl gripped his staff, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. What are you afraid of? This guy is all alone, how could he possibly stand against our army? What a pretentious bastard! He's courting death! Watch me send out the lightning eagle. Blast him into the sky. The lightning bald eagles immediately changed direction, their sharp beaks opening wide, and blinding blue lightning once again frantically gathered in their mouths. The air crackled with the electric charge, and destructive lightning was poised to strike. Lin Sheng glanced at the two of them coldly, his eyes looking at them as if they were dead. He held the girl firmly in his arms, then leaped off the high wall with a powerful burst of speed. Chase them! Chase after them! Carl immediately connected his consciousness to the vision of a lightning bald eagle. The eagle's incredibly sharp eyes act like a high-altitude scanner, instantly locking onto an area within tens of meters of the impact point. However, the open space, bushes, and piles of rubble under the wall were completely empty. The two people who had just jumped down vanished into thin air, like drops of water merging into the ocean. Not even a trace or a hint was left. What? Carl was slightly startled, but reacted extremely quickly, waving his staff rapidly. The eye of true sight. A dark blue eyeball made of magic instantly materialized above the spot where the two had disappeared. This is the standard method for mages to deal with rogues, and it can see through most disguises, illusions, and stealth skills. A pale blue light swept across every inch of the land, yet every blade of grass remained empty. It was as if those two people had never existed. How is this possible? Carl screamed in shock, his face filled with disbelief and horror. He clearly didn't sense any fluctuations from the displacement magic. Could it be a higher-level stealth equipment or talent? What to do? What to do? Those two absolutely cannot be allowed to escape, otherwise, given that girl's talent, the Mage Tower will absolutely not be able to withstand her revenge once she grows up. It's come to this. Carl hardened his heart. Lightning Hawk! Indiscriminate bombardment! Blow them out of here! The lightning bald eagle once again gathered blinding lightning, and lightning bolts rained down like a storm. The walls were bombed down, and the farmland was burned. Gravel and dirt were blasted into the air, sending clouds of smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Such a gamble is destined to be futile. When Lin Sheng jumped off the wall, he had already activated his life-saving technique. Invisibility. The most powerful stealth skill, rumored to be able to fool even gods, let alone two mere magic heroes. Not only did they disappear visually, but their aura, temperature, magical fluctuations, and even their presence seemed to be erased from reality. Lin Sheng, who was in stealth mode, tightly wrapped Serenia's body with his cloak to ensure that she would not be exposed in the slightest. The girl's soft, boneless body pressed against him, her warm, fragrant body filling his arms, and the faint scent of gardenias wafting into his nostrils. Their bodies were very close, and they could clearly feel the frequency of each other's heartbeats. Lin Sheng quietly bypassed the scene and slipped into the military camp outside the town. The invisibility spell doesn't last long and isn't enough to completely escape the bald eagle's line of sight, so it's necessary to find a place to hide temporarily. He slipped into an abandoned, decaying wooden hut in the military camp, temporarily escaping detection from the sky. After confirming that it was temporarily safe, Lin Sheng gently put Serenia down from his arms. Scattered from that warm and comforting embrace, Serenia felt a little reluctant, but still obediently sat down. Without delay, Lin Sheng quickly opened his personal space, took out a bottle of golden blessing potion, and put it into Serenia's hand. Then, he took out a holy light shield scroll and put it into her bosom. "Take it!" His voice was deep and strong, filled with concern as he spoke. "The blessing potion can quickly heal all injuries. Drink it. This scroll can cast divine shield. Tear it open in a critical moment to protect you. Stay here quietly and keep quiet. I'll be back in a bit." He stood up, intending to go back and kill the two men. Eagle-type units have excellent eyesight and extremely fast movement speed. During his stealth period, he was not able to escape the range of the Lightning Hawk's patrol. If we hide here, the enemy will find us sooner or later. Moreover, since we're going to be at odds with the mage towers anyway, we might as well take the opportunity to eliminate two hero units first, thus weakening the mage tower's power. Serenia's heart clenched. Almost instinctively, she reached out and gently tugged at Lin Sheng's clothes with her slender fingertips. Lin Sheng paused, turning back to look at her. In the dim light, Serenia tilted her pale face up, her golden eyes filled with determination. "Lin Sheng, you must be careful. Promise me. You must come back alive." She wasn't the type of girl who cried easily. She had plenty of trust and understanding for Lin Sheng. Serenia spoke each word clearly and decisively. "If you don't come back, I will live on. I will become stronger than anyone else. I will do everything in my power to completely destroy that damned mage tower. Then I'll go and keep you company." The last half of the sentence remained buried deep in her heart. "Don't worry, they're not enough to kill me." Lin Sheng smiled confidently, then turned and left. Mid-air. The arcane eye's pupils contracted, quickly locking onto Lin Sheng's figure. How dare he show up so brazenly? Is he courting death? Chapter 72 Lightning Bald Eagle. Total annihilation. The post was also filled with skepticism. "What? Why are you back again? Thank goodness, we don't have to eat the table. The upstairs neighbor has lost a ton of excrement. Are you stupid? Why aren't you running away? Is he coming back to die? Does he think he can single-handedly wipe out the entire battlefield? Mentally challenged, a laughingstock." Lin Sheng did not choose to hide, but stood like a javelin at the gap in the wall. His icy gaze, sharp as a blade, slowly swept over Karl and Morton. The chilling killing intent in his eyes sent a shiver down the spines of the two lords watching from afar, causing them to involuntarily shrink back. Karl scoffed, dismissing the murderous intent. Which hero hasn't stained their hands with blood? What he cares about is that girl with terrifying talent. Where did this little thief hide her? Forget it. Let's arrest him first. We have plenty of ways to get him to talk. He swung his staff sharply, pointing it at Lin Sheng. Go! The bald eagles circling high in the sky immediately adjusted their formation and swooped down towards Lin Sheng. Within their open beaks, lightning bolts rapidly coalesced, ready to be unleashed. Just then, thump, 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 thump. In a grove of trees, a sudden burst of synchronized footsteps rang out. 10 figures wielding sharp blades rushed out of the woods in tight formation, heading straight for Lin Sheng's location. Are there ambushes? Carl's heart skipped a beat. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and he quickly ordered his troops to create distance. All lightning hawks. Create distance. Take off immediately. Disengage. As a powerful long-range airstrike force, the Lightning Eagle is invincible in offensive operations, boasting high speed and long range. However, their defenses are extremely weak. Once locked on by entire units, especially archers, mages, or ballistae, they can easily be shot down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. This team of lightning hawks was his prized possession, painstakingly acquired over many years and costing him nearly 20,000 gold coins. This is his foundation for standing in the mage tower. Losing even one mage is painful for him, but if his entire army is wiped out, he will become worthless in the tower. Morton, who was standing next to him, was also startled, and his expression became extremely serious. This guy has soldiers with him, so we can't treat him like an ordinary person. Morton quickly ordered the magical golems to return to defend, prioritizing their own safety. Heavy metal golems formed a shield wall, firmly protecting the 2 mages in the middle. They were all tense. The 10 ambush soldiers also came to Lin Sheng's side, stopped, protected the surroundings, and revealed their true forms. Swift swordsman? A Tier 1, Level 3 unit? Carl and Morton recognized the soldiers almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and saw a look of relief in each other's eyes. The swift swordsman is a notoriously fragile melee fighter. If he charges in, he'll be in trouble. However, this guy is very timid. If he lets a melee squishy character stand next to him as a meat shield, then he is no threat at all. Carl's tension vanished, and he looked at Lin Sheng with disdain. I thought it was an ambush. Turns out it's some kind of flimsy piece of trash. What a waste of my time. Lightning Hawk. Blast that little thief's limbs off. Give him a good beating. The aftershocks of the Lightning Eagle's lightning arrow bombardment were enough to wipe out most of them. That's the opinion in the post as well. Damn it, is this lord an idiot? It's one thing to come back to die, but to use the swift swordsmen as shield guards? To keep them by his side for defense? Does he even know how to control troops? A wind blade master who doesn't charge but plays defense? I'd eat that man. Indeed, this move is quite baffling. It seems this person was just lucky to get a Tier 1, Level 3 unit. It would be better to surrender and obediently hand over the troops and the girl. Maybe the other side will spare his life. It's as if launching an attack will make things better. In any case, this person is using a Tier 1 unit against a Tier 3 unit, so the advantage lies with the mage tower. No one can win this situation. Mentally challenged, a laughingstock. Upon receiving the order, the lightning eagles adjusted their direction again, gathering lightning bolts in their open beaks, and swooped straight towards Lin Sheng. We've been waiting for this moment. Most ranged units have the same firing range. For Lightning Eagle to hit Lin Sheng, it must fly into range, which means that Bai Ling can attack them. Just as the flock of eagles was about to enter firing range, the figures of the 10 swift wind swordsmen in front of Lin Sheng twisted and rippled, their bodies shattering like phantom images, revealing the elegant true form of the pure white spirit. What? Carl's sinister smile froze instantly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The one-time use treasure, the phantom orb, can disguise a unit as any other unit. However, an even bigger surprise followed. Whoosh dash! A low, mournful horn sounded faintly. Invisible sound waves spread out like ripples, enveloping the entire battlefield. Tirby's strategic treasure horn against the wind. Specifically designed to counter flying units. The speed of the lightning bald eagle suddenly plummeted, and flapping its wings became extremely difficult, as if it were stuck in an invisible swamp. No! Carl was terrified, his heart breaking. It's a trap. Retreat. Come back now. But it was too late. Lin Sheng waved his hand coldly. Frosty footprints. Pure white spirit's magic erupted instantly. Countless fine ice mists appeared out of thin air, filling most of the sky and precisely enveloping all the lightning white eagles. Bah! Bah! The piercing cries of the eagles echoed through the sky. A thick layer of white frost quickly formed on the bald eagle's feathers, and its body visibly stiffened and sluggish. The terrifying effect of the double deceleration turned them into sitting ducks. Forget about pulling up to retreat, they were even on the verge of collapsing while maintaining their flight attitude. Carl frantically raised his staff. High pressure, strong wind. A powerful gust of air swept upwards, tearing through the icy mist and stabilizing the bald eagle's precarious position. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. As long as I bring them back, I can make a comeback. Carl's face was contorted with tension. Lin Sheng's eyes remained calm as he calmly took out a scroll from his pocket and gently tore it open, aiming it at the bald eagle. Flamestorm scroll. No! Stop! Carl roared in despair, his eyes bloodshot. Rumble! A fiery storm of crimson flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It even borrowed the power of the high-pressure winds, roaring and sweeping across the entire airspace. Engulfed the lightning bald eagle in flames. At this moment, wind and fire reacted violently. The lightning bald eagle let out a mournful cry, its magnificent blue feathers bursting into flames, its body carbonizing and disintegrating under the intense heat. A complete and utter catastrophe. The sky was like a burning downpour. One after another, charred and twisted remains fell from the churning fire clouds. The bald eagles crashed heavily to the ground, disintegrating into countless dim points of light before finally vanishing completely into the air without leaving a trace. The Tier 3 flying units, representing status and power, were completely wiped out in less than 10 seconds. Only the lingering smell of burning remained at the breach in the wall, and Lin Sheng's figure was frighteningly calm. And on the other side, Carl's face was completely drained of color, filled with despair and madness. Chapter 73 Death in the Shadows. The Baron beside him stared in disbelief. He glanced at the few people around him, then decisively ran far away, found a place to crouch down with his hands on his head, so as not to interfere with the battle between the big shots. That's terrifying. Luckily, I didn't offend Lin Sheng back then. If Lin Sheng had won, wouldn't he have come after me? However, he also kept his promise made at the banquet. He saw Serenia at the gate just now, but he pretended not to see her, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. It's all the women around me who are causing trouble. Maybe we should hand her over. The Baron glanced at the woman beside him who was more trouble than she was worth. If you kill her, you can't kill me, okay? What? The two lords watching from a distance widened their eyes and exclaimed in surprise. 1 second they had the advantage, the next second the situation completely reversed. Those were Tier 3 units, and they were wiped out in one wave. The post was filled with exclamations of surprise, and it immediately caused a stir. What? What's going on? Wipe out an entire Tier 3 unit in one wave? That's outrageous. That person's unit type is one I've never seen before. Even the most comprehensive unit encyclopedia in the library doesn't record it. Could it be a hidden unit type? Hee, those who mocked others got slapped in the face, didn't they? If you don't understand what others are doing, just shut up and stop making a fool of yourself here. Come on, you who were just mocking me for being an idiot, come out here. Now it's your turn to be the idiot. Where's Brother Zhao Xiao? Why isn't he saying anything? This guy is amazing. Brother? You should address me as boss. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to grind his bones to dust. Carl's roar was distorted by extreme anger, his face turned a deep liver color, veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked like a man. Under the layers of protection of the magical puppets, he completely disregarded his own consumption and frantically drew upon the mana within his body. The staff emitted a chilling, blindingly bright white light, like a miniature sun, and the terrifying energy made the air hum unbearably. The 10 white spirits unleashed their attacks on the magic puppet, causing some damage, but they were unable to break through the defenses in a short time. Retreat! Lin Sheng decisively gave the order, and the white spirits withdrew from the breach in the wall like a receding tide. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, and the throwing knife flew out with a whistling sound, shattering the arcane eye in the sky and completely interrupting the enemies spying on what lay behind the wall. Damn it! He's trying to escape! Carl was even more certain that Lin Sheng was going to run away, and he jumped up and down in a panic, roaring at Morton. Quickly! Send men over there! We can't let them escape! Morton remained silent for a few seconds with a gloomy expression, then gritted his teeth and sent 2 puppets to search for the situation at the breach. It's just to provide a view, not to attack. After all, the arcane golem is a shield guard, which is slow and lacks the ability to charge. If you send them to deal with ranged units, they'll be kited to death by the enemy. Of course, Morton sent out puppets to defend against Carl's side. He would never put himself in danger, no matter what. If it weren't for the severe punishment from the Mage Tower if the mission failed, Morton would have already considered retreating and running away. The arcane golem has not yet gotten close. A familiar cloud of ice mist surged forth once more, precisely covering the gap and completely sealing off the passage. Damn it! Carl was so angry he almost vomited blood, pointing at the ice mist and roaring. He must have some kind of treasure that quickly restores mana. Otherwise, the units couldn't have used their skills again so quickly. What kind of monster is this? A treasure for camouflage units, a treasure for countering flying units, and a treasure for restoring mana. When did precious strategic treasures become as readily available as wholesale goods? The 2 of them had worked in the Mage Tower for over 30 years and had never even touched a single D-grade alchemical artifact. Without aerial visibility, they were completely helpless in the face of this icy fog and unknown ruins. Carl had to dispel the spell he was about to unleash, conserving some of his mana. The 2 of them regretted it. It seems like I shouldn't have offended that guy. On the other side of the wall, a long-range reconnaissance spell silently flew into the sky. Lin Sheng's gaze passed through the icy mist and landed precisely on Carl, who was protected by a large number of puppets. He had absolutely no intention of escaping. The battle between the different unit types is over. Now it's time to show you how the rogue class can perform on the battlefield. Lin Sheng's figure, like an ink dot merging into a river, instantly became blurred and transparent. His invisibility spell hasn't cooled down yet, but he still has the stealth skill. Shooting down the arcane eye was not only to prevent the enemy from scouting, but also to create an opportunity to use stealth. Using the shadows of the ruins and the shadows cast by the towering bodies of the magic puppets, Lin Sheng leaped and flashed at high speed at the boundary between light and darkness, like a ghost without substance. His movements were swift, silent, and incredibly fluid, each step landing in a blind spot. Like death in the shadows. In just a few breaths, Lin Sheng ghost-like bypassed the guarding magic puppets and silently approached Carl's back. Morton seemed to sense a very faint discord, but when he turned around in confusion, he found nothing. Carl was in a fit of rage and completely oblivious to the deadly threat behind him. Thanks to Serenia, when she unleashed her domain, she disrupted the opponent's spatial sealing spell. Morton tried to escape, but was stopped by ice barrier and a return stone. Lin Sheng had no dispel skills and couldn't interrupt him. Serenia countered with a spell, breaking the ice barrier. Leave him to me! Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng stopped wielding his dagger and kicked him away with a flying kick. Lin Sheng's figure suddenly appeared in the shadows behind Carl. The dagger in his right hand, held in reverse, gleamed with an extremely dark and cold light, and swiftly slashed towards Carl's vulnerable neck. Throat slit, silent skill. Carl felt a chill in his throat, and a strong feeling of suffocation and magical blockage instantly came over him. His eyes widened in terror, clutching his bleeding throat like a duck being choked, unable to make a sound or muster any magical power. This attack was not fatal. The physical enhancement brought by his high level is enough to ensure that he won't die even if his throat is cut off. Lin Sheng already knew this, and had made preparations accordingly. Carl suffered a fatal attack, which automatically activated the protective magic on his robes. A shield suddenly opened and violently pushed Lin Sheng away. "Enemy attack! Protect him!" Morton reacted instantly. At the command, the surrounding magical golems clumsily turned around, raised their shields, and charged towards Lin Sheng. In the blink of an eye, dark black runes suddenly appeared on Lin Sheng's leather armor. A dense, inky dark energy erupted instantly, wrapping around his body and dagger. Shadow Strike, activated. A cold glint flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes. The erosion effect of the dark attribute is best suited for breaking through defenses. His right hand transformed into a phantom, relentlessly striking the same point on the shield. Dark energy and magical shields clashed violently. The shield emitted a piercing wail of unbearable strain, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared at the point of impact, spreading rapidly at a visible speed. 1 second! The shield shattered. Carl's protective magic, which saved his life, lasted only a second. Chapter 74 High-Altitude Assassination. Lin Sheng didn't pause at all. The moment the shield shattered, his body, like a spring fully charged, used the momentum of his forward thrust to deliver a powerful blow to Carl's back. The next steps are a backstab, a kidney strike, and a bone-scraping attack. The final blow pierced Carl's back. It went straight through his heart. Even high-level professionals have formidable physical abilities, but they absolutely cannot withstand such a combo. Heh. Carl's pupils suddenly dilated to their limit, filled with extreme pain, fear, and disbelief. He clutched his neck, struggling to turn around, only to see a pair of cold eyes. Lin Sheng twisted his wrist, and the dagger cruelly pierced Carl's heart, utterly extinguishing his life. Strangulate. All of this happened in less than 2 seconds. The magical puppet had only just reached him. "Carl!" Morton's eyes widened, his voice filled with terror. "He's dead. A hero died just like that." He simply couldn't believe his eyes. A level 20 elite mage tower was easily killed like a chicken by a mere thief right in the center of the troop's protective circle. What if his target is me? Then I'll die too. A tremendous fear gripped his heart. This completely overturned his understanding. Everyone who witnessed this was deeply moved. If Lin Sheng chooses to run away, they will not be surprised at all. At most, they will praise Lin Sheng's ability to escape. To escape alive from a high-ranking hero is already a remarkable feat. But Lin Sheng chose to fight back against a much stronger opponent. And he succeeded. That's a bit shocking. The two lords watched with trepidation, and were very glad that they were just slacking off and hadn't rushed to the front line to show off. Killing a level 20 mage hero is as easy as eating and drinking, so wouldn't killing a noob like myself be even easier? The highest ranking lord in the leaderboard is only level 10. So this person is definitely not above level 10. Level 10? This is a level 10 rogue. A level 10 rogue, amidst a sea of enemies, can take the head of a level 20 mage as easily as taking candy from a baby, and still escape unscathed? Although thieves are naturally good against mages, they've never seen a counterkill that can overcome a level difference of 10. This is just like a myth, killing one person in 10 steps and leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. The thread was completely silent. Lin Sheng's performance was somewhat beyond their comprehension. This led some people to question the authenticity of the post. Is this an act, or was it hired by the thief to promote his own reputation? This person was then subjected to a barrage of criticism. How could someone hire 2 level 20 mage heroes to put on a show? And even destroy a squad of tier 3 ranged flying units? With that kind of ability, what can't you do? Why would you need to act? The Lord system allows you to take photos and videos, but it doesn't have photo editing or fake content creation features. All the pictures and videos uploaded to posts are genuine. That's terrifying. We've only been in this world for a few days. How come you're killing people of a higher level as if they were chickens? Who exactly is this lord? Lin Sheng killed Carl, but also put himself in danger. In just 2 seconds, the magical puppets had already formed a circle. At Morton's command, they raised their shields and daggers, closing in from all sides with a crushing force. They moved to surround and block Lin Sheng. The powerful wind stirred up by the magical puppet made Lin Sheng's bangs dance wildly and his clothes flutter in the wind. Bang! With a deafening, muffled thud, several heavy round shields collided solidly, sending up a cloud of dust from the shockwave. The circular shield formation is complete. The thief did not escape. We won! Morton was overjoyed and almost burst out laughing. Under such combined attack, let alone a fragile rogue, even a level 20 warrior would perish. Let's see where you can run to. Morton could almost see the bloody scene of Lin Sheng being crushed into mincemeat. Once that thief is dead, I'll be safe. The puppets all raised their short swords and slashed fiercely at Lin Sheng. The short sword tore Lin Sheng's body apart. However, the next second, Lin Sheng's figure suddenly became blurry and transparent, and then silently disappeared into the air. A clone technique? Morton's smile froze instantly, and his pupils contracted to pinpoints. A chilling sensation instantly shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. How is that possible? The clone's aura, movements, and even eyes were incredibly realistic. He couldn't find a single flaw, not even the true sight spell he had enhanced himself. This is definitely not an ordinary clone technique. At the same time, a barely perceptible arcane ripple quietly spread out directly above Morton. At the same moment Lin Sheng used arcane leap, he released a phantom clone to deceive others. Lin Sheng's figure descended fiercely from the ripples in the sky. He pounced down towards Morton's head. A black cloak billowed behind him as he descended silently from the sky like a ghost, aiming with pinpoint accuracy at Morton's skull. The movement was succinct yet deadly. High-altitude jump kill. Morton caught a familiar magical fluctuation above his head, looked up, and was terrified. Arcane leap? That's it. The talent that the test subject just unleashed broke through the spatial ceiling magic. This guy had already planned it all out. He uses a special clone ability to distract himself, while the real him uses arcane teleportation to ambush him. Facing the chilling light overhead, so close it felt like the kiss of death, Morton no longer held back. The chilling aura of death is almost upon us. His survival instinct drove him to unleash all his magical power. Get out of my way! Morton roared, swinging his staff heavily. A ring of scorching, violent flames exploded outwards from him, crimson tongues of fire licking the air. At the same time, a thick layer of stone armor, shimmering with an earthy yellow light, instantly covered his entire body as if it were alive. Ring of flames, stone armor. Instant double protection. This is his trump card for survival. Killing a mage who hasn't been silenced is by no means easy. The scorching airwaves slammed into Lin Sheng, mitigating the force of his falling attack. Lin Sheng's dagger scraped against the stone armor, leaving a trail of dazzling sparks, but he failed to achieve his goal. He used a nimble backflip to land steadily a few meters away, his eyes still as cold as ever. Although he had repelled the first wave of deadly assassinations, Morton's back was soaked with cold sweat, and his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to explode. Without the slightest hesitation, Morton once again activated the mage's life-saving magic. Flash! His figure vanished from his original spot in an instant, reappearing at the other end of the street, in a relatively safe corner, more than 30 meters away from Lin Sheng. Morton's heart was pounding wildly and he couldn't calm it down. The horrific scene of Carl's death seemed to be right before his eyes. He dared not let the thief come near him again. He even felt a pang of regret. Fuck, I shouldn't have taken this mission. Chapter 75 Hee hee, I want to live. The onlookers were so shocked they were speechless, Thieves can use arcane teleportation? It must be the effect of a treasure or equipment. Just how many tricks does this guy have up his sleeve? At least gold quality equipment. Gold? I don't even have any basic, common equipment, and someone has already gotten gold equipment? What kind of clone skill is this? It can even move? It's just like the real thing. Compared to it, our clone skills are just stupid, utterly useless. What's most terrifying is his control over timing. He used the clone and the teleportation almost simultaneously. If it weren't for the level advantage being sensed, he would have almost fooled that mage hero. His control over the rhythm of battle and his mastery of skill combos are incredible. Damn it, we're all human, how can he be this strong? Is this even human? It's ridiculously strong. Accept your fate. The world is not lacking in such amazing talents, geniuses born to inspire despair. On sight. Morton, still shaken, brandished his staff. Spatial anchoring. The means to completely eliminate any spatial displacement of the other party. Then. Magic puppet! Crush him! At all costs! Morton roared at the top of his lungs. His mental energy surged out wildly, remotely controlling all the magical puppets, which once again pounced on Lin Sheng, who had landed. He must be killed. Must. Only in this way can he feel at ease. Interrogation about whereabouts or completing the mission are no longer important. Your own safety is the most important thing. The magical puppets turned and charged in unison, blocking Lin Sheng and Morton's path. Their heavy footsteps made the whole street groan. Like a torrent of steel, it blocked the entire street. Lin Sheng has run out of tricks left. Stealth skill is on cooldown. Stealth cannot be used in combat. Even so, there was no panic in Lin Sheng's eyes, only a calm that showed he was in complete control. Just as the steel torrent was about to crash into him, Lin Sheng made his move. Instead of running away, he transformed into a blur and charged forward. He brought out the thief's agility to the extreme. A magical puppet raised a short sword and swept across with immense force to intercept Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's body suddenly leaned back, and the blade of the short sword, carrying a whistling wind, almost grazed the tip of his nose. The other two puppets pounced forward, their heavy metal bodies overwhelming, trying to use their size advantage to overwhelm Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his body shot out like an arrow, escaping from the shadow of that huge steel body. Boom! A deep crater was smashed into the spot. The encirclement by the magical golems is relentless. Lin Sheng maneuvered among the steel behemoths, showcasing his agility to the fullest. Every roll and slide was exquisitely precise. He could even get closer to Morton. The onlookers, including the Lord, were dumbfounded, their hearts pounding in their throats. Holy crap! How is it possible to dodge this? This actually works? Theoretically, his physical abilities are sufficient, but wouldn't he be nervous? Wouldn't he make even the slightest mistake? Lin Sheng did not make a single mistake. Because he knew the attack patterns and blind spots of the magic puppets like the back of his hand. In his previous life, after receiving the mission to purify the fallen mage tower, he spent almost a whole year grinding monsters in the mage tower, and the magic golem was the most common type of unit in the mage tower. He knows it by heart, so well that he could dodge it with his eyes closed. Seeing that things were not going well, Morton raised his staff and began to chant a spell. They planned to cover the entire street with powerful magic. Blast this thief to smithereens. As for the residents in the surrounding area who didn't have time to evacuate, consider them unlucky. Now! A cold glint flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes. Bai Ling had already silently moved to the optimal shooting position, condensing a ball of magical light, ready to unleash her attack. The target is Morton, who is concentrating intently on casting a spell. Lin Sheng had already predicted the approximate landing point of his flash spell. The reason for maneuvering within the magic puppet was to buy time for Bai Ling to reposition herself. Lin Sheng gave the order. Attack! 10 condensed orbs of light to the extreme tore through the air and shot fiercely at Morton in the corner from a tricky angle, blocking all his space to dodge. What? Morton's screams were filled with terror, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected that, in such intense close combat, Lin Sheng would still be able to concentrate on commanding the troops in the distance to launch such a precise and fatal attack. Morton had no puppets around him, and it was too late for him to defend. A life-or-death situation. Morton forcibly interrupted his spellcasting, enduring the damage from the mana reversal, and switched to casting a defensive skill. Earth Barrier. A thick, earthen yellow stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking his way. Bang! 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 A series of impacts rang out, and the solid stone wall trembled violently under the barrage of light, sending rubble flying everywhere. The stone wall was teetering on the brink of collapse, but it managed to block most of the light spheres. Morton hid behind the stone wall, his blood surging and his spirits pounding. Suddenly, I found myself in a dead end? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would be dead by now. No! I must retreat immediately. Although it's embarrassing to be scared away by a low-level thief, it's better to be embarrassed than to lose your life. This guy is terrifying. He was scheming from beginning to end, and I almost got myself into a dead end. Using the stone wall as cover, Morton pulled a town portal scroll from the hero space. Return scrolls only apply to the individual player. Morton is prepared to cut his losses and abandon all his troops. Although his heart was bleeding with pain. You have everything as long as you're alive. I must survive. Morton crushed the return scroll in his hand, and the light of the return enveloped him. The short loading screen for returning to base, which only took a few seconds, seemed to last an eternity at that moment. On the other side. Without the hero's control, the magic puppets rely on basic intelligence to fight, inevitably becoming disorganized and sluggish. Lin Sheng had anticipated this moment. He seized the opportunity and successfully broke through the magic puppet's defenses. But it was too late. The two were separated only by a crumbling, cracked stone wall. However, this prevented Lin Sheng from interrupting him with his throwing knife skill. Just then, an arcane missile came flying from behind Morton. In Morton's horrified gaze, the light of the return scroll was interrupted, cutting off his last escape route. It's you! Morton's lips twisted in anger as he turned to look at the culprit. Serenia occultus! Serenia's eyes were as cold as ice. She would never forget that warm, sunny afternoon when that group of guys in mage tower robes stormed into her house. With just one word of refusal from their mother, they caused her to fall forever in a pool of blood. The older sister unleashed all her magical power to teleport her out of the house, thus saving her own life. Now is the time for her to take revenge. Go to hell! Arcane Blast. Chapter 76 Morton, the kill is complete. A few minutes ago, Serenia drank the potion given to her by Lin Sheng. Almost instantly, her physical condition returned to its peak. That idiot, giving away such a precious potion so easily! Serenia held the bottle tightly, sweetly complaining as she quickly adjusted her state. The medicine can only heal the body, but cannot make up for the weakness of the soul brought about by awakening. She wanted to live and die with Lin Sheng, but she couldn't become a burden to him. Serenia rested briefly before rushing over. She was initially very worried about Lin Sheng's safety, but when she saw the scene, she was so shocked that her mouth dropped open, like a frightened kitten. Just a few minutes ago, the scene was not like this. The enemy came on strong, with their troops and legions overwhelming them, making them unmatched. And now, Carl was dead, his body lying in the middle of the street. The lightning hawk vanished without a trace. It must have been wiped out. Morton was also driven to the brink of despair, cowering behind the stone wall, barely clinging to life. Did Lin Sheng do all this by himself? That guy who kept saying he wanted to make me a general is ridiculously strong. Despite being at a disadvantage in both level and unit type, they achieved a near-total annihilation of the enemy. Serenia was thus greatly relieved. Then, she noticed that Morton was trying to escape and decisively stopped him. Now! Arcane burst exploded with a deafening roar. The joy of revenge filled her heart. The stone wall shattered instantly, dust filled the sky, and debris flew everywhere. After the smoke cleared, Morton's figure was revealed. He erected a thick layer of floating rock magic shield, forcefully blocking the attack. Floating rock spell shield. A must-learn skill for tortoise-shell mage builds. Before your armor is depleted, the rock shield will automatically defend against all ranged attacks. This elemental mage doesn't covet powerful spells. He also has a multitude of top-notch survival methods. Given the level difference, Serenia, who is not level 10, cannot break through the floating rock magic shield for the time being. But there was no longer a stone wall between Morton and Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng had already locked onto Morton's figure, his legs slightly bent, concentrating all his strength and speed into one point. Thrust. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of the enemy in the blink of an eye. A gleaming dagger was in front of him, piercing the weak point of the floating rock magic shield. The surprise attack skill will increase the power of the attack based on the distance of the displacement. Break! A deep, sharp shout rang out. Boom! The floating rock spell shield shattered instantly. Lin Sheng, filled with an indomitable killing intent, his dagger gleaming coldly, charged forward. In Morton's terrified pupils, only that one rapidly enlarging, dark, and cold glint remained. He desperately tried to raise his hand, to cast the spell, but it was all too late. Counterspell. Serenia raised her staff, silencing him instantly. Lin Sheng's dagger pierced Morton's throat. Throat slit. Silence. That's it. With their perfect teamwork, Serenia and Lin Sheng delivered the decisive blow to Morton. In a silent state, the mage is nothing more than a sitting duck. Morton's body stiffened abruptly, his pupils filled with fear and regret. Lin Sheng coldly twisted his wrist, pulled out the dagger, and plunged it into the top of his head. Strangulate. Chisel. Warm blood mixed with brain matter spurted out like a fountain, staining the ground red. Morton, kill complete. Lin Sheng didn't even glance at the slumped corpse. He twirled the blood-stained dagger between his fingers, flicked away the blood, and sheathed it with a backhand motion. The entire street fell into a deathly silence. Lin Sheng stood silently, like the only grim reaper on this bloody battlefield. All that remained was the heavy metallic scraping sound of the magic puppet standing blankly, having lost its command, and the suppressed gasps of the onlookers in the distance. The two lords exchanged a glance, then stealthily turned and ran away. This killer is not someone to mess with. If you've already killed the hero of the Mage Tower, you can't kill yourself, right? After all, we didn't do anything, we just hid here and watched the excitement. That's not a crime punishable by death. In the chat interface, this rapidly rising post attracted a lot of attention, and the information spread like wildfire. Lin Sheng demonstrated, like a textbook, how a thief should fight in a war between different types of units in this world. Unlike mages who can use fixed turrets to support troops with firepower, thieves do not have such abilities. They are also not as good as priests, who can use spells to heal their companions and troops. They can't even lead the charge like warriors and berserkers. The thief's professional strategy is to silence the opponent's strongest point. Do you possess magic to turn the tide of battle, or extraordinary treasures? But I'm sorry, you don't have a chance to use it. Leaders of numerous organizations flocked to this thread. They frantically sought Lin Sheng's name and contact information. Even if we can't recruit him into the organization, we should still let him train our team and learn some experience. Lin Sheng glanced at the two furtive lords. Stop. He simply said something, and the two lords instantly froze, turning around with mournful faces. They didn't even dare to think about running away. Boss, we absolutely didn't participate in this. We were just helping out and loafing around. Please spare our lives since we're from the same hometown. We don't have much money on us. This 1,000 gold coins is all we have. Please have mercy on us. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, wondering if he was really that ruthless. Are you afraid of me? The two nodded quickly, glancing at the corpses of the two sorcerers on the ground. Although we've only met a few minutes ago, do you think we don't know how fierce you are? Killing high-level mage heroes is as easy as killing chickens. Who would dare to mess with you? Lin Sheng waved his hand and said, Forget it, I don't want to make things difficult for you. I just need you to help me deliver a message to the Tower Master of the Mage Tower. Let him wash his neck and wait, live well, and in less than a year, I will go and settle accounts with them. The two nodded repeatedly, indicating that they understood. Don't worry, boss, we'll definitely deliver the message for you and then immediately exit the Mage Tower. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This young man is teachable. He sent these two back to deliver a message, not just to make threats, but more to provoke the Tower Master of the Mage Tower. In pursuit of power, the Tower Master is conducting a dangerous experiment involving the chaotic Black Tide. A year later, the experiment went out of control and caused all the members of the Mage Tower to fall into monsters. Lin Sheng doesn't mind helping him speed things up now. Words may not be effective, but it's worth a shot, no matter what. If this guy is petty and gets angry in a moment, he might speed up the experiment in order to gain power, which would save him a lot of trouble. Even though he carefully planned every step and changed the tragic ending of his previous life. A year later, once Lin Sheng's territory has developed, he will lead a large army to avenge Serenia and the innocent people who died in the Mage Tower. A notorious, anthropomorphic force that uses its territory's inhabitants for experiments. They must be eradicated if they must be eradicated. Otherwise, Goddess Asha would have wasted her time traveling. Chapter 77. You knew you were going to die. A familiar figure dressed in fine clothes stumbled over like a startled rabbit. It was Baron Ebes. His face was pale, his cheeks trembled with fear, and large beads of sweat rolled down his hair, yet he still had to force a fawning smile. He wanted to escape as far away as possible. But reason told him he couldn't escape. His property, the territory where he had ruled with such power, was all here. Once he leaves this land, this nominal baron is less than a stray dog. My lord! Your esteemed lord! The baron was still 7 or 8 steps away from Lin Sheng when he suddenly knelt down on the ground with a thud. His knee slammed into the gravel, and though he winced in pain, he dared not utter a sound. He bent over even lower, his forehead almost touching the ground, his voice trembling with tears. My lord, please understand. I absolutely kept my promise at the banquet. I didn't dare cause you the slightest trouble. It was all this woman's doing. The baron pointed behind him. His 2 female swordsmen stepped forward, expressionless, and escorted a disheveled woman to the front. It was Lady Lydia. The soldiers showed no mercy, throwing Lydia down at Lin Sheng's feet as if she were a piece of trash. Ah! Lydia let out a short cry of pain, her hair completely disheveled, her expensive skirt covered in dust, and her neckline revealing a dazzling expanse of white and a deep cleavage. Her body trembled with fear, and her makeup was a mess. The baron glanced cautiously at Lin Sheng's expression and hurriedly explained. It's her! It's that vicious idiot! She made baseless accusations in front of Lord Mage Tower. It was all her doing, it has nothing to do with me. This scourge is now at your disposal, sir. Kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. After saying this, the baron kowtowed heavily again, his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Lydia's face was ashen, but her strong will to survive made her crawl on all fours to Lin Sheng's feet and passionately kiss the tips of his boots. My lord, spare me! I know I was wrong! I really know I was wrong! Lin Sheng remained expressionless, only his eyebrows were slightly raised. You say you know you were wrong? She tilted her head back, her face still faintly showing traces of her former beauty, and looked at Lin Sheng with teary eyes, her gaze filled with explicit innuendo. Yes, sir, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes. I will never let you down. After saying that, she hugged Lin Sheng's calves, deliberately using her exceptionally full and bouncy breasts to tightly wrap and squeeze Lin Sheng's calves. "I can do anything for you. Anything at all." Her voice carried a nauseatingly sweet, panting quality. She rubbed her body vigorously, trying to impress the man in front of her with her assets. Lin Sheng remained expressionless, simply taking a half step back indifferently, pulling his leg away from that soft embrace. "Sorry, I'm not interested in vicious, stupid women. In fact, the smell of them makes me want to vomit." "And? Do you know you were wrong? Do you know you're going to die?" He looked down at the woman, who was displaying such a disgraceful behavior, his voice calm and utterly emotionless. "Don't worry, I'll treat you with dignity." "Decent?" Lydia stopped crying instantly, and a morbid ecstasy even appeared on her face. He softened. He's a man after all. He couldn't bear to part with her. Countless images flashed through her mind in an instant, and she was already planning what position to use to serve him tonight. "This gentleman is also very handsome. I've really hit the jackpot. Once I've conquered him with my experience and taken over his territory, I'll find a way to take his power into my own hands." Just like she does. She suppressed her joy, her body even involuntarily twisting slightly, as if she were rehearsing in advance. Lin Sheng reached for the dagger at his waist with his right hand. With a short, clear sound of the sword being drawn, a flash of cold light, so fast it defied visual perception. The cold, sharp glint of light flashed like a venomous snake's tongue and disappeared in an instant. He then slowly added the second half of the sentence. "I'll leave you a dignified corpse, with everything intact." Lydia's ecstasy froze instantly, replaced by utter bewilderment and disbelief. She instinctively raised her hand and covered her throat. A red line quietly appeared, and warm blood gushed out from between the fingers. Her eyes widened in terror, almost bulging out, filled with fear of death and extreme resentment at the loss of her life. "No! How could I die? I haven't even poisoned that old man yet, and taken his title and fortune. I haven't enjoyed enough of my riches and honors. How could I just—" Her thoughts were like a kite with a broken string. Her body lost all strength, and she collapsed heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. Only those empty, wide-open eyes still held the last traces of resentment and bitterness from his life. The two lords who hadn't gone far were secretly observing, and they were terrified. "Such a beautiful woman, and you just killed her like that? Without even a second thought. He truly is a ruthless and decisive killer." Luckily, the two of them didn't provoke him. Lin Sheng raised his head and glanced at the Baron, who was kneeling on the ground trembling like a leaf. That gaze almost made the Baron lose control of his bladder on the spot. "You killed her, you don't intend to kill me too, do you?" Finally, Lin Sheng's gaze passed over him and landed on the rooftop in the distance. He gently waved in that direction. On a distant rooftop, Serenia pursed her lips, her small nose wrinkled slightly, then nodded her head in satisfaction and waved her staff. "This idiot wasn't seduced by beauty, his stance is quite firm. I'll barely give him a perfect score." Flash! With a flash of light, Serenia's figure appeared gracefully beside Lin Sheng. Without the slightest hesitation, she rushed into Lin Sheng's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, carrying the fragrance of gardenias. The Baron wisely scurried away, managing to control his body without making a sound, comparable to a top-tier stealth operator. Serenia hugged Lin Sheng tightly, burying her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. The worry, tension, and inexplicable anger I felt when I saw Lydia seducing someone all transformed into a sense of relief at having regained what I had lost. Lin Sheng felt the girl in his arms trembling slightly, and gently stroked her back with a soothing touch. He could feel her rapid heartbeat gradually calming down, and her soft body pressed against him gradually relaxing. After a long while, Serenia's muffled voice came from his chest, with a barely perceptible nasal tone. "This is just a normal celebration between teammates, that's right. Don't get the wrong idea." Hearing the girl in his arms stubbornly refusing to admit her mistake, Lin Sheng couldn't help but smile. Such a stubborn cat is quite amusing. It makes you want to tease it. A gentle autumn breeze blew by, lifting the hem of the clothes of the two people embracing. Chapter 78. Here, the contract is established. Fool. Lin Sheng looked down, and could only see the top of her smooth silver hair. It's filthy. Serenia looked up, deliberately putting on a stern face. A trace of moisture remained in her golden eyes, and her cheeks were slightly flushed from burying her head in her hands. She stretched out her slender fingers and carefully ran them over the bloodstains on Lin Sheng's body. Only after confirming that it was not a wound did she breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Sheng smiled and asked softly, "Are you worried about me?" No, I didn't." Serenia jumped out of Lin Sheng's arms, her gaze wandering around before settling on Lin Sheng's left hand. On his ring finger, he wore the same faceless one's ring as himself. They looked just like matching couple accessories. She was startled by her own thoughts and abruptly lowered her head. My heart was beating a little faster, my cheeks were starting to flush, and it felt like steam was about to rise from the top of my head. "Serenia!" Lin Sheng called softly. "Huh? Serenia raised her head blankly and looked at Lin Sheng. "Let me clean up the scene first, wait for me." Lin Sheng led the White Spirit Legion toward the out-of-control steel golems. After a hero dies, the unit will become like a monster. If they aren't cleared out, the town will suffer. "I'll help you." Serenia waved her staff and caught up with Lin Sheng. After a little time, all the surviving magical golems on site were converted into experience points. Serenia's level has reached level 8, and she is still a little short of breaking through level 10. After clearing out the magic golems, the two went to rest and recuperate. Serenia followed beside Lin Sheng, her long silver hair swaying gently with each step. Her fair fingers unconsciously caressed the ring on her ring finger, while her mind was in turmoil. Idiot! Why aren't you asking yet? Just now, when I ignited the hero's flame and awakened my talent, there was a fluctuation. He's so perceptive, he must have sensed it, right? Didn't he notice? She stole a glance at Lin Sheng beside her. He was staring straight ahead, seemingly lost in thought, his profile appearing somewhat hard in the setting sun. "I'm so anxious. Am I supposed to just say it? That's way too forward." But... Serenia took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. Lin Sheng noticed that she had stopped, so he stopped as well and turned back to look at her with a hint of confusion. "What's wrong?" Serenia did not answer immediately. She first slightly raised her small chin, trying to appear calm. Then he straightened his back and faced Lin Sheng with a confident posture. This movement accentuated her already graceful figure, her full breasts drawing a beautiful arc beneath her mage robes. "Ahem!" She cleared her throat, trying to maintain her composure. She turned slightly to the side, placing her hands on either side of her slender waist, allowing the light of the setting sun to better outline her figure, showing everything about herself to Lin Sheng. Her intentions are obvious. Look at me, you idiot! See what's different about me. Didn't you feel it? That power! I succeeded. I ignited the flame of heroism. I am a hero now. Hurry! Right now! Invite me to sign the contract. Don't just stand there. Lin Sheng, ? Seeing her puff out her chest and hold her head high, looking like a proud little peacock saying, "Come and praise me!" Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept over her delicate cheeks, slightly flushed with nervousness and anticipation, over her strikingly bright golden eyes, and finally settled on her chest, which she was trying to straighten out. Well, although it can't compare to a fully developed elf princess, it's still not to be underestimated. It's already taking shape. He was silent for a few seconds, then a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "Does your chest hurt?" Serenia. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Chest my foot. You idiot, you big idiot. You blockhead. You're making me so angry." Serenia abruptly lowered her hand and stomped her foot in exasperation. "Idiot! Lin Sheng! You slow-witted big idiot!" She practically yelled it out, her voice trembling with sobs. You bastard, were you lying to me about everything you said before? Sorry, I was just joking with you. Lin Sheng, at a loss, comforted the girl. Of course I know that you have completed the path of a hero, ignited the flame of heroism, and fulfilled your promise. I just wanted to at least sign the contract with you in a formal setting. Idiot! Serenia mustered her courage, grabbed Lin Sheng's collar, and bared her little tiger teeth in a threatening gesture. Now! Immediately! Right now! Serenia blushed, but still stubbornly raised her head and stared intently at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng lowered his head slightly, their faces almost touching, and they could clearly feel each other's breath. Looking at her nervous yet expectant expression, gazing into her watery eyes, Lin Sheng's expression became extremely serious. Serenia, are you willing to sign a contract with me, become my hero, and fight alongside me? Are you willing to entrust your future to me and walk with me? Lin Sheng bowed slightly like a gentleman, extending his right hand to Serenia with his palm facing upwards in invitation. Serenia felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. The anger I felt earlier vanished instantly, replaced by immense joy and satisfaction. She tried hard to suppress the upturned corners of her mouth, wanting to maintain a bit of the hero's composure and dignity. But that smile couldn't be hidden, it bloomed on her face like a snow lotus in full bloom. Serenia solemnly placed her right hand in Lin Sheng's palm and slightly raised her chin. Although she tried to make her voice sound calm and firm, a hint of excited vibrato still lingered at the end. Humph! Since you've invited me so sincerely. She paused, her golden eyes gleaming with the brightest light, and said, word by word. I, Serenia, accept your invitation. In the name of heroes, I will stand beside you, forever. The moment she finished speaking, the heroic fire in her soul suddenly shone brighter. The warm light danced and entered Lin Sheng's body, intertwining with his soul. An invisible spiritual link was quietly established, leaving an anchor point deep within the spiritual connection between the two. Therefore, the contract is established. From this day forward, we will bask in the same sky and share the same glory. Never betray, never abandon. May our souls intertwine until the end of death. Serenia felt a deep connection to her soul, and an indescribable warmth flowed through her body. She opened her eyes and looked into Lin Sheng's smiling eyes, which were so close to hers. The courage I had just felt vanished, replaced by a belated surge of overwhelming shyness. Idiot! What are you looking at? She abruptly pulled her hand back, covered her burning cheeks, and turned to run away. Let's go. Chapter 79 God-level talent? Serenia. Race, human. Class, mage. Level 8. Loyalty, 100, never betray, will stand by you through thick and thin. Talent, absolute forbidden law, God level. A God level talent? Lin Sheng's eyes widened suddenly. Shouldn't it be a legendary magic-suppressing domain? How did it evolve into a God-level domain? What's wrong? Serenia stopped in her tracks, her clear voice carrying a hint of doubt, pulling him back to reality. She tilted her head, her golden eyes clearly reflecting Lin Sheng's face. Lin Sheng took a deep breath and smiled with genuine amazement. I just have to say, Serenia, your talent is truly amazing. Serenia smiled with narrowed eyes at the straightforward praise, like a kitten being stroked, and subconsciously straightened her back. Her small, delicate nose was slightly upturned with pride, and her face wore a bright, smug smile. Of course. I'm very capable. I'll definitely be a great help to you in the future. As she spoke, she waved her little fist, as if to prove her strength. Yes, Serenia is amazing. Lin Sheng smiled and agreed, but his eyes became more profound. Looking at the vibrant, proud girl in front of me, full of expectations for the future. Then, comparing that to my memories of the ruthless and proud Abyss Queen from my previous life. The stark contrast left him with mixed feelings. In her previous life, Serenia did not meet Lin Sheng. She was on the run, wandering from place to place, and her body and mind were in a state of extreme weakness. In order to survive, she forcibly activated her talent to fight against her enemies. Like squeezing the last bit of life out of a desert, she successfully awakened, but what she awakened was a talent whose potential had been exhausted. A defective product with tremendous power. In this life, Lin Sheng had prepared nourishing food long ago, originally just to help her recover her health. With tireless daily feeding, the precious ingredients, like a gentle stream, silently nourished Serenia's depleted body. They restored her depleted potential and brought her to her optimal state. This also allowed her to truly and perfectly awaken that terrifying talent under extreme pressure. Absolute forbidden law. God-level talent. So, the only problem now is... Lin Sheng's gaze fell on Serenia's loyalty, which was a high 100 points and shimmered with pure golden light. I wonder if my legendary talent is enough to replicate the power belonging to the realm of gods? Forget it, why not give it a try and see? Lin Sheng's mind raced, and he no longer hesitated. Talent activated. Copy! A strange fluctuation, seemingly touching the very foundation of the world's rules, spread out from Lin Sheng in an extremely subtle way, instantly sweeping over Serenia. The fluctuation came quickly and went even faster, so quickly that even Serenia, who was right next to it, was completely unaware of it. Copy successful. A vast and boundless torrent of power surged into the depths of Lin Sheng's soul. This power is immense and profound, filled with majesty. It's as if it holds the power to set the rules. Lin Sheng subconsciously raised his hands, his gaze falling on his palms. He could clearly sense that a law powerful enough to silence even the gods was quietly lurking within his will. Absolute forbidden law, God level. With absolute prohibition, all flow of magic power within the area is sealed off, affecting all skills, equipment, treasures, and troop types. The scope of its application has undergone a qualitative leap. It no longer simply targets magic, but goes straight to the root, sealing off the core energy. Any entity that operates based on the concept of magic power will be completely stripped away and reduced to silence within the realm of absolute prohibitions. This completely compensates for Serenia's weakness. In the previous life, in order to defeat the Abyss Queen Serenia, everyone adopted a strategy of overwhelming with treasures and overwhelming numbers. The allied forces poured all their resources into gathering 5 divine artifacts and countless lower-level treasures. By utilizing the powerful special effects of treasures, one can achieve numerical superiority over other troop types. This was how they barely managed to defeat the Abyss Queen, Serenia, and drive her into a corner. Let her choose to self-destruct, even if it means her body is never recovered, she'd rather take a few people down with her. Certainly. Such a thing will never happen in this lifetime. With me as her protector, I will never let her go down any more dead ends. The Abyss Queen? No, in this life, she only needs to be my hero, to be Serenia. He turned his head slightly, and looked at Serenia beside him. Her silver hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her slender neck. She looked dashing and capable, and between her exquisite eyebrows and eyes, there was a hint of the pride and majesty of an empress. As long as she doesn't grin like an idiot like she does now. The girl was happily kicking pebbles at her feet, full of hope for the future, completely unaware of her tragic end in another timeline. I'm leaving, hero, Lin Sheng said with a hint of amusement as he strode forward. Go home and study your new power, as well as our territory. Serenia gave a crisp, and jogged to catch up with him. Lin Sheng brought Serenia to the nearest secondary capital city and hired a small airship. Because he was carrying troops, Lin Sheng was unable to use the return stone. The technology for teleporting units is too expensive. Normally, top-tier technology like mass teleportation of legions is only available in the later stages of the game. Lin Sheng had a general idea in mind and was just waiting for the right time to implement it. The airship was incredibly fast, even faster than a real passenger plane thanks to the magical enhancements. It only took a few hours to transport the 2 people and their troops back to the territory. The overgrown weeds in the territory have improved significantly, and the rugged terrain has been largely leveled. When Lin Sheng had nothing to do, he remotely controlled his troops to clear weeds and pave roads, planning for the future development of his territory. Planning is only one aspect. Lin Sheng was most proud of the abundant resources surrounding his territory. It could easily support 100 lords. That large gold mine to the east can produce at least 1,000 gold coins a day. There are also potion forests, sulfur pools, and gem mines. Serenia recalled the giant permanent resource point Lin Sheng had shown her on the airship, and started counting on her fingers, her eyes gleaming with a golden light, like a little money grubber. If we could get our hands on them all, what a fortune that would be! Having grown accustomed to hardship, she was like a cat that had fallen into a dried fish warehouse, completely unable to imagine what a cheerful and optimistic little girl she would be after possessing such wealth. Of course, the most important thing is the guy who's been with me. Without this guy, having any amount of money or resources is meaningless. She glanced furtively to her side. Lin Sheng said with a smile. How about it? The location I chose is pretty good, isn't it? She crossed her arms, feigning criticism, and tried to suppress the smile on her face, striking a pose that said, I'm very strict. Barely passable, I guess. Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at her contradictory expression. All right, I will work even harder to be worthy of our hero. I didn't make you work hard for me. Serenia's face flushed bright red instantly, like a ripe tomato. Idiot! Don't say things that can cause misunderstandings. The closer their relationship became, the more easily she became shy. To hide her panic, Serenia took a few quick steps, leaving Lin Sheng behind, and pushed open the heavy oak door of the Lord's mansion. Warm light shone through the crack in the door. This will be my future residence. She looked up expectantly, and the scene inside the door came into view. Sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. A graceful elven maid stood with her back to the door, bending over and diligently sweeping the floor. Her pert buttocks, encased in her maid's skirt, created an alluring curve that was enough to make one's blood boil. Chapter 88 Battlefield, not really. The maid's hips swayed as she swept, her movements as graceful as a willow tree by a lake, creating a striking arc. Although she was cleaning, her demeanor exuded a noble elegance, full of the reserved grace of a noble lady. It's like performing a silent court dance, with every movement exuding a natural charm. Serenia. She froze at the doorway as if under a spell. A strong sense of crisis washed over me like ice water. Who is this guy? Serenia's eyes instantly sharpened like knives, scanning the blonde figure up and down like a scanner. This aristocratic demeanor, coupled with the maid's delicate and vulnerable status, makes them an absolute formidable rival. At this moment, the maid seemed to hear the noise, straightened up, and turned around in confusion. His dash! Serenia felt herself gasp. What came into view was an exquisite face that could outshine the moonlight. Her long golden hair was as dazzling and radiant as the sun, her emerald green eyes were as pure and clear as a lake in the forest, and her delicate skin was as smooth and flawless as the first rays of moonlight. However, what shocked Serenia the most was the outrageously full and towering curve of the other woman's chest that swayed slightly with her movements. That size was a brutal crushing blow to Serenia's chest, which was on par with that of an average person. Damn it! Damn it! Serenia felt an immense sense of defeat, and the little figure frantically pounded the ground. Serenia is very confident in her face, her temperament, and her hair. But her gaze involuntarily froze, fixed on those enormous weapons. But this damn, useless fat! I actually lost? A flame, a mixture of resentment, jealousy, and a strong sense of crisis, burned fiercely in her heart. She can still grow. It's all because of her previous malnutrition. Lin Sheng strolled leisurely to the doorway, looked at Serenia who was blocking the entrance and radiating a low-pressure aura, and asked curiously, What's wrong? Why are you blocking the door and not coming in? Go inside. What are you going in for? Serenia whirled around, her little nose puffed out, her beautiful golden eyes burning with fury. She interrupted Lin Sheng in a sarcastic tone, her voice rising 8 octaves. Ha! You're quite something. Keeping a mistress hidden away, aren't you? You've managed to trick me into your trap. She suddenly realized she'd let something slip and quickly coughed twice to cover it up. Ahem! After tricking me into coming here to be a laborer, you dropped the pretense and just took me home? Where did you find this beautiful mistress? She grew angrier as she spoke, her little fists clenched tightly, wishing she could rush in and fight that blonde cow to the death. Princess Xena, who was concentrating on cleaning and trying to adapt to her maid role, suddenly looked up upon hearing this. Her emerald eyes instantly blazed with anger, her delicate face flushed red, and she slammed the broom on the ground, puffing out her proud chest as she fiercely retorted. How dare you! I am a noble member of the Light Elf royal family. Sheena, the Light Seeker. I am not this despicable human's mistress. Where did this filthy wild girl come from, spouting nonsense here? Aren't you afraid the moon goddess will cut out your tongue? A dirty wild girl? Several bright red dots instantly appeared on Serenia's forehead, and her teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. Fine. I'll squeeze those 2 useless milk sacks of yours to burst them. I'll teach you a lesson in manners. She was about to roll up her sleeves and rush inside when she said that. Bang! A light but precise chop to the head landed precisely on Serenia, interrupting her movements. Ouch! Serenia clutched her head, glaring at the culprit Lin Sheng with teary eyes. You hit me? Lin Sheng sighed and muttered under his breath. Stop going crazy, speak properly. How could this future Abyss Queen, who looks down upon all living beings and reigns supreme, have been like this in her youth? Humph! You dare hit me! Don't forget! I'm your right-hand man! Your hero! Serenia pouted in dissatisfaction, like a wronged little pufferfish, and pointed at Sheena. That girl is just a pretty face with no brains. All looks and no brains. Sheena's eyes widened as she was about to retort. You rude person, I'm not just a pretty face. Seeing the impending battle, Lin Sheng quickly pulled Serenia to a corner outside the door, leaned close to her ear, and whispered a rapid explanation. The main reason is the identity of this elven princess, and the value of the information in her mind. The warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, and Serenia's cheeks flushed slightly again. After hearing Lin Sheng's explanation, her eyes sharpened. Oh, I see. No wonder, no wonder! Serenia crouched by the doorway, stealing glances at Sheena again, her gaze involuntarily settling on her voluptuous figure, a veritable weapon of mass destruction. Sheena was glaring angrily at them, clutching her chest in resentment. Her large, bouncy breasts were squeezed out of shape, almost falling out of their frames. What a sexy figure, what a nasty cow! Serenia gritted her teeth fiercely and said to Lin Sheng in a low voice. Then what are we waiting for? Arrest her. Torture her severely. Force her to reveal all her secrets. Lin Sheng looked her up and down with a suspicious gaze. Isn't your little brain usually so smart? Why are you acting so stupid now? Torture us? Aren't you afraid she'll give us false information and trick us into going to our deaths? Serenia paused, then blinked. That makes sense. She scratched her head, looking a little embarrassed. I think you've just lost your mind from anger, haven't you? Lin Sheng couldn't help but reach out and pinch her soft cheek, gently pulling it outwards. I'm sorry! I won't do it again! Serenia begged incoherently, finally managing to break free from Lin Sheng's clutches. Lin Sheng looked at her flushed cheeks and sighed. Forget it, intelligence isn't really that important. Whatever makes you happy. If you really hate her that much, I'll pack her up and send her back to the Elf Kingdom to exchange for some money and treasures. Anyway, he already knew the general information about the most important divine realm in his previous life. No! That would be a huge loss. Serenia hurriedly grabbed Lin Sheng's arm, raising her voice, but then quickly lowered it again. She leaned closer to Lin Sheng, her eyes gleaming with a shrewdness like a little fox. No! We absolutely cannot let her go. We have to squeeze her dry. Make her work like a slave. Squeeze every bit of information and secret she knows out. Then find an opportunity to sell her, no, I mean send her back, and squeeze a hefty sum out of the elf kingdom. That's what you call making the most of her. Looking at Serenia's undisguised shrewdness, Lin Sheng couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in agreement. As expected of the future empress, her heart is just as filthy as mine. The two exchanged a knowing glance, smiled at each other, and both revealed sinister smiles before turning to look at the center of the hall.